The crimson sky was torn apart by fierce lightning, and insane shouts for blood echoed through the air, signaling that a bloody execution was about to begin. Tsuyoshi was stripped naked, left only in a loincloth, bound in a humiliating kneeling position. He was utterly bewildered, unable to understand why his life had fallen into such misery. A giant orc executioner raised his greatsword high, grandly declaring the punishment for the filthy humans who dared to trespass on the beastmen's millennial sacred land. The death sentence hung over his head. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat as his memories were still stuck in the cave he had explored not long ago. Fear consumed Tsuyoshi's entire mind. The shouts of divine punishment struck his eardrums like sledgehammers, driving him to despair. Rewinding time to 5 hours earlier, his backpack-wearing colleague was urging Tsuyoshi to quickly finish his bowl of noodles at the gathering point under the moonlight. His colleague, with a serious expression, warned Tsuyoshi not to separate from the group due to the fierce competition from other cleanup crews. A moment of carelessness meant losing their share of scrap. Tsuyoshi, hastily slurping the last of his noodles, wondered why a measly C-rank cave attracted so many people looking for a living. Accepting his lowly status as a cleaner, a backdrop for the true male heroes, Tsuyoshi quickly drained his soup and grabbed his tools, heading out at his colleague's call. With heavy steps, they entered. Though it was only a C-rank dungeon, the murderous aura emanating from it still sent shivers down one's spine when approaching the mouth of the death cave. His mustached colleague shivered as he walked, muttering that if this C-rank dungeon was already so terrifying, then A or S-rank ones must surely be hell on earth. The entire cleanup crew silently entered the teleportation gate, wondering why this monster den was strangely deserted compared to what they had imagined. A gleaming golden armored boot stomped proudly onto the ground, signaling the arrival of individuals from a completely different class. The male hero and female hero pair emerged, laughing, treating the slaughter of monsters as merely a casual stroll to earn easy rewards. Tsuyoshi watched them longingly, wishing for a change in his life, but his colleague immediately splashed cold water on his face for failing the awakening test. Tsuyoshi humbly clasped his hands, thanked them, and asked permission to clean up, while the red-haired female hero merely nodded indifferently, as if bestowing a favor. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro bowed his head, making way, bitterly acknowledging his lowly status, only allowed to clean up after the male heroes had cleared out the monsters. The cleanup crew stepped through the teleportation gate with the mindset of scrap collectors, completely separate from the dazzling aura of the elite. Tsuyoshi stepped into the light, his heart still aching over past failures due to his weak physique, even though his desire to become a male hero still burned fiercely within him. Inside the ruined C-rank cave, monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, while the commander urged the crew to clean up within 4 hours before the gate closed permanently. Tsuyoshi toiled, digging through the desolate rubble, and suddenly froze when his eyes caught sight of something glowing beneath the dirt and rocks. He quickly snatched a fragment of a shield. This war scrap still emitted a faint blue light, proving it was a genuine article. Tsuyoshi was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold, secretly thanking his ancestors for blessing him with a bargain that could be exchanged for a good amount of cash. He grinned smugly, set the meetup time for 3.5 hours later, and then decided to risk his life by venturing deeper inside to scavenge a bit more. With a no-risk, no-reward mentality, Tsuyoshi squeezed through the narrow piles of bricks and stones, believing that the best items were usually found in hard-to-reach, dangerous places. 3.5 hours passed without any further gains. He began to break out in a cold sweat, realizing that his earlier luck was just a trick, and his shovel was still empty. His colleague's voice calling from the cave entrance made Tsuyoshi jump. He quickly stalled for time, his voice filled with panic and fear. He slumped to the ground in despair, bitterly realizing that the broken shield fragment wasn't even enough to pay for 1 day of hospital fees for Karina. Just when he was at his wit's end, his keen sense for money suddenly caught the scent of treasure emanating from a strange ancient well standing alone in the middle of the cave. Tsuyoshi crawled to the dry well's mouth, his eyes shining brightly, certain that something of immense value was hidden beneath this absurdly dark hole. Tsuyoshi peered into the deep hole, muttering calculations that if he found any intact items, it would be more than enough to cover Karina's hospital fees for a whole week. His gaze fell upon a skeletal hand at the bottom of the pit, a sparkling glowing ring on its finger, as if beckoning him. He rappelled down as fast as a squirrel, realizing this was a corpse the male heroes had missed, and secretly prayed not to encounter any bad luck. Holding the item in his hand, he scrutinized every intricate carving, which emitted a powerful golden light. Tsuyoshi groaned with pleasure, shouting excitedly, because he had found a rare, priceless piece of equipment. He gleefully slipped the ring onto his finger temporarily, planning to have Uncle Nakazato appraise it later, continuously thanking his ancestors for their blessings. As soon as he put it on, the ring suddenly glowed brilliantly, leaving him dumbfounded, unable to understand what was happening. Suddenly, the ring contracted, sharp thorns piercing through his glove and digging into his flesh, causing him excruciating pain. A sickly green notification panel appeared, declaring that the infinity ring had found its owner and was forbidden to be removed, making him break out in a cold sweat from fright. Before he could compose himself, a brilliant golden energy vortex erupted beneath his feet, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. The brilliant golden energy vortex swallowed Tsuyoshi in an instant, pulling him into another dimension with a whooshing sound that tore through the air. His desperate cries for help echoed from the mouth of the dark pit before fading away, leaving behind an eerie silence. His colleagues looked around blankly, clicking their tongues and assuming the work-hungry kid had run off somewhere again, so they decided to wait a little longer. Tsuyoshi fell freely through the spatial tunnel, screaming desperately, as his body was dragged violently through various dimensions. Waking up surrounded by hundreds of beastmen, he froze, realizing he was standing before an execution ground, awaiting what they called divine punishment. Punishing lightning bolts crashed down around the sacrificial altar, making him realize he had been sent straight to the monster's sacred land. The Beast King sat majestically on his towering throne, his bloodshot eyes gleaming in the darkness as he coldly ordered the execution to begin. The orc executioner raised his great sword high, solemnly declaring that today, 3 grave criminals who dared to betray the tribe would be executed. The first to be dragged out was an orc traitor. He trembled, enduring the insults and contempt from his own kind. The prisoner was kicked, tumbling down to the base of the platform amidst the earth-shattering cheers for divine punishment from the beast mob. The orc executioner kicked the prisoner flying into a deep pit, beginning the cruel punishment in the name of the gods. The orc traitor fell freely in despair, awaiting the divine king's hammer and the lightning bolts of justice to strike him. A colossal blue lightning pillar struck directly onto the sacrificial platform, asserting the absolute power of the punishment domain, which allowed no one to escape. The extremely powerful current instantly incinerated the criminal, blowing him to smithereens amidst a deafening explosion. The arena atmosphere was fervent as the beast mob roared for divine punishment, excitedly watching the traitor be utterly annihilated. The orc executioner continued to point his sword skyward, grandly calling out the next sacrifice, the human vermin who dared to intrude upon their millennial sacred land. Tsuyoshi was grabbed by the leg and lifted upside down like a toy. He was only wearing his shorts, desperately screaming in vain that he was lost. Ignoring his struggling prey's demands to be released, the giant tightened his grip, making Tsuyoshi realize the vast difference in their strength. Tsuyoshi's face contorted in horror, tears streaming down as his survival instinct screamed that he couldn't die so pointlessly. He was thrown onto the arena floor, clinging to his will to live for Karina and his hero's dream, while the surrounding monsters furiously demanded he be burned to ashes. Tsuyoshi lay face down on the cold arena floor, as the death sentence, named Divine Punishment, began to descend upon him at the orc executioner's command. His powerful survival instinct surged, making him leap up and run for his life, screaming in his head that he couldn't die in this godforsaken place. A destructive blue lightning bolt struck the ground, exploding, but Tsuyoshi managed to roll and dodge the attack by a hair's breadth, looking utterly pathetic. All the monsters in the stands stared at each other, wide-eyed, unable to believe that a weak human could evade the god's punishment. A cat girl with an orange-haired and scratched face was also stunned, her eyes wide with astonishment at the miracle that had just occurred. The orc executioner gaped in disbelief at this unprecedented event, while the Beast King on his throne behind him remained silently observing. The Beast King's red eyes narrowed calculatingly, as if this small prey was starting to pique his interest. Tsuyoshi staggered to his feet, veins bulging in his neck as he roared at the giant that he wouldn't accept such a meaningless death. But his joy was short-lived. A second lightning bolt suddenly struck, making him utter only a desperate cry before being engulfed by the electric current. The orc executioner cackled with delight, mocking the prey's naivety, for no one said divine punishment would only strike once. The monsters below roared, demanding divine punishment, while the cat girl could only bow her head helplessly at this futile struggle. Just as his body was about to vanish into nothingness, Tsuyoshi roared in defiance, and his glowing golden ring unexpectedly activated the divine selection system. He writhed on the brink of life and death, groaning in pain, but a mysterious energy current had begun to envelop his mortal body. The Beast King narrowed his crimson eyes suspiciously. It seemed this boss had caught a whiff of danger from his seemingly harmless prey. A purple lightning bolt tore through space, striking the ground with a deafening crash, determined to crush the one who dared challenge death. The orc executioner's jaw dropped in horror, sweat pouring down him as he realized the young man hadn't been obliterated after the destructive blow. Tsuyoshi stood firm amidst the lightning storm, his body like a lightning rod, absorbing all the attacks from the heavens instead of being incinerated. The system announced that the ultimate physique regeneration process had reached 15%, making the orc gasp in alarm, his hand tightening around the trembling cat girl. The furious electric current tempered Tsuyoshi's body to 40% of its power, simultaneously loading the divine eye skill into his memory. A bare foot stepped out from the powerful electric smoke. Tsuyoshi felt the call of power rising strongly within him. Tsuyoshi still stood firm as a rock amidst the downpour of purple lightning, making the surrounding monsters exclaim in astonishment at his tenacity. The colossal hammer lay isolated in the arena, enveloped by furious electric currents, as if waiting for someone worthy enough to touch it. From within the smoke, Tsuyoshi struggled to his feet, his body already beginning to transform, every muscle bulging powerfully, signaling the birth of a new monster. The system announced the successful loading of the Divine Consciousness inventory and absolute duplication skills at 60%, leaving the orc soldiers below dumbfounded in shock. The ultimate physique regeneration process reached 80%, and the terrifying energy pressure emanating from Tsuyoshi blew away the surrounding rocks and dirt like scraps of paper. The orc executioner broke out in a cold sweat from fear. He couldn't believe any outsider other than the Divine King would dare approach the forbidden divine hammer. A red-skinned, horned demoness with horns on her head smiled with interest, as if she had recognized the young man's overwhelming potential. Tsuyoshi spread his bare hands, stopping the colossal structure pressing down, and roared, demanding to know who dared summon him. With incredible physical strength, Tsuyoshi lifted the 1,000-pound boulder high, his glowing eyes in the darkness piercing straight into the enemy's heart. The system concluded the regeneration process at 100%, and bestowed the title of Chosen One, triggering an energy explosion that shook the entire arena. Tsuyoshi let out a powerful roar, one hand lifting the heavy weapon amidst the furious lightning storm engulfing his body. The orc soldiers below turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain, as they witnessed the unbelievable sight before their eyes. Amidst the crackling electrical currents, Tsuyoshi declared loudly to the divine hammer that he had heard its call and was ready to answer its expectations. His hand gripped the hammer's handle tightly, a stream of blue energy running along his sinewy arm, as if to incinerate everything around him. He channeled all his muscular strength into his palm, growling that he would fully utilize the overwhelming power of this divine artifact. Tsuyoshi swung the colossal hammer, tearing through space, the terrifying pressure emanating from it blowing away all doubts about his right to wield it. The cat girl froze in astonishment, her eyes wide open, unable to believe that a small human could subdue the sacred artifact. The orc executioner was in utter panic, roaring that there was no way an insignificant human would be allowed to touch the beast tribe's sacred artifact. He mumbled in despair about how even the beast king was helpless, inadvertently revealing that whoever lifted the hammer would become the supreme leader of the beastmen. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Tsuyoshi calmly checked his status panel and clearly felt the unparalleled power surging through every fiber of his being. Tsuyoshi stared at his stats in disbelief, unable to believe that a good-for-nothing like him had jumped to level 3 inches the blink of an eye. An ominous shadow enveloped the space. Tsuyoshi stroked his chin thoughtfully as he realized the presence of the overwhelming divine selection system protecting him. He carried the divine hammer, walking through the ruins, exuding the aura of a powerful being, making the surrounding space seem to shatter from the pressure. General Ryoga charged like a mad beast, roaring curses at Tsuyoshi for daring to touch his tribe's sacred artifact with his filthy hands. The orc soldiers cheered themselves hoarse, certain that General Ryuga would reclaim the beastmen's honor and crush the arrogant human. Ryoga approached with surging killing intent, disdainfully believing Tsuyoshi had only used despicable tricks to deceive the gods, and was lucky to lift the hammer. He growled threateningly, demanding the human immediately return the hammer obediently if he wished to remain in one piece. Ryoga thrust his hideous face close to his opponent, forcing Tsuyoshi to accept a cruel punishment for this blasphemous act. Tsuyoshi ignored the enemy's threats, busy staring at the system panel that had just activated the super elite Divine Eye passive skill. He stared in astonishment, realizing he had just acquired the overwhelming item scanning ability, called Divine Eye, with 0 cooldown. Tsuyoshi activated Divine Eye, immediately revealing Ryoga's terrifying stats. A level 84 general wielding an A-rank weapon. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the system's overwhelming information scanning feature. But the level disparity was what truly alarmed him. Ryoga drew his greatsword, his voice full of contempt as he sarcastically praised the insignificant human for having the audacity to challenge him. Tsuyoshi frantically waved his hands, explaining that it was just a misunderstanding, as he would never dare to solo a level 84 monster. But Ryoga had already decided to send him on his way. Sweat poured down Tsuyoshi's face as he realized death was imminent and non-negotiable. Ryuga roared for him to shut up, then swung his blade down, ignoring Tsuyoshi's desperate pleas for an explanation. The cat girl trembled, asserting that the human was doomed because Ryoga was one of the 5 great generals, with the power to cleave a person in half as easily as slicing a banana. A terrifying explosion echoed, and thick dust billowed from the Beastman general's destructive blade strike. Ryoga unleashed a powerful quick slash, but Tsuyoshi managed to block the blow with the hammer's handle. His entire body pushed back, sparking across the ground. He gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to withstand the 1,000-pound weight pressing down from the enemy's greatsword. Tsuyoshi was stunned, unable to believe he was still alive, his hands numb but still clutching the ultra-durable hammer that had just saved him from a clear defeat. Ryoga glared suspiciously, unable to understand how that mortal body could withstand the aftershocks of his quick slash without being pulverized. The Beastman general brushed aside the explanation, declaring that Tsuyoshi's luck had run out, and prepared to unleash his next finishing blow. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, desperately trying to explain that he was an outsider, not an enemy, hoping to be spared. Ryoga responded with a heaven-shattering swing, dismissing all the weakling's arguments, and determined to crush his prey immediately. The orc's colossal hand seized Tsuyoshi's head like a chick, blocking all his escape routes with a triumphant laugh. He used all his might to hurl Tsuyoshi straight into the sky, intending to use his ultimate skill, Heaven Shaker, to send his opponent to the afterlife. Mid-air, the system unexpectedly announced the activation of the absolute duplication skill, with the condition of touching the opponent's heart. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up as he realized the chance to turn the tables. He hadn't expected to possess such an overwhelming duplication ability. He plunged down like an arrow, determined to touch the boss's chest, gambling his life on the new skill. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, concentrating intensely as he free fell, his sole objective now to touch his opponent at all costs. He reached out and delivered a precise poke right to the orc general's nipple, making the battlefield atmosphere suddenly become awkward. Ryoga suddenly flushed crimson, letting out an ambiguous shout amidst a scene overflowing with cheesy roses, making anyone who saw it get goosebumps. Tsuyoshi fell, completely naked, a series of skill panels appearing before his eyes, making him dizzy as he didn't know which to choose from. This pile of good stuff. The executioner, embarrassed, turned to anger, roaring as he questioned the perverted act and swung his giant greatsword, intending to obliterate the one who dared to grope him. On the brink of life and death, Tsuyoshi immediately spotted the Heaven Shaker skill, which had extremely high compatibility with the hammer he was holding, and decided to acquire it immediately. The system announced the duplication was complete. Tsuyoshi roared with determination that he couldn't die here yet, and unleashed an identical attack to his opponents to counter. Ryoga's face changed color, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the brat before him able to unleash his own exclusive ultimate skill. A colossal pillar of energy descended from above, creating a terrifying explosion. The ground shook violently, as if wanting to split in two before such overwhelming power. The cat girl and the orc soldiers froze completely, mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes at the destructive power that had just erupted before them. Ryuga was bewildered when that destructive attack hit him, yet caused no damage at all. Instead, it made him feel comfortable, as if he had received a full body massage. Tsuyoshi panted, looking at the cruel notification panel. It turned out that because his level was too low, the overwhelming ultimate skill he just used was nothing more than a mere tickle. The general's rough hand gripped the hammer's handle tightly, signaling that a brutal counterattack was about to begin as the joke was over. The executioner roared in anger, feeling humiliated. He swung his fist, intending to crush the insolent human who dared to mock him with a trashy attack. A powerful shadow suddenly appeared in midair, blocking the attack. A commanding shout rang out, demanding them to stop immediately. The Beastmen crowd and the cat girl were utterly panicked when they realized the Beast King himself had appeared to intervene in this petty battle. The king's landing created a terrifying tremor, making even the sturdy wooden structure shake violently, as if it were about to collapse on everyone's heads. Tsuyoshi had to brace himself against the tremendous wind pressure emanating from the appearance of the apex predator of this place. The thick cloud of dust slowly dissipated, revealing a colossal silhouette with an oppressive aura hidden within. The Beast King officially revealed himself with white hair and majestic horns. His sharp, cold gaze made the surrounding space feel thick with fear. Unable to believe their eyes, the supreme king of this land unexpectedly knelt on one knee with a look of utmost reverence. All the Beastmen and the cat girl were dumbfounded in shock. No one dared to believe the Beast King would humble himself before a human. Tsuyoshi stood bewildered, holding the hammer, while the Beast King affirmed that he was the one chosen by the gods. The king placed his hand on the cleaner's chest, felt the power, and declared this was a definite sign from the gods. The Beast King revealed his handsome, authoritative face, looked straight into Tsuyoshi's eyes, and said he was the first person in thousands of years to achieve this. Turning to the stunned crowd and executioner, the Beast King solemnly declared that only this human could lift the divine hammer. The soldiers below fell silent, the space so quiet that one could hear a fly buzz, due to the immense shock. The Beast King raised his hand high, declaring Tsuyoshi was the future leader and needed time to level up, disregarding the bewildered man himself. The crowd began to murmur and discuss. Though the prophecy was true, accepting a human as king was a bit hard to swallow. Ryoga did not accept the truth. He vehemently protested to the Beast King, arguing that Tsuyoshi was merely a low-class human. The Beast King coldly retorted with a short but murderous question, challenging anyone who dared to speak up about racial issues. He questioned whether the prophecy stipulated that the leader must be a beastman, while also intimidating his subordinates who were about to reject the entire tribe's only hope. The bulky executioner Ryoga now cowered like a puppy, sweating profusely as he admitted he dared not rebel, but still tried to salvage a few words about the bleak future. Ignoring his trembling subordinate, the Beast King turned to stare at the human youth and pressed him for his identity. As soon as Tsuyoshi stated his name, he received a life-changing offer. The Beast King promised to grant him freedom if he took on the future of the tribe, but bluntly criticized him for being too weak at present. The king issued an ultimatum. He had to level up properly within 1 year and return here. Only then would it be decided if he was worthy to sit on the throne. The Beast King pressed his finger onto Tsuyoshi's forehead to carve a soul imprint, warning that if he broke the agreement, he would be hunted down and destroyed no matter where he hid. This was the only solution to appease the people. The Beast King forced Tsuyoshi to give an answer immediately, while he was still holding his forehead in confusion. Shouts of acceptance echoed throughout the arena. Tsuyoshi gripped the divine hammer tightly, standing amidst thousands of spears, preparing to make a life-or-death decision. The cat girl was extremely moved, crying out in tears, advising her benefactor to seize this opportunity to seek freedom and power. Tsuyoshi suddenly remembered that the girl was about to be executed right after him, so he decided to immediately activate his divine eye to scan the target's information. The status panel displayed a dazzling, level 72. It turned out that the cat girl who was screaming for him to survive was actually a genuine beastman warrior. His eyes widened in surprise, not understanding why such a powerful female warrior was labeled a criminal and thrown into prison. Seizing a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, Tsuyoshi smiled confidently because he had already calculated his next move in this life-or-death game. He stood proudly beside the Beast King, raised his hand to wave at the crowd, and gave a haughty thank you, as if he had just won the lottery. In his mind, he determined this was a miracle. His ultimate goal now was to survive at all costs to find a way back to his old world. Tsuyoshi turned to finalize the deal with the Beast King, agreeing to the leveling challenge, but he coldly declared he had a condition. The Beast King raised an eyebrow, amused, curious to see what right this weak human brat had to make demands of the king. He pointed directly at the distant shadow, solemnly declaring he wanted to take the cat girl with him because he saw her as useful for his upcoming journey. The cat girl startled, her face flushed crimson, and she broke into a sweat, stammering, unable to believe she was dragged into this crazy bet. Tsuyoshi smirked smugly, raised his hand, declaring their debt settled, with the expression of someone who had just won big in a life-or-death game. Under the cold moonlight, he leaned against the wall and began to piece everything together from the moment he heard that mysterious voice. Tsuyoshi stared at the infinite ring on his hand, realizing it granted overwhelming power, but also a shackle preventing him from returning home. While deep in thought, he suddenly flinched, turning back in bewilderment when he heard a sweet female voice calling him master. The cat girl stepped out in a seductive warrior outfit, shyly placed her hand on her chest, declaring she would offer her loyalty to repay his life-saving grace. Tsuyoshi couldn't help but let out an extremely perverted smile, rejoicing inwardly at being called master by such a top-tier cat girl. He quickly coughed to regain his cool image, blushing and scratching his nose, saying that they were merely in a mutually supportive relationship, so there was no need to be so formal. The cat girl's eyes welled up with tears. Her sparkling eyes affirmed that he had indeed granted her a second, meaningful life. She tightly gripped her benefactor's hand, emotionally confessing that no one had ever stood by her or thanked her as sincerely and directly as he had. Under the romantic moonlight, she insisted on begging to call him master, officially establishing an undeniable master-servant relationship. The cat girl flushed crimson, looking at him with utmost adoration, and declared she wanted to dedicate everything to the benefactor who had just saved her life. Tsuyoshi got a nosebleed from being too excited. Grinning, he accepted the title of master, then gestured for her to quickly leave before it got completely dark. He walked ahead, leading the way with the demeanor of a boss, not forgetting to turn back and remind his newly acquired maid to watch her step in the treacherous terrain. After walking for a while, Tsuyoshi let out a long, drawn-out sigh, his face becoming unusually pensive as his earlier excitement faded. Under the giant, brightly shining moon, he walked, silently marveling at the magnificent yet dangerous beauty of this other world. He startled, correcting his thoughts, remembering Karina who was waiting. Just then, the system delivered good news that the infinite pathway had finished its cooldown after 24 hours. Tsuyoshi stared at the ring on his hand, calculating that by simply reversing his original route, he could escape back to his old world immediately. The ring began to emit a dazzling aura. He trembled as he commanded the infinite pathway to activate, with the faint hope of finding his way home. Light enveloped his body. Tsuyoshi excitedly cheered, believing he was about to escape this ordeal and return to a normal life. A spatial vortex appeared, swallowing him in an instant, leaving the cat girl frozen in place, bewildered, calling her master's name in vain. Tsuyoshi fell freely in the dazzling light, his mouth twisted as he cursed the heavens for the disgusting, twisting sensation of space that felt like it was tearing his internal organs apart. He was drenched in sweat, his protective helmet soaked, his face pale, as he tried to regain his composure after the turbulent, interdimensional roller coaster ride. Tsuyoshi collapsed onto the cold stone floor, looking around the familiar dark cave in confusion, wondering if he had truly escaped the ordeal and returned home. He was overjoyed, clasping his hands in thanks to heaven and earth, when the system panel appeared, confirming that all the overpowered skills he had gained in the other world were still intact in his homeland. He carefully checked his status panel, which was still stuck at level 3, but then he flinched when he saw the divine hammer resting prominently in his divine consciousness inventory. The system immediately displayed a notification explaining the stat synchronization mechanism between the two worlds and requiring items to be placed in the inventory to be brought back. Indeed, every game has its own rules. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin in thought, realizing he had accidentally successfully hacked the game by bringing a destructive weapon back to the real world at such a low level. Two colleagues peered down into the pit, shouting for him to climb up quickly before the cave permanently closed, trapping them all inside. Tsuyoshi looked up, bewildered, wondering why they hadn't left yet, even though he had been on a survival trip for 5 hours in the other world. He froze when he heard his colleague assert that he had never left, realizing that the timelines between the two worlds were strangely out of sync, sending shivers down his spine. Tsuyoshi gripped the rope tightly. A crucial truth about the time difference, which had just been confirmed, flashed in his mind. He swung himself up and out of the dark pit, confidently asserting that time in the real world had completely frozen while he was away. The cleaner muttered, comparing this surreal situation to a manga, feeling like he was truly a genuine protagonist. He glanced down at the dry skeleton at the bottom of the pit one last time, secretly wondering what kind of divine being the original owner of the infinite ring was to have died and decayed here. As soon as his colleague pulled him onto solid ground, Tsuyoshi quickly turned to ask the old man a question with a meaningful tone. He flashed a confident, challenging smile, reconfirming the awakening test schedule for tomorrow to prepare for his spectacular transformation. Cruel memories suddenly flooded back. The image of Tsuyoshi, covered in blood and gasping for breath in the pouring rain, appeared as clear as if it were yesterday. He carried an unconscious injured girl on his back, gritting his teeth and enduring the sky-piercing pain to continue walking in despair. They fled desperately through the desolate, ruined streets, where cars were overturned and people were frantically escaping the disaster. A giant monster with bloodshot eyes appeared in the rain, spreading terror and destroying every tall building in its path. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, carrying the injured girl on his back, his heart clenching when he heard her faint voice deliver the bad news that her legs had completely lost sensation. Blood and rainwater mingled on his face. He froze when he heard the innocent question about his parents' safety from the person struggling for breath on his back. The entire bustling street was crushed in an instant. Smoke, dust, and rubble flying everywhere like the end of the world under the monster's destructive power. Tsuyoshi stood frozen amidst the ruins, trying to protect his only remaining family member, while death hovered directly above him. His face was distraught, his eyes wide as he witnessed the cruel reality of everything he loved being mercilessly taken away. Tsuyoshi's bloodshot eyes widened to their limit, his mind screaming in denial of the living hell unfolding before him. A giant foot descended, crushing all hope. Tsuyoshi could only scream his parents' names in utter helplessness. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his face. He clenched his jaw so hard it felt like it would shatter, trying to swallow the pain to continue surviving. Tsuyoshi charged like a mad beast through the floodwaters, his heart-wrenching scream echoing throughout the deadly space. At his most desperate moment, an unknown hand reached out with a frantic call, pulling him back from the brink of death. Uncle Nakazato used all his strength to hold Tsuyoshi, who was struggling, and yelled directly at him that stopping now meant death. The man's face was drenched in sweat and fear. He warned that if they looked back, both he and Karina would be instantly crushed by the darkness. Tsuyoshi was dragged across the ground, still crying desperately, his mind shattering at the thought of his parents still trapped in that house. The giant monster trampled the city into flat ground. Tsuyoshi carried Karina on his back, running for his life with the sole thought of getting her to the hospital immediately. The scene shifted to the present. Karina sat in her wheelchair with a worried look, asking for confirmation if Tsuyoshi was really going to retake the awakening test. In the hospital room, the nurse was preparing medical equipment and reminding Karina to rest, while Tsuyoshi stood there looking like someone who had just finished work. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and chuckled to hide his worry, deliberately changing the subject by asking if Karina's legs were still hurting. Karina winced, enduring the bone-piercing injection, but she still bravely asserted that she was fine, having grown too accustomed to this torment. The smile on Tsuyoshi's lips faded. His eyes drooped with sorrow as he realized his little sister was enduring such immense pain. He secretly activated his divine eye to scan Karina's legs, and the harsh truth appeared as the system reported that 98% of her nerve cells had necrotized, with almost no hope of recovery. Tsuyoshi stared at Karina's lonely back by the window. He bitterly realized that the price to pay for a fragile 1% hope was too great. Yet he was determined to bet everything. Memories of his sister's radiant smile returned like a knife twisting in his heart, reminding him that Karina was the only family he had left in this world, for whom he had to strive. Tsuyoshi stepped out onto the bustling street, determined that even if the success rate was a perfect 0, he would use his power to make it happen. He realized the only way to access confidential information and find a cure for his sister's legs was to climb to the highest position, to become a hero. Tsuyoshi's eyes burned with ambition. He didn't just want to be a mediocre hunter, he had to wield ultimate power to change this cruel fate. Under the moonlight, Tsuyoshi raised his hand and swore to become the strongest hero in the world, ignoring Uncle Nakazato standing beside him, who looked at him as if he were an escaped mental patient. He went straight to the B.T.G. testing center and easily achieved a level 3 result with a combat power of 540, a modest starting number to conceal his true strength. Behind the soundproof glass, the examiners nodded, confirming that Tsuyoshi met the qualifications to join the ranks of humanity's protectors, known as heroes. The guild staff smiled brightly as he handed Tsuyoshi the hero card, the official pass for him to enter the world of the strong. A sunglasses newbie was cheering, celebrating his cheap C-rank achievement, completely unaware that a true monster had just brushed past him with overwhelming presence. The examiners buzzed with chatter when they saw the familiar name Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro return to retake the test. They scoffed, thinking he had come to taste failure again, just like last time. The examiner glasses adjusted his spectacles with an arrogant air. He signaled to begin, but in his heart, he was convinced the result would be as useless as before. Tsuyoshi emerged from the shadows with a cold demeanor, his muscles bulging in his camouflage outfit, making the examiner's sarcastic remarks fall on deaf ears. The examiner looked at his tablet with blind faith in science, confidently asserting that machines don't lie, and trash stats would always remain trash stats. The door to the testing room closed, trapping Tsuyoshi inside, while the examiner outside continued to ramble about having encountered too many hopelessly stubborn individuals. Tsuyoshi stood in the high-tech room, calmly analyzing that a normal level 3 person would only have a meager combat power of 3 points. He placed his hand on the control panel, which displayed level 3, wondering how far his monstrous power would shatter this conventional standard. Tsuyoshi's eyes sharpened. He decided not to hold back anymore, and would unleash his true power to show this machine what a festival truly meant. The muscles on his arm bulged like cold steel, his glowing eyes causing the sensor system to shriek with continuous beeps, signaling overload. With a bang, a crimson aura erupted from Tsuyoshi, engulfing the entire space, forcing the system to strain itself to measure the hero's wildly skyrocketing stats. The examiner glasses stumbled backward as the entire room shook violently as if an earthquake was occurring. His face drained of all color under the invisible pressure. The measurement screen flashed wildly before settling on a round number of 5,400. Officially and brutally shattering the 30-year-old level 3 combat power record. Tsuyoshi stared wide-eyed at the leaderboard, seeing himself at the top with stats 10 times higher than the second-place individual, a discrepancy far too fictional compared to conventional standards. He looked at his hands in astonishment, telling himself that even though he knew his body had been reforged, he never expected it to be this incredibly tough. Tsuyoshi clenched his fists excitedly, grinning arrogantly as everything unfolded according to his plan to conquer the peak. He suddenly had a bold idea, curious to know how terrifying the true power of the Divine King's hammer would be if stacked. A dazzling blue lightning bolt gathered in Tsuyoshi's palm, signaling the appearance of the heavy-duty weapon. The system immediately warned that his current level was insufficient to wield this powerful item. If forcibly activated, he would only last exactly 1 second before running out of energy. Tsuyoshi gripped the hammer, which was discharging electricity everywhere, confident that 1 second was more than enough for the measuring device to gauge this overwhelming power. He placed his hand on the control panel, his eyes glowing powerfully, as he activated the Divine King's hammer's power for a brief moment to test his ultimate luck. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, enduring as he felt all the energy in his body completely drained in a fleeting instant. He roared, urging the measuring device to hurry up, while unleashing a furious blue lightning punch to release its power. Tsuyoshi's face contorted from the extreme effort, his eyes blazing and sweat pouring like rain as he struggled to maintain the destructive energy flow. A colossal purple lightning bolt tore through the night, shooting straight into the sky, creating a terrifying spectacle that made the entire city think there was an earthquake. The measuring system was completely helpless, its screen glowing red with continuous overload errors, unable to count this fictional power level. The tall building shook violently under the pressure of the overflowing energy flow, which was devastating its internal structure. The light flickered out, leaving the building plunged into silent darkness after the earth-shattering display of power. The examiner glasses frantically rushed out of the emergency exit, shouting for an immediate evacuation due to the widespread power outage. The elevator doors opened, and the examiner glasses stammered, speechless, upon seeing Tsuyoshi now shriveled like a mummy, his body smoking profusely. The glass door silently closed, concealing the truth about the monster who had just caused the energy explosion that crashed the entire system. Tsuyoshi ran down the hallway, reflecting on himself, realizing that the Divine King's hammer was too terrifying, draining all his energy in just 1 second. So he decided to temporarily seal it. However, a cunning and self-satisfied smile quickly formed on his lips as he thought about the results he had just achieved. Stepping out the door with a dazzling aura, Tsuyoshi gleefully showed off the prestigious card around his neck, as he was finally officially recognized as a hero. The scene shifted to a vast training ground, where the authoritative voice of the self-proclaimed Gaia echoed, introducing himself as the one responsible for forging these new recruits. Gaia appeared in dazzling golden armor and flowing platinum hair. His stats showed him as a level 9 warrior with 1,200 combat power, warning that the training would be extremely tough. The trainees, including Tsuyoshi and the sunglasses newbie, shouted in unison to show their obedience to this seemingly dangerous instructor. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, but his eyes held a hidden contempt. He secretly compared and wondered how overwhelming his combat power would be at level 9 if this guy only had a mere 1,200. Meanwhile, Gaia stood with his arms crossed, a bored expression on his face, secretly complaining that farming D-rank dungeons was better than babysitting these rookies. Without letting the new recruits catch their breath, Gaia bluntly declared that tomorrow, they would all be thrown straight into a D-rank dungeon for real combat, shocking the sunglasses newbie and his companions to their core. Two trainees turned pale, trembling as they questioned the shortened physical training and job selection process, clearly unprepared to risk their lives so soon. Gaia brushed aside basic physical training, asserting with a strained neck that these straw heroes would have to hone their skills through bloody real combat. He issued a harsh warning that anyone who couldn't handle the heat should get out, making the new recruits turn pale with fear, prostrating themselves and nodding profusely. Tsuyoshi stood watching the instructors retreating back, secretly judging that this guy was just a human taking out his anger on others. But immediately, his mind switched to extreme excitement as he remembered the hot, level 72 Beastman girl waiting for him in the other world. He flashed a cunning and calculating smile, realizing that the Infinite Path skill had finished its cooldown, and this was the perfect time to slip away. At Tsuyoshi's apartment, the news droned on about the earthquake and widespread power outage. But who cared about this boring real world anyway? Tsuyoshi sat on his bed, ambitious to level up and acquire rare items, and decisively commanded the activation of Infinite Path to escape. The ring on his hand glowed brilliantly, releasing a mysterious energy source ready to tear through space. A whooshing sound echoed, and a spatial gate opened in the pitch-black night, drawing its master into a new journey. Under the cold moonlight of the other world, Tsuyoshi opened his eyes with satisfaction, confirming his return to the land of power. Tsuyoshi landed safely under the familiar moonlight, but he was stunned to realize that his clothes had automatically reverted to the garish yellow work uniform from the first day. He quickly grasped the harsh rule of this world. Upon leaving, both time and equipment would reset to their initial state, as if there had been no departure. A sweet voice interrupted his thoughts, and what caught Tsuyoshi's eye was the cat girl's ample figure, making him almost forget his main objective. The cat girl bent down to pull her master up, making Tsuyoshi blush furiously due to the perilous angle. But he quickly denied it, and ordered them to start leveling up immediately. The cat girl stretched excitedly, her face beaming as if she had struck gold, seeing her master's fervent fighting spirit. She seriously warned about a nearby level 3 goblin nest. Though low level, these creatures were notoriously cunning, numerous, and especially highly lecherous. Hearing the word lecherous, Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, glancing at his hot maid and secretly thinking that she was the one who truly needed to be careful. Brushing aside his silly worries, Tsuyoshi flashed a sly smile, deciding that the goblins would be his first target to test the effects of the divine selection system. Both stealthily approached the enemy territory under the moonlight, treading carefully to avoid alerting the sleeping guards. Tsuyoshi checked the cat girl's stats and was stunned by her 630,000 combat power. He gleefully entrusted the task of clearing the monsters to this level 72 girl. The cat girl asked blankly how he could see her level, while her overwhelming stats with 630,000 combat power were clearly displayed above her head. Tsuyoshi, acting mysterious, asserted his master status and then requested to witness firsthand how a high-level hero fought in real combat. She warned about the unfavorable experience sharing mechanism when the level difference was too great. But this young man disregarded everything just to satisfy his curiosity. Indulging her master, the cat girl humbly accepted, and then switched to a serious combat stance. Even though her opponents were mere small fry, she lowered her center of gravity, showcasing her full body curves, concentrating power in her legs, and told Tsuyoshi to open his eyes wide and watch carefully. Killing intent erupted, her eyes flashing with a crimson glow as she drew her dagger, preparing to mince the monsters at terrifying speed. Activating instant step slash, she darted like lightning, splitting two unfortunate goblins in half, sending fresh blood splattering before they could even scream. Tsuyoshi stood applauding enthusiastically, grinning widely at the coolness and fluidity of the level 72 warrior's every movement. Praised, the cat girl turned back with a dazzling, sparkling, waifu-like smile, humbly saying she merely used her full power. He greedily demanded to learn that ultimate move immediately, but was bluntly refused by the cat girl, who stated he had no profession and was too inexperienced to perform high-level skills. Tsuyoshi smirked, deciding to switch to being a warrior to easily duplicate skills with a level 72 expert protecting him. He opened his status panel, confirming his new profession with a combat power of 540, even though his signature weapon was still unusable. The cat girl's face flushed, her eyes sparkling with emotion, thinking her master chose this arduous path because of her. She actively clasped his hand, pressing her ample chest close, and promised to help him level up and acquire rare equipment. Tsuyoshi was overjoyed, his face flushed as he enjoyed his waifu's meticulous care, exclaiming that this world was truly wonderful. He stood amidst the pile of monster corpses, boldly declaring a shift change so the cat girl could rest after her recent performance. 2. Level 3 goblins rushed out, shouting loudly, but Tsuyoshi calmly waited for his chance, deciding to deal with them himself. He turned to borrow the catgirl's dagger to test a bold idea that had just popped into his head. The system announced successful equipment of the silver dagger. He silently stepped forward, ignoring the catgirl's frantic pleas to stop, fearing he was in danger. Tsuyoshi charged into the monsters with the dagger, his eyes sharp as he declared he would use them as guinea pigs to test the power of Heaven Shaker. Tsuyoshi took a deep breath, his sharp gaze focusing all his spirit on the decisive blow he was about to unleash. He leaped into the air, activating his Heaven Shaker skill with an overwhelming aura that crushed the puny monsters below. The strike, boasting a combat power of 420, created a terrifying shockwave, instantly pulverizing the target with a loud explosion. The catgirl gasped in astonishment, unable to believe he could one-shot monsters that normally required a 6-person party to defeat. Tsuyoshi smirked victoriously as he saw his experience points continuously rise. He was thrilled with this overpowered system and aimed to reach level 4 tonight. He returned the silver dagger to the catgirl, then bent down to pick up a random blunt wooden stick from a goblin's corpse to use as a temporary weapon. Tsuyoshi swung the stick, looking satisfied, while the catgirl anxiously urged him to find protective gear quickly, as his defense stats were pitifully low. Heeding the reasonable advice, he paused for a moment and began to seriously consider his own safety. Looking at his perfectly round 0 defense stats, he broke into a sweat, admitting he needed to acquire armor, not just weapons, if he didn't want to die prematurely. He walked along, revealing that he had already taken the time to research the Divine Consciousness Inventory feature to solve this problem. He discovered that the overpowered Divine Consciousness Inventory feature allowed items to be used in both worlds. Truly, a premium item was different. Checking his combat power of 5,400 again, he was slightly annoyed that the Divine Hammer took up 1 slot, leaving only 1 empty space for items. He walked and calculated how to expand his inventory when he leveled up, as carrying only the hammer was incredibly inconvenient. Tsuyoshi turned to scrutinize the catgirl's equipment. The system immediately analyzed 5 armor slots from head to toe. It turned out he was in pervert mode, his face flushing as he imagined a harem of beastmen of all kinds serving him. Caught off guard by the catgirl's probing question, he flinched and forced a laugh, then made up an excuse that he was checking if she could keep up. While he was deep in his act, the catgirl suddenly shouted a warning about enemies attacking from behind, making him freeze. 3. Level 4 goblins shot down like arrows, intending to ambush him. The catgirl quickly pushed her master aside to protect him. Seeing the catgirl about to rush in and steal a kill, Tsuyoshi yelled to stop her, fearing he would lose precious experience points to his subordinate. Ignoring the monster's contemptuous words, he swung the blunt wooden stick with terrifying force, preparing to send his opponents to their demise. Tsuyoshi swung the blunt wooden stick, creating a shocking explosion that sent dust flying everywhere, terrifying the monsters. His eyes glowing with a fierce red killing intent, he brought down a punishing blow on the head of the unlucky goblin, who was cowering in fear. The overwhelming strike sent his opponent flying into the air, and the ground cracked beneath the feet of this overpowered rookie. He bent down to loot the monster corpses, raking in all the experience points. The XP bar continuously filling made him ecstatic. Tsuyoshi looked at the shattered wooden stick in his hand with resignation, realizing this trash weapon couldn't withstand his explosive power. The catgirl froze, her face flushed crimson with admiration for her master's absurd power, even though he was only level 3. Tsuyoshi continued his combo of slaughter to grind levels amidst the catgirl's cheers, even though he had already broken his 6th stick. As he swung his stick to finish off an enemy, he excitedly realized that the leveling speed in this world was much faster than he had anticipated. He delivered the final blow to the last monster, recalling his days as a cleaner, constantly oppressed by the heroes. In his memories, the cleaners could only watch helplessly as guilds monopolized dungeons and hoarded all resources. Tsuyoshi was overjoyed to see his experience points jump to 2,100, realizing that, in this world, he could monopolize all resources for rapid leveling. He led the catgirl through the cave, confident that at this grinding speed, he would soon be facing the final boss. Tsuyoshi crouched behind a large rock, his sharp eyes observing the movements inside, preparing for a surprise ambush. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he strained his eyes to examine the target, wondering if that massive monster was the boss of the puny goblins. The boss revealed itself, its hideous back covered in root-like tentacles, exuding a heavy pressure that made the surrounding air thick. The catgirl turned pale, announcing that the boss had been possessed by darkness, making Tsuyoshi flinch at the forbidden keyword. He was stunned to realize that darkness was present here too. Terrifying memories of the evil entity in the cave from his old world immediately flooded back to haunt him. Tsuyoshi gripped his stick tightly, suspecting that the corrupted monster before him was connected to the enemy who had killed his parents years ago. The catgirl, fearing the surging power of the corrupted level 6 boss, intended to rush forward and carry the team to ensure her master's safety. Tsuyoshi immediately dismissed that idea, yelling his determination to crush this monster with his own hands and eradicate all traces of darkness. Tsuyoshi ignored the catgirl's calls, charging straight at the monster with eyes burning with hatred, vowing to tear apart the one who had killed his parents with his own hands. Facing the hideous level 6 dark goblin boss, Tsuyoshi activated his Heaven Shaker skill and roared, unleashing all his resentment about Karina's tragic life onto the enemy. His face contorted in rage, his eyes burning with killing intent as he let out a deathly scream that echoed through the forest, pouring all his strength into the attack. The 1,000-pound strike landed directly on the monster's head, creating a blue streak of light that tore through the air and caused a powerful shockwave. But the darkness surrounding the boss fiercely counterattacked, sending Tsuyoshi flying back like a ragged doll before his attack could inflict critical damage. His body slammed hard onto the solid ground, sliding a distance and creating trails of swirling dust, revealing the immense power disparity. Tsuyoshi lay prone on the ground, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and cursed bitterly, furious at being overwhelmed by that damned darkness. Without letting its prey catch its breath, the monster's tentacle, full of sharp teeth, gaped open, drooling profusely as it prepared to deliver the finishing blow. The giant tentacle slammed down with a deafening crash, pulverizing the spot where Tsuyoshi had just been, sending dust flying everywhere. At that critical moment, the cat girl rushed forward, throwing a sharp sword to her master and shouting loudly, reminding him to take the weapon and counterattack. Tsuyoshi scrambled to his feet, radiating immense killing intent. He growled, asking the monster if it wanted to kill him, and swore to avenge his loved ones. His eyes glowed golden as he activated his ultimate physique, asserting that he would never die at the hands of such a petty creature. His fist clenched so tightly that veins bulged, and energy gathered in his palm, burning like a furnace, ready to explode. He twisted his body to build momentum, his muscles bulging to their maximum size despite his tattered clothes, pouring all his strength into his right hand. Ignoring the system's warning that his right arm was about to be crippled from overload, he gritted his teeth and declared that if he had no sword, he would use his bare hands as a weapon. Tsuyoshi furiously roared the words, "My body," to stimulate his latent power, transforming his mortal flesh into a living war machine. His arm swung up, tearing through the air, moving so fast that the naked eye could only perceive faint after-images. He shouted, asserting that this very body would be the most formidable weapon to crush all enemies in his path. A terrifying surge of energy shot straight up from below, sending the goblin boss flying into the sky, its eyes wide with horror, unable to react. Tsuyoshi unleashed a finishing punch accompanied by a deathly roar, creating a tremendous shockwave that even sent the bewildered catgirl nearby flying. The destructive punch erupted in a blinding flash of light, blasting the monster into the air and pulverizing it into countless fragments. The aftershocks of the attack swept away everything around, leaving behind a desolate scene with swirling smoke and dust, and the dark energy dissipating. Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst the smoke, his bare, muscular back steaming, proving the caliber of the victor after the deadly battle. System notifications for continuous level-ups appeared before Tsuyoshi. He panted, a proud smile on his face, and declared he would eradicate all darkness in the world. The catgirl rushed over in a panic, seeing her master's right arm smoking black, and the system warning of necrosis due to excessive strain. Sweat poured down his grimacing face from the pain. He gave a wry smile, blaming himself for accidentally using too much power in that last strike. The system explained that channeling all his power into his right hand had overloaded his body, and Tsuyoshi's eyes began to blur as exhaustion washed over him. His muscular body collapsed backward like an ancient tree being felled, accompanied by the catgirl's frantic cries for her master. His head landed softly on the girl's tender chest with a gentle bounce, and he mumbled about the pain, but his face flushed crimson from the surprisingly comfortable landing. With his head resting on the beauty's lap, he lay perfectly still while she frantically rummaged through her bag for medicine, her face etched with extreme worry. An hour after the deadly battle, two small beasts frolicked freely as the tense atmosphere complete. Tsuyoshi sprang up, looking refreshed, declaring his body was perfectly fine, while the catgirl happily sat beside him. He examined his glowing body, assessing that while this world's medicinal power was slow to take effect, its recovery capabilities were undeniably formidable. Tsuyoshi flexed his bulging muscles, confidently asserting that after recovery, he was even more robust and vigorous than before. The clever catgirl pointed, reminding her master of the most important part of any hunt, opening the reward chest. Tsuyoshi slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten the spoils of war, and both immediately turned back, rushing deep into the cave. He froze before the system notification, his super-fast boss kill achievement, having upgraded the reward from a single item to a complete set. Before them was a dark-type treasure chest radiating a brilliant aura, a rare item difficult to find even on high-end auction sites. Tsuyoshi hugged the golden chest tightly, his face ecstatic, exclaiming that all his efforts of grinding and risking his life had finally paid off. As soon as he opened the chest, the system immediately chimed, announcing that he had received the complete Ultimate Dark Goblin equipment set, an enormous boon for their team. He paused before the treasure chest, suddenly realizing the difficult problem of his spatial inventory's limited capacity. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin, deep in thought, his divine consciousness inventory, having only one empty slot left. While the reward was an entire bulky equipment set, he decided to gamble on the game's mechanics, pressing confirm with the hope that the system would combine the entire equipment set into a single slot. The gamble was a resounding success. Tsuyoshi groaned with pleasure as he saw the entire Dark Goblin set neatly tucked into one slot. Truly an unbelievable bargain. He chuckled sinisterly, like a villain who had just stumbled upon a secret technique, making the catgirl beside him break out in a cold sweat, wondering why her master was acting so perverted. Tsuyoshi turned to inquire about her sewing skill, and she confidently showed off her sewing kit, which she had carried since childhood, ready to serve. Under the peaceful moonlight, he sat relaxing, waiting while his capable assistant diligently showcased her crafting skills beside him. The catgirl gleefully presented the perfectly mended black shirt, sparkling with effects like a brand new designer item, to curry favor with her master. Tsuyoshi immediately put on the black tank top, praising her superb craftsmanship, which made her blush with joy at being valued. His eyes sharpened with determination. Now that he had leveled up and was fully equipped, it was time to return and settle his debts. Tsuyoshi led the catgirl to find a safe spot to recover their stamina after a long day of intense grinding. A brightly glowing spatial gate unexpectedly opened in the middle of the quiet, modern bedroom, marking the master's return. Tsuyoshi flew onto the soft bed, sighing in relief that he had escaped back to the real world after lulling his guard to sleep. While the catgirl was sound asleep under the peaceful otherworld sky, he had quietly retreated to his base to rest. He hugged the pillow tightly, his face filled with extreme satisfaction, groaning with pleasure as he thought of the awesome loot he had acquired on this trip. Tsuyoshi lay stretched out, enjoying a rare moment of peace, reminding himself to catch some sleep because time in both worlds was still flowing relentlessly. His eyes gleamed with intense focus as he planned for tomorrow. The next objective was his first cave exploration. Dawn broke, shining down on the old apartment building, signaling the start of a new, eventful day for the gamer. The system panel appeared, invitingly asking if he wanted to equip the complete Dark Goblin set he had just acquired. Without hesitation, his finger pressed firmly on the yes button, ready to activate the new power from this formidable equipment set. He stared intently at the armor's formidable skill panel, especially the Roaring Tentacles ability, which could both stun a wide area and transform his arm into a deadly weapon. Tsuyoshi groaned with pleasure as darkness enveloped his body, never expecting the looted item to possess such awesome hidden skills. The Dark Goblin armor manifested powerfully with its cold gray metallic shell and glowing red eyes, making him smirk with excitement. But his smile vanished as he suddenly remembered the law of the jungle in this world. Carrying such formidable gear out in public was akin to inviting fake heroes to murder and rob him. Tsuyoshi slumped onto the bed, full of distress. A low-level rookie wearing legendary gear would only become a target for everyone's scrutiny. Just as he was at a loss, the system's saving grace appeared, the concealment feature for equipment. His finger immediately jabbed the yes button without hesitation. The spiky armor immediately melted like an eerie liquid, perfectly disguising itself as ordinary clothes, making him grin triumphantly. He stood up, adjusted his camouflage pants, his stomach beginning to rumble, so he decided to grab some bread to tide him over before the meeting. Suddenly, the brick phone he had picked up at the market vibrated violently, shattering the quiet atmosphere with its piercing ringtone. Tsuyoshi's face changed color when he heard the chief nurse report that the debt collectors were besieging the hospital to seize Karina, his anger flaring violently because he had been paying his debts regularly every week as agreed. Tsuyoshi roared into the phone, his face distraught, warning the other end not to lay a single finger on his sister. His rage erupted, causing his power to spiral out of control. He crushed the brick phone in his palm with a crackling sound and rising smoke. His bloodshot eyes burned with hatred. He cursed bitterly that those bastards dared to touch his only reverse scale. Tsuyoshi burst out the door like a whirlwind, his overwhelming power tearing off the doorknob, while his status panel still clearly displayed his formidable stats. At the hospital, a chaotic atmosphere enveloped the area, with Karina's frantic cries for help echoing through the stark white hallway. Karina struggled frantically in her wheelchair as the thug's dirty hands lunged to restrain her, even as she screamed in despair. The gangster boss, with his thick gold chain, held out a shady contract, brazenly declaring he would seize her as collateral for overdue payments according to their agreement. He licked his lips, looking at Karina's photo, planning to sell her on the black market or keep her as a plaything for sick rich people who enjoyed tormenting the disabled. Karina cried out indignantly through her tears, asserting that her brother would never sign that wretched fraudulent contract and accusing them of foul play. The boss shrugged dismissively, coldly stating that the money Tsuyoshi had diligently paid weekly was only enough to cover the interest, not a single cent of the principal. The gangster boss roughly squeezed Karina's chin, forcing her to look up at his menacing, sunglasses-clad face. He uttered false coaxing words, saying he would go easy on her if she obediently complied, even as Karina's eyes welled up with tears from extreme fear. The boss face darkened with a sick smile. He brazenly declared that she shouldn't take it personally if he had to resort to drastic measures. Suddenly, a terrifying impact from outside caused the hospital room door to shake violently, as if a monster was about to smash it open. Crash! The steel door was kicked to smithereens, and Tsuyoshi appeared amidst a cloud of dust, in the stance of a fiend just emerged from hell. Tsuyoshi's blood-red eyes fixated on the scum. He roared, warning them to prepare themselves for death. The status panel appeared, confirming level 4, along with the Heaven Shaker duplication skill. Tsuyoshi stepped into the room, startling the two thugs, who turned around. Seeing her brother's familiar figure amidst the rubble, Karina's desperate eyes suddenly flickered with a faint spark of hope. The gangster boss turned around, offering a sarcastic greeting upon seeing his debtor finally show up. He shoved his hands into his pockets with a disdainful attitude, uttering insults that Tsuyoshi no longer needed to bear the burden of this disabled sister. Tsuyoshi unleashed a heaven-shattering punch at light speed, sending the glasses-wearing minion flying, along with his front teeth and sunglasses, as fresh blood splattered. Before his opponent could even land, Tsuyoshi followed up with an incredibly fierce spinning kick, sending him flying like a tattered doll through the air. The system announced that his legs had been maximally enhanced, and Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed like car headlights, ready to crush all obstacles. The unfortunate minion fell freely, then crashed headfirst into a medical cart, creating a clattering mess, officially eliminated from the fight. Seeing his comrade knocked out, the bald, burly, gangster minion roared and charged to protect his gangster boss with a determined expression. He swung a fist as big as a car tire at Tsuyoshi's face, accompanied by the familiar curses of a low-tier villain, aiming to reclaim his honor. Tsuyoshi didn't bother to dodge. His bloodshot eyes exuded a chilling killing intent, along with a blazing red streak like the scythe of death. With just one hand, Tsuyoshi blocked the attack and twisted the giant's arm like wringing a towel, making him scream in extreme pain. The bald man knelt on the floor, clutching his ruined arm and groaning, while the rest of the gang turned pale at Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power. The gangster boss was so enraged that veins popped on his forehead. He desperately roared that no one had ever dared to pull the tiger's whiskers and insult him like this. The gangster boss pulled out a pistol with a resentful expression, declaring that no one had ever dared to defy his Blue Snake gang. He yelled at his opponent to die, then coldly pulled the trigger. The gun barrel flashed, spitting out deadly sparks to finish off the target. Karina screamed in horror as she saw the bullet tear through the air, heading straight for her brother at a deadly speed. Tsuyoshi stood still like a statue, smoke rising from his fist as he effortlessly blocked the bullet with his bare hand, as if swatting a fly. The gangsters gaped in astonishment, sweating profusely as they witnessed the absurd sight of someone catching a bullet with their bare flesh. Tsuyoshi dropped the flattened bullet to the floor, declaring himself a hero. While the system confirmed his hands were now like iron, impervious to all ordinary weapons, the three thugs were scared out of their wits, huddling together in the corner, trembling as they repeated the title hero with desperate expressions. Outside, the nurse frantically led a team of security guard sub rushing down the hallway, fearing a murder might occur to the patient. As they kicked open the door and burst in, the nurse and the security guard froze completely, sweat pouring down their faces at the unexpected scene inside the patient's room. She suddenly recalled her previous warning to Tsuyoshi that the young master leading this gang was, in fact, a well-known hero. The thugs, their faces swollen like pig heads, were bowing profusely, apologizing to Tsuyoshi for accidentally disturbing a hornet's nest. They tucked their tails and ran straight out, bowing to the bewildered nurse, who couldn't comprehend what the hell had just happened. The gangster boss of the Blue Snake Gang, with a combat power of 2,300, resentfully swore to report to his level 100 boss to get revenge on the kid who dared to obstruct his business. Tsuyoshi calmly wiped his sweat, briefly announced that the trash had disappeared, and apologized to Karina for his recent absence. He knelt down, promising to handle the enormous debt, asserting that his new hero identity was strong enough to take on anything. Karina stared wide-eyed at the identification card, unable to believe her brother had actually become a probationary hero. Tsuyoshi secretly calculated that the only way to quickly pay off the $60,000 debt was to sell all the formidable equipment he had just looted from the other world. At the assembly forest, Tsuyoshi blended into the crowd, participating in the ability test. Determined to change his life tonight, Gaia, a level 9 warrior in dazzling golden armor, appeared proudly from a beam of light to call out the names of the Greenhorn rookies. The brazen examiner imposed a condition, forcing everyone to hand over all equipment found in the cave to him as a form of blatant extortion. Tsuyoshi stood among the crowd with a bored expression, listening to the news that the Hero Association was ignoring this low-level cave. Gaia activated a dazzling aura, proclaimed himself a level 9 warrior, and promised to protect the rookies through the test easily if they were obedient. This old man clearly revealed his greedy nature by brazenly demanding 20,000 yen in cash from each person in exchange for an official hero certificate. Facing the overwhelming presence of the corrupt examiner, the timid rookies could only tremble and nod, accepting the unfair rules of the game. Tsuyoshi raised his hand and questioned him directly, wondering why they had to pay extra money when the old man had already taken all the looted equipment from the cave. A nervous rookie, wearing glasses, frantically tried to stop Tsuyoshi, whispering a warning that old Gaia had the crazy wolf guild backing him, which was why he acted so arrogantly. Tsuyoshi brushed aside all advice, firmly declaring that he would rather die than pay money to the strong to oppress the weak. Gaia sneered contemptuously at the penniless kid, challenging him to sign up for the solo test if he couldn't pay the fine. The crowd looked at Tsuyoshi as if he were a dead man, whispering that no one had ever survived the solo test, and cursing him as foolish for being stingy with money. Tsuyoshi, however, saw this as a golden opportunity to monopolize the farming spot. He happily accepted the solo challenge, making Gaia furious. The forest was eerily silent. Someone's voice spoke up, full of doubt about this crazy decision. Tsuyoshi stretched his muscles with a calm expression, confidently stating that he wanted to check one last time before going solo. The guild staff pleaded with him to reconsider, as no one had ever survived this trial. But Tsuyoshi merely gave a polite thank you and firmly demanded the gate be opened. Ignoring the four-eyed man who was sweating profusely from shock, Tsuyoshi calmly walked straight into the teleportation light, as if taking a stroll in the park. The system confirmed the solo test in the C-rank forest, originally designed for a 5-person team. Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst the dense jungle filled with bizarre tentacles. He observed the gloomy surroundings with curiosity, comparing the differences between the original dungeon and places already ravaged by heroes. Killing intent erupted from behind. A pair of glowing red eyes in the darkness aimed directly at the nape of its prey's neck. A monster lunged out, swinging a wooden club down with wind-tearing speed, determined to crush the intruder instantly. Tsuyoshi activated a lightning aura around himself, sneering contemptuously, because the sneak attack from these small fries couldn't even scratch his 6,400 combat power. He used one hand to block the attack of the level 3, Dark Goblin, leaving the monster with a mere 640 combat power utterly bewildered. Tsuyoshi lightly parried the monster's full-force blow with one hand, calmly remarking that this Dark Goblin strength was quite something. He erupted with a blue lightning aura around him, glaring as he flatly declared that compared to his 6,400 combat power, these guys were just specks of dust. The monster's demise only yielded a meager 20 experience points, making Tsuyoshi realize with disappointment that monsters in the real world were too weak, which was why heroes leveled up as slowly as turtles. With enemy blood splattered on his face, he smirked arrogantly, provoking the monsters not to play sneak attack games, but to charge all at once to save time. Responding to the call of death, a swarm of hideous goblins poured out from all the bushes, surrounding the plump prey in the middle of the pond. Instead of fear, Tsuyoshi smirked calculatingly as he allowed the dense darkness from his goblin armor to begin engulfing his body at the perfect moment. He revealed his true form in spiky monster armor and activated the roaring tentacle skill to begin the blood feast. Dozens of blazing red tentacles, like spears of death, shot out in all directions from his body, piercing and crushing the unfortunate monsters in an instant. Tsuyoshi frantically controlled the giant tentacles, sweeping the entire forest clean, roaring excitedly, challenging any enemy who dared to approach. Outside the teleportation gate, the guild staff looked at his watch, sweating profusely, nervously muttering that surviving for nearly an hour alone was already beyond imagination. While the chattering crowd outside was busy preparing an eulogy for the unfortunate soul, Tsuyoshi's figure leisurely walked out of the forest as if taking a stroll in the park. The guild staff was sweating profusely, his eyes wide as if they would pop out when he saw the unbelievable notification on the screen. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro has passed the test. With a combat power of 6,400 crushing all logical standards, Tsuyoshi appeared disheveled and calmly asked for a place to wash his hands, as if he had just returned from farm work instead of slaughtering monsters. The teleportation gate glowed with dazzling golden light, welcoming the glorious return of the monster disguised as a rookie. Gaia, the level 9 guy, with a mere 1,200 combat power, was loudly shouting, demanding protection money, and claiming to be the savior of the weak rookies. Ignoring the trashy instructor who was rambling about being denied assistance, the crowd began to whisper, reminding him to watch his mouth because the solo challenger had actually returned alive. The platinum-haired swindler still tried to save face by pretending to lower the protection fee, but a flurry of notification bells interrupted his clumsy act. He answered the phone with an arrogant attitude, acting busy like a VIP, and snapped at the other end of the line to get straight to the point. Gaia's face contorted in extreme shock. He roared in denial upon hearing that the rookie he despised had single-handedly passed the difficult test. While Tsuyoshi calmly washed the blood from his hands under the faucet, Gaia rushed over, yelling questions like a madman, unable to accept the truth that he was merely a frog in a well. Tsuyoshi casually splashed water on his face, ignoring the coach's nagging that he was just a lucky level 4 rookie. Gaia couldn't swallow his anger. He yelled, accusing Tsuyoshi of definitely using high-grade items since there was no precedent for a rookie passing the solo test. Tsuyoshi slicked back his wet, disheveled hair, smirking as he retorted sharply that just because no one had done it didn't mean it was impossible. He delivered another slap to the opponent's face with the sarcastic remark that his biggest motivation was almost being extorted for 20,000 inches unjust fees. Infuriated by the direct taunt, Gaia grabbed Tsuyoshi's collar, yelling for answers and brandishing his crazy wolf gang member status as a threat. Tsuyoshi looked down at the person gripping his shirt with contempt, coldly judging that with a paltry level 9 and 1,200 combat power, that guild was nothing special. His pride wounded, Gaia furiously channeled energy into his fist, roaring as he intended to teach the arrogant rookie a lesson he'd never forget. The level 9's fist, enveloped in golden energy, tore through the air with what he believed was lightning speed. Tsuyoshi casually raised his hand, catching the opponent's fist as if swatting a fly, and calmly asked if this level 9 power was even enough to scratch him. Cold sweat beaded on Gaia's forehead. He was horrified to realize Tsuyoshi's speed and strength far exceeded the typical understanding of a level 4. Suddenly pulling a sharp dagger from his sleeve, the coach decided to play dirty when his fists couldn't solve the problem. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened at this despicable act. He quickly raised both hands, shouting for his opponent to stop for a moment. Ignoring the warning, Gaia roared, demanding to know what he was hiding, then swung the dagger down with overwhelming killing intent. Tsuyoshi raised his hand to block, activating the defensive effects of his dark goblin armor combined with ultimate physique, causing the dagger to shatter upon contact with his skin. Holding the broken dagger hilt, Gaia broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the impact felt like solid rock, not human flesh. He pointed directly at Tsuyoshi, firmly asserting that this rookie was wearing some kind of high-grade equipment under his tank top. Tsuyoshi began to sweat coldly, not from fear of his opponent, but from worry that he had accidentally revealed the secret of his overwhelming power to the people of this world. Greed rising, Gaia smirked and approached, asking if he had found that fancy item in a cave or stolen it from somewhere. Quick-witted, Tsuyoshi let out a sigh of relief, then pretended to clutch his chest and lament that he had just been scared half to death. He continued his act with a mocking expression, taunting that if the dagger hadn't been scrap metal, he would have truly been in danger, leaving Gaia stunned. Tsuyoshi returned to his professional actor persona with an innocent expression, scratching his head and apologizing for making everyone wait for the recent drama. Examiner glasses confirmed his identity and then handed him the card, officially recognizing him as a legitimate hero of this world. He subtly reminded Gaia not to play such dangerous character test games in front of the organizers anymore, still maintaining his innocent, helpless expression. Gaia flashed a sickly grin that stretched to his ears, his eyes burning with greed and vile calculations, as he looked at his plump prey. Tsuyoshi turned his back and walked into the night, leaving the examiner still bewildered and sweating, not understanding what had just transpired between the two. On his way back, he assessed his own strength. Although his stats far surpassed level 4S thanks to the system, facing high-level opponents head-on was still a tough challenge. The silent night descended, enveloping the old apartment complex where he was hiding, the cold moonlight illuminating the entire building. Lying on his bed, Tsuyoshi worried about being targeted by Gaia, and also regretted that this real world didn't have as many pretty beast-eared girls like Catgirl from the other world. Outside the dark hallway, the ominous rustling footsteps of uninvited guests suddenly appeared. Two unknown intruders stood before his room, whispering their plans, intending to use magic to subdue and kidnap the target as soon as they broke in. The hooded mage intruder activated the glowing red magic stone, revealing his level 10 stats as a lazy wolf gang member with 3,500 combat power. The accompanying sword intruder revealed his greedy nature, morbidly licking his long tongue over his sword as he fantasized about sharing the treasure. He signaled his accomplice to be silent to avoid alerting the prey, while the mage began to focus energy into the firestone. The swordsman instructed to break the door chain with magic, so they could both quickly rush in and subdue the target. The magic stone unleashed a stream of fire, melting the door lock in an instant, clearing the way for their raid. Tsuyoshi didn't wait to be ambushed. He actively kicked open the door from the inside, activating Heaven Shaker to send both assassins flying into the hallway. The swordsman gritted his teeth and cursed at his opponent's incredibly fast reflexes, not expecting the prey to strike first. Tsuyoshi continued his pursuit, swinging his weapon to deliver a Heaven Shaker blow to the enemy's head, intending to quickly and cleanly finish them off. Despite the powerful attack, Tsuyoshi began to sweat, realizing that a 6-level difference with the mage was a huge disadvantage. He retreated to maintain distance, calculating that even though his 6,400 combat power was superior, the level 10's power compensation mechanism was still extremely difficult to deal with. Tsuyoshi compared the current situation to an RPG game, where a low-level rookie merely tickles a boss, but he was determined to unleash a critical 99999 damage strike to break that rule. He broke into a cold sweat as he weighed the risks, knowing that if he failed by relying solely on his equipment, the price would be his own life. The bald mage intruder stood up arrogantly, boasting about his super defense magic robe and declaring he would kill and rob him on the spot. The mage frantically activated the magic stone, roaring and unleashing a flame jet to incinerate his target in an instant. Tsuyoshi struggled to dodge, realizing that his goblin armor was only tough against physical attacks. Against magic damage, he'd be burnt to a crisp. Without another second's hesitation, Tsuyoshi turned and fled for his life, knowing that a direct confrontation with mages right now would only lead to his demise. He launched himself over the railing and leaped straight into the night, channeling all his enhanced energy into his legs to prepare for a deadly landing. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, enduring the wind pressure, placing all his trust in the defensive stats of his dark goblin armor to prevent his body from being crushed upon impact. The system warned that his ultimate physique was fully concentrated in his legs, leaving his upper body unprotected, while below, a muscular man was staring up in confusion. Tsuyoshi landed with a terrifying stomp on the head of the level 12 Crazy Wolf member, instantly turning him into an unwilling meat cushion. The Crazy Wolf member lay on his back, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction as he saw the prey lead himself to the third party's ambush position. Tsuyoshi landed with an earth-shattering stomp, sarcastically remarking that using such a move on a small fry was a bit of a waste. He lay flattened in the deep crater, admitting he had taken rebound damage from removing his abdominal defense, but was lucky the goblin armor absorbed the blow. Tsuyoshi scrambled out of the rubble with surging momentum, making the bald mage intruder's eyes widen in surprise that he was still alive and kicking. The muscular Crazy Wolf member proved his toughness by still standing after the stomp. He turned to ask his accomplice about the rookie's bizarre skills. Tsuyoshi furiously activated his combat state. His status screen displayed 6,400 combat power, along with his overwhelming duplication skills, ready for a fight to the death. He roared as the dark goblin armor enveloped his entire body, black tentacles emerging from his back, transforming him into a true monster. A massive mass of darkness shot forward with wind-ripping speed, launching a preemptive attack on the enemies with grotesque tentacles before they could react. The mage quickly activated action restriction, creating a beam of light that sealed Tsuyoshi's movements for 1.5 seconds because his level was lower. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth in frustration, sweating profusely as he felt his body stiffen, and his overwhelming skills interrupted mid-action. The bald mage intruder and the swordsman laughed hideously, asserting that Tsuyoshi had good gear and demanding to kill and rob him to split the spoils. Tsuyoshi was sweating profusely, cornered, when he rejoiced as if striking gold upon the system notification that his Infinity Ring's cooldown was over. He roared, opening an infinite pathway, creating a dazzling beam of light that even made the frantic mage retreat before his decisive path-clearing punch. Tsuyoshi was sucked into the spatial portal, but still managed to turn back and warn the robbers that he would return for proper revenge once he was strong enough. He landed safely in the other world, panting and chastising himself for being too overconfident, relying on good equipment and neglecting his true strength. Tsuyoshi looked at his hands, bitterly admitting that without skills to protect himself, even the best gear would be plundered by others. He was clenching his fists, determined to grind levels and learn skills, when suddenly, a nosebleed gushed out at the provocative sight before him. The cat girl was sleeping soundly, in an extremely alluring pose right beside him, reminding him that the two worlds had different time zones. Tsuyoshi stared blankly at her captivating body, his nose catching the fragrant cherry blossom scent emanating from the beauty in slumber. A mushroom stood erect, symbolizing his little brother protesting fiercely, making him roar that he wouldn't be a man if he did nothing now. He flexed all his muscles, activating his ultimate physique to restrain his little brother that stood like a pillar, with a giant strength character covering his lower body. Tsuyoshi frantically forced himself to think of bloody, gory scenes of slaughter to extinguish the raging fire of desire within him. The strategy was a resounding success as the proud mushroom from earlier finally wilted and drooped like a stale noodle. He collapsed onto the floor, thanking the heavens, reassuring his little brother, and deciding to prioritize resolving the real-world crisis over romance. Under the quiet moonlight, Tsuyoshi began to outline a detailed plan to grind levels and acquire new skills. The sun rose, illuminating the camp, signaling the official start of another arduous day of grinding. The cat girl stretched, waking up refreshed after a good night's sleep, her disheveled clothes unintentionally dealing massive visual damage in the morning. Tsuyoshi sat dazed like a dried corpse, with dark circles under his eyes from a sleepless night. Yet the cat girl still asked him to sew her a new outfit for their journey. Along the way, the cat girl explained that the only shortcut to quickly learning skills was to join the combat academy. Tsuyoshi and his companion, in brand new outfits, headed straight for the Beastman Combat Academy gate to begin their domineering cultivation journey. The large, green-skinned orc gatekeeper blocked their path, arrogantly declaring that the rule was to reach level 6 to even qualify for the entrance exam, let alone a measly level 4. Tsuyoshi clicked his tongue, complaining about the trouble, wearing a fierce black tank top with a heart design, personally sewn by the cat girl. He turned to apologize to his companion for not anticipating these troublesome regulations after spending so long cooped up in a dark cave. While Tsuyoshi told the cat girl to go grind levels in the nearby area, the orc gatekeeper continued to spew venomous insults about filthy humans. The large orc continued to provoke, sneering that a weakling accompanied by a stray dog was truly a perfect pair of patheticness. The cat girl hung her head, blaming herself for being useless, and fearing she would become a burden hindering her master's progress. Dark thoughts invaded her mind. She intended to explain herself clearly, then quietly leave so as not to hinder his advancement. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi froze, then spun around, his muscles bulging, signaling his patience had reached its limit upon hearing the forbidden word. He shot forward like an arrow, roaring a furious curse that made the cat girl jump in fright. Tsuyoshi grabbed the orc gatekeeper's collar tightly, glaring and threatening to rip apart the foul mouth that uttered those insults if he dared to speak again. Tsuyoshi growled, full of killing intent, his eyes sparking with electricity, forcing the supervisor to apologize to the girl immediately. The orc sweated profusely, trying to justify that the girl was merely a disgraceful hybrid of beastmen and didn't deserve a name. He suddenly realized that the reason his divine eye hadn't displayed her information before was because she was nameless and rejected by this entire world. Despite being grabbed by the collar, the green-skinned orc still talked back, warning him not to be delusional about his strength or arrogant just because the Beast King noticed him. The supervisor changed his tune, offering a condition. He would humble himself and apologize to the girl if Tsuyoshi had the ability to pass the upcoming assessment test. He added a sneering smile, confidently asserting that a measly human was too young to achieve anything great. Tsuyoshi released his grip and pushed the orc away, his terrifying silence making the surrounding atmosphere as taut as a bowstring. The cat girl hastily intervened, tears welling up as she told her master not to invite unnecessary trouble because of a lowly person like her. He ignored her self-deprecation, gently raised his hand, and officially gave her a new name, Sakura. Tsuyoshi looked directly into the supervisor's face with an overwhelming aura, declaring loudly that her name was Sakura and had better engrave it in his memory. The orc supervisor still tried to salvage some of his tattered authority, sullenly reminding Tsuyoshi to remember the bet and prepare to apologize properly. Tsuyoshi completely ignored his threats, turned to call Sakura, and led her away to grind levels with the arrogant demeanor of a superior. Whispers echoed throughout the misty canyon as the crowd recognized the extremely rare fox beastman race of the girl accompanying him. He drew his dagger with an imposing aura, his sharp gaze sweeping across the monster hunting ground, as if they were just mobile XP chunks waiting to be harvested. Sakura blushed crimson, hesitantly asking her master why he would bestow such a beautiful name upon someone as lowly as her. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, avoiding her gaze, pretending to be nonchalant, saying he just picked it on a whim and didn't think too deeply about it. She frantically waved her hands, emphatically stating that she absolutely loved the name so her master wouldn't misunderstand her intentions. Lowering her head to hide her shyness, she mumbled, confessing that she was just curious to know his true inspiration. Tsuyoshi blushed deeply, admitting that it was because she always exuded a faint cherry blossom scent, which he found very pleasant. Hearing that sweet reason, Sakura was moved, hugging his arm tightly and whispering her most sincere thanks from the bottom of her heart. Sakura embraced her master, tears streaming down her face, overjoyed at receiving such a meaningful name. The name Sakura was officially confirmed, marking the birth of a proud new identity for the female beastman. She excitedly jumped up and hugged Tsuyoshi from behind, making the young man blush deeply, only able to give a perfunctory reply to get it over with. The emotional scene ended, and they both stood before the entrance of the dark cave. Tsuyoshi spoke, signaling the start of the real hunt. He wondered if his newly acquired hot item was strong enough for battle, as the echoes from the cave grew closer. A close-up of the sharp iron sword. Though not a top-tier item, it was far superior to the rotten wooden clubs of the goblins. Tsuyoshi confidently swung the sword to test it. With 6,400 combat power, anything felt light as a feather in his hands, ready to tear through this cave. From the darkness, glowing red eyes lit up, accompanied by the threatening growls of monsters lurking, waiting for their prey. 3. Level 5. Fox beastmen rushed out to block their path, but with a paltry 720 combat power, they were mere small fry compared to his true strength. Tsuyoshi ordered Sakura to step back to avoid having the system deduct experience points due to the level difference, while she moaned happily at being called by name. Tsuyoshi charged forward with great momentum, brandishing his brand new iron sword, intending to test its sharpness right away. Sakura hastily reminded her master that these fox beastmen were extremely agile, so he shouldn't swing his sword too wide lest he expose his flank for them to bite. He admitted the monster's speed was no joke as he swung his sword, creating a blue streak that cut through the air, striking the approaching enemy. The monster bared its fangs and claws, lunging straight at Tsuyoshi with a triumphant look, unaware it was rushing headlong into its death. The beast's sharp fangs sank into Tsuyoshi's shoulder, but only a dry clang was heard, thanks to his ultimate physique skill, which turned his muscles into cold steel. The foxes stared at each other in bewilderment, their red eyes showing extreme confusion as their signature attack was utterly useless against this monster. Tsuyoshi looked at his enemies with contempt, coldly asserting that with such trash combat power, they shouldn't dream of scratching his skin. Sakura watched from the sidelines, her eyes shining with admiration, realizing her master was truly a divine chosen one, taking on all the small fry monsters for high-speed leveling. He learned a crucial lesson. When facing agile opponents, Speed was key. Then he unleashed a lightning-fast finishing blow that made the foxes vanish. The battle ended swiftly, with a shower of experience points raining down. Tsuyoshi stood proudly, savoring the feeling of monopolizing the farming spot all by himself. Tsuyoshi's sharp eyes gleamed with calculation as he began to analyze the current speed and battle situation. Facing the prospect of taking on 3 high-level monsters with overwhelming stats, he admitted this fight would be tough if he didn't quickly close the level gap. The immediate goal was clear on the status board. He needed to fill 4 empty skill slots to optimize his destructive power. Tsuyoshi boldly declared to Sakura that he would grind straight to level 6 right here to make that arrogant beastman kneel and beg for mercy. Without a second's hesitation, both shot off like arrows through the jagged rock walls in search of their next prey. The level 7 Dark Fox Beastman boss appeared towering, with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes reeking of danger. The monster lumbered through the cave, carrying a colossal greatsword on its back, its mere sight exuding terrifying power. Upon seeing the exquisite weapon radiating a blue aura, Tsuyoshi drooled with desire, wondering if killing it would drop good loot. He hid behind a rock, his eyes shining like car headlights, praising the sword's length and power before turning to ask his assistant for her opinion. Sakura quickly explained the drop rate mechanism based on rarity, advising her master to fight relentlessly until he got his hands on the hot item. Tsuyoshi nodded in satisfaction, realizing this world operated exactly like a game with specific drop rates, making everything much easier to understand for a gamer like him. He hid behind the rock, checking the opponent's stats, confirming that this level 7 Dark Fox Beastman boss possessed a formidable combat power of 1,500. The ultimate goal was the Dark Frostlight Sword, but its mere 6% drop rate made him click his tongue in regret, as this exquisite item was too difficult to obtain at his current level. Just when he was in need, the system unexpectedly activated the item exchange feature, as if reading his greedy desire to pay to win. Tsuyoshi meticulously studied this brand new interface and discovered that the only item for sale was a drop rate increase scroll. This scroll increased the drop rate by 30% for 1 minute and required redemption using the number of monsters killed, a condition he easily met with 114 kills. He smirked triumphantly, realizing that the number of corpses he had left in both worlds combined into a massive resource pool for shopping. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened with excitement, as he quickly calculated that if he used 3 scrolls at once, the drop rate would skyrocket to an almost absolute 96%. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately exchanged for 3 glowing golden scrolls, ignoring the system's warning about not having an inventory, as he intended to use them right away. Tsuyoshi hastily stuffed the treasures into his pants pocket and charged straight towards the boss with burning determination to snatch the sword, while Sakura enthusiastically cheered him on from behind. Tsuyoshi gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes blazing with resolve, and ordered Sakura to focus intently to pinpoint the attack direction. The Dark Fox Beastman boss's bloodshot eyes widened in alarm as it sensed the strong killing intent from the intruder. It threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar to display its power before charging to crush the tiny prey. The monster's colossal greatsword swung, creating a chilling, icy slash that Tsuyoshi barely managed to dodge. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the sword was not only massive, but also came with an extremely annoying ice effect. Sakura quickly warned that the weapon would slow down movement speed and rapidly deplete stamina if he accidentally got hit. The quick-witted girl suggested that this boss was afraid of fire and urged her master to quickly douse his weapon with kerosene to counter it immediately. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi immediately pulled out a bottle of kerosene and thoroughly soaked his sword blade. The liquid spontaneously ignited upon contact with air. No spark needed. With the sword blade fiercely ablaze in his hand, he proudly declared war, challenging whether the monster's ice or his fire would be the ultimate victor. Tsuyoshi shot into the air and brought the blazing sword down hard on the monster's head, shouting greedily, "Give me that sword." Sakura loudly pointed out the monster's vital points were its armpit and neck, urging her master to aim directly for them. Tsuyoshi seized the opportunity immediately, roaring to confirm his target before charging into attack without hesitation. The blazing sword tore through the air, slashing into the enemy's flesh, creating a sharp whistling sound along with explosive burning effects. The Dark Fox boss shrieked miserably as fresh blood gushed from the fatal wound directly under its armpit, in extreme agony. The system immediately announced that the cowardice status had been activated on the monster, causing its morale to drop and making it take double damage for 15 seconds. Tsuyoshi smirked with delight upon discovering this overpowered effect, his eyes glowing with brutal, predatory intent. Not wasting a single second, he relentlessly pressed his attack to fully exploit the deadly openings of his panicking opponent. Sakura quickly reminded her master that enemies in this state would reveal more weaknesses, but he still needed to be careful to dodge attacks. Tsuyoshi gave a concise thank you, then tightened his grip on the sword, his focus and killing intent pushed to their peak. He glided like the wind around the roaring giant monster, continuously delivering fierce, punishing slashes to the disadvantaged enemy. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that if Sakura hadn't prompted him in time, his small life would surely have been gone long ago. The Dark Fox boss panted, exhausted, its icy greatsword trembling with each heavy breath of the defeated foe. Following his assistant's guidance to aim for the neck, Tsuyoshi plunged down from above, his eyes blazing with deadly blue fire, ready to deliver the decisive blow. He activated Ultimate Physique, channeling 60% of his full body strength into his hands, boosting his destructive power to a maximum of 200% to ensure a one-hit kill. The precise strike to the vital point caused the monster to take triple damage. The system immediately reported a 1-5-second weakened status for the heavily battered foe. Sakura cheered excitedly at the overwhelming advantage but didn't forget to remind her master to keep a cool head and absolutely not let his guard down until the very last moment. "This ends here," Tsuyoshi roared, flipping in midair to deliver the finishing blow, while the beastman could only look up at the sword of death in despair. The Heaven Shaker skill was unleashed, creating a terrifying tremor that crushed the opponent to the ground with overwhelming, irresistible power. Seeing her master's resounding victory, Sakura jumped for joy, her eyes shining brightly as she showered him with praise, her face filled with utmost admiration. Tsuyoshi lightly wiped the wound on his cheek, flashing a proud, satisfied smile, having just experienced a truly gratifying battle, befitting a hardcore gamer. The moment the boss fell, he quickly tore up the 3 scrolls, buffing the drop rate to 96% to extract every last bit of value from the corpse. Tsuyoshi sighed in relief, a smug look on his face, for perfectly executing his luck manipulation move at the very last second. The system announced the defeat of the level 7 boss, awarding a bonus of 3000 XP, along with the exquisite Dark Frostlight sword, making Sakura marvel at her master's incredible luck. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, keenly aware that no matter how strong his muscles were, he still needed a proper weapon to optimize his damage. The colossal blade radiated an icy blue frost, clearly a high-quality item capable of cutting through steel like butter. Tsuyoshi swung the sword to test it. His combat power soared to 4,600, and he set his goal to grind to level 6 tonight, to be ready for the crazy wolf gang. He slung the great sword over his shoulder with a cool demeanor, turning to ask Sakura if there were any good farming spots for quick leveling. His capable assistant immediately showed off a return card, an overpowered item that instantly revived monsters in the cave. Tsuyoshi was speechless and broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Sakura pull out piles of scrolls and health potions. She truly was a wealthy patron. The card was activated, resetting all monsters, and both charged back into the cave with surging enthusiasm to begin a new, bloodier farming round. Tsuyoshi swung the Dark Frostlight sword, creating a bone-chilling cold current that slowed enemies, while Sakura asserted that this was just the beginning of his overpowered arsenal. Although he possessed the Divine King's hammer in his inventory, he bitterly admitted that his current ultimate physique could only sustain its power for a mere second before shutting down, so he still needed to become much stronger. Without further ado, he activated the return card to drag the Dark Fox boss back up for a second beating, with its icy greatsword in hand. After clearing out the minions, Tsuyoshi proudly announced that he had reached level 5, with his combat power hitting 5,800. Ready to make mincemeat of the boss once more. The real fun began as he continuously spammed the return card, charging in to greet the monster with fatal slashes from the 3rd to the 4th time, much to Sakura's delight. By the 6th revival, the poor boss was utterly exhausted, gasping for breath under Tsuyoshi's brutal exploitation, making even Sakura feel guilty for it. Sweat streamed down his face, but his eyes blazed with extreme excitement as he felt his power increasing with every passing second. A final sword strike finished off the boss, helping him level up to 6, fully recover his stamina, and farm a complete set of ultimate Fox Beastman equipment. With his current overwhelming combat power, Tsuyoshi clenched his fist confidently, his eyes shining brightly, declaring that he was ready to crush the upcoming test. At the Combat Academy gates, the foolish orc gatekeepers began to mock and scoff when they heard that someone dared to participate in the assessment with only a paltry level 6. 2 orc gatekeepers sat warming themselves by the fire, openly despising the weak human who dared to dream of entering their sacred territory. An orc flinched, his face blank with surprise when he heard a provocative voice call out from the shadows. Tsuyoshi emerged proudly with Sakura, splashing cold water on their faces with the blunt declaration that he had reached level 6. The 2 orcs broke out in a cold sweat, their mouths agape, unable to believe that the trash from yesterday could have leveled up twice in just one short day. Donning the ultimate Fox Beastman equipment with 8,800 combat power, Tsuyoshi ordered them to wake the orc instructor and prepare their mouths to apologize to Sakura. The level 20 orc instructor lumbered out with a grim expression, warning him that he would pay dearly if he dared to waste his precious time. Ignoring the threat, Tsuyoshi coldly demanded that the test begin immediately, as he was eyeing a cool skill in the skill vault. The orc instructor sneered mockingly, believing that his level 6 status was nothing special and that he might not even survive this test. The orc gatekeeper next to him still hadn't recovered, his face drained of color as he thought of Tsuyoshi's absurd, rocket-fast leveling speed from 4 to 6. Tsuyoshi sealed the deal, forcing his opponent to apologize if he won, which made the orc instructor, despite scoffing at the human's arrogance, accept this interesting game. The priest commander mysteriously appeared, declaring that the rule was only the strong had the right to enter the academy's skill vault. The test was a towering rock in the middle of the courtyard, requiring candidates to crack it with a single punch to prove their strength. Tsuyoshi looked at the rock with disdain, finding the task too easy, while Sakura beside him was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The orc instructor chuckled inwardly, knowing this was super hard meteorite rock, something even a level 10 warrior would struggle to scratch. He stepped forward with an overly confident expression, intending to teach the human a lesson about the superior muscular strength of beastmen. The orc instructor warmed up while taunting that this test was a piece of cake for beastmen, but an insurmountable nightmare for weak humans. He put all his strength into a thunderous punch at the rock, boasting loudly, but in reality, he had to use all his level 20 power to deliver the blow. The steel-hard meteorite rock cracked open with a loud crunch under the orc instructor's mighty punch. He wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to act cool, saying everything was simple, then challenged Tsuyoshi to do the same to see his true capability. Tsuyoshi casually stepped forward to accept the challenge with a carefree attitude, while Sakura behind him waved enthusiastically, cheering for her master. Tsuyoshi smirked, inwardly thanking his ultimate physique for allowing him to far surpass normal limits, but still decided to adjust the force for an even more powerful punch. Swirling blue lightning enveloped his armored arm, signaling an impending attack of destructive power. He concentrated 50% of his full body strength into his right arm, activating the terrifying potential of his ultimate physique to prepare to blow everything away. The orc instructor was still rambling on, disparaging weak humans, completely unaware of the disaster about to befall him. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with deadly blue light, his fist accumulating energy with a sizzling sound, as if the surrounding space was being compressed. Before the orc could finish his contemptuous words, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, cutting short all his arrogance. A colossal pillar of blue light shot straight into the sky, instantly pulverizing the meteorite rock into dust, completely asserting his superior class. The orc instructor and the orc gatekeeper froze completely, their eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to believe the insane sight before them. The aftershock from the punch created a whirlwind that blasted the faces of the orcs, forcing them to shut their eyes and endure the terrifying pressure. Tsuyoshi scratched his head with an innocent expression, casually remarking that the test was too easy and wondering if he had accidentally used a bit too much strength. Sakura cheered excitedly because, as expected, her master had officially unlocked access to the skill vault. The orc instructor and the orc gatekeeper's faces were drained of color, sweat pouring off them as they witnessed the test rock being pulverized by a single punch. Tsuyoshi calmly dusted off his hands, then turned to ask the trembling orc if his destructive display was considered a pass. The orc instructor frantically denied everything, slyly fabricating a story that he hadn't seen it and that the rock was already cracked, brazenly failing him. Tsuyoshi and Sakura were dumbfounded, utterly speechless at the examiner's shameless audacity and blatant reversal. The orc quickly tried to cover it up by switching to a test of bending an iron bar, sweat pouring from him in fear. He strained his neck to explain that this was super hard, high-quality steel, challenging even the muscular strength of the toughest beastman warriors. Tsuyoshi activated 50% of his strength in both hands, twisting the steel bar into scrap metal as easily as breaking noodles, making the orc instructor's eyes bulge in disbelief. Out of options, the orc played his trump card, the sunglasses-wearing T-800 warrior, the strongest in arm wrestling, whom even he couldn't defeat. Tsuyoshi channeled 70% of his strength into his right hand, slamming the T-800 warrior so hard he flew into the air, causing the orc instructor to be so shocked he spat blood. Tsuyoshi growled, his eyes blazing with murderous blue light, asking again to confirm if his recent display was enough for him to pass, or if he needed to destroy anything else. The orc instructor and the orc gatekeeper were drenched in sweat from fear, hastily giving a trembling thumbs up to confirm he had passed immediately, not daring to utter another word. Not letting the matter drop, Tsuyoshi took Sakura's hand and pulled her along, coldly reminding the orc to fulfill his promise and apologize to her right then and there. The orc instructor gritted his teeth bitterly, his face contorted, but for the honor of a beastman warrior, he had to swallow his anger and keep his word. The orc bowed his massive back, wailing a pathetic apology that made Sakura blush crimson, as she had never been respected by a superior in such a way. Sakura, flustered, covered her mouth and mumbled that she was used to being treated poorly as a matter of course, so her master didn't need to make such a big deal out of it. Tsuyoshi brushed aside her self-doubt, ordering her to hold her head high and accept this apology as a proud victor. Sakura's eyes sparkled with admiration and emotion, and she blushed, obediently complying with her master's wishes unconditionally. Regaining her confidence, Sakura puffed out her chest proudly, flashed a radiant smile, and boldly declared that she accepted the arrogant examiner's apology. After the satisfying display, the group headed towards the towering skill vault in the night, where it was stipulated that each person could only choose one scroll to increase their power. The orc instructor broke out in a cold sweat, trying to salvage some dignity as he warned that each person could only take one item, and not to even think about greedily hoarding in this rule-bound academy. He emphasized the life or death rule. Within 3 minutes, they had to choose and break the scroll's seal, or else the vault's rules would permanently kick them out. To protect the treasure, master mages had set up magic seals on each scroll and erected rule barriers to filter members, ensuring no one could cheat. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin, calculating that this was more troublesome than expected, while Sakura also nodded, confirming that high-level academies always had such harsh, jungle-like rules. The heavy stone door opened, and the orc instructor stepped aside to make way, but not without threatening that any attempt to steal would be justly punished by the barrier. Resolute footsteps echoed, signaling the start of the 3-minute countdown, and Tsuyoshi plunged into the race to choose a hot item with determination. Tsuyoshi had stripped off his bulky armor, revealing his muscles in a black tank top. He and Sakura were overwhelmed by the massive skill treasury, which would awaken greed in anyone. Sakura was confused by the tightly sealed scrolls with unknown contents, while Tsuyoshi just wanted to use his brute strength to quickly smash these annoying seals. He picked up a scroll and pondered, intending to use his absolute duplication skill to copy a good one, but he was afraid of ending up with a trash skill in this mysterious jungle. Tsuyoshi suddenly blushed crimson and chuckled like a pervert, as he remembered that the activation condition for absolute duplication was to touch the opponent's chest, to feel their heartbeat, a deployment too sensitive with. Sakura. Tsuyoshi gripped the scroll tightly, his eyes sharp, determined to find a signature skill to send the troublesome trio of enemies lingering in his mind to their demise. He channeled power into his sinewy hands, causing electricity to surge along the scroll, forcing the stubborn seal to burst open with a crisp explosion. The notification board displayed Shield Bash, a crude skill that uses a shield to stun opponents, but it's meant for sluggish defensive types. Tsuyoshi dismissively waved it away, wondering what he would do with a shield, while Sakura cheerfully called out from behind, having found a new item. It was another trick with wind steps, a speed-boosting evasion skill for fast-moving archers, completely out of sync with his style. Sakura excitedly introduced Warcry to buff team morale, but Tsuyoshi bluntly refused, ordering her to keep searching quickly. With only 2 minutes left, Tsuyoshi broke into a sweat and discarded multi-arrow. But luckily Sakura timely presented a counterattack skillbook, capable of reflecting physical damage. Tsuyoshi paused in thought, realizing that this skill's counterattack mechanism, combined with its negative status effect, reflection, might be the golden key he was searching for. He temporarily stored it in his reserve inventory and continued sifting through junk, ruthlessly discarding useless things like frenzied sweep or charm, leaving Sakura speechless beside him. Tsuyoshi looked at the countdown timer, with only 1 minute left. He clicked his tongue, realizing the old method was too slow, and decided to violently break the seal to check the contents inside at once. He turned to remind Sakura to prepare healing potions and energy drinks, then yelled at her to quickly retreat and find cover behind something sturdy. Although Sakura didn't understand what was happening, she obediently followed her master's command, hastily retreating to find cover with a face full of anxiety mixed with confusion. Tsuyoshi knelt down, concentrating intensely. His arm began to crackle with brilliant purple lightning bolts, signaling an extremely powerful skill release was about to erupt. The orc instructor standing guard outside suddenly jumped in alarm, sweat pouring down like rain as he sensed an unusual murderous aura from within. The entire tower shook violently, and streams of purple energy shot through the walls, causing the guards outside to panic completely, not understanding what the hell was happening. Tsuyoshi declared he would smash everything at once. He twisted his body, channeling all his strength into his right arm to unleash a thunderous punch onto the ground. Sakura cowered behind the stone wall, trembling and breaking into a cold sweat, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying aura her master was emitting. The system warned that forcibly activating the Divine King's hammer's power would burn through all energy in 1 second, but Tsuyoshi roared, asserting that 1 second was more than enough for him to clear out this mess. The pitch-black tower transformed into a colossal lightning rod, with frenzied purple lightning bolts dancing, signaling an impending disaster for the orcs. The orc instructor's face was drained of color, sweat pouring off him as he stammered, wondering if this monstrous power truly belonged to a human. Tsuyoshi let out an earth-shattering roar, his right hand summoning the phantom of a colossal thunder hammer, preparing to strike the decisive blow to the ground. Sakura pressed herself against the stone wall, trembling as she exclaimed that if she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed this terrifying pressure was real, even if beaten to death. The system announced the Divine King's hammer activated in exactly 1 second. Tsuyoshi seized that golden moment to declare the destruction of all seals with a single, thunderous smash. A colossal pillar of light energy shot straight from the tower's peak into the sky, tearing through the night, its terrifying power sweeping away all surrounding clouds. The orc instructor could only stand rooted to the spot, watching the destructive pillar of light pierce the sky, his mouth agape as he uttered a helpless gasp. After the earth-shattering impact, Tsuyoshi knelt on the ground, panting. Smoke billowed from his body, which had just endured an immense load, accompanied by the sizzling sound of residual heat. The aftershocks of the strike transformed into purple lightning bolts that spread throughout the library, running along the bookshelves and surrounding Tsuyoshi at the center of the impact crater. Just as he had wildly planned, the overloaded current caused numerous seals on the scrolls to burst open with popping sounds, revealing the treasure trove of knowledge that had once been locked away. Sakura stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes as she watched the seals on all the skill scrolls crumble into dust in an instant. Tsuyoshi knelt, panting, as the system announced the deactivation of the Divine King's hammer. He had succeeded, but the cold countdown showed only 50 seconds remaining for escape. A torrent of data from the scrolls flooded Tsuyoshi's brain like a waterfall, his eyes glowing golden to receive the immense amount of information pouring in. Sakura observed from behind the wooden partition, realizing that the invisible information from the scrolls was growing so terrifyingly vast that the surrounding space began to warp and distort. Before the wall of light that hissed intermittently, Sakura shouted a warning to her master to endure, as a normal human brain could hardly process this damned amount of data. Tsuyoshi clutched his head, in pain, as if it would split open. He gritted his teeth, pushed past the agony, and roared for the system to reveal the strongest skill that matched his instincts. With only 40 seconds left, Tsuyoshi glared ambitiously. He scoffed that his current skills weren't powerful enough, and yearned for something even more dominant. Amidst the chaotic sea of knowledge, Tsuyoshi's keen senses immediately locked onto a scroll emitting fierce blue lightning bolts. That secret scroll radiated a wild surge of lightning energy, floating proudly and completely distinct in class from the other mediocre skills. The countdown dropped to 30 seconds. Sakura, drenched in cold sweat, frantically yelled at her master to make a decision quickly before time ran out. Tsuyoshi roared, pinpointing the exact location of the hot item on the bottom shelf in the hidden corner for Sakura, having locked onto his target. Sakura obeyed instantly, stomping the ground as she shot off like an arrow through the wind to retrieve the item for her master. The cat girl leaped into the air, heading straight for the glowing target, as the life or death countdown showed only 20 seconds remaining. The moment she touched the lightning skill scroll, Sakura flinched, realizing it was a tattered, incomplete piece of junk. The tattered scroll emitted a blue electric current. This item, considered trash due to its weak power that no one bothered to learn, was precisely what Tsuyoshi craved. Sakura landed hastily, asking for confirmation, unable to believe her master would choose this crippled item while time was running out. With only 10 seconds left in the death countdown, Sakura was in utter panic, drenched in cold sweat, urging Tsuyoshi to make an emergency exit before they were trapped. Tsuyoshi unexpectedly scooped Sakura up princess style, channeling 50% of his strength into his legs, preparing for a terrifying burst of speed, ignoring the warnings of body overload. Outside the tower, the orc instructor smugly thought the human brat was about to be kicked out. With only 5 short seconds remaining, cold sweat began to stream down the orc's face as he felt the terrifying silence in the air, mentally counting down to 3 with intense tension. The colossal stone door, carrying a chilling aura, began to slam shut, just as the countdown reached 2. An earth-shattering crash echoed precisely at 1 second. a powerful surge of pressure sending the dumbfounded gatekeeper outside flying. As the dust cleared, Tsuyoshi was revealed, carrying Sakura in his arms. He panted, declaring he had completed the mission right at death's door. The cat girl nestled in her master's arms, her worried gaze fixed on his trembling, sweat-beaded arm. In Tsuyoshi's hand was the miserably tattered skill scroll, causing the imagined orc instructor to appear and sneer at this foolish choice. The system displayed information about Thunder Chain Fall, a heavy combat magic capable of paralyzing 3 targets simultaneously, but requiring extremely high aptitude. The old priest commander emerged from the shadows, his voice grave as he revealed that for an entire millennium, no madman had dared to touch this piece of junk. He explained the first reason. This skill set was torn into 6 scattered pieces across the world, making it an impossible task for anyone to gather all the fragments. The second reason was far more gruesome. Every greedy beastman who attempted to cultivate it had their body explode from the wild energy, leading to a tragic death. Tsuyoshi, sweating, asked if anyone had ever succeeded. The old man narrowed his eyes, raising a single finger to affirm that there was indeed one sole exception. The silhouette of the great divine king, along with his signature hammer, appeared in memory, recalling the terrifying lightning power that had dominated 1,000 years ago. The priest commander's eyes flared in anger as he loudly ranted about the supreme secret technique being discarded, while Tsuyoshi casually picked his nose as if it were a joke. The old man gravely lectured that no matter how magnificent a weapon was, if it fell into the hands of an incompetent person who didn't know how to use it, it was nothing but trash. He asserted that the glory of the beastman race had faded, and this supreme technique had been buried for an entire millennium, because no one was skilled enough to comprehend it. Tsuyoshi brushed aside all threats, raising the skill scroll with a confident smile, then told Sakura to leave this place immediately. Watching the arrogant back of the rookie, the old man muttered that finding a fragment was merely the beginning of a life-or-death struggle. The old man's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he noticed the unusual presence of the beast girl walking beside Tsuyoshi. He spoke, exposing Sakura's identity as a half-beastman convict, causing her to flinch and turn back with a wary expression. The old man bared his fangs, growling as he questioned if she intended to sacrifice her naive master to conceal her shocking secret. Sakura coldly retorted that it was none of his business, then turned and walked away, leaving the old man standing alone with a frustrated huff. Leaving the warnings behind, Tsuyoshi and Sakura walked into the sunset, while the one left behind silently challenged how far they would go on this path of death. He checked his bulging muscles and confirmed the system's full recovery notification, though he still grimaced, complaining that his companion's terrible medicine was impossible to swallow. Sitting in the resting tent, Tsuyoshi coughed violently from the horrible taste of the potion, wondering what kind of monstrous thing she had put in it to torture his taste buds. Noticing Sakura sitting with her back turned, her mood completely different from her usual cheerfulness, he turned to ask if his companion was all right, his eyes full of doubt. She quickly forced a smile, saying she was just tired, but that strained expression couldn't fool Tsuyoshi's sharp eyes. Not wanting to beat around the bush and waste time, Tsuyoshi looked his companion directly in the face and began to question her directly about what he was inferring. The blunt question about her almost being executed due to her mixed heritage extinguished the smile on Sakura's lips, replaced by a cloud of gloom. A vision of her surrounded by orcs flashed in Tsuyoshi's mind. He stated firmly that if she hadn't been saved, she would have been the next corpse on the execution block. Sakura frantically waved her hands and feet, demanding to change the subject immediately. She brought up the skill scroll to deflect, trying to avoid the painful past that had just been stirred up. Tsuyoshi smirked excitedly, realizing that the Thunder Chain skill required immense physical strength, something tailor-made for his genuinely dominant physique. Sakura's attitude changed in a flash. She smiled brightly, asking if her master was ready to depart now that the tense atmosphere had dissipated. Stretching refreshingly under the clear blue sky, Sakura enthusiastically declared that today was a beautiful day, perfectly suited for her master to level up. Tsuyoshi stared at the ring on his hand as the system announced the boundless path had finished its cooldown, but he coldly stated that he needed to settle his debts first. A murderous half-smile appeared as the teleportation skill activated. He had already calculated a plan to deal with the 3 bastards who had dared to cause trouble earlier. He roared a vow to send them to hell as promised, simultaneously activating the Thunder Chain Fall skill with an overwhelming combat power of 8,800. A surge of electricity streaked across space with a piercing hiss, tearing through the air to open a solitary path for the hunter. Tsuyoshi suddenly appeared from thin air, surrounded by lightning. He roared, proudly declaring his return, catching his enemies off guard. He landed in an ambush stance, his sharp gaze fixed on his prey, calculating every second precisely before launching a preemptive strike. Diving down like a meteor to break through the mage intruder's defense, Tsuyoshi realized he needed a heavy-duty toy to unleash his new skill. The Divine Consciousness storage was immediately activated. Tsuyoshi's ring-adorned hand reached into the virtual space, grabbing the hilt of a weapon, preparing for a massacre. Tsuyoshi drew the black freezing flash sword from his inventory. A surge of chilling air and lightning enveloped the blade, signaling the start of a slaughter. The mage intruder and the sword intruder stared wide-eyed at the high-grade weapon appearing from thin air. Greed surged within them, making them want to kill and steal immediately. The sword intruder charged forward with a crazed expression, yelling orders to his accomplices to kill their prey first before dividing the spoils. Tsuyoshi looked at the trash with cold, sharp eyes, growling that they were the ones who had started this foolish war. Gripping the sword hilt with both hands, Tsuyoshi gathered his strength and swung the weapon high, creating an overwhelming attack stance that made the enemies below look tiny. The baldy A-mage intruder broke out in a cold sweat from terror. He realized this terrifying aura could only come from a high-level warrior. Tsuyoshi swung the greatsword down with terrifying speed, creating streaks of energy that tore through the surrounding air. A colossal pillar of lightning energy erupted from the point of impact, engulfing buildings and dyeing the night sky purple. The blinding light of the lightning illuminated the stunned faces of the mage intruder and the sword intruder as they realized they had no escape. The thunder chain fall, skill activated. Vicious lightning bolts descended from above, incinerating and paralyzing all the wretches amidst their desperate screams. The mage intruder and the sword intruder collapsed, paralyzed. The bald one couldn't believe a mere kid could cast such high-level magic. Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst the smoke, his eyes glowing blue, exuding the bloodlust of a true hunter. The mage intruder broke out in a cold sweat as he realized they had gravely underestimated their opponent's strength, and the thought of fleeing began to sprout in his mind. The sword intruder hastily opened his mouth to surrender, but Tsuyoshi continued to advance silently like an unforgiving god of death. A sharp sword strike swung up without hesitation. Tsuyoshi brought it down directly, giving his enemy no time to react. Tsuyoshi looked at his enemy with contempt, growling that they shouldn't make him laugh by begging for forgiveness after trying to kill him. The sword intruder screamed in panic, stammering as he pulled out his crazy wolf gang member tag to threaten his opponent and find a way to survive. Tsuyoshi coldly swung his sword, finishing off the noisy sword intruder. He ordered his enemy to shut up and die quietly. The mage intruder trembled in fear, witnessing Tsuyoshi's ruthlessness. He understood that his opponent knew full well the consequences of letting a tiger return to the mountains. Tsuyoshi's shadow enveloped the mage intruder, cowering on the ground. He coldly pronounced the death sentence for the last one with the words, "You're next." The mage intruder screamed in utter despair, absolutely refusing to be killed so easily. He unleashed his expensive trump card, the adhesive blast fruit, a rare weapon capable of clinging tightly to a target to inflict immense damage. Tsuyoshi froze as he realized the monstrous bomb had latched onto his chest like a hungry leech, giving his opponent no time to react. The bald man frantically clenched his fist, activating the explosive, and screamed, demanding to send Tsuyoshi to hell. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and savage flames erupted fiercely, completely engulfing Tsuyoshi's position. The mage intruder laughed maniacally, boasting that this money-burning weapon was powerful enough to tear apart even a level 12 hero, let alone a level 10 nobody. Amidst the raging inferno, he continued to yell proudly that Tsuyoshi was still too green and naive to confront them. From within the thick smoke and dust, Tsuyoshi's voice rang out, full of sarcasm, complaining about the pain, instantly chilling the atmosphere. The mage intruder smile vanished. He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered in utter horror as he realized the unbelievable. Tsuyoshi emerged, standing tall like a god, thanks to activating his dark goblin armor and ultimate physique. He casually scoffed that the previous attack's destructive power was merely an itch. Tsuyoshi's crimson eyes blazed with surging bloodlust behind the spiky, ash-gray bone mask of the goblin armor. The ground cracked and shattered under the terrifying explosive power as he gathered his strength, preparing to launch himself. Tsuyoshi shot off like a black lightning bolt, roaring his determination to send all three bastards to their demise at once. The tearing sound of wind shrieked piercingly as his movement speed reached a level invisible to the naked eye. Boom! The terrifying impact created a blue energy explosion that sent everything flying and crushed his opponents in an instant. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Tsuyoshi stood tall like the Grim Reaper, coldly asking if he could sleep soundly if he let them go. He sheathed the greatsword, muttering to himself that his current low level was precisely why those rabid, crazy wolfgang dogs dared to provoke him. Looking down at the scattered corpses, Tsuyoshi detested this rotten world, where the weak were merely prey for the strong to tear apart. His gaze suddenly stopped when he spotted a strange, small pouch mixed in the debris on his enemy's body. Tsuyoshi rummaged through the pouch and couldn't hide his surprise upon finding a precious spatial ring, capable of storing items. Tsuyoshi carefully examined the loot he had just acquired. It turned out to be a top-grade, spatial ring that required mana infusion to activate ownership. He smirked, pleased to have stumbled upon a bargain that even mediocre heroes could only dream of, and decided to test out his new acquisition immediately. A surge of blue energy erupted around his arm as Tsuyoshi successfully synchronized his mana, confirming that the ring was still brand new and untouched by others. Tsuyoshi turned and walked away with the cunning smile of a satiated predator, not forgetting to send a sarcastic thank you to the corpses for the delicious loot. The hero's security force rushed to the scene, cordoning off the area with yellow tape, but Tsuyoshi had already made a clean getaway before trouble could find him. He blended into the bustling crowd after erasing all traces and snatching all valuable items, leaving the investigators with nothing but smoke to chase. Tsuyoshi strolled leisurely through the streets, checking the fancy smartphone he had just taken from Gaia, confident that his personal information had been encrypted. The phone suddenly rang, making Tsuyoshi jump. He frantically flailed his limbs, wondering who would call at such a sacred hour. He regained his composure, activated the modern call interface by his ear, and answered the other end cautiously. Tsuyoshi plopped down onto a park bench as he recognized the familiar voice of his homeroom teacher, Lily, wondering why she was calling when he thought he had already submitted his withdrawal form. Lily called to question her favorite student about disappearing after the winter break, her tone filled with worry as she mentioned his difficult family circumstances. Tsuyoshi lowered his head, his face dark, confessing to his teacher that the problem wasn't just a few pennies for tuition, but other hidden complexities. Memories of being trampled and bullied by the bullies flooded his mind, igniting extreme hatred that made him despise that rotten school. Lily persisted in persuading him, asserting that only the path of education could change his life, not giving up on everything. The teacher promised to take care of the tuition fees and advised him not to bury his future in a dirty cleaner's uniform just to earn money for his sister's medical treatment. Tsuyoshi touched his earphone, suddenly realizing that this woman was the only one who truly cared about him, even though she had no idea he was now an overpowered hero. On the other end, Lily burst into emotional sobs, vowing to become a solid support for her student and pleading with him to face things bravely. Tsuyoshi sat thoughtfully on the park bench. His teacher's heartfelt, tearful words had enlightened him, making him change his decision to drop out of school. He sprang to his feet with surging vigor, sealing the deal to return to school tomorrow to teach the bullies a lesson they'd never forget, with his overwhelming level 6 warrior power. In a dark room, the mystery observer sat watching a screen reporting on 3 lives that had just been sent to the afterlife and stripped of their belongings by an unknown hero. An unknown hand was clenching down on the table, bitterly realizing that the spatial ring, filled with hot items, had been snatched by someone. The mystery observer smirked, revealing his gold-capped teeth, and disclosed that advanced tracking magic had been pre-installed on the ring. The location of the audacious one who dared to pull the tiger's whiskers was clearly visible on the 3D map, and he declared that he had his prey cornered. The crazy wolf leader appeared with a power level of 11,200, roaring in fury and swearing that he wouldn't let anyone who dared to steal from his guild get away with it. He slammed the table, cracking the glass surface, and ordered his black-suited minions to immediately drag the thief back for a proper handling. The next morning, the 2 siblings went to school together, Karina's slow steps beside Tsuyoshi's sneakers, marking a new beginning. Tsuyoshi gently asked how she was doing while Karina was getting used to her expensive leg support frame, and she smiled brightly, reassuring her brother that she was fine. Seeing his stubborn younger sister insist on going to school so she wouldn't be a burden, Tsuyoshi could only smile with doting affection and pride. He recalled Karina sobbing when she received this luxurious gift, which freed her from a life in a wheelchair forever, despite its exorbitant price. The money stolen from the 3 crazy wolf members had all gone into the medical equipment, but Tsuyoshi still kept the spatial ring as capital for his future heroic endeavors. Seeing Karina's radiant smile as she walked on her expensive prosthetic legs, Tsuyoshi felt that all his recent efforts to earn money were worth every penny. He carefully walked right behind her to escort his sister up the stairs, telling her to be careful with each step and promising to pick her up right after school. 2 female students gossiping in the hallway started whispering, and Vivian quickly recounted Karina's tragic family situation, having lost both parents and her legs. The ringleader, Mina, sucked on her lollipop and feigned sympathy, but her eyes betrayed a look of contempt when she heard that Karina had made it into the news thanks to her tragic accident. Mina licked her lips maliciously, uttering venomous words that the poor wretches in the slums should just die off to free up space, as living only wasted societal resources. Vivian anxiously asked if Mina planned to bully the disabled girl again, fearing the school would find out, but the ringleader remained indifferent. Mina sneered arrogantly, declaring that just as no one dared to speak up when she tormented Karina before, it would be the same now. She had found a new, interesting toy. After spitting out her venomous remarks, Mina turned and walked away to find her boyfriend, with Vivian trotting obediently behind her like a loyal puppy. In the vice headmaster's office, the large nameplate caught his eye, along with the powerful old man's demanding tone, forcing Tsuyoshi to be grateful to teacher Lily. The corpulent vice headmaster sat sprawled out, criticizing his study habits, while teacher Lily bowed her head, trying to explain and vouch for her problematic student. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and gave a wry smile, feigning obedience as he thanked the arrogant old man and the teacher, eager to escape the suffocating room. Lily led her student away, profusely apologizing for the trouble, while the vice headmaster remained in the shadows, watching their backs. The corpulent old man's lecherous gaze was fixed on Lily's alluring backside as she turned and walked out the door. The vice headmaster smirked sinisterly, revealing his perverted nature, muttering that he didn't care about the trash student but only lusted after Lily's body. Walking down the hallway, Lily looked down, feeling guilty for making her student worry about money, and firmly promised to work hard to repay his sister's medical debt. The young teacher quickly waved away the talk of money, acting like an adult as she reminded Tsuyoshi to focus on his exams instead of meddling in adult affairs. Tsuyoshi glanced at his teacher with a gentle look, noticing that her demeanor was much brighter and more radiant compared to her previous gloomy appearance. Lily smiled radiantly and confidently, asserting that she was doing her best to live well and not disappoint her favorite student's expectations. Tsuyoshi's eyes sharpened as he silently apologized for having to hide his hero identity to avoid trouble with the crazy wolf gang, but he was determined to prove that he had completely transformed. A hanging butterfly specimen signaled the start of class, and Lily urged Tsuyoshi to hurry back to his art class before he was late. Tsuyoshi stood before the sign for class 3-3, where a glowing blue butterfly rested on the ceiling like a mysterious omen. The door opened, and Tsuyoshi walked into the classroom with a calm demeanor that made even the students slumped over their desks look up and pay attention. Rayleigh casually propped his feet on the desk, sneering that he thought Tsuyoshi had been expelled but was now dragging himself back to school. The spiky-haired lackey crumpled a piece of paper in his hand, then turned to Rayleigh with a devious look, asking if they should drag Tsuyoshi into the bathroom for a chat after school. As he threw the paper ball at Tsuyoshi, Rayleigh shamelessly complained that he had lost all his pocket money from protection fees during Tsuyoshi's absence from school. His face contorted in anger. He yelled that Tsuyoshi should be sympathetic to his empty wallet, which had no money for partying. The paper ball cut through the air, flying straight towards Tsuyoshi, accompanied by a threat to remind him of the good old days of getting beaten black and blue. A crisp thwack echoed in the air as the foreign object was instantly stopped. Tsuyoshi casually raised his hand and caught the paper ball without even turning his head, crushing it powerfully in his palm. The spiky-haired lackey and Rayleigh broke out in a cold sweat, their faces paling as they witnessed the terrifying reflexes of their once weak prey. Tsuyoshi glanced at his watch, maintaining a cold demeanor, as if the noisy flies behind him didn't exist. He turned around with sharp eyes, issuing a direct challenge. Rayleigh, let's talk in the bathroom for a bit. Rayleigh clenched his fists, laughing maniacally, unable to believe that the weakling from before dared to invite him for a chat. The piercing bell signaling the end of class rang out, marking the beginning of the purge in the shadows. Outside the bathroom, the spiky-haired lackey stood blocking the door, subtly shooing away other students so his boss could handle things inside undisturbed. In the confined space, Rayleigh stood blocking Tsuyoshi, uttering scornful remarks about him having to work as a cleaner. He and his two lackeys surrounded their prey, holding out their hands for protection money, with the familiar triumphant look of a superior. Tsuyoshi's eyes suddenly glowed brilliantly with authority, and he coldly retorted to the bullies. What if I don't? The overwhelming killing intent emanating from Tsuyoshi stunned all three bullies, cold sweat drenching their backs in fear. Rayleigh's shame turned to rage, and he roared furiously, lunging forward to punch Tsuyoshi's face, aiming to reclaim his lost dignity. Tsuyoshi coldly blocked his opponent's punch with one hand, his eyes glowing with killing intent, instantly paralyzing the attacker. The two lackeys watched, breaking out in a cold sweat, unable to believe their eyes at the overwhelming power and speed of the one they still considered a good-for-nothing. Tsuyoshi asserted that he had transformed, his status screen displaying a dazzling combat power of 8,800, proving the superior class of a level 6 warrior. Activating his divine eye, he scanned the bullies, and the system judged them to be harmless individuals with around 0 combat power. He gripped his opponent's wrist tightly and flung him with force, the whistling wind tearing through the cramped bathroom as the enemy screamed for release. A lightning-fast leg sweep was unleashed, its terrifying speed impossible for the ordinary eyes of normal people to follow. Tsuyoshi delivered a thunderous kick straight to the fat lackey's chest, the immense force sending him flying like a broken toy. Rayleigh stood frozen in place, his face contorted in horror as he witnessed the unbelievable scene unfolding before his eyes. In a flash, the two lackeys were sent flying, stuck to the wall unconscious, leaving Rayleigh standing alone, trembling amidst the dust. The image of the weakling from before shattered in Rayleigh's mind. He was utterly bewildered, wondering why his familiar prey had suddenly turned into a beast. Tsuyoshi's killing intent exploded, sending shivers down Rayleigh's spine. It felt like he was facing a monster in human skin, not the usual good-for-nothing. The spiky-haired lackey's face was drained of color, sweat pouring off him as he frantically urged his boss, Rayleigh, to make an emergency escape before their lives were forfeit. Tsuyoshi stood towering like a mountain before the fat lackey lying flattened on the floor, his gaze filled with contempt for the defeated opponent. Rayleigh gnashed his teeth, his face contorted in both pain and humiliation as he realized the immense power gap between himself and his former prey. The bullies helped each other flee for their lives, but Tsuyoshi's sharp gaze remained fixed on their backs like a stern warning never to return. Tsuyoshi let out a sigh of relief, telling himself it was a good thing he had held back his power. Otherwise, that last kick would have sent these small fries to the afterlife. The scene shifted to the classroom, where Karina sat on her chair with her bulky leg support frame, apologetically excusing herself to her friend for the troubles caused by her disabled body. Karina was handing a notebook to her deskmate when the peaceful atmosphere was suddenly shattered by the arrival of an uninvited guest. A rough hand violently knocked Karina's notebook to the ground, and a domineering shout rang out, demanding a clear path so she could pick a fight with the disabled person. Mina revealed her true wicked nature, brushing aside Vivian's weak attempts to intervene and threatening to smash Karina's face if she dared to utter a single word. Mina stood imposingly, blocking the front of the desk, exuding an oppressive aura that made Karina only able to lower her head and endure, while Vivian stood beside her, looking on with concern. She sat with her legs crossed on the teacher's desk with an arrogant expression, demanding obedience and shamelessly forcing Karina to compensate her for her absence. Karina broke out in a cold sweat from fear, her voice trembling as she explained that she had no money to offer the bully. Mina rested her chin on her hand and smiled sinisterly, her malicious gaze fixed on her opponent's disabled legs, suggesting she sell the support frame for money. The girl frantically hugged her metal legs, explaining tearfully that it was a priceless gift her brother had worked tirelessly to buy for her. The pitiful plea made Vivian flinch with sympathy, but Mina maintained a cold, emotionless expression. The wicked girl squinted down with extreme contempt, sneering that without that pile of scrap metal, Karina was just a cripple who couldn't walk. Karina weakly nodded, acknowledging the importance of the device, while Mina slowly approached, closing in with an overwhelming killing intent. A brutal, heaven-shattering slap was delivered, accompanied by a blunt, challenging question, making Karina's face twist to one side in pain. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence, witnessing the violent act, while Mina stood there, coldly dusting off her hands, as if she had just swatted a mosquito. Lily entered the classroom with a stern demeanor, adjusted her knowledgeable glasses, and ordered the students to settle down for the 6th period to begin. Before turning away, the wicked girl Mina managed to cast a sharp glance and threaten Karina not to leave early, as their fun wasn't over yet. The class began in a tense atmosphere. Teacher Lily stood at the podium, asking the class to open their textbooks, while Karina's back exuded an air of resignation. Karina broke out in a cold sweat from fear, her mind solely focused on escaping through the back door to avoid the bullies and prevent her brother from clashing with Mina. The scene shifted to class 3-3, where the anonymous big shot Tsuyoshi was studying, with the class sign neatly hung on the wall. The decisive sound of books closing signaled the end of class. The teacher reminded students to be careful on their way home after a long day. Tsuyoshi and the entire class simultaneously stood up to greet teacher Lily, with the respectful demeanor of exemplary students. As everyone was bustling to leave, Lily unexpectedly stood timidly at the classroom door and called Tsuyoshi back, her expression slightly hesitant and shy. The homeroom teacher kindly asked if her favorite student had readjusted to school life after a long absence. Lily flashed a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with hidden meaning as she offered to help Tsuyoshi if he needed anything special today. Tsuyoshi gave a textbook-perfect, professional smile to reassure his teacher that he was fine, and she didn't need to worry. Teacher Lily was still worried, placing a hand on her chest and carefully instructing him to report immediately if the bullies bothered him. The young man put on his deepest act, using his most sincere gaze to thank the beautiful homeroom teacher for her excessive concern. Realizing she was bothering her student, Lily awkwardly sent him home, but didn't forget to reiterate her promise of protection if anything happened. Tsuyoshi waved goodbye, then turned and walked away decisively, ending his act as a good student. He hadn't gone far when a voice called his name, making Tsuyoshi's eyes dart over cautiously. Bully lackey Spiky appeared, his face drenched in sweat, making up a story about wanting to apologize for the incident in the restroom to lure his prey to follow. He led the way with a shifty demeanor, sweat pouring down his face from fear, while Tsuyoshi casually followed with his hands in his pockets, feigning ignorance. Footsteps echoed steadily down the hallway as the guide incessantly babbled about, wanting to find another private place to properly apologize. The lackey flashed a twisted, sinister smile as he led Tsuyoshi into a secluded corner, confident that the fish had taken the bait and was about to be butchered. Tsuyoshi walked down the dark hallway, fully aware that someone was lurking behind him with overwhelming killing intent. Loud, sharp stomping sounds echoed on the floor as Rayleigh's lackeys rushed out to block the path, officially closing the encirclement. Bully lackey Spiky smirked triumphantly, reminding his boss Rayleigh not to hit too hard, lest their prey die too soon and spoil the fun. Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique, channeling 30% of his strength into his hand, and casually blocked Rayleigh's punch, making him exclaim in horror. No way. Rayleigh's face changed color, sweat pouring down him like rain, as he realized his full power punch had been blocked as easily as child's play. Tsuyoshi opened his powerfully glowing blue eyes, coldly despising the bully's petty tricks, while his overwhelming combat power stat of 8,800 appeared. Without giving his opponent time to recover, Tsuyoshi unleashed a lightning kick, sending Rayleigh flying far away like a torn sandbag. The school boss spat blood, his face contorted in pain after taking the full counterattack to his stomach. Rayleigh desperately tried to throw another punch with a pathetic scream, but Tsuyoshi merely leaned back to easily dodge the attack. An extremely powerful sweep kick was delivered, ending the bully's delusion of grandeur with a brutal knockout. Bully lackey Fat lay motionless on the floor, foaming at the mouth after suffering the full consequences of choosing the wrong opponent. Tsuyoshi looked down at the defeated bullies with contempt, coldly judging that they hadn't learned their lesson and were just pathetic failures. Rayleigh refused to accept the truth. He screamed for his opponent to die and swung his baseball bat in a final fit of madness. Tsuyoshi's eyes blazed with a murderous blue light. He flatly declared that if they weren't in school, the bully's life would have been forfeit. Rayleigh froze on the spot, sweat pouring down him as he realized his body was completely paralyzed by extreme fear before the monster in front of him. Tsuyoshi closed in at dizzying speed, gently placed a hand on his opponent, and whispered a deadly lullaby. An explosive palm strike sent Rayleigh and his baseball bat flying straight to the ceiling, ending his futile struggle with a spectacular knockout. Looking at the defeated foe flattened on the floor, Tsuyoshi adjusted his backpack and said that he was lucky to survive thanks to the hero's code, as he was late to pick up his sister. Tsuyoshi withdrew his killing intent, his gaze becoming profound as he reminded himself that a true hero should not kill civilians. In the hallway leading to the back gate, Karina was struggling to move step by step with her metal-braced legs, her breath ragged with worry for her brother. Karina trembled as she dragged herself towards the back gate, with the faint hope of escaping Mina the bully's clutches. The long, dark stairwell appeared before her eyes like an ultimate challenge for her weak, disabled legs. The girl broke out in a cold sweat, telling herself to stay calm and move slowly, step by step, downwards. A malicious hand suddenly pushed hard from behind, causing Karina to lose her balance and plummet straight down the stairwell abyss with a piercing scream. Her backpack flew off her shoulder, its contents scattering through the air, creating a chaotic scene. Crash! The small body slammed hard onto the solid ground, nosebleed gushing out, staining her pained face red. Mina and her blonde lackey stood above, laughing gleefully, mocking that they had cut her off from the start to block her escape route. Mina's eyes flashed with a cruel glint. She coldly ordered her victim to immediately remove her leg support frame as tribute. Karina lay flattened on the floor, crying and desperately pleading for them not to take her only prosthetic legs. Mina stood imposingly, blocking out the sunlight, threatening to forcibly rip off the device if the girl didn't obediently comply. Tsuyoshi stood in the middle of the schoolyard with a pensive expression, wondering why his sister hadn't appeared even though he had gone all the way to her classroom to find her. Not wanting to waste time, he turned and stopped a nearby female student to interrogate her for information. The female student, Haru, immediately recognized him as Karina's brother, while Tsuyoshi pressed her relentlessly about his missing sister's whereabouts. Haru broke out in a cold sweat, her tone full of evasiveness as she pointed out that Karina had gone through the back gate and urged him to go see for himself. Tsuyoshi adjusted his blue backpack, walking decisively down the hallway, but his mind was still troubled by the information he had just received. His killer instinct told him something was wrong. He recalled the pale face and evasive, suspicious eyes of the girl from earlier. He reanalyzed Haru's furtive glances. Clearly, she was afraid of some force pulling strings from behind. Dismissing all theories, Tsuyoshi silently pressed forward, determined to find his sister at all costs. Before him was a cold concrete staircase, the only path he had to take to reach the back gate area. Tsuyoshi stood at the edge of the stairs, looking down with sharp eyes, assessing this obvious trap, and wondering if Karina was truly down there. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, his eyes glowing bright blue as he scanned the area with intense focus, searching for traces of his sister. What met his eyes was a heartbreaking sight at the foot of the stairs. Karina, sitting amidst scattered books and a wooden crutch broken in half. He froze, his face expressionless, but his eyes flickered violently as he witnessed the pathetic state of his only family member. Karina's face was bruised and swollen with still bleeding wounds, her dazed eyes filled with fear, trying to avoid reality. She flinched, startled to see her brother, stammering to ask why he was here when she was trying to hide her miserable appearance. While Karina tried to lie that she had fallen down the stairs, Tsuyoshi's divine eye exposed everything. Her forehead was punched, her cheek slapped, her arm pinched, and her stomach and waist kicked to the point of internal bleeding. Tsuyoshi descended the stairs with heavy steps, repeating his sister's clumsy lie, his heart aching as the system reported multiple full-body injuries. Violent images clearly appeared in his mind. Every punch, every kick from those bastards felt like it was landing directly on his brother's heart. Karina hung her head, her voice trembling as she blamed herself for being foolish and profusely apologized for breaking her walking aid. Killing intent began to surge as Tsuyoshi pieced together all the brutal torture those school animals had inflicted upon his sister. Tsuyoshi bent down to gather the scattered belongings, while Karina sat on the ground, clutching her head, weakly admitting that the broken crutch had completely robbed her of the ability to move. He looked directly into his sister's eyes with a resolute gaze, firmly stating that family was never a burden, and dismissing her clumsy lie of being fine. Tsuyoshi immediately bent down to thoroughly inspect the metal leg support frame, worried that those animals might have damaged Karina's only mobility device. He gently squeezed his sister's trembling hand, offering a reassuring smile, and delivering the good news that the frame was still functional. Karina's swollen, purplish face flushed slightly with relief. She bowed her head, muttering an exclamation, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her heart. Tsuyoshi decisively hoisted Karina onto his back, simply saying, "Let's go home," then walked away with steady steps, leaving the rotten school behind. The silhouettes of the siblings were etched against the fiery red sunset, walking alone yet resilient in a world full of injustice. As he carried his sister, walking along the schoolyard's iron fence, he gently brought up old memories with the question, "Do you remember, Karina?" Karina rested her head on her brother's broad, steady back, listening as he recounted how he had carried her exactly like this in a dire situation long ago. Memories of that bloody day in the storm flooded back, overlapping with the present. Tsuyoshi smiled bitterly as he felt the grown weight of his sister on his back. Karina rested her chin on her brother's shoulder, whispering about how they had always relied on each other, like shadows since that fateful day. Tsuyoshi firmly declared that he had transformed from the weak person he once was into a hero, strong enough to protect his only family member. Karina blushed with emotion, softly confessing her fear of becoming a burden, hindering her brother who was giving his all. He set his sister down on a stone bench, brushed away that negative thought, and told her to wait while he went to take care of some personal business. Tsuyoshi turned and walked away, citing forgotten belongings as his reason, but his silent retreating figure exuded a thick killing intent. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed menacingly blue. He adjusted his tie, preparing for a bloody purge of those scumbags. In the classroom, Mina was sitting provocatively on her boyfriend's lap, cackling as she boasted about kicking Karina when the victim tried to protect her legs. The malicious girl was still bitter because she hadn't managed to extort the expensive metal frame, so she was instigating her boyfriend to steal it and sell it. Billy, Mina's boyfriend, lounged confidently, promising to snatch that item tomorrow to please his beautiful girlfriend. Vivian, the blonde girl with a lollipop, looked apprehensive when Tsuyoshi's return was mentioned, even though they still scorned him as just an expelled cleaner. Mina sat perched on the desk with a disdainful expression, uttering insults that sharing a school with both a disabled person and a cleaner was a great disgrace. She resentfully recalled the past when Tsuyoshi's sister was still healthy and surrounded by boys, while Vivian beside her just listened, sucking on her lollipop. Vivian was curious to see the victim's current pathetic state, while Billy sat below with a lewd, calculating smile. Mina immediately flew into a rage, her sharp eyes glaring and shouting when she saw her boyfriend daring to eye another girl right in front of her. Billy hastily placed his rough hand on his girlfriend's thigh to soothe her, telling her not to get angry over idle words. He leaned close to Mina with a sinister smile, outlining a dirty plan to extort the victim's leg brace tomorrow, sell it for money, and then both of them would go enjoy themselves. While those scumbags were gloating, asserting that robbing a disabled girl was as easy as pie, Tsuyoshi's deathly silhouette silently appeared at the classroom door. Tsuyoshi walked in with a cold, icy demeanor, one hand holding his bag strap, his sharp eyes hidden behind the bandage seeming to pierce through his enemies' souls. All three bullies simultaneously turned their heads, their faces blank and bewildered by the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. Billy frowned in annoyance, veins bulging on his forehead. He jutted his chin, shouting to see who dared to barge in and ruin his fun. Tsuyoshi, his face shrouded in cold shadow, questioned the one who had harmed his sister, exposing the naive lie about falling down the stairs that the poor girl had concocted. The bullies turned back with disdainful expressions. Mina sneered, sarcastically asking if the brother had come to avenge his sister, then turned to seek agreement from her burly boyfriend. Billy sat on the desk, looking down with contempt, mocking Tsuyoshi's lowly status as a cleaner as if it were trash. The burly guy cracked his knuckles, arrogantly proclaiming himself Emperor Billy, shamelessly considering the torment of a disabled person as merely his girlfriend's harmless pastime. Tsuyoshi remained unfazed by the threats, his eyes sharp as daggers, exposing the scumbag's crime of pushing a disabled girl down the stairs. Billy stood up with a superior air, picking his ear and sneering, deluding himself that his opponent was trembling and wanted to apologize to him. Mina sat provocatively on the school desk. She sided with her boyfriend, believing that the lowly person needed to be taught his place and understand his position. Billy was in the middle of a tirade, insulting others, when he suddenly froze, his arrogant face shifting to one of extreme astonishment as he realized something was amiss. Without a word, Tsuyoshi swiftly twisted Billy's pointing finger backward, causing a dry snap of bone to echo through the classroom. The excruciating pain made Billy scream miserably. He clutched his ruined hand, cursing, while cold sweat poured off him as he couldn't believe he had just been counterattacked. Vivian and Mina stared at each other blankly, their faces full of question marks, unable to process what the hell had just happened to the burly guy. Tsuyoshi coldly slammed the classroom door shut, cutting off all escape routes, and flatly declared that Billy wouldn't be the only one to pay. Killing intent erupted from his glowing red eyes. He asserted that he wouldn't let anyone escape, while his status screen displayed a combat power of 8,800, completely overwhelming his level 6 facade. The system scanned Mina and Vivian, displaying only no threat. Tsuyoshi stood blocking the door like a mountain, making the whole group tremble and retreat in fear. Mina broke out in a cold sweat, her face paling as she stammered, asking what he intended to do. Realizing the situation had completely turned, Tsuyoshi looked down with contempt, exposing the bully's fake hero facade, who only knew how to torment the weak without reason to satisfy their bestial instincts. Mina rushed to help Billy up, while the useless guy, clutching his mangled hand, pulled out the classic, "Do you know who my father is?" threat amidst his pain. Vivian stepped forward, acting like a big shot. She sucked on her lollipop and praised Tsuyoshi's nerve for daring to come here alone to confront the whole group. She strained to exude a bit of fake killing intent, warning that even if they weren't heroes, her group wasn't to be trifled with. Without bothering to listen to her trashy lecture, Tsuyoshi delivered a thunderous slap that sent Vivian flying into the air, her lollipop shattering before Billy's horrified eyes. A thunderous slap sent Vivian flying through the air, smashing into a pile of desks and chairs. Tsuyoshi coldly declared that he made no exceptions for women when he struck. Mina froze, watching her accomplice get blown away in an instant, stammering Vivian's name in utter disbelief. Billy broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling as he realized Tsuyoshi's speed far surpassed that of athletes or ordinary people. Seeing Vivian lying motionless like scrap metal, Tsuyoshi growled, repeating his warning, making Mina and Billy tremble and retreat in fear. Tsuyoshi's killing intent enveloped the remaining two. He flatly stated that, in his eyes, these bullies didn't deserve to be considered the weaker sex, and thus spared. Just as Billy was about to pull out his, "Do you know who my father is?" line, Tsuyoshi punched him straight in the face, sending fresh blood splattering and forcing him to shut up immediately. Mina shrieked tragically as she saw her boyfriend foam at the mouth and collapse, utterly helpless against the overwhelming power of the monster before her. Before she could recover, Mina felt Tsuyoshi's iron vice grip tighten around her throat, lifting her into the air. He charged with terrifying speed, using Mina's body as a shield to plow through numerous scattered desks and chairs in the classroom, accompanied by her desperate screams. The collision ended with a deafening crash as Tsuyoshi slammed Mina against the wall, shaking the entire room violently. Mina was in utter panic, her hands clawing desperately at the unyielding arm pinning her to the wall, stammering pleas for her life through gasps for air. Tsuyoshi raised a finger, signaling for silence, and in a chilling voice, questioned her about her leading role in tormenting his sister with an absolutely condescending attitude. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light. He declared that, as her brother, the sins of these scumbags were unforgivable. His hand tightened around Mina's throat, making her eyes roll back, saliva drooling out from the terrifying pressure on her windpipe. Tsuyoshi's veins bulged as he increased his grip, emphasizing each word that he was so furious he wanted to crush his opponent. While Mina thrashed like a fish out of water, Tsuyoshi issued an ultimatum, demanding she get out of his sister's life instead of expecting an empty apology. Killing intent erupted from his fiery eyes. He growled, threatening to snap her neck immediately if she dared to come near his loved ones again. Swallowed by fear, Mina could only nod frantically through her gasps for air, trying to save her pathetic life from this monster. Tsuyoshi released his grip, letting his prey drop, and offered a cold compliment upon seeing that his opponent now knew her place. Mina collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath as if on the verge of death, while Tsuyoshi turned to look down at the unconscious body of her boyfriend to continue settling scores. Tsuyoshi picked up a ruler from the floor, coldly asking if this piece of trash still intended to bully his sister, even just in thought. With overwhelming killing intent and eyes glowing devilishly red, Tsuyoshi declared that this ruler was more than enough to send a good-for-nothing on his way, making Billy beg frantically in sheer terror. He held the ruler like a dagger, his eyes filled with utter contempt as he thought of his opponent's filthy words, preparing to punish the one unworthy of being a hero. In utter panic, Billy shrieked, invoking his father, a level 10 hero, and the name of the Blue Snake Gang to threaten him, hoping to save his dog's life hanging by a thread. Tsuyoshi's raised arm froze in midair as the name Blue Snake Gang reached his ears, bringing back memories of the loan sharks who had once bothered him. Memories flooded back of those bastards who had come to the hospital demanding Karina's medical fees. It turned out to be a small world, a fateful encounter. As he met the son of his enemy right here, Tsuyoshi smirked coldly as he realized this damned connection. Blue electricity began crackling around him, signaling that his enemy's end was nigh. He raised the ruler, now enveloped in dazzling lightning, making Billy gape in astonishment as he realized his opponent was a hero with genuine, powerful skills. Without another word, Tsuyoshi swung his arm forcefully, bringing down a lightning strike on his enemy's head with terrifying power, as if to cleave space itself with a plastic ruler. Electricity coursed through Billy's entire body, making his skeleton clearly visible. Luckily for him, the system had reduced 90% of the damage, because the ruler wasn't considered a standard weapon, which was why he barely kept his pathetic life. Tsuyoshi casually tossed the ruler away like trash, leaving Billy convulsing in the residual electricity and declaring that this level of pain was more than enough for a lifelong lesson. He picked up his bag, preparing to leave the scene, but not before leaving a spine-chilling reminder for the defeated bullies. Under the setting sun, Tsuyoshi turned back with sharp eyes, warning them that this was their first and only chance to keep their mouths shut. Before disappearing, he casually ordered the losers to clean up the ruined classroom, like a true boss instructing his employees. Billy's face was scorched, and he coughed up black smoke, trembling as he fearfully asked if that terrifying god of destruction had truly left. Mina frantically rushed over, intending to take her boyfriend to the hospital, but Billy brushed her off, his eyes beginning to show insane bloodshot streaks from humiliation. That bitch Mina touched the red mark on her neck, then began to use her venomous tone, instigating Billy to tell his gangster boss father to get revenge no matter what. Billy roared like a mad beast, forbidding that woman from ordering him around, but swore he would make Tsuyoshi pay dearly for this humiliation. His bloodshot eyes rolled wildly. In the spoiled brat's mind, there was now only one thought: to use his powerful father's influence to exact revenge. Seeing her prey had taken the bait, Mina flashed a twisted, satisfied smile, continuing to subtly manipulate him to ensure Billy would call for reinforcements to deal with their enemy for her. Billy sat slumped on the floor, his face swollen, bitterly swearing he would tell his father to permanently erase Tsuyoshi and his sister from this earth, in front of his useless lackeys. The peaceful school scene under the crimson sunset stood in stark contrast to the chaotic, violent pigsty that had just unfolded inside the classroom. Karina sat huddled on a stone bench, her legs in metal braces, her face smudged and full of worry, wondering if her brother had been troubled by the bullies. The little girl hung her head, blaming herself for being useless, afraid that her disabled body would become a burden, hindering her brother who had just awakened his heroic power. Lost in negative thoughts, Karina suddenly shrieked, startled by a shadow that unexpectedly appeared right beside her. It turned out Tsuyoshi had returned with a radiant smile, apologizing for making his sister wait, and inviting her home as if no massacre had ever occurred. The national big brother immediately offered to carry his sister and all their luggage, spoiling Karina to the fullest to make up for her recent worries. While carrying his sister, Tsuyoshi coldly analyzed Billy's Blue Snake Gang boss father and concluded that the situation was becoming dangerous for both siblings. His resolve to protect Karina surged. He carried her, blending into the bustling crowd, and finalized his plan to return to the other world to grind levels and confront the coming forces. The scene shifts to the other world. Sakura rode a formidable armored wyvern, soaring through the fiery sky, reporting that they had safely arrived in the northern region. Sakura began to impart introductory knowledge to the newcomer, outlining the itinerary. They had to visit the tavern, the blacksmith, and most importantly, register at the Adventurers Guild to legitimize their identities. Tsuyoshi cracked his knuckles, his battle lust surging as he regarded this as an exciting game to grind levels and immediately accumulate real combat experience. Both stood on a cliff overlooking the majestic Beastman city of Northern under the sunset, while Tsuyoshi's status screen confirmed he still maintained a combat power of 8,800 with a full set of formidable gear. As soon as they stepped into the street, Tsuyoshi's eyes widened at the racial diversity, immediately encountering a giant orc, as massive as a temple, lumbering through the crowd. Sakura was rattling on about the specialties of each tribe, when Tsuyoshi suddenly stopped, his eyes glowing like headlights, as his radar picked up an unfamiliar target. Amidst a throng of formidable monsters, his gaze fixed on two rare human figures standing among the crowd, immediately recognizing them as fellow adventurers. While Sakura warned about the ban on death matches outside the arena, the human pair, a blue-robed adventurer with a covered face and a red-dressed adventurer, exuded a chilling aura that was not to be underestimated. The naive cat-eared girl thought her master was moved to find compatriots in this foreign land full of beastmen and arrogant elves, so she smiled empathetically. But the very next second, Sakura flinched, her face paling as she realized her master was about to do something utterly insane and unexpected. Ignoring his assistant's desperate, futile shouts of dissuasion, Tsuyoshi charged straight towards the two strangers and greeted them with an awkward remark that left everyone stunned. The adventurer duo immediately went on the defensive. The blue-robed man drew his dagger, warning Tsuyoshi not to come closer, thinking he was an enemy. Tsuyoshi raised both hands, feigning innocence with a guiltless expression, and asked a naive question about greeting etiquette, leaving his opponents bewildered. Sakura quickly rushed out to stand between them, trying to defuse the situation. She broke into a cold sweat, explaining that it was just a misunderstanding to prevent a pointless brawl. The two adventurers looked at this human beastman pair with suspicious eyes, feeling that something was indescribably off. Not wanting to deal with these weirdos, the two strangers irritably walked away, leaving Tsuyoshi scratching his head over his disastrously failed attempt at making friends. Sakura began to lecture her foolish master about how adventurers here were always suspicious and highly wary of strangers. After walking for a while, Tsuyoshi noticed the atmosphere around them change drastically as the beastmen began pointing and whispering about them. Sakura hung her head low, her earlier confidence replaced by a sense of shame and resignation under their prejudiced gazes. She confessed that she was a half-beastman, hated by the entire beastman tribe, and wanted to quickly reach the Adventurers Guild to register and avoid trouble. Tsuyoshi smiled manfully, remarking coolly that prejudice existed everywhere, then urged her to continue, not bothering to care about the surrounding trash. Tsuyoshi firmly clasped Sakura's trembling hand, reassuring her not to mind that trash. The city scene unfolded magnificently, with dragons flying, phoenixes dancing, and several flying pigs hovering, truly befitting a fantasy world. Standing before the Adventurers Guild, Tsuyoshi was excited to see a quest board like in a game, but Sakura subtly reminded him that they needed to register first. Both of them stepped up to the reception desk and boldly declared their wish to register as adventurers immediately. A languid voice echoed, accompanied by a puff of smoke, showing interest in this party of one human and one half-beastman. The alluring cat beastman receptionist held her pipe, narrowing her eyes as she asked who wanted to join the game. Tsuyoshi scratched the back of his neck and gave a faint smile, remarking that this lady seemed reasonable and quite different from the prejudiced commoners outside. She pushed out a registration form, requesting them to fill in their names and professions to update the information on the guild's global system. Tsuyoshi picked up the form to review the administrative procedures, while Sakura stood behind him, beaming with excitement at the prospect of being licensed to practice. Their immediate goal was this humble iron rank badge, the lowest tier to begin their journey of leveling up and earning money. The cat beastman receptionist skillfully exhaled smoke, explaining the ranking system from iron to gold, emphasizing that gold rank adventurers often ended up as lackeys for the super rich. Tsuyoshi stared at the badge in his hand, surprised to see level 6 clearly displayed, thanks to its smart auto-update feature. He widened his eyes in astonishment, asking about its mechanism, never expecting such a tiny piece of metal to possess such advanced level scanning technology. Sakura, standing beside him, quickly enlightened him, explaining that one only needed to use their thoughts to link with the badge and conceal their true stats to fool others. Thanks to the overwhelming support of the divine selection system, Tsuyoshi only needed a second of concentration to change the 6 into a perfect 0, making it incredibly easy to play the pig to eat the tiger. The receptionist broke out in a sweat, unable to believe her eyes as she watched a complete newbie master this difficult concealment technique on his very first try. Before he could boast, a large, rude orc adventurer rushed over and shoved Tsuyoshi aside, disdainfully calling him trash for blocking the way. The rude fellow sullenly strode straight to the reception desk, acting as if the guild hall was his backyard, while Tsuyoshi was pushed back. Crash! He slammed a giant monster head onto the wooden counter, sending dust flying, and triumphantly declared he was here to turn in a quest. The orc leaned in close, making crude advances and inviting her for a drink. But the receptionist coldly refused him outright, citing her work, giving him a cold shoulder. The receptionist presented an extremely difficult, urgent quest, requiring adventurers level 15 or higher, asking if anyone was brave enough to take it on. The two large orcs, who had been fierce and arrogant just moments ago, now broke out in a sweat, chickening out at the mention of the difficulty and only daring to ask for trivial, level 10 quests within their capabilities. The receptionist sternly explained the tragedy caused by the carnivorous darkness, which had severely injured and caused a high-level party to go missing, warning of its deadly danger. Hearing that, the orc was scared out of his wits, immediately refusing, as he knew his low level wasn't enough to mess with these level 20 monsters. While the weaklings trembled and backed away, Tsuyoshi decisively reached out and snatched the quest paper, proudly declaring he would take it. Tsuyoshi's action irked the orc, who turned back to block his path, cursing and calling him trash for daring to interfere in adult matters. The orc tried to act like a thug, grabbing Tsuyoshi's arm and threatening him about the rule against using weapons in the guild hall. But Tsuyoshi stood firm like a rock. The two orcs laughed mockingly, thinking Tsuyoshi was a naive newcomer who didn't know what it meant to fear death, which was why he dared to take on this suicide mission. Tsuyoshi secretly activated his ultimate physique, causing his muscles to bulge, confidently calculating that he could easily beat this level 9 beastman in the arena in a heartbeat. The orc continued to lecture endlessly about the experience of the Iron Badge, completely unaware that he was showing off his meager skills to a true monster. Though impressed by Tsuyoshi's guts, the receptionist still had to pour cold water on his enthusiasm, warning that with his current level, the client would surely kick him out at the first hurdle. The orc guffawed, insulting Tsuyoshi as trash, and advising him to know his place and go catch stray dogs instead of dreaming impossible dreams. Ignoring the chatter, Tsuyoshi kept a cool head, turning to Sakura and firmly asserting that they would take this quest no matter what. The atmosphere in the guild hall was tense as the two large orcs surrounded them, applying pressure, but Tsuyoshi and Sakura stood tall, unfazed by the loud, empty barrels. The orc continued his contemptuous tone, mocking Sakura's half-beastman status and challenging what right this motley crew had to take on such a major quest. Without bothering to argue, Sakura coldly pulled a shining item from her pouch, asking in return if this was enough to shut him up. The glittering metallic gleam from the powerful gold badge froze the two orcs in their tracks, their faces drained of color, as they realized they had just provoked a beast. Even Tsuyoshi's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment when he discovered that the beast-eared girl accompanying him was a hidden big shot who possessed a prestigious gold badge. The orc's attitude did a complete U-turn. He broke out in a sweat and awkwardly tried to save face, saying she should have shown this get-out-of-jail-free card earlier to save time. The receptionist smiled meaningfully, immediately closed the deal, and was certain that the client would be extremely pleased to have such a genuine master take on the job. The large orcs, who had been fierce and arrogant just moments ago, now tucked their tails and ran, leaving Tsuyoshi speechless as he watched them go. Sakura excitedly announced that this quest would help her master level up extremely fast, and Tsuyoshi scratched his head, readily agreeing to humor her. The female receptionist took a drag from her pipe, her sharp eyes filled with doubt as she saw a gold badge adventurer serving an unknown kid as her master. Watching the two figures leave, the cat-eared girl merely smirked, admitting that this was a rare and interesting party in this guild hall. Both of them strode along the desolate path, heading straight towards the farm, rumored to be a den of bloodthirsty dark monsters. Tsuyoshi wondered about that powerful badge, and Sakura bashfully confessed that she had worked hard in the guild since she was young to raise her rank, which was how she obtained it. Instead of finding it strange, Tsuyoshi looked at her with admiration and praised the relentless efforts of his beautiful bodyguard. Her master's sincere praise made Sakura blush furiously, her beast ears drooping as she was so moved and happy that she mumbled her thanks. The rustling footsteps stopped on the grass, signaling that they had arrived at the deadly land that needed to be purged. Before them was the desolate farm scene, shrouded in thick fog, where Tsuyoshi clearly sensed a strong killing intent from the hidden enemies. Under a sky filled with thunder and lightning, Tsuyoshi and Sakura approached the farm's main gate, where a swarm of carnivorous darkness, level 10 monsters lurked like hungry ghosts. Tsuyoshi squinted, counting the monsters, and wondering if anyone could still be alive in this hellhole, while Sakura grimaced at their disgusting appearance. She explained that these creatures possessed the dark attribute, specializing in corrupting and transforming living beings into mindless berserker machines. It turned out these monsters were originally slimes, consumed by darkness, which was why their bodies were so slimy. And the good news was that only lightning attribute attacks could defeat them. Hearing about the lightning attribute, Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up as if head struck gold, because his Thunder Chain Fall skill was the perfect hard counter for this map. He excitedly told Sakura to just watch from the sidelines as usual, so he could solo for all the experience points, his entire body beginning to activate a powerful blue electric current. Tsuyoshi's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, preparing to rush into the slaughter for high-speed power leveling, regardless of the danger. Sakura quickly grabbed her master's hand to stop him, her face filled with worry as she warned that this was no beginner's area for him to risk soloing. She feared he would be ganged up on and killed, so she insisted on fighting alongside him, reminding him that his life was more important than those cheap experience points. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, reassuring his bodyguard, his eyes firm as he explained that he had to level up frantically to prepare for the impending disasters in his own world. Sakura nodded seriously, affirming that she would answer all of her master's questions so he could fully understand the combat situation. Tsuyoshi thoughtfully recalled his promise to the Beast King. He needed to know how much he needed to grind to be strong enough to solo the test in another year. Seeing her master mention the fight with the final boss, Sakura was slightly surprised but remained focused, listening intently. She lowered her face, her expression turning gloomy and hesitant, as she had to tell her master the harsh truth. Sakura sighed, flatly stating that with his current level, him demanding to pass the test in a year was unthinkable. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, not understanding why his attendant would pour such cold water on him so bluntly. She explained that merely surviving a year would be a miracle, let alone facing the divine judgment, then asked if he understood anything about the level system's rules. Tsuyoshi scratched his chin, admitting he was quite clueless, only vaguely aware that both worlds shared a common level scoring system. He understood that the higher an adventurer's combat power in this world, the more his hero power in the real world would synchronize and increase accordingly. Sakura concluded with the crucial information that the level cap was 100, and the Beast King currently sat at level 92, with unparalleled overwhelming power. Images of the three supreme kings of the human, elven, and beast races appeared like unshakable monuments of peak power for each race. Chibi Tsuyoshi scratched his chin, full of doubt, wondering if that rather scholarly-looking Beast King was truly as formidable as rumored. Sakura explained the harsh threshold mechanism that made leveling up incredibly difficult at high levels, citing examples of those forever stuck at their current rank. She bitterly admitted that she had been stuck at level 72 for over 20 years, despite all her efforts, and demanded that he reach at least level 50 to even have a chance of survival. Sakura's face flushed with worry, asserting that this mission was impossible because ordinary people took a lifetime to reach that milestone, let alone a mere year. Tsuyoshi maintained his cool demeanor, silently accepting the hand placed on his shoulder and the heartfelt dissuasions from his attendant. He offered a reassuring and confident smile, showing that he understood Sakura's worries, but was completely unfazed. Sakura's eyes welled up, her face like a puppy's, as she swore to stand by him to the ends of the earth, no matter how disastrous the outcome. Tsuyoshi sternly reminded her not to ever lump him in with the ordinary adventurers out there, because he was top tier. He clenched his fist with determination, believing that with his track record of surviving the divine judgment and lifting the divine king's hammer, the goal of level 50 was entirely within reach. Tsuyoshi secretly marveled at his luck in possessing a teleportation ring and the divine selection system, confidently asserting that he was the chosen one who would break all conventional rules. Sakura looked up at her master's magnificent back with starlit eyes, reverently whispering, "Master." She clasped her hands tightly to her chest with an expression of absolute faith, firmly declaring that Tsuyoshi would undoubtedly become a living legend. Tsuyoshi activated a blue current that ran down his arm to his sword, decisively giving the order to depart with the demeanor of a superior. He maintained a cold, calculating expression, turning to ask her his second question to clearly define his upcoming leveling goal. Tsuyoshi wondered about the minimum level needed to crush his opponent, an image of the arrogant, scarred gangster boss appearing in his mind. Sakura placed a finger to her lips, pondering, as she analyzed the situation based on having to take on both the level 10 warrior and his numerous minions alone. As Tsuyoshi strode majestically towards the iron gate with his glowing greatsword, Sakura concluded that he needed to reach at least level 12 to secure victory. Although his status screen only showed level 6, Tsuyoshi arrogantly declared he would hit level 12 inches just 1 week, right in front of the monsters awaiting their demise. The dark slime monster opened its wide maw full of sharp teeth and let out a piercing shriek, unaware that it was about to become experience points for him. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, sword in hand, to face the colossal level 10 carnivorous darkness, ordering Sakura to step back so he could have the stage to himself. His eyes glowed blue as he activated his divine eye, determined to fully exploit the system to find a way to crush his opponent. A notification screen appeared, revealing the monster's fatal weaknesses, the lightning element and the core hidden deep within its tough body. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, planning to use his Thunder Chain Fall skill to strike directly at the core for a swift finish. Ignoring Sakura's warning about the risk of corruption upon contact with the monster, Tsuyoshi still shot into the air to locate the core. He didn't hesitate to plunge directly into the monster's slimy mass, accepting direct contact to reach his target. Protected from corrosive damage by his ultimate physique, he cheered excitedly upon discovering the core's location. Activating his maximum muscular strength, Tsuyoshi swung his greatsword in an incredibly powerful slash, aiming to tear through its outer shell. He slid across the ground, his face stunned, because his last slash to the monster's chest hadn't hit the damned core at all. The monster recovered at an alarming speed, making Tsuyoshi click his tongue and admit the resilience of this mobile punching bag. The monster suddenly transformed into a colossal pillar, intending to swallow its prey. But Tsuyoshi calmly held his stance and waited. It activated its alteration phagocytosis skill, opening its maw wide, full of sharp teeth, as if to crush everything in its path. The ground shook violently, accompanied by a booming sound as the monster's colossal body slammed down. Trapped between the monster's jaws, Tsuyoshi still sneered arrogantly. Trying to eat me? Too bad you picked the wrong opponent. The system immediately announced the activation of Ultimate Physique, enhancing the strength of his hands to the maximum to counterattack. With his eyes glowing blue, he used his brute strength to pry open the monster's maw and roared. "You're just a moth flying into a flame." Tsuyoshi roared, "Ill, tear your mouth open," then brutally ripped apart the monster's jaws with his bare hands against the deadly red backdrop. Sakura froze, witnessing that terrifying power, secretly marveling that he was truly a man who could turn the impossible into reality. The carnivorous darkness shrieked miserably as Tsuyoshi's sword plunged into its fatal weakness, causing its health bar to plummet uncontrollably. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt and triumphantly declared, with the blade now lodged in place, "Finally found it, so it was under your tongue." Tsuyoshi roared, "Taste the power of lightning," then swung his black freezing flash sword, now enhanced with lightning, down onto the enemy's head. The Thunder Chain Fall skill directly bombarded the weakness, shattering the carnivorous darkness's core in an instant. He wiped away sweat, letting out a ha after the clean but somewhat strenuous finishing blow. Tsuyoshi glanced at the notification of plus 300 EXP and his stats screen, secretly judging that this fight seemed easy, but reality was different. 30 minutes later, the golden core remnants of the defeated monsters began to crumble and completely vanish into nothingness. Standing amidst the slimy battlefield, he confirmed that he had cleared out almost all of the carnivorous darkness lurking outside. Tsuyoshi's disappointment was evident. The amount of experience gained was pitiful. Just as Sakura had warned about the XP reduction mechanism for level differences, he realized he couldn't level up with just this paltry quest, and urgently needed to recalculate his grinding path to reach his goal. With fiery eyes, Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, vowing to reach level 12 inches 1 week, and hit level 20 within a year, no matter the cost. Sakura appeared just in time, showering her master with praise, and offering a precious bottle of lightning oil to help him optimize his damage for future battles. Tsuyoshi wiped his sweat, nodding in appreciation of Sakura's thoughtfulness in having lightning oil ready. But she hesitantly brought up the first issue. Sakura sadly held out her empty wallet, confessing she had spent all her savings on equipment, and profusely apologized to her master for the expense. He ruffled his hair in frustration, realizing he had been so engrossed in leveling up that he completely forgot the harsh reality. Without money, he'd be eating dirt in this world. Tsuyoshi felt a pang in his heart, imagining Sakura silently pouring all her personal funds into buying support items for him without a single complaint. Sakura immediately switched to teacher mode, setting up a blackboard to impart financial knowledge and currency exchange rates to this idiot right on the spot. After a meticulous calculation of quest rewards versus expenses, she delivered a blunt statement. They were both utterly broke. Upon hearing this, Tsuyoshi wasn't worried at all. Instead, he looked at Sakura with sparkling eyes, flirtingly praising her as the perfect, virtuous, and capable wife. He rallied his spirits, shouldering his greatsword and heading straight for the food warehouse to deal with the boss and earn some meager money to recover. Before they could act, both of them flinched and turned around upon hearing an arrogant shout from behind. A stout ID. Orc, farm, owner, appeared with his ID. Orc guards, haughtily demanding to know why a human and a half-beastman dared to trespass on his land. Two unfamiliar beastmen had just arrived and were scrutinizing the scene. The ID, goat, mage, sniffed out the scent of lightning but still scoffed, saying that a weak-looking human and that half-beastman girl couldn't possibly clear out the monsters. The ID, leopard, archer, arrogantly declared that the Cardiolus item dropped by the boss definitely belonged to his team, as they had accepted this commission earlier. ID, Tsuyoshi, stood dumbfounded, asking what Cardiolus was, while the opposing side, consisting of 3 fully equipped adventurers, aggressively asserted their territorial rights. ID, Sakura, gasped in surprise upon learning that the boss in this remote corner dropped a rare item, while ID, Tsuyoshi, still wore a clueless expression, not understanding a thing. The ID, orc, farm, owner, broke out in a sweat, scratching his head as he confessed to the adventurers that he had sent a request to the guild, but he never expected them to show up as fast as robbers. The ID, leopard, archer, didn't say much, immediately drawing an arrow to intimidate and warning that if ID, Tsuyoshi, dared to contend for Cardiolus, he shouldn't blame the arrow for being merciless. Ignoring his opponent's rude attitude, ID, Tsuyoshi, still turned to quietly ask ID, Sakura, about the item's value, and she immediately forbade him from giving up, as it was a huge fortune. It turned out that Cardiolus was the key to opening the Dark Zone, offering 10 times the item drop and experience rate. Even selling the unpurified corpse would fetch hundreds of gold coins, dazzling anyone who heard it. At the scent of massive money, ID, Tsuyoshi, his eyes immediately turned sharp as razors. He firmly declared that he must seize this item to achieve his goal of getting rich. seeing that a brawl was about to break out and destroy the warehouse. The ID Orc farm owner frantically rushed to block between the ID Leopard Archer's energy accumulating arrow and ID Tsuyoshi, begging both sides to stop. The sweating ID Orc farm owner declared the rules of a deathmatch. Only whoever defeats the final boss would be skilled enough to claim the entire reward. ID Sakura's eyes sharpened as she stepped forward to contend for priority, firmly asserting that she must obtain this item for her master. The large ID armored orc tank immediately cut her off, puffing out his chest proudly and stating that his group was personally invited by the owner, so they should have the right to go first. The group of level 12 adventurers sneered. The ID Leopard Archer scornfully called ID Tsuyoshi trash and was determined to unleash 120% of his power to put him in his place. ID Sakura worriedly broke out in a sweat, seeing that the opponent's formation was perfectly balanced, consisting of a tank, warrior, archer, and mage. She feared that their side had lost their turn. ID Tsuyoshi unexpectedly raised his hand, interrupting the tense atmosphere, and made a crazy proposal for him to solo the boss alone. He confidently showed off his measly level 6 to challenge them to a bet, declaring that if he loses, he'll give up all rewards, but if he wins, he takes everything. The trio of level 12 adventurers froze for a few seconds, staring wide-eyed at the low level of the human kid before them, as if looking at a strange creature. The whole group burst into laughter, mocking Tsuyoshi as a madman who didn't know his limits for daring to solo a boss at level 6, and happily accepted this sweet deal. Eat. Tsuyoshi hoisted his greatsword onto his shoulder, giving a proud smirk as he sealed the bet, seeing that the fish had taken the bait. ID Sakura was extremely worried, warning her master that this boss was at least level 12 and possessed by darkness, not to be underestimated. ID Tsuyoshi winked confidently, patting his chest and telling her to trust his reliable level 6. Seeing her master's resolute attitude, ID Sakura could only smile helplessly and nod, placing her absolute trust in him. The ID Armored Orc Tank and the ID Leopard Archer laughed heartily, gloatingly waiting to see the human kid mercilessly crushed by the boss. ID Tsuyoshi casually walked away, picking his ear, sneering disdainfully at the curses of the loud-mouthed, useless trash behind him. He activated his hidden level mode, his eyes turning sharp and cold as he muttered about who would truly be slaughtered by this blade. The ID Goat Mage flinched, utterly bewildered as he sensed ID Tsuyoshi S aura suddenly change 180 degrees. ID Tsuyoshi, alone, carrying his blade, stepped into the dazzling light of the dungeon, his solitary back figure filled with the aura of a king. His eyes glowed golden with killing intent, muttering about the valuable Cardiolus item, rather than caring if the opponent was strong or weak. Before him was the enormous level 14, ID Carnivorous Darkness boss, like a mountain of flesh with dozens of tentacles and a single blood-red eye, waiting. The ID Goat Mage and his companions stood scrutinizing, judging this level 14 boss to be unusually large, and stating that whoever wanted Cardiolus would need to be around level 23 to stand a chance of survival. ID Sakura watched her master's back with worried eyes, softly calling out master twice in vain in this precarious situation. The ID Leopard Archer crossed his arms and sneered, telling ID Sakura to prepare to collect a corpse, as he bet ID Tsuyoshi would be wiped out in less than 10 seconds due to his greed. ID Sakura's eyes glowed golden with killing intent. She coldly ordered the loudmouths to shut up immediately, making the atmosphere thick. Her overwhelming killing intent made all three beastmen freeze, their faces dumbfounded, never expecting the little cat to be so fierce. ID Tsuyoshi stood proudly before the darkness, holding his ID Black Freezing Flash sword, analyzing that this monster was several times stronger than the small fry outside, so he couldn't use the old methods. The ID Carnivorous Darkness boss opened its single blood-red eye wide, bared its jagged teeth, and let out a deadly, intimidating roar towards the challenger. ID Tsuyoshi decided to put his ID Black Freezing Flash sword back into his inventory, knowing that the longer the fight, the more disadvantageous it would be. He needed a heavier toy to finish it quickly. He raised his hand to summon the ID Divine King's Hammer, dazzling golden electricity enveloping his entire body. As the system warned him, he only had 1 second to unleash this destructive power. ID Tsuyoshi precisely calculated his combo, activating ID Ultimate Physique to enhance his arm, adding ID Heaven Shaker to his ID Thunder Chain Fall attack to send the monster to its demise in an instant. ID Tsuyoshi exerted all his might, his golden eyes burning with determination to fight to the death, knowing that if this attack missed, he would fall into a state of extreme weakness. Despite the risk, he gripped the hammer's handle tightly, ambitious to seize the item at all costs, simultaneously activating ID Heaven Shaker to maximize the attack's power. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, debris shooting into the air from the terrifying energy pressure being compressed. Facing the enormous, jagged-toothed mouth of the ID Carnivorous Darkness boss, ID Tsuyoshi didn't flinch but raised his divine hammer high, preparing to deliver the final judgment. The hammer in his hand glowed dazzlingly, like a miniature sun. The word thunder appeared, signaling the imminent release of lightning's wrath. From above, ID. Tsuyoshi plunged down like a living meteor, unleashing his ID. Thunder, chain, fall, skill, piercing straight into the grotesque tentacles desperately reaching out. Crash! A gigantic golden lightning pillar struck straight from the sky to the ground, crushing the monster and creating an explosion that shook the entire area with destructive force. The adventurers, including the ID Leopard Archer, ID Goat Mage, and ID Armored Orc Tank, standing far away, could only look up at this mysterious natural phenomenon with dumbfounded expressions, wondering what the hell was happening. The aftershock of the attack was so strong that it blew away rocks and created a terrifying gust of wind, forcing the unwilling spectators to cower before the overwhelming power. ID. Sakura paled, realizing her master had recklessly used that forbidden power again. She was extremely worried, knowing he would become as weak as a snail right after this attack. The spectators, including the ID Orc Farm Owner and the ID Leopard Archer, stood bewildered amidst the rubble, mouths agape, wondering if that was a bomb explosion as they saw the warehouse vanish. ID. Sakura frantically rushed into the pile of rubble, searching for her master's figure, surrounded by the shattered remnants of the ID. Carnivorous, darkness, boss, crushed from within by the lightning strike. A thin arm unexpectedly reached out from under the rubble, accompanied by a faint call, making the female guard jump. ID. Tsuyoshi crawled out miserably like a zombie due to energy depletion, still clutching a blue stone in his hand, and asking if this was what they were looking for. The item in his hand was the unrefined Cardiolus, the precious material remaining after the monster was completely destroyed. Scene shifts to the Adventurers Guild. The atmosphere became lively as the quest was completed at lightning speed, making everyone exclaim in admiration. The cat. ID. Guild. Receptionist. Praised. ID. Sakura. Profusely for being worthy of a gold badge, while also subtly mocking the previous mercenary group as useless good-for-nothings. ID. Sakura humbly accepted the heavy bag of reward money, but firmly asserted that this achievement belonged to her master, as she wasn't skilled enough to defeat the final boss. The ID. Guild. Receptionist chuckled and waved her hand, thinking, ID. Sakura was joking, as there's no way a level 6 rookie could defeat that terrifying level 14 monster. ID. Tsuyoshi was currently sprawled like a dried corpse on the bench due to the skill's side effects, further reinforcing everyone's belief that he was just a weak hanger-on. ID. Sakura tried to explain that her master was exhausted from carrying the team, but the ID. Guild receptionist just laughed it off, not believing that scrawny figure could accomplish anything. As soon as the weakened state ended notification appeared, ID. Tsuyoshi. Muscles immediately bulged, marking the return of a true war god. He wiped away a bead of sweat, recalling the terrifying recoil of the ID. Divine King's hammer, then slowly walked to the counter asking if ID. Sakura had dug up any information about Cardiolus yet. The ID. Guild receptionist's eyes widened upon learning they had actually obtained Cardiolus, and she quickly advised them to auction it off in the city center to earn a huge sum of money. Tsuyoshi dismissed the idea of selling it, wanting to keep it for himself. Sakura smiled contentedly as he directly asked for the Shaman Association's address to have this hot item purified. The guild receptionist explained that to use Cardiolus, one absolutely needed a high-level shaman to purify and infuse it with magic, as a novice couldn't handle it themselves. Although she warned that the upcoming shaman exam would make the shamans arrogant, the guild receptionist still enthusiastically wrote a letter of introduction for Tsuyoshi to take to the east side of the city. Hearing about the exam, Tsuyoshi immediately asked out of curiosity, surprised that this flailing profession also had such clear class divisions, just like combatants. Sakura raised a finger, explaining the 6 ranks from white to gold, asserting that items crafted by high-level shamans had completely different levels of effectiveness and price. She concluded that these shamans and alchemists were like arrogant nobles. Though they couldn't even tie up a chicken, they held the power to break level limits, so everyone had to respect them. Tsuyoshi's jaw dropped in astonishment upon hearing the shocking news that adventurers' level limits were entirely dependent on shamans. It turned out these spellcasters' power was so terrifying that a single silver shaman could mobilize a dozen level 80 monsters to hunt down anyone who dared defy him. Tsuyoshi rubbed his chin in thought, his eyes gleaming with extreme interest at this dominant profession that could manipulate the entire battlefield. The guild receptionist pressed a letter of introduction with a bright red seal into their hands, a VIP pass to legitimately enter the shaman's den. Before them stood the massive Shaman Association building with a sparkling blue spiral emblem, where people were flocking in like it was a festival. Sakura explained as they walked that today was the exam day, so it was full of privileged individuals and members of large organizations vying for spots, making entry extremely difficult. The cat-eared girl confidently took his hand and pulled him to cut in line, certain that the letter of protection from the Adventurers Guild would get them through smoothly. Upon reaching the entrance, Sakura politely inquired with the large orc gatekeeper about Cardiolus purification services, showing the utmost earnestness. The orc white shaman looked at them with disdain, uttering contemptuous words about humans and half-breeds, then rudely sent them away, stating that outsiders were forbidden today. Sakura broke out in a sweat, presenting the letter of introduction to salvage the situation, while Tsuyoshi began to narrow his eyes, coldly observing the gatekeeper's rude attitude. The orc gatekeeper scoffed contemptuously, brushing aside the letter of introduction and insulting Sakura as a half-breed, flatly declaring that no matter whose letter it was, exam day was paramount, and entry was absolutely forbidden. Tsuyoshi's face was stone cold, as he immediately retorted firmly, asserting that the letter of introduction was genuine, and they absolutely had to be let in. There was no turning back. The gatekeeper laughed heartily in his face, proudly thumping his chest, and declaring that in this shaman association territory, law was king. And even with guts as big as the sky, he wouldn't get past the door until the exam concluded. Blood rushed to his head. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light, startling Sakura, who quickly tried to intervene, fearing her hot-headed master would cause a huge scene right in front of the enemy's lair. An authoritative voice rang out from behind, cutting through the tense atmosphere. It was Doug, the president of the Northern Shaman Association, an old goat mage of blue shaman rank with an imposing aura. Seeing the big boss appear, the orc gatekeeper's attitude did a 180, bowing subserviently and profusely apologizing for letting the commoners cause a ruckus at the entrance. He quickly tattled to his superior, pointing at Tsuyoshi and accusing these rude people of daring to demand cardiolus purification on this important day, despite being flatly refused. Ignoring the guards' incessant babbling, Tsuyoshi walked directly in front of Doug with an overwhelming aura, directly questioning why. Despite having a proper letter of introduction, they were still blocked, like beggars. The gatekeeper was about to rush in and teach the insolent man a lesson, but Doug calmly stopped him. The old goat mage stroked his beard and declared he would accept the purification request, but only after the exam, telling Tsuyoshi to be sensible and return later. Tsuyoshi expressed urgency, stating directly that he had no time to waste and that leveling up was his top priority, so he wanted to find a shortcut immediately. Doug offered a tempting deal. If Tsuyoshi participated in the shaman exam and achieved a perfect score, the president himself would arrange it. But he added a fatal blow, saying a warrior like him had no chance of entering the exam. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, feigning innocence as he asked about the exam conditions, making Sakura behind him break out in a cold sweat at her master's cluelessness. The surrounding crowd seized the opportunity to laugh gleefully, mocking his ignorance as a great disgrace to the adventurer community. The old goat mage Doug patiently explained that the core of a shaman was a mage, and to become a white shaman, one had to at least pass the alchemy and crafting tests. Tsuyoshi nonchalantly concluded that being a mage was enough, then casually extended his hand to ask the president for his magic staff right in front of everyone. Doug stared wide-eyed at the arrogant young man before him, unable to believe his ears that a mere brat dared to ask to borrow the association president's inseparable weapon. The orc gatekeeper furiously yelled, calling Tsuyoshi an idiot for daring to borrow from the president, and threatening to call the guards to apprehend him if he continued to act recklessly, as he was not a mage. Ignoring the threats, Tsuyoshi maintained his confident posture, firmly asserting that if he was just lent the staff, he would prove he was more than capable of meeting the requirements. Old Doug found this challenge quite interesting, so he decided to hand the level unrestricted staff to Tsuyoshi to see how a warrior would show off his axe before a master carpenter. Sakura leaned close to her master's ear, whispering with a worried expression, wondering what trick he was planning in this den of shamans. Tsuyoshi merely smirked subtly, uttering a brief sentence telling her to trust him completely. Hearing the familiar magic words, Sakura's eyes immediately lit up with faith, knowing that once her master said it, he would surely accomplish it. The shaman gatekeeper was still furiously yelling, demanding proof of ability, while Tsuyoshi casually poked him with the staff as if taunting him. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with a cold blue light. He waved his hand, immediately activating magic, causing the surrounding atmosphere to change. The orc's face went blank in surprise. Before he could understand what was happening, a strange crown symbol appeared above his head. A dry, cracking sound echoed, signaling that the magic attack had perfectly struck its target without missing. Instead of pain, the orc suddenly moaned with pleasure, his face flushed red like a blossoming maiden amidst 1,000 flowers, leaving Tsuyoshi speechless just by watching. Tsuyoshi smirked, calculating, asserting that as long as he could copy skills and had a magic staff in hand, casting magic was as easy as pie. He activated absolute duplication, proudly declaring that he wasn't confined to the label of a warrior but could become anything he desired. The target was identified, and the system immediately announced that the shining skill had been completely copied into his memory. Seeing the fiery aura surrounding Tsuyoshi, Doug was startled and cursed, calling him a pervert for such absurd power. Tsuyoshi swung the staff with great power, confident that as long as he could cast magic, this shaman certificate was as good as in his pocket. A surging wave of magic power erupted from him, making everyone gasp in astonishment, questioning their understanding of life, because this person was not a pure warrior. Before unleashing his unique move, Tsuyoshi gently turned to remind Sakura to close her eyes to avoid being affected. Sakura obediently covered her eyes immediately, letting Tsuyoshi raise the staff high and activate the skill, causing a blinding light to sweep away all vision. The terrifying light forced Doug to hastily cast Imagine Shield, erecting a blue barrier to protect his aging eyes. President Doug maintained his superior attitude, flatly declaring that this shining spell was merely a petty trick, and there was no way it could penetrate his magic shield. The system unexpectedly suggested a crazy move, using ultimate physique to enhance magic power, which stunned Tsuyoshi, but he decisively chose yes to go all out. A dazzling explosion of light erupted fiercely as the magic energy stat surged to 3,500, transforming a basic skill into a wide-area destructive attack. Old Doug was utterly panicked as he felt the abnormally surging intensity of the light. His aging eyes began to succumb to the tremendous pressure. The imagined shield shattered like broken glass before the overwhelming power, leaving Doug just enough time to let out a pathetic scream as he was completely engulfed by the light. The entire area lit up like daytime, a terrifying surge of energy sweeping through every corner, plunging the surroundings into a dazzling white. While Sakura obediently covered her eyes and huddled in a corner to avoid the attack, Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst the radiance, calling out to the dazed president amidst the rubble. He opened his powerfully glowing blue eyes wide, displayed his genuine shaman profession status screen, and proudly asked if he was now qualified to take the exam. Doug covered his dazzled eyes, profusely sweating as he rapidly nodded, acknowledging the overwhelming power of this monster disguised as a rookie. The entire examination hall buzzed with chatter upon seeing a human dare to register for the mage examination, instead of settling for being an alchemist, as was customary. The crowd of beastmen, from orcs to leopards, all stared at the outsider with hostile gazes, for this was the first time in history such a case had been recorded. Tsuyoshi scratched his head in confusion as Sakura explained that he was under scrutiny for being the first to break racial barriers, while his status screen was still faking level 6 mage information. His eyes wide with surprise, he asked again to confirm how unique he was, and the female bodyguard could only force a wry smile, confirming this harsh truth. Sakura began her lecture on the class system, clearly analyzing the 3 distinct powers: human alchemists, beastmen mages, and elven awakened ones. She emphasized that each class had its own territory, so his barging in here was nothing short of an open provocation among the factions. Tsuyoshi buried his face in his hands, lamenting that he only wanted to refine Cardiolus and had no time to start a war. But Sakura firmly supported her master's decision, as it wasn't against the rules. In another corner, Vice President Eel's pig was grumbling and questioning old Doug, concerned that this precedent would taint the honor of the Beastman Mage Association. The fat pig-like man openly displayed his disdain, doubting the human's potion-making abilities and sarcastically remarking that he was so poor he couldn't even afford a basic magic staff. Doug calmly retorted that he himself had lent him a staff, but in reality, he was extremely curious about Tsuyoshi's potential, after sensing unusual magical fluctuations from him. The legendary image of the genius Kevin appeared majestically, hailed as the pinnacle of the mage world with a dazzling aura. Eel's pig scoffed sarcastically, declaring that human brat wasn't even worthy of carrying the shoes of Kevin's true disciple, let alone being compared. Doug confirmed to the vice president that Fulin, Kevin's new disciple, was also present and aiming directly for first place in this assessment. Fulin appeared with the elegant demeanor of a nightcat beastman genius, praised for possessing talent far surpassing her master in his youth. The beastman crowd whispered and gossiped about her overwhelming potion-making achievements from last year, lamenting that she was unfairly disqualified then, just for being underage. Fulin's sensitive ears twitched, catching all the chatter and gossip from the motley crowd behind her. She sighed in exasperation, closed her book, and muttered disdainfully that the weaklings around her were truly as noisy as a bustling marketplace. Eel's pig cleared his throat and announced that the assessment officially began, demanding that those not involved leave the area for candidates to take their positions according to their registration numbers. Sakura clenched her fists, cheering enthusiastically, while Tsuyoshi, holding ticket number 15, prepared to step onto the arena with a confident mindset. He looked down at the number 15 inches his hand and compared it to the marked position on the floor, ready to outshine these clueless rookies. Tsuyoshi walked to the tile marked number 15, confirming it was his designated spot. Fulin turned her head, her eyes sharp, showing surprise mixed with a hint of disdain upon seeing a stray human appear here. Tsuyoshi smiled brightly and introduced himself, while in his mind, he was busy comparing this petite cat girl to the voluptuous sister Sakura back home. Fulin coldly turned away, declaring bluntly that he was just an attention seeker for daring to show up and compete in this place. Tsuyoshi got annoyed, secretly judging that her venomous, sarcastic mouth was the biggest drawback to her beauty. Doug stood on the high platform and solemnly announced that the examination's content was manually crafting potions to test the mage's basic skills. A stone crafting table suddenly emerged from the ground with a loud noise, startling Tsuyoshi, who didn't understand what was happening. While arranging her tools, Fulin took the opportunity to mock Tsuyoshi, telling him he should just go home if he didn't even know how to use a basic crafting table. Flushed with anger, Tsuyoshi retorted with a scowl, telling her to mind her own business and leave him alone. He observed the crafting table, realizing that the crafting technology in this world was too primitive compared to the automated production lines in his old world. Vice President Eel's pig swaggered forward with his potbelly, preparing to announce the details of the test with an arrogant expression that annoyed everyone who saw it. He slammed his wooden staff onto the floor, creating a sharp thud, activating the magic circle beneath his feet to display his power. The entire arena trembled as numerous crafting tables and ingredients were summoned from thin air, surrounding Doug and Eel's pig in the center. The candidates were utterly bewildered, their eyes wide, staring at the equipment and ingredients that had suddenly appeared from the ground. Tsuyoshi picked up the test paper to examine it. The task was to craft 3 basic energy potions within 1 hour, which sounded easy enough. He scratched his head, beads of sweat forming, not because the problem was difficult, but because he was strategizing how the clueless rookies around him would handle this challenge. The first challenge was waste sorting. Candidates had to distinguish 9 different types of herbs on the table to find the most accurate ingredients for the energy potion. The crowd began to panic intensely. One wrong move could lead to immediate disqualification, and the risk of direct elimination hung over the heads of those lacking knowledge. Tsuyoshi stood tall, watching the crowd tearing at their hair in frustration. He hadn't expected these mages' skills to be so poor that they couldn't even select basic ingredients. He turned his head in surprise, realizing that mages in this world were usually handed pre-processed ingredients, which was why they were now fumbling like chickens caught in a snare. Fulin curled her lip in disdain at the clueless rookies who couldn't remember basic ingredients, while she had completed the selection in a flash, full of pride. His eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected this neighbor to process things so quickly and efficiently. She was truly the real deal, no joke. A hand decisively crushed the raw ingredients, accompanied by a cold snort, showing the overconfidence of a superior being. Fulin clutched her glowing staff, declaring grandly that the top 1 position was merely the minimum requirement set by Master Kevin, and she would definitely seize it. Vice President Eel's pig chortled with delight, nodding in praise that Kevin's true disciple truly lived up to her reputation, as she had already begun mixing while others were still dazed. The crisp sound of grinding echoed as the crafting tools forcefully impacted the pile of herbs, showing precise hand strength and technique down to the millimeter. Fulin danced and twirled, skillfully controlling the flow of magic to blend the green, red, purple, and yellow solutions, as if performing acrobatics in midair. Despite being mocked, Tsuyoshi still had to nod in acknowledgement that this girl, though sharp-tongued, truly had top-tier crafting skills. His eyes flashed with a deadly blue light as he activated his divine eye, beginning to analyze every minute movement to copy all of his opponent's techniques. Doug and Eel's pig stood watching from afar, firmly asserting that this meticulous magical control would turn her into an overwhelming archmage in the future. Emerald green magical energy spiraled around her staff, controlling the test tubes and corks, making them float like obedient puppets under Fulin's command. The magical solution was poured into the test tubes smoothly and with absolute precision, not a single drop spilled, thanks to her supreme control skills. President Doug narrowed his eyes in assessment, asserting that the next step was the final and most crucial hurdle to determine the success or failure of the crafting process. Fulin erupted with aura, enveloping herself in a brilliant blue aura, focusing all her strength to prove the caliber of the #1 candidate. 3 test tubes floated in midair, glowing brightly as the refining process overclocked the magical energy to its highest limit. Doug stroked his beard, analyzing that the fusion of ingredients with magic was an extreme test of power, but with Fulin's skill, this was as easy as pie. While the little cat girl danced and twirled with magic, Tsuyoshi stood stiff as a statue in the middle of the stage, creating a ridiculous contrast. He maintained a poker face beside his crude tools, causing the crowd and judges to start whispering, wondering what trick he was up to, or if he was simply frozen in fear. Her staff flashed, and Fulin chanted the incantation Condense to lock the flow of magic and complete the product in an instant. She puffed out her chest proudly, declaring herself the strongest after easily completing the test, her arrogant face challenging the whole world. Old Doug and the pig-like Eel's pig coldly announced the rule that candidates had to wait until the end of the hour for their products to be judged. Fulin clicked her tongue, openly annoyed. She was fed up with having to stand rooted to the spot, waiting for the results, when she herself had already finished flawlessly. Suddenly, the little cat girl flinched, her eyes widening in alarm as she felt a sharp gaze directed straight at her. The system reported analysis complete and deactivated the divine eye. Meanwhile, Fulin's face turned beet red as she yelled loudly, thinking Tsuyoshi was a pervert leering at her body. Tsuyoshi coldly brushed aside the accusation and immediately got to work. His hands began to dance with a stream of emerald green magic, leaving Fulin bewildered. The Beastman girl's eyes widened in astonishment, not understanding where this rookie got such confidence and such a rapidly changing aura. Even old Doug and Vice President Eel's pig were startled, turning to look, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from Tsuyoshi's crafting station. As the system activated action optimization mode, Tsuyoshi gripped the pestle, his eyes shining with fierce determination. A flurry of system notifications popped up. He automatically selected and crushed the ingredients with millimeter precision, activating a powerful refining process like a machine. Fulin broke out in a cold sweat, utterly panicked as she watched Tsuyoshi simultaneously selecting, crushing, and refining with an overwhelming power that completely defied her understanding. Old Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat, his mouth agape as he realized the rookie was hiding his true skills, simultaneously selecting and crushing ingredients with unimaginable, terrifying magic power. The entire hall was suppressed by an invisible pressure. The old vice president couldn't believe his eyes, seeing that his skill level could rival that of the genius Kevin from back then. Outside the gates of the Mage Association, Sakura paced anxiously, her hands clasped in prayer for her master's safety during this discriminatory examination. The cat girl's worry was evident. She feared that her master's weak human identity would put him at a great disadvantage in the potion crafting profession, which was inherently not meant for outsiders. Tsuyoshi waved his stirring rod, controlling the emerald green liquid as it danced in midair. The system announced that the optimization process had smoothly completed all steps, from selection to crushing. He smirked smugly, his eyes glowing blue as he felt the overwhelming power of his skill, finding the path of a mage more interesting and easier than he had imagined. Now, only the final refining step remained. Tsuyoshi focused intently, injecting magic power into the suspended solution, preparing to unleash a masterpiece that would astound the beastmen. Fulin froze, unable to accept the cruel truth that she was being surpassed in processing speed by a human she considered trash. In her utter panic, she suddenly realized that the technique he was using was Godspeed. Completion, the famous ultimate technique her master Kevin once used to demonstrate his power. Old Doug recalled the past, admitting that years ago, Kevin had caused a sensation by using this move to create a grade C potion, something even seasoned examiners struggled to achieve. Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat but stubbornly tried to reassure himself, asserting that creating a grade C potion was a rare miracle that an outsider could never accomplish. A notification panel appeared, explaining the rarity of grade C potions, which were typically only for blue mages, while old Doug maintained a profound silence, observing intently. Tsuyoshi was surprised when the system announced that potion grades would range from D to S, depending on the crafter's skill, completely unlike the mass-produced trashy potions of his old world. The predicted result clearly showed a grade D basic recovery potion, making him click his tongue and think that this level was enough to pass. However, Tsuyoshi's eyes sharpened again, as he decided he had to crush Fulin to claim first place, so the minimum goal had to be a grade C potion. To ensure absolute victory, he stared intently at the bubbling test tube, calculating how to raise the potion's grade by adjusting the power and magical attributes during the refining process. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed as he realized the crux of the problem lay in changing the intensity and nature of the energy flow being infused. He activated his ultimate physique to push his magic power capacity limit to 150. His body glowed brilliantly like a reactor, but he was still trying to solve the attribute problem. Seeing his opponent stand still, Eel's pig gloated contemptuously, believing he had run out of energy after the initial processing and was about to fail miserably, just as predicted. Fulin watched his every move with a tense expression, silently wondering why he was hesitating at the final step when the potion's solidification process was almost complete. The dog-faced supervisor impatiently rushed over, yelling loudly as he saw Tsuyoshi standing still like a statue, urging him to quickly complete the refining. The supervisor reached out to interfere, chattering incessantly as he warned that Tsuyoshi's magic power was about to run out. Fulin unexpectedly intervened to stop that foolish action, yelling directly at the supervisor for daring to disturb her opponent's concentration, teaching him a lesson about basic mage rules. Ignoring the commotion outside, Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat as he realized his current magic power was completely unattributed. The system flashed red with the words, "No attribute. Necessity is the mother of invention." He suddenly remembered the Divine King's hammer and the domineering lightning attribute that had been infused into his body when he used that heavy weapon. Doug noticed the unstable magic power fluctuations, while old Eel's pig's eyes narrowed in a smile, gleefully believing that the human boy was about to taste miserable failure. Tsuyoshi's left eye blazed with lightning. He roared in his mind, summoning the power of the Divine King's hammer to rise immediately. A terrifying surge of electricity exploded around Tsuyoshi. The image of the divine hammer appeared faintly as he forced his body to accept the borrowed power. The audience and Fulin alike gasped in astonishment, breaking out in a cold sweat as they felt his magic power suddenly surge to an insane level. Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique to overclock his magic power limit to 3,500, successfully transforming the attribute to the lightning element for a brief 6 seconds to deliver the decisive blow. The greenish-blue electricity surged violently. Tsuyoshi roared in his mind, forcing the concentrated lightning energy into the fragile test tubes, completing the refining and solidification process brutally but effectively. He let out a long, drawn-out breath, drenched in sweat, after the intense overclocking. Before him were 3 completed blue potions. To the astonishment of Fulin and the surrounding beastmen, Tsuyoshi wiped away sweat, his eyes still showing traces of exhaustion, as he realized that forcing the attribute change had severely drained his stamina. He wondered if this insane effort would be enough to surpass that genius. Old Eel's pig gaped in disbelief, seeing the refining process succeed despite being extremely unstable, while Doug narrowed his eyes suspiciously, having felt a strange elemental wave sweep through. The entire examination hall was plunged into utter confusion. The crowd whispered and discussed the bizarre magic Tsuyoshi had just performed, while he himself stood there panting blankly beside a no less bewildered Fulin. The orc supervisor roared, ordering them to stop immediately, sternly declaring that anyone who dared to tamper further would be instantly disqualified, officially bringing the tension-filled competition to a close. Doug and Eel's pig began to move to grade the potions. The 2 most powerful old men walked with an air of superiority, preparing to decide the fate of the insignificant contestants. Doug uncorked a bright red potion from some random contestant, sniffed its faint aroma, then bluntly declared that the liquid was only worthy of a cheap grade D. The weaker contestants bowed profusely in thanks despite receiving unfavorable results, showing absolute obedience to the authority of the association president. Eel's pig was far more ruthless. He grimaced in disgust at several dark purple potions, reeking of burnt fumes from being over-refined, flatly declaring them failures and dismissing them as trash not worth mentioning. A pale-faced contestant cried out miserably when the examiner judged his potion as trash, saying it would only cause negative effects if consumed, offering no benefits whatsoever. The scene was chaotic, with some crying and some laughing. While a few lucky ones passed the test, many others clutched their heads and screamed as their efforts had gone to waste. It was Fulin's turn. The black cat girl stepped forward with the confident demeanor of a superior, ready to show the small fry what true class was. Old Eel's pig prepared the testing equipment while taking the opportunity to inquire about Master Kevin's health, to which Fulin responded with a perfect social smile. Just as he opened the cap, the rich aroma from the potion made the examiner's eyes widen in surprise. He sniffed it as if he had just found pure gold. Fulin broke out in a cold sweat but kept her smile, secretly proud that she hadn't disgraced her master after days of arduous training. Eel's pig couldn't hide his excitement. He loudly declared that this was indeed a grade C basic energy potion, a rare and hard-to-find product. Hearing the perfect result, the black cat girl closed her eyes to savor the moment of glory, casting aside all her previous worries. The crowd below clamored with praise for her innate talent, rivaling legends, while Fulin secretly disdained the clueless amateurs around her, knowing they had no chance against her. Tsuyoshi stood leaning on his rod, observing the fanfare. He offered a polite compliment about the grade C potion, but his eyes remained strangely calm. Tsuyoshi was called to the platform. He maintained a poker face, as if this whole matter was nothing significant. Old Doug inquired about the results. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, feigning modesty, saying he had only done his best. Doug smirked, and bluntly declared that it would be, at best, a trashy grade D, completely oblivious to the potions that were mysteriously beginning to float up on their own. The old president maintained his superior attitude, intending to just finish grading, unaware that he was about to be thoroughly humiliated. With a loud boom, the cap burst open, creating a violent storm of blue energy that surged forth, making everyone nearby feel like they'd be blown away. Lightning struck down around the potions. Tsuyoshi feigned surprise and exclaimed, while Doug froze stiff at the bizarre elemental phenomenon. Old Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat, shouting excitedly that the potion causing this supernatural phenomenon must be at least grade B. Fulin stood frozen, drenched in sweat, unable to believe that only someone on par with Master Kevin could create such a monstrous grade B product. The beastmen crowd below gaped, their faces drained of all color before the overwhelming light emanating from the stage. Doug stood amidst the shower of sparkling light, trembling as he marveled at the purity and exquisite aroma of this masterpiece. Doug bowed his head, admitting his mistake to old Eel's pig, trembling as he concluded that this human boy was an existence even more terrifying than the genius Kevin. Tsuyoshi wiped away sweat after finishing his batch of supreme grade B basic energy potions, confidently asserting that the top spot in this exam was already in his pocket. Sakura crouched nervously before the guild gate, her face filled with unease, a giant Anxious hovering above her head. She was so distraught with worry that she muttered like a prayer, making passers-by think she was possessed by a ghost. Tsuyoshi emerged from the crowd of beastmen with a beaming face, waving at Sakura as if no mental torment had just occurred. He scratched his head and forced a smile, apologizing for making her wait so long, casually announcing that the exam had ended smoothly, while Sakura flinched. Sakura blushed furiously, stammering as she asked about her master's exam results, her eyes filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Tsuyoshi nonchalantly boasted about getting first place, making Sakura overjoyed, while the surrounding beastmen broke out in a cold sweat, looking at him with awe. Doug held the unrefined cardiolus in his hand, not understanding why someone with such overwhelming power was only interested in purifying this item. Tsuyoshi struck a deal with the two old examiners to grind levels in the Dark Zone for 10x experience, making Doug nod in agreement to the new champion's request. Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes, so he pressed him, asking what divine being was his potion-making master. Tsuyoshi slicked back his hair with a cool pose, firmly stating that he was self-taught and didn't need anyone to teach him. The overbearing answer completely crushed Doug and Eel's pig. The two old men felt utterly useless in the face of his innate talent. Doug dejectedly led the way to purify the cardiolus for the reward, leaving Fulin frozen in place behind them. Tsuyoshi coldly walked past his defeated opponent, leaving Fulin trembling with her head bowed in utter humiliation. The arrogant cat girl could only grit her teeth, silently apologizing to Master Kevin for suffering such a miserable defeat against a weak human. Fulin was startled. Her eyes widened in surprise when she suddenly heard her master's name. Her gaze flickered wildly as she heard her opponent accurately expose her identity as Kevin's disciple. Tsuyoshi turned to see Sakura standing dazed with a darkened face and asked curiously if something was wrong with her. Sakura was startled out of her thoughts, quickly breaking into a cold sweat and forcing a smile to cover it up, saying she had just zoned out for a moment. Tsuyoshi cheerfully waved for everyone to follow to proceed with the purification, leaving behind his previous calculations to focus on a new goal. Sakura snapped out of her trance, shouting a vigorous yes before scurrying after her master and the old goat man. The ritual chamber appeared eerie, with black crow carcasses and scattered herbs around the cardiolus, which was emitting a deadly purple miasma. Doug began to wave his staff, casting spells, muttering incantations to summon natural elements to activate the radiant magic circle beneath his feet. Eel's pig stood beside him, feigning knowledge, explaining that the stone was too heavily tainted and required a specialized ritual to be thoroughly cleansed. Tsuyoshi curiously asked about the power of this magic, and Sakura seized the opportunity to explain that shamans are also mages, and the stronger the spell, the longer the incantation. The sound of purification echoed as a fierce golden light erupted, dispelling all the dark miasma clinging to the stone with natural power. Doug looked extremely authoritative as he raised his staff high, pouring all the power of a high-level mage to restore life to the item. The stone now hovered in Tsuyoshi's hand with a pure light. Doug instructed him to infuse magic power into it to immediately lock item ownership. The old goatman Doug revealed that this was an extremely rare mid-grade item, something adventurers often had to risk their lives in the Dark Zone to obtain. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up when he heard medium difficulty, eager to devour a massive amount of experience, ignoring the warnings about the danger from the two old mages. The old goat Doug began to drone on about textbook strategies, advising him to form a party with a full complement of tanks, fighters, and healers to ensure his safety. Tsuyoshi sneered and flatly refused, stating he wanted to solo to claim 100% of the experience points, bluntly declaring that sharing XP was never in his dictionary. A dark spatial gate opened from the cardiolus, signaling an instanced dungeon that could be reset 3 times for free clearing. The two old mages explained the monster farming mechanism. After 3 clears of this dungeon, the item would turn to dust, just like a time-limited event. Eel's pig added a threatening remark that once inside, there was no turning back, unless he cleared all monsters or died miserably, in which case the system would automatically kick the corpse out. Tsuyoshi chuckled at the grim prospect, turning to look at Sakura and firmly declaring that he would never leave in such a pathetic way. Sakura, his maid, thoughtfully pressed a large bag of recovery potions, which she had bought with her reward money, into her master's hand, fully preparing him for this solo hunt. Tsuyoshi blushed with emotion at Sakura's devotion, telling her to stay and wait before grabbing his gear and setting off, burning with enthusiasm. Doug realized in a panic that Tsuyoshi had returned the magic staff, and wondered how he would cast spells, but the only reply was a proud, glowing blue gaze. "I don't need that." Tsuyoshi slung the pitch-black ice sword over his shoulder, sneering as he declared himself a true warrior with overwhelming strength stats. He charged straight into the dark purple spatial gate without hesitation, leaving Sakura behind, praying with clasped hands. Old Eel's pig gaped, sweat pouring down him like rain as he realized that the guy with the terrifying amount of magic power had chosen to be a brute warrior. Doug narrowed his eyes, watching the arrogant ones retreating back. The old man secretly wondered to what extent this monster would evolve. As soon as he stepped into the shadow forest, Tsuyoshi shot off like an arrow, determined to clear this map completely before the 1-2 hour time limit ended. A pack of level 10 dark wolves was tearing apart their prey, unaware that they had fallen into the sights of a true hunter hiding in the bushes. The beast lunged forward with a mouth full of sharp teeth, but Tsuyoshi was ready to send it to its ancestors even faster. He activated ultimate physique. His muscles bulged like cold steel as he poured all his strength into his hands, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A pillar of blue lightning struck directly on the monsters' heads, activating the paralysis effect, and causing the entire pack's HP bars to plummet uncontrollably. Tsuyoshi charged into the electric storm, swinging his sword and slaughtering the immobilized wolves to reap a shower of juicy experience points. Tsuyoshi smirked in satisfaction, seeing that each of these small fry monsters dropped a whopping 500 experience points, as lucrative as a mini-boss in the old world. He quickly calculated his grinding route, determined to clear 3 rounds of the dungeon to level up twice consecutively before dragging his body out. As soon as the paralysis effect ended, the dark wolves immediately sprang up and lunged to bite and tear with astonishing ferocity and recovery speed. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that these dark element monsters had significantly higher resistance to status effects than normal, causing his spells to wear off too quickly. He swung his sword to parry just in the nick of time. His throat was almost torn open by those sharp teeth due to the beast's terrifying speed. Tsuyoshi's blue eyes widened completely as he witnessed the mutated intelligence and cunning of the monsters in this dungeon. The cunning monster used its fallen comrades' bodies to obscure Tsuyoshi's vision, then launched an extremely insidious sneak attack from a blind spot. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi activated ultimate physique, channeling 60% of his strength into his hands, making his muscles bulge like old tree roots as he prepared for a counterattack. With explosive power, he swung his sword in a clean, swift arc, cleaving both the monster and the obstacle in a single, powerful stroke. Seeing the notification showing plus 600 experience, Tsuyoshi smiled triumphantly, as this leveling speed was more than enough to help him reach level 7 on his very first farming run. Old Doug turned to probe Sakura, asking if she was worried sick about her master, standing before the jaws of death. He remarked that rushing into the dark zone alone was unprecedented madness, unless that person possessed overwhelming monstrous power. Sakura replied with a resolute, fiery gaze, firmly affirming her absolute faith in her master, without a hint of hesitation. The fat pig, Eel's pig, sneered, declaring that many talented individuals had died young due to arrogance, then turned his back and left first, thinking the outcome was already decided. Sakura watched the fat pigs retreating back, her eyes flashing with anger, utterly furious at his despicable contempt for Tsuyoshi. Inside the dungeon, Tsuyoshi was leaning on his sword, panting like an ox, sweat dripping profusely after a relentless string of battles without rest. The system issued a red alert as his stamina and willpower dropped to 50%. The price for overusing ultimate physique was his body screaming from exhaustion amidst the pile of wolf carcasses. Fortunately, Sakura had thoughtfully prepared supplies. He quickly pulled out several basic stamina and energy recovery potions from his bag to salvage the situation. Without a second of hesitation, Tsuyoshi tilted his head back and chugged the vial of blue liquid to recharge his exhausted body. The moment he swallowed it, he wanted to vomit violently, his face contorted, eyes rolled back from the disgusting, hard-to-swallow taste of this cheap medicine. Despite the nauseating taste, the effect was immediate. His stamina and willpower bars began to recover. Tsuyoshi wiped his mouth, determined to continue grinding non-stop. Outside the spatial gate, swirling with an enchanting purple, the old goat Doug and Sakura patiently waited, refusing to leave. Sakura turned to ask, wondering why the esteemed chairman Doug still hadn't bothered to leave like that fat pig. Doug sighed deeply with a worried expression, admitting that he was anxiously worried if that human kid would survive and return. In his eyes, that kid claimed to be a warrior, yet possessed an arrogant demeanor and actions that were completely different from the norm. He muttered, listing Tsuyoshi's unconventional achievements, from a warrior taking a mage exam, purifying medicinal ingredients, to crafting B-grade potions without a magic staff. Suddenly, rumbling tremors echoed from deep within the gate, startling the old man and interrupting his thoughts. Sakura smiled brightly, her ears perked up proudly, for she knew well that the shaking sound was the distinct thunderous roar of her master. She asserted confidently to the old man that as long as the explosions still echoed, her master was safe and tearing up this dungeon. Inside the darkness, Tsuyoshi roared valiantly, swinging his greatsword wreathed in lightning, striking down the incoming dark wolves with a lightning blow. Destructive lightning bolts rained down from above like hammers, incinerating the dark wolves that dared to approach in an instant. Tsuyoshi swung his ice sword, finishing off the last monster, and his XP bar surged, signaling that he had cleared out the small fry. He wiped the sweat from his face with a half smile. Though his body was exhausted, his eyes still burned with ambition as he thought of reaching level 7 after defeating the final boss. Standing before the massive hellgate carved with a demonic eye, he decided to pause and recover to optimal condition before the decisive battle. He relaxed his body, plopped down onto an ancient tree stump in the dark corner to make the most of every second to rest. Tsuyoshi lay sprawled on the ground, gritting his teeth, enduring the horrible, bitter taste of the pile of recovery potions in exchange for a surge of green vitality, healing his body at rocket speed. The full recovery notification just appeared, and he immediately shot up, gripping his sword hilt, burning with fighting spirit, ready to flatten anything in his path. The massive stone gate began to shake violently. Ancient dust fell as the millennium-old sealing mechanism was activated. Blinding light streamed out from within, forming a path for the conqueror, and Tsuyoshi's imposing figure stepped into the lair of death. He strode boldly into the ruined hall, where the boss, exuding purple death energy, arrogantly awaited its prey to walk into its demise. A massive, dark, rippling mass of muscle, exuding power, appeared in the darkness, promising no easy battle. A fiery red eye beneath the old iron helmet opened wide, locking onto its target with dense killing intent. Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique to enhance his arms to 60% strength. He smirked, realizing this boss's pressure was far more intense than previous monsters. The Dark Area boss revealed itself as a giant level 14 Dark Boar boss, wielding a greatsword wrapped in chains, bearing the title, Cleaver of the Deep Forest, reeking of death. The monster swung its weapon, creating a wind-rending purple slash that shot straight towards him, making Tsuyoshi break out in a cold sweat from surprise. His pupils constricted sharply, as he never expected such a large monster's attack to be so absurdly fast. The greatsword came down like a hammer. Tsuyoshi hastily raised his ice sword to block the blow, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack and shards of rock to fly everywhere. He gritted his teeth, enduring the 1,000-pound weight pressing down, cursing inwardly because this monster's terrifying speed and strength far exceeded his expectations. The Dark Boar boss pressed its face close to its opponent, its snorting breath exuding a deadly purple mist right before Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi felt his body tremble uncontrollably. He wondered in confusion if this was his opponent's overpowering fear skill. The Tremble Slow skill was activated, an advanced technique that used an overwhelming aura to utterly terrify the opponent and paralyze them limb by limb. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, his body stiff as a rock. He desperately screamed in his mind, forcing this mortal body to move immediately. A brilliant surge of power unexpectedly erupted from his hand, tearing through the invisible restraint binding his body. The monster, without mercy, brought its weapon down, creating a loud explosion that shook the entire space. Tsuyoshi managed to swing his ice sword to block the blow, just as the system announced the debuff had ended. He gritted his teeth, asserting that he was not easily defeated. He realized that the surging pure energy from his infinite ring was his salvation, helping him escape the disadvantageous state he was just in. The boss's hideous face showed clear surprise upon seeing its small prey escape the clutches of fear. Tsuyoshi erupted with blue lightning around him, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he cursed directly at the boar bastard before him. The area boss swung its massive chained greatsword down, but Tsuyoshi firmly blocked it, and the clash of metal shrieked piercingly. For the first time, the monster grunted in praise of Tsuyoshi's strength and expressed surprise that its signature skill was broken. Tsuyoshi stared in astonishment, unable to believe his ears when he saw the monster before him open its mouth and speak human language. "You can talk?" He quickly regained his cold expression, his sharp gaze fixed on his enemy. "I thought the darkness was just a bunch of dumb beasts that couldn't speak." The Dark Area boss arrogantly turned its back, its deep, authoritative voice asserting that they were superior entities to anything else in this world. Without giving its opponent a chance to breathe, the monster swung its weapon, creating a massive pressure slash that forced Tsuyoshi to hastily dodge. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat as he realized his opponent's familiar, powerful technique was being unleashed again. That skill again. He clicked his tongue in regret, having left his dark goblin armor in the old world, missing the chance to use tentacles to strike its weak point. The boss roared, activating its bloody attack skill, creating a massive column of crimson energy that crushed the surrounding ground. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, blocking the blow. The system alerted him that his ice sword's durability dropped by 30%, making him realize this was truly the toughest opponent had ever faced. The thick blood mist from the attack enveloped the space, disorienting Tsuyoshi. This attack has a vision-obscuring effect. A sharp point shot out with terrifying speed, piercing through the red mist. Tsuyoshi was utterly panicked, realizing he couldn't block this attack in time. Too fast. A clean slash tore through his flesh, causing fresh blood to gush out like a fountain upon impact. The attack was so fast that the naked eye couldn't follow, leaving a bloody, deadly afterimage slashing through space. The brutal impact created a horrifying wind-rending sound, proving this monster's power was genuine. Tsuyoshi was flung away like a rag doll, skidding across the dusty ground after the heaven-shattering blow. He struggled to plunge his ice sword into the ground to stop his retreat, visibly battered after the failed block. Tsuyoshi grimaced, looking at the deep wound on his neck. His HP bar plummeted uncontrollably, accompanied by a bleeding effect, making him anxiously worried as he had no antidote. The Dark Area boss stood towering like a mountain of despair, while Tsuyoshi realized he had to defeat it immediately before he bled out and died. Sweat and blood mingled on Tsuyoshi's extremely tense face as he calculated the risks of prolonging the fight. Veins bulged on his arms, and blue electricity began to crackle around them, signaling that he had abandoned any thought of retreat to fight to the death. Tsuyoshi cast aside all hesitation, launched himself into the air with blazing eyes, and unleashed his Thunder Chain Fall skill to decide the victor. The Dark Boar boss glared with fiery red eyes at the incoming attack, without a hint of fear or wavering. A massive column of blue lightning struck directly down on the enemy's head, accompanied by Tsuyoshi's powerful roar. "Take this lightning strike head on." Tsuyoshi landed safely, but was filled with doubt as he saw his opponent stand still, taking the blow. Did I defeat it? Why didn't it even try to dodge? The monster's rough hand tightened its grip on the hilt of the chained greatsword, veins bulging, signaling that a terrifying power was being unleashed. The dust settled, revealing the monster still standing tall without a scratch, and a grim notification appeared. Lightning struck the ground and caused no damage. The Dark Boar boss's crimson eyes gleamed with utter contempt as it scoffed briefly. Ridiculous. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling as he realized his signature move was completely useless. Lightning has no effect? This is serious. Darkness enveloped the monster as a death declaration echoed from the shadows. "I will kill you, and I no longer need that sacrificial offering." Tsuyoshi was stunned, his mind reeling at his opponent's cryptic words. Sacrificial offering? What the hell is this? Without giving his opponent time to think, the Dark Boar boss leaped high, gathering purple energy into its greatsword to unleash a gigantic annihilation to crush the tiny prey below. A terrifying explosion of purple energy erupted, and the ground shook violently under the pressure of the destructive attack. Tsuyoshi used his bare hands to block the colossal greatsword blade descending upon him, coldly uttering words of disdain. "Is this all you've got?" He delivered a powerful uppercut that sent the boss flying backward, its level 6 HP bar appearing like an insult to the opponent. The monster was sent flying, its weapon slipping from its grasp in utter astonishment as it realized the absurd power of the adventurer before it. The dark boar boss gnashed its teeth, its face contorting as it realized its ultimate attack was completely useless. Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst the dust, an overwhelming killing intent radiating from him, making the surrounding space feel thick and heavy. The boss broke out in a cold sweat, its voice trembling with extreme fear. "What the hell is this? Who are you?" A crimson shadow enveloped Tsuyoshi, who laughed maniacally, mocking his opponent's earlier words. "Is this your sacrifice? Hehehe. Why a sacrifice?" The monster was horrified as it recognized the familiar surge of power emanating from its enemy. "What? An exclusive skill of the darkness element? Who are you?" A swirling stream of red energy devoured the space, and Tsuyoshi smirked triumphantly. "Thanks for bringing yourself close enough for me to attack." Tsuyoshi proudly declared that he had successfully copied the sacrifice skill, which the monster had just mentioned, using his absolute duplication ability. Accepting the sacrifice of half his HP to remove all negative effects and maximize his power, he swore to crush his opponent to dust with his bare hands. The physique sacrifice skill activated, putting immense pressure on his body, but in return, his physical strength was tripled for 60 seconds of destruction. The dark boar boss trembled and recoiled, stammering in disbelief that a human could unleash an exclusive skill of the darkness element. As the chosen one, capable of copying any skill, regardless of level or race, Tsuyoshi charged forward like a crimson whirlwind. Finding this as easy as pie, the ground shook violently and cracked open, forming a colossal crater under the terrifying pressure of his explosive footsteps. The boss only realized the impending danger when the shadow of death was already upon it, leaving no time to react. The monster's pupils constricted as Tsuyoshi's lightspeed charge was clearly reflected in its terrified eyes. Without letting his opponent utter a word, Tsuyoshi delivered a devastating punch directly to the boss's face, creating a crimson shockwave across the entire area. The armored fist, heavy as 1,000 pounds, crushed the monster's face, asserting the absolute overwhelming power of a true hunter. The crimson energy explosion tore through the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying into the air after the terrifying impact of Tsuyoshi's attack. Its weapon shattered. The boar boss broke out in a cold sweat, reassuring itself that its opponent was merely brute forcing the skill and hadn't truly mastered it. Tsuyoshi, in his war god form with his HP bar a stark crimson at exactly half, coldly declared that he didn't care about the method, as long as he could send his enemies to their demise. Despite the warning against healing, the monster scoffed at its opponent, then swung its arm, creating blades of black wind that tore through the air. The ground shook violently and cracked open as a surge of dark energy erupted from beneath its feet, a reminder of the area boss's true power. The boss roared, asserting that it also knew how to use sacrifice, simultaneously activating a swirling crimson aura around its colossal body to intimidate. It cursed Tsuyoshi to his face, calling him an idiot, while the veins on its body bulged as if about to burst from the overloaded power. Declaring the copy nothing but trash, the monster charged with maximum speed and strength, enhanced by the original sacrifice skill. Mid-charge, the boss suddenly froze, its bloodshot eyes widening in confusion at the strange blue light that unexpectedly appeared. Tsuyoshi proudly raised his hand, summoning crackling blue lightning, coldly retorting that he had never forgotten his trump card against the darkness element. Tsuyoshi glared with crimson eyes through his armored mask, coldly reminding his opponent that the previous lightning strike hadn't accidentally missed its target and hit the ground. The boar boss broke out in a cold sweat as it realized its opponent had meticulously calculated to force it to drop its weapon, rather than relying on pure strength to confront it. Tsuyoshi charged forward with overwhelming killing intent, extending his sharp claws and declaring his true objective from the very beginning. Darkness and lightning surged violently as Tsuyoshi roared, activating the price, sacrificing half of his own HP in exchange for destructive power. The monster was utterly panicked, unable to believe that a lowly human could unleash such an overwhelming copy skill, surpassing even the original. Tsuyoshi transformed into a colossal energy drill, charging straight ahead, mocking his unarmed enemy to try and block this lightning strike. Freshly sacrificed blood merged with crimson lightning, and Tsuyoshi roared, asserting that his body, forged by the ultimate physique, was his deadliest weapon. The level 14 area boss's face contorted in horror as it realized death was imminent, right before its eyes, and there was nothing it could do. Tsuyoshi's armored hand clamped tightly around the monster's head, leaving it only able to stammer in despair before humanity's overwhelming power. Tsuyoshi tightened his grip, his eyes burning as he looked at the defeated foe at his feet, coldly teaching it who the real idiot was here. As the sacrifice effect ended, Tsuyoshi stood panting amidst the devastated battlefield as the system announced that he had conquered the dark area and had 2 refreshes remaining. The price for such overwhelming power was excruciating pain. Tsuyoshi clutched his chest, grimacing as he realized the combination of sacrifice and ultimate physique was tearing his body apart from within. Just when he was empty-handed, luck smiled upon him. A brilliant golden light appeared, signaling that the boss's equipment had just dropped right before his eyes. Tsuyoshi looked at the item with covetous eyes, a triumphant smirk on his face because this hot item had appeared at just the right time to replace his broken weapon. It was the Blood Mist Saw, with jagged blades that caused a permanent bleeding effect, a supreme toy that excited Tsuyoshi, making him plan to utilize the bloody attack skill, Faced with the temptation of a 50% experience boost if he continued the challenge, a gamer's greed surged, making him cast aside all fatigue to choose refresh immediately. A surge of leveling energy enveloped his body. Tsuyoshi officially reached level 7, with his combat power soaring to 10,000, ready for the next round of slaughter. He moved his limbs, checking his body. Although leveling up had eased the pain, the severe damage from the ultimate physique remained as a warning. His intention to keep grinding was shaken when Sakura's image appeared in his mind, reminding him of the danger if he didn't resupply after the first round. Pushing aside his teammates' worries, Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, determined to grind levels frantically to return to his old world soon. There was no way he would pass up this lucrative experience goldmine. Tsuyoshi stood tall before the system panel, his eyes burning with determination as he cast aside all hesitation to accept the price for absolute power. His resolute back stepped straight into the swirling purple spatial vortex, leaving a silent apology to Sakura for this desperate decision. Meanwhile, outside, the restless pacing on the cold ground showed the extreme impatience of those awaiting the results. Sakura paced anxiously beside Chairman Doug, because the allotted time had passed, and Tsuyoshi still hadn't shown his face. The old goat Doug tried to reassure her, guessing that the madman must have been blinded by the experience rewards, which is why he chose to continue fighting. However, Doug himself broke out in a cold sweat as he realized the cruel truth. Continuously climbing the tower without resupplying was akin to signing one's own death warrant. Sakura's face flushed with worry. She recalled his promise but still clung to the echoing rumble of thunder, hoping he was alive. The corpulent vice chairman Eel's pig leisurely approached, scoffing that the kid was probably hiding somewhere. The pig guffawed at Doug, asserting that an unworthy individual shouldn't dream of soloing through this hellish trial. Eel's pig concluded with a triumphant expression, convinced that Tsuyoshi would die a slow death from depleted HP by overextending himself in the second round. Sakura's face hardened, her voice icy as she demanded an end to the ill-omened words, firmly asserting that her master would return safely. Doug stroked his beard, nodding in appreciation of the girl's steely resolve. For the resounding thunder was the most vivid proof that Tsuyoshi was still alive and well. The fat pig, Eel's pig, stood behind them, sneering provocatively. He blamed Sakura for filling Tsuyoshi's head with excessive confidence, leading him to his death. Without a word, Sakura spun around, her eyes glowing brightly, her hand on her sword hilt, emitting a thick, killing intent that threatened the one who dared to insult her master. Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat, while Doug's eyes widened in astonishment as he felt a surge of genuine bloodthirsty killing intent erupt from the small beastman girl. Thud! Doug slammed his staff onto the ground, creating a powerful shockwave to quell their heated tempers, before the verbal sparring turned into a battlefield. The old goat roared, ordering everyone to shut up until the main character appeared, and at the same time, unceremoniously kicked the fat pig, Eel's pig, out of sight. Eel's pig grumbled, turning his back to leave, but still looked back to utter curses, hoping to see Tsuyoshi's lifeless corpse thrown out of the gate to gloat. Doug watched the foolish colleagues retreating back with a scornful gaze, silently cursing him for living such an easy life that had lost his touch, failing to recognize the deadly killing intent right in front of him. Standing beside a silent Sakura, who exuded an overwhelming aura, the old president secretly affirmed that this half-beast girl's potential was limitless and extremely formidable. Sakura and Doug stood frozen before the swirling teleportation gate. Suddenly, the cat-eared girl flinched, sensing something abnormal from within. Sakura's face turned ashen, drained of all color, as she realized her master's signature thunder had completely ceased midway. The fat pig, Eel's pig, immediately returned, sneering and gloating, asserting that a puny human who dared to solo the dark area was sure to lose his life. Before he could finish his sarcastic remark, crash! The spatial gate shook violently, as if about to explode, startling everyone and signaling an impending catastrophe. Doug broke out in a cold sweat. His goat ears perked up as he heard horrifying cracking sounds emanating from the epicenter of the teleportation gate. The surrounding space twisted and then shattered like broken glass. A surge of purple energy erupted, carrying a chillingly familiar sensation that terrified everyone. The old president was in utter panic, shouting that the darkness was breaking the seal, unable to believe that the worst-case scenario was unfolding right before his eyes. A towering shadow emerged from the spatial rift, radiating an overwhelming killing intent, causing Doug to yell, ordering everyone to prepare for a life-or-death battle. All three had to brace themselves against the terrifying pressure sweeping over them. Doug still desperately shouted, denying that the seal had been broken. But the one who emerged was not a monster, but Tsuyoshi, enveloped in a pitch-black aura. He calmly boasted of his achievement, crushing the boss 3 times in a row to rake in all the experience points and level up 3 times. Tsuyoshi's face was bruised and bloody, yet his eyes remained sharp as he declared he had reached level 9 right after the deathmatch. No sooner had he finished speaking than his exhausted body collapsed like a felled tree. Sakura shrieked and flew to catch her master. Eel's pig and Doug stood frozen, drenched in sweat, unable to believe their ears that this madman had crushed the boss 3 times in one go. Sakura held the unconscious Tsuyoshi tightly. His status screen displayed a terrifying combat power of 14,500, dispelling all doubts about his strength. The Beastman girl immediately cast a healing skill, continuous streams of green light pumping into Tsuyoshi's battered body to mend his wounds. The room blazed with dazzling light as the healing process reached its peak, pushing back the Grim Reaper, waiting to claim the reckless warrior's life. Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat, remarking that his muscles and nerves were completely shredded, and surviving to return was truly an insane miracle. As soon as he woke up, Tsuyoshi grinned, stretching his limbs, making Sakura fume with anger at his habit of breaking promises and his reckless fighting style. He scratched his head, giving a wry smile, explaining that the magic of the experience points was too great, but Sakura still pouted, insisting that her master's safety was the #1 priority. Doug interrupted the family lecture with a serious expression, tapping his staff on the floor and pressing for confirmation that he had indeed defeated the boss 3 times. Doug and Eel's pig stood frozen, drenched in sweat, completely speechless, before the harsh reality unfolding before their eyes. The old goat, Doug, confessed that if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed for a second that someone dared to solo the dark area 3 times in a row. He shivered, recalling the evil killing intent emanating from Tsuyoshi, which was even more terrifying than the darkness boss, admitting that he was not only skilled in healing arts, but also a monster in combat. In his eyes now, if Kevin was a legendary genius, then the human before him was an entity that far surpassed even the concept of genius. Eel's pig stammered, his venomous mouth now stiff, his limbs fumbling like a chicken caught in a snare as he faced Tsuyoshi. The fat pig bowed his head, placing a hand on his chest, apologizing profusely, swallowing his previous contemptuous words, and admitting his mistake in underestimating human strength. While Sakura pouted and turned away, ignoring Tsuyoshi's wry attempts to appease her, Eel's pig explained that they had just used a mid-level reflection skill to save his life. Although they had patched up the shredded flesh on the outside, he warned that the deep internal injuries were still putting his body in a red alert state. Doug sternly pointed out that his nervous system and blood vessels were severely damaged, warning that if he continued to abuse that forbidden technique, his path to advancement would be over. Tsuyoshi froze upon hearing about being restrained. He realized in horror that the sacrifice skill was gradually devouring his reason, turning him into a killing machine and making him lose himself. Tsuyoshi stood petrified as the illusion of blood-red and deep blue monster eyes suddenly reappeared, haunting his mind like an unbroken curse. Sakura hastily inquired when she saw her master covered in cold sweat, his face pale and gasping for breath, as if he had just returned from the brink of death. He clutched his face to calm himself, bitterly admitting that the sacrifice skill was gnawing at both his body and soul, so he decided to seal it immediately to preserve his life. Doug generously pulled out several vials of exquisite blue potions, instructing him to meditate immediately after drinking them so his body could absorb their full medicinal power. Eel's pig's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that the old president would be so extravagant as to give away such valuable items to a mere human kid. Tsuyoshi gave a forced smile, accepting the precious bag of potions and thanking him profusely, while Sakura was still reeling from this unexpected generosity. Doug revealed that these were Kevin's favorite elixirs and advised him that it would be best to take himself to meet the esteemed master directly to be taught peak healing arts. Kevin's image appeared, full of authority like a living legend, the one who held the secret of the legendary law of destruction, making the entire continent revere him. Both Tsuyoshi and Sakura froze, looking utterly bewildered, completely clueless about the so-called laws or legendary figures the old man had just mentioned. Eel's pig was speechless, looking at the 2 country bumpkins, wondering why, despite being adventurers, their basic knowledge of legends was so utterly empty. This world operates according to 12 brutal laws, among which the forbidden destruction spell is the ultimate power inscribed on ancient stone tablets. Kevin was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius because he had mastered the law of great wind decades ago, elevating the art of potion making to a divine level. Doug asserted that only a monster like Kevin possessed the skill to heal the deep-seated spiritual injuries Tsuyoshi was suffering from. Hearing that his battered body had a chance for complete recovery, Tsuyoshi and Sakura rejoiced as if they had struck gold. The old goat pulled out a letter of introduction, telling him to take this VIP pass to meet Kevin, as he once owed the esteemed master a favor. Tsuyoshi was moved to tears, accepting the letter, while Doug subtly reminded him to bring rare items as a welcoming gift, if he hoped to be received. The human kid waved goodbye excitedly, leaving behind the pig's curious gaze about this unusual favoritism. Eel's pig broke out in a cold sweat as he revealed that the B-grade forbidden blood potion Doug had just given the kid for free was worth a fortune if traded with Kevin. Doug burst into hearty laughter, considering helping Tsuyoshi a risky investment in the most promising stock on the current market. The pig still grimaced, believing this was an excessive gamble, for no genius, let alone a human, had ever survived the dark area. History had never recorded any individual conquering the dark area alone, but such reckless individuals were not uncommon in the past. 1,000 years ago, the ancient god King Garces descended and gave birth to the mighty beastman race amidst the dazzling glory of the capital city. Back in reality, Tsuyoshi pushed aside the dense foliage in the forest and turned to ask Sakura if she knew Kevin's whereabouts. Sakura replied that she had thoroughly questioned the old president. The path was long but coincided with their quest route, so they could level up along the way. Seeing the suspiciously convenient route, Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes and immediately pressed her, asking if there were any traps or strange conditions attached. It turned out the price to pay was that this jungle area required a mandatory party formation to activate and complete quests. Looking down from above, Tsuyoshi couldn't help but be surprised to see a motley crowd gathered noisily below in the wild valley. Sakura pointed, introducing it as the so-called Quest Hub, a place professional grinders frequently visited before mysteriously disappearing. This was a gold mine where random quests with generous rewards appeared, attracting all sorts of individuals, from burly warriors to strange monsters, all vying for a spot. Catching a whiff of a good deal, Tsuyoshi smirked excitedly, eager to immediately test his level 9 warrior stats with 14,500 combat power. Tsuyoshi bid farewell to Sakura, leaving her to keep watch, while he decisively set off to seek opportunities to level up. A spiky-haired captain was hoarsely shouting to urgently recruit a tanker or a level 15 warrior with over 6,000 combat power. He boasted about his all-star level 15 team, consisting of a wind archer, a thief, a mage, and a light priest, all with stats above 6,000. But they lacked a tank. The surrounding crowd whispered about the captain's stubbornness, as this dangerous quest had already consumed 2 days of waiting, and no one dared to accept it. The rat thief in the group began to lose heart, advising his captain to give up and take another quest to avoid wasting precious time. The captain angrily scolded his subordinate for being foolish, reminding him of the huge sum of money he had spent to buy confidential information about this lucrative level 12 quest. He eagerly explained that just finding a blood rose would net them 500 silver, refusing to stoop to doing low-level, low-paying quests. Despite his strong words, he had to helplessly admit that if they couldn't find enough members, the entire team would have to go home empty-handed for another day. Just when despair was at its peak, Tsuyoshi emerged from the shadows with a dazzling aura like a god, confidently applying for the warrior position despite his somewhat modest level. The entire party looked as if they had struck gold, their eyes gleaming as they looked at their savior, eagerly asking if he was level 13 or 14 to carry the team. The whole group nearly fell over when they heard the number, level 9. The captain grabbed Tsuyoshi's collar and shook him violently, thinking he was toying with the lives of the entire group. With only 10 minutes left before the gate closed, Tsuyoshi maintained a calm expression while the others began to fret, worried about missing their turn. The rat thief broke out in a cold sweat, urging his captain to quickly finalize the deal lest they miss the chance to recoup their investment for the day. The captain gritted his teeth, bitterly thinking of the money he had spent on information, and reluctantly decided to take a gamble, though his heart was filled with unease. He pressed his face close to Tsuyoshi, giving him an ultimatum, demanding that the rookie only follow along to make up the numbers and strictly forbidding any reckless, unauthorized actions. Tsuyoshi radiated a shimmering aura, happily shaking the captain's hand. As this was the first time in his life he had experienced the feeling of officially forming a party, he enthusiastically led the group into the dense forest, leaving his teammates behind, who exchanged bewildered glances, full of concern about his inexperience. As soon as they stepped through the gate, the system announced the quest had begun. But the displayed level had jumped to a deadly level 16, instead of the anticipated level 12. A colossal forest rhino lumbered into view, with thick, armored hide, and a combat power of 7,600, blocking the group's path right at the entrance. The thief clutched his head in extreme panic, while the captain cursed loudly, vowing to punch the fraudulent informant for daring to trick them into this death trap. The useless teammates huddled together behind a rock, trembling uncontrollably. The cowardly captain reassured his comrades that if anything went wrong, they should immediately use the return horn to escape quickly. The rat thief, crawling on the ground, suddenly flinched, sweat pouring off him as he realized the level 9 rookie had vanished without a trace. The entire group stared blankly ahead, their faces pale, wondering what that kid had done, as he was nowhere to be seen in the dangerous battlefield. Suddenly, the skill Thunder Chain Fall activated, unleashing a colossal pillar of blue lightning from the sky that tore through the forest space. The dazzling light from the overwhelming attack illuminated the dumbfounded faces of his teammates, their eyes wide and mouths agape at the sight before them. Tsuyoshi stood proudly amidst the shattered remains of the forest rhino, which had been one hit into oblivion. He scoffed, saying this monster was too soft compared to the creatures in the dark zone. His teammates gaped, their eyes bulging, screaming in a mix of panic and extreme terror, unable to believe he had just solo killed a level 16 boss. Tsuyoshi slung his saw over his shoulder, giving a confident thumbs up, urging the group to run quickly to gain a speed bonus. His status board clearly displayed his overwhelming 14,500 combat power, shattering all preconceptions. Thundering footsteps echoed as the entire party had to run for their lives, struggling to keep up with the terrifying speedrun pace of this monster, disguised as a rookie. The archer captain tried to salvage some semblance of leadership, running and pointing, ordering his teammates to deal with the remaining weak bat monsters along the way. The archer captain broke out in a cold sweat, his hands trembling as he drew his bow, witnessing the level 9 kid single-handedly carrying the team without expending any effort. Tsuyoshi plunged into the mass of tree roots like a whirlwind, swinging his sword and utterly shredding the small fry monsters, precisely hitting their weak points, leaving them no time to react. The priestess breathed a sigh of relief because this monster was so tough he hadn't lost a single drop of blood, leaving her completely unemployed in this dungeon. The mage and the rat thief whispered to each other, guessing that this guy must be a top-tier recruit from a major guild on a secret mission, not a mere rookie. Tsuyoshi parkoured over obstacles, scoffing and disparaging the level 16 monsters here as soft as noodles compared to the hellish dark zone he had once grinded through. A level 16 treant monster lumbered into view with an annoying set of poisonous thorn skills, but its info panel revealed it feared fire like a tiger right before Tsuyoshi's eyes. Guided by his divine eye, Tsuyoshi easily dodged the poisonous thorns, realizing these creatures were only big in size, but their actual combat power was utterly mediocre. With a clean sword stroke, he split the tree trunk in two. Tsuyoshi casually looted the rare blood rose, planning to bring it back as a souvenir for Master Kevin to brew potions. Running and clearing the path, Tsuyoshi loudly instructed the mage to use fire to burn away the tangled tree roots, blocking their way to the boss. Seizing the opportunity to show off, the mage groaned with delight, raising his staff and responding enthusiastically, as if he had waited his entire life for this moment to shine. Tsuyoshi shouted a warning to the entire team to watch out for the poisonous thorny vines, saying that one hit would instantly kill them. The thorny vines lunged to attack, making the Wind Archer captain dodge while wondering in astonishment why this young man knew so much about monsters. Like a textbook. He broke out in a cold sweat, recalling Tsuyoshi's displayed level 9, certain that this guy was a hidden master, and definitely not a rookie. The mage, upon command, immediately unleashed Burning Eddy, incinerating everything and turning the forest into a blazing inferno, exactly as Tsuyoshi had strategically intended. After the battle, a crackling campfire burned, signaling that the group had safely overcome the ordeal and was now resting to regain their strength. The rat thief teased the priestess about her 180-degree change in attitude. While she was overjoyed that this trip was so easy thanks to this expert carrying the team, the priestess blushed furiously, secretly falling for him, and firmly believing that Tsuyoshi was a special individual, not an ordinary person. The Wind Archer captain proactively extended his hand to make peace, and introduced himself as Victor to show respect to his benefactor. Victor frankly expressed his admiration, and wanted to know Tsuyoshi's true identity, but our protagonist merely scratched his head and chuckled, claiming to be a rookie. Victor gave a knowing smirk, as if saying who would believe you, concluding the conversation with a meaningful look that left Tsuyoshi speechless. Unable to explain the ironic truth, Victor handed Tsuyoshi a water skin, taking the opportunity to probe whether this monster knew about the regional quest rankings. Tsuyoshi gulped down the water, then put on an innocent, clueless face, feigning ignorance, which only made Victor suspect even more that he was deliberately hiding his skills. Unable to extract anything, Victor switched to lecturing about the fixed quest point system and the completion data of various parties. He rattled on, explaining that climbing the ranks not only brought huge rewards, but also an illustrious reputation shared across all branches. Tsuyoshi nodded perfunctorily, but in his mind, he was utterly bored, because this system was exactly like an old stale game he used to play. Victor began to proudly thump his chest, boasting that he belonged to Guild Q, under the elite Big Goat Party commanded by Captain Harvey of the Big Goat Party. Thinking the Big Goat label would intimidate people, Tsuyoshi instead put on a blank face and retorted, "So what?" making Victor flush with embarrassment and break out in a cold sweat. Seeing that boasting about his name was ineffective, Victor resorted to his final move, revealing a brand new level 18 quest involving a darkness monster in the swamp. He highly valued Tsuyoshi's incredible monster knowledge, so he offered to invite the young man to join and carry the team to clear that nuisance. As soon as he heard darkness, monster, and reward, Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up like car headlights, his attitude changing faster than flipping a rice paper. Tsuyoshi questioned the level discrepancy, but Victor quickly reassured him that this quest only had a level 18 cap, so it wouldn't be an issue. Finding it agreeable, Tsuyoshi agreed to join but immediately laid out two conditions, leaving the captain frozen in place. Victor smirked, secretly delighted as he plotted to use Tsuyoshi's knowledge to claim the glory of first completion and elevate his status in the guild. Tsuyoshi named an extremely harsh price. He wanted to take all the initial experience points and have priority in choosing additional rewards first. Victor broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, as he complained that this demand was too unreasonable and feared the other members wouldn't accept it. Putting the matter of sharing aside for now, the entire party regrouped and boldly advanced deeper into the dark forest. A terrifying purple energy explosion erupted, blowing away everything around it and marking the monster's death. While Tsuyoshi emerged looking incredibly cool, his teammates cheered Victor to the heavens for landing the finishing blow with fire magic directly on the weak point. The mage secretly admitted that without Tsuyoshi carrying the team, he would have never been able to pinpoint the coordinates to unleash the finishing move on the Treant monster. Victor scratched his head and gave a wry smile, praising Tsuyoshi profusely for meticulously pointing out everything from attributes and weak points to the strategy for defeating the boss. Tsuyoshi coldly harvested a few blood-red flowers for himself, declaring that the rest was for the others to divide among themselves. Captain Victor signaled to disband the formation and promised to distribute rewards later, while the entire group profusely thanked him. A cat assassin unexpectedly approached Tsuyoshi with a fawning demeanor, offering to introduce him to Captain Harvey to express gratitude. Tsuyoshi switched back to his A-list actor mode, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief and feigning naive gratitude for being invited into such a prestigious party so soon. She pressed some supplies into his hand, gave a few empty instructions, and then said she would go gather information in the nearby town. He took the pouch of medicine and some spare change, listening as she said they would meet again at the Adventurers Guild if they happened to get separated. Tsuyoshi waved goodbye with a practiced smile, and quickly slipped away, while the woman waved back just as friendly. The cat assassin maintained a bright smile as she saw off the enthusiastic rookie, looking completely unsuspicious. As soon as he was out of sight, her expression immediately changed, her sharp eyes revealing her true purpose: to investigate the genius Kevin and the laws of earth-wind fusion. Killing intent flared, and the assassin muttered as she recalculated her assassination plan, realizing this prey was not as simple as he appeared. A rough hand slammed a beer mug onto the table, clearly showing disbelief at hearing about a pathetic level 9 warrior with ridiculous conditions. Captain Harvey of the Big Goat Party, with his imposing horned armor and a combat power of 7,600, immediately dismissed the idea of letting a nobody lead his elite squad. Victor broke out in a cold sweat, trying to explain to the giant that thanks to that young man, they had obtained the blood-red flowers as easily as going to the market. Luke, the sharp-tongued vice-captain with blazing dual blades and nearly 7,000 combat power, sneered that a level 9 wasn't even old enough to carry their shoes. He continued to mock Victor for losing his mind, after associating with weaklings outside, and warned him not to waste the Big Goat Party's precious time. Victor was ridiculed by the crowd to the point of embarrassment, sweating profusely but still defiantly challenging them to verify the other person's strength themselves. Harvey pondered for a moment at the cowardly archer's unusual resolve, then asked if the mysterious individual was present. Victor confirmed he had brought the person to the door, while Vice-Captain Luke still leaned against the wall, making sarcastic remarks about his audacity. Unable to endure further humiliation, Victor's face turned red as he roared, swearing to prove to those arrogant people how wrong they were. Harvey accepted the meeting, and Victor eagerly led Tsuyoshi into the main hall under the scrutinizing and curious gazes of the onlookers. Tsuyoshi entered with a naive expression, scratching his head as he introduced himself as a level 9 warrior, causing the entire room to fall into an awkward silence. Luke and his subordinates eyed him with scrutinizing gazes, assessing their prey from head to toe like arrogant superiors. Vice-Captain Luke burst into raucous laughter, giving a thumbs down to mock Tsuyoshi, saying he looked no different from a weakling. Victor broke out in a cold sweat, hastily whispering to Tsuyoshi not to mind them, while the young man maintained a cold, emotionless expression. Harvey held a large beer mug, looking down from his position of strength and questioning Tsuyoshi's confidence in the new mission. Standing beside a trembling Victor, Tsuyoshi calmly declared 100% confidence, but with an enigmatic additional condition. Harvey raised an eyebrow, amused by the rookie's audacity, pressing him to reveal what kind of condition he dared to demand. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with intense blue light, full of pressure, as he stared directly at the giant leader, his aura completely transformed. He uttered a chilling sentence that froze the atmosphere. "Let me command. I will be your captain." Luke was furious at such extreme insolence, roaring a reminder that Harvey was the leader of the big goat party here. Victor broke out in a cold sweat, trying to whisper a warning to his reckless friend, but Tsuyoshi remained calm and asserted that all these crazy actions were solely for the mission. Tsuyoshi clearly analyzed the costly failures of previous attempts, then concluded with a firm statement that he would guarantee 100% mission completion if given command. Vice Captain Luke's eyes nearly popped out from fury at the rookie's arrogance, and he roared, demanding to rush in and punch the face of the one who dared to challenge the party's authority. Harvey unexpectedly accepted those 3 unreasonable conditions, but the sharp gaze beneath the leader's helmet warned that the price of failure would be utterly tragic. While Luke froze in shock, unable to utter a word, Tsuyoshi remained perfectly calm, asserting that everything would go smoothly with good coordination. Luke still couldn't swallow his anger at having to take orders from a pathetic level 9, but Harvey brushed it aside, stating they had no other viable option for today. The red-armored vice captain continued to grumble that this was definitely a scam, insisting on kicking both Tsuyoshi and Victor out of the party immediately to avoid future trouble. Harvey's face beneath his helmet darkened as he recalled the humiliation of their dismal performance, which had made the entire big goat party a laughingstock within the guild for so long. The leader's ambition flared fiercely. He was ready to bet everything on this gamble to claim the pioneer title and dazzling glory for his guild. Harvey exuded overwhelming killing intent that enveloped the 2 newcomers, concluding with a stern threat that he would show no mercy to anyone who dared to play tricks on him. The crowd began to murmur and gossip as the big goat party appeared, wondering about the shabbily dressed young man leading the way instead of Harvey. Tsuyoshi strode forward with the demeanor of a boss, leading the entire group, leaving Harvey and Luke in their bulky armor to trudge silently behind him like subordinates. A jackal captain jumped out and taunted them fiercely, sneering at the big goat party for being all talk and utterly broke. Victor leaned in and whispered an explanation to Tsuyoshi, bitterly admitting that the other man was an old rival and was right about their disastrous losing streak that had left the party penniless. Harvey, Luke, and the other members all hung their heads, sweating profusely from shame, not daring to utter a word in the face of the harsh truth about their rock-bottom performance. Tsuyoshi gave a faint smirk, his divine eye flashing with arrogant blue light, as if to say he had the entire situation firmly in his grasp. He coldly strode past the jackal captain, deliberately bumping his shoulder, and then uttering a provocative apology that completely froze the other man. The jackal captain furiously yelled from behind, sarcastically remarking that they would soon have to use their retreat horn to flee in shame, just like always. Tsuyoshi ignored the dog's barking in his ear, calmly activated the system panel to accept the mission with absolute confidence in the upcoming victory. A glowing blue spatial gate opened, and Tsuyoshi ordered the entire party to enter, officially beginning his legendary carry to slap down those who underestimated them. Tsuyoshi was overly confident, believing that the dark swamp monsters Victor warned about were mere trash before his divine eye, determined to set a record for the fastest dungeon clear. A notification panel appeared, welcoming them to the level 18 Swamp Darkness mission, with extremely strict participant level limits. Harvey put an arm around Tsuyoshi's shoulder and asked about the battle plan, and the main character simply replied that he had everything calculated. Tsuyoshi made an extremely shocking demand right in front of the captain. He wanted to take all of the party's initial experience points. Harvey, though bitter, still had to nod in acceptance because the party's honor hung by a thread. He warned Tsuyoshi not to disappoint everyone. Tsuyoshi smirked, confirming the transaction, and the system panel immediately displayed a message that all experience points would be transferred directly into his inventory. Harvey turned and ordered the other members to prepare themselves and strictly follow all tactical commands from this rookie. Luke gritted his teeth, his face dark with fury, unwilling to let a stranger snatch all the valuable experience points from them. Tsuyoshi drew his blood mist saw blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he activated hard mode, just as Victor had suggested earlier. Seeing the notification for triple rewards and experience, Tsuyoshi smirked triumphantly, calculating that he would gain 1 to 2 levels after this. A deathly notification appeared, confirming hard mode was activated, causing all monster stats to triple, leaving Harvey frozen in shock. Harvey broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he exclaimed in horror, realizing the game's difficulty had just been pushed to hellish levels. The members of the Big Goat Party panicked completely, clamoring that this was surely a crazy suicidal act, or some foolish mistake. A rookie trembled as he questioned Tsuyoshi with a fearful expression, believing he had ruined everything by daring to activate this mode without fully understanding the mission. Luke stood amidst the frantically shouting crowd, cursing Tsuyoshi as a fraud, and fearing the entire party would become a laughingstock if they failed miserably. Luke flashed a sinister, smug smile, thinking to himself that the chance to expose and humiliate this arrogant rookie had finally arrived. He pulled out a signal horn with a bitter expression, intending to use this precious item to abandon the quest and escape immediately before it was too late. Tsuyoshi dashed forward with an overwhelming aura, confidently declaring he would lead them all to safety thanks to the power of his divine eye. Luke still refused to believe, shouting in indignation and refusing to follow the deadly path Tsuyoshi had laid out, warning everyone not to listen to his reckless advice. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with a cold blue light as his divine eye activated, and he smirked, satisfied that everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. The Divine Eye activated, instantly scanning the stats of the level 18 Fang Crocs, revealing their fatal weaknesses to lightning and fire. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly, his right eye glowing with a cold blue light as he focused intensely to elevate his tactical analysis to a new level. Vice Captain Luke's face drained of all color, and he pointed, yelling that Tsuyoshi was insane for daring to charge headfirst into a dense swarm of hard-mode monsters. Harvey broke out in a cold sweat, raising his shield to block, his mind still utterly bewildered, wondering if this rookie had just tricked him into a death trap. Tsuyoshi glided past like a god, issuing a stern command for everyone to follow him and crush this hard mode. Much to Harvey's astonishment, he drew his blazing purple blood mist saw blade, shouting loudly to the fire mages to stop standing around and prepare to unleash their skills immediately. A mage gritted his teeth and cursed, then decided to go all in, pouring all his power into his staff to follow Tsuyoshi's command, as there was no turning back. The leading mage shouted, calling his fire element allies to charge, preferring to fight to the death under orders, rather than stand still, die shamefully, and be mocked by others. The warriors also charged furiously, roaring with determination, as their pride would not allow them to be a laughingstock for another second. The pack of Fang Crocs opened their mouths full of sharp teeth, launching a coordinated biting attack to crush their prey. But Tsuyoshi glided away like the wind. Harvey screamed, warning him to get out of the way immediately when he saw 6 crocodiles coordinating a deadly biting attack. Tsuyoshi brought down lightning upon the monsters, shouting loudly to the fire mages to concentrate all their firepower exactly 1 meter away from him. The mages obeyed, unleashing their skills, creating a terrifying fire explosion, accompanied by roars that shook the entire forest. Tsuyoshi stood proudly amidst the sea of fire and lightning, his blood mist saw blade radiating an overwhelming killing intent that dominated everything around him. The Fang Crocs shrieked miserably in the flames, their coordinated skills immediately interrupted by critical damage and crowd control effects. Archer Captain Victor's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes as he watched 6 tough monsters wiped out in an instant. Tsuyoshi calmly explained the combo mechanism. Lightning to weaken, combined with focused fire magic to double the damage, thanks to the absolute analysis of his Divine Eye. The entire party erupted in joy, their eyes shining with newfound confidence as they realized the new commander's millimeter-precise strategy showed them a path to victory. Harvey broke out in a cold sweat, staring at Tsuyoshi's back and wondering just what kind of divine being this level 9 monster was, to be so overwhelmingly powerful. Vice Captain Luke sat on the ground, flailing, stubbornly shouting that it was just luck, while his teammates openly scorned him for his narrow-mindedness. Victor stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Vice Captain Luke sitting on the ground, coldly telling him to shut up because his uselessness was embarrassing the entire party. Luke's eyes widened, and his mouth hung open, sweat pouring down him as he roared in indignation at being openly defied by his own subordinate in front of everyone. Tsuyoshi didn't even bother to look back at the clown, coldly ordering the group to ignore trivial matters and focus on conquering hard mode immediately. Captain Harvey hoisted his colossal shield and sprinted after Tsuyoshi's retreating back, afraid of being left behind and not wanting to miss this once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. The rest of the Big Goat Party members also hastily ran after them, leaving Luke sitting forlornly amidst the ashes with a bewildered expression. Under Tsuyoshi's powerful leadership, the entire party charged forward with surging morale, aiming to utterly conquer this challenging map. 30 minutes later, the group had delved deep into the dark swamp, where the air was gloomy and the water glowed with an eerie, deadly green light. Tsuyoshi activated his Divine Eye to analyze the traces of other defeated parties, while Victor anxiously asked about their next move in this precarious situation. Luke once again started to backpedal, blaming the dark element monsters for being too strong and threatening to hold Tsuyoshi accountable if they failed. Victor couldn't take it anymore and turned to yell directly at Luke, asserting that it was thanks to Tsuyoshi's strategy that the party had preserved their strength until now. Luke screamed at Victor, using his empty title of vice captain to intimidate him and claiming Tsuyoshi was merely a temporary substitute, not worthy of respect. Harvey immediately yelled at Luke to shut up so as not to disturb Tsuyoshi, mistakenly believing the young leader was deep in thought about the bigger picture, rather than simply frozen. Tsuyoshi activated his Divine Eye to scan the entire map. The system reported that the swamp terrain was impassable and suggested a decoy strategy. He used a branch to draw the optimal route after his Divine Eye had precisely measured every centimeter of the deadly swamp's depth to avoid dangerous areas. The system warned of 15 hidden monsters. Tsuyoshi planned to use Thunder Chain as a decoy, combined with his ultimate physique, to move as if flying across the water. Tsuyoshi explained the real-time combat strategy, instructing the entire party to focus on the monster's weaknesses according to his precise analytical guidance. He tossed the branch aside and flatly declared that anyone who disagreed was free to leave immediately. He had no time to keep those who were two-faced. Tsuyoshi's eyes blazed with authority, and he concluded with a chilling statement, forcing everyone to obey absolutely, as long as he held the position of captain. Luke was about to retort, bitter at the rookie's attitude, but Harvey immediately cut him off, demanding he set his ego aside to complete the mission. The vice captain gritted his teeth, silently cursing the level 9 rookie in frustration, while Tsuyoshi calmly walked on with the unwavering composure of the strong, treating the animosity of the weak as mere wind in his ears. Tsuyoshi mused, recalling the dark days when he had to shield Karina from the bully's lashes, realizing the bitter truth that the weak were always prey for the strong. Shaking off his weak past, he stood tall, his eyes blazing with authority, ordering the entire party to stop chattering and focus on overcoming the deadly swamp ahead. Harvey shuddered, recalling the nightmare of being ambushed by the dark slimes from beneath the water, where a single misstep would drag the entire party formation down to an inescapable hell. Seeing Tsuyoshi silently advance into the dangerous zone, Harvey broke out in a cold sweat and hastily ran after him, asking if this rookie had a specific battle plan or if he was just walking to his death. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly, declaring that he would stay behind alone as a decoy to draw all the monsters, clearing a bloody path for his teammates to move to the next area. Harvey and Luke were utterly shocked upon hearing this, believing the rookie was insane to attempt to solo an entire swarm of monsters without knowing their specific numbers, deeming it an act of suicide. Luke sat on the ground, cackling like a madman, mocking Tsuyoshi's plan as trash and asserting he wouldn't even bother picking up his corpse if he died foolishly due to his arrogance. Ignoring the defeated man's sarcasm, Tsuyoshi coldly handed the absolutely safe route to Victor, instructing him to lead everyone precisely according to the directions, leaving Victor utterly astonished. He turned his back and walked away with the demeanor of a team carrier, summoning his blazing purple weapon and asserting he would clear out the monsters and then follow leisurely, his blue eyes blazing with killing intent. Tsuyoshi concluded with a rhetorical question that silenced the entire group, reminding them that he had never done anything thoughtlessly or carelessly from the start. Tsuyoshi coldly walked past the stunned crowd, leaving Harvey worried and others kneeling on the ground, unable to believe their eyes. He turned his back and walked away arrogantly, raising a hand to order the entire party to maintain formation and wait for his signal before acting. Tsuyoshi's foot stomped firmly into the murky green water, officially stepping into the death zone without hesitation. He hoisted his blade onto his shoulder, silently assessing the swamp terrain to be worse than expected, yet maintaining a perfectly calm mind. Tsuyoshi's eyes blazed with excited blue lightning, realizing this watery environment was the perfect conductor for him to unleash his signature skill. A guard, utterly bewildered, asked Harvey if they could trust a level 9 rookie, but the captain could only grit his teeth and bet on the rookie's determination. Victor unexpectedly spoke up, defending him with conviction, asserting that true strength was more important than level, and demanded everyone strictly follow Tsuyoshi's plan. Tsuyoshi stood tall in the middle of the swamp, exuding an overwhelming aura to provoke the 15 darkness monsters lurking around him. The water's surface exploded with splashing columns of water, signaling that the monsters had fallen into the trap and were beginning to emerge to attack. The level 18 Soul Eater lunged out with its hideous mouth, but Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, seeing through its weakness, and roared a dominant challenge. Tsuyoshi poured all his strength into his fist, enveloped in a brilliant purple lightning, preparing to teach the monsters a lesson they wouldn't forget. He punched forcefully into the water, creating a terrifying shockwave, using the swamp environment itself as a conductor to sweep away his enemies. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly, exposing the monster's habit of hiding in the mud and ambushing after a sneak attack. He activated Thunder Chain Fall, transforming the entire stagnant water area into a deadly, inescapable, high-voltage electric trap. The swamp monsters screamed in agony as the electric current coursed through them, forced to surface from the water. The luring plan was a resounding success. The system confirmed that numerous hideous, spiky monsters had been dragged out of their hiding spots. Tsuyoshi's eyes blazed with murderous blue lightning, and he curtly declared that all the prey had walked right into the trap. Thanks to his ultimate physique strengthening his legs, he glided across the muddy surface as light as a feather, as if strolling on solid ground. Moving at incredible speed, Tsuyoshi shouted orders for Harvey to lead everyone along the safe path he had already mapped out. The party members gaped in astonishment at his supreme skill, wondering if this rookie was a monster in disguise. Victor put his hands on his hips and smirked triumphantly, turning to his stubborn teammate and telling him he had been right about Tsuyoshi's abilities all along. Vice Captain Luke broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale, and had to admit that he had severely underestimated the strength of that monster rookie. Harvey didn't let everyone stand frozen. He roared, ordering Victor to lead the way so the entire party could move while Tsuyoshi was drawing the monsters. The entire group obediently shouted their agreement, and Harvey led the charge, sprinting through the water screen to avoid becoming a burden on their main damage dealer. A system notification announced the success of the luring plan, while Tsuyoshi unleashed a powerful lightning kick to maintain distance from the monsters. Just as he stepped into the designated combat area, a hideous soul eater with a wide, fanged mouth lunged at him. Tsuyoshi calmly activated the blue electric current around him, deciding to combine lightning with a piercing attack to finish off the stubborn monsters. A dazzling purple light, carrying destructive power, pierced straight into the monster's throat, leaving it no time to utter a sound. The monster was flung into the air in utter disbelief, while its companions began to frantically surface from the water. Tsuyoshi, his eyes blazing with powerful blue lightning, calmly asserted that he had plenty of time to toy with the monsters, so there was no need to rush. The drenched remnants of the big goat party finally dragged their exhausted bodies ashore, cheering joyfully for escaping the deadly swamp. Harvey couldn't hide his extreme excitement, shouting that he had never ventured this deep before, and declared it was all thanks to Captain Tsuyoshi's divine carry. Victor eagerly pointed forward, reporting that the final boss trigger point was right before them, and victory was very close. Harvey's eyes widened in surprise, realizing this boss was nothing compared to that hellish swamp, feeling that everything had suddenly become unbelievably easy. The eager fighters wanted to rush in and prove themselves to Tsuyoshi, but Harvey hesitated, remembering the carry's order to wait. Luke unexpectedly stepped forward with a solemn expression, raising a hand to stop his hot-headed teammates and demanding everyone calmly wait for Tsuyoshi. The party members looked at each other in confusion, not understanding why the guy who usually mocked everyone had suddenly changed his tone, respectfully calling Tsuyoshi Captain. Luke cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment, bowing his head to admit that Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power had saved them all, and the wisest decision now was to wait for the team's carry to join forces. Harvey stood, rooted to the spot, while Victor was still bewildered, unable to process the vice captain's sudden and unexpected change of heart. Harvey burst into hearty laughter, slapping Luke's back with a force that nearly sent him sprawling. praising his wise decision to obediently wait for Tsuyoshi. Luke clutched his head, grimacing, admitting this was the safest option, while the entire party nodded in agreement to stand still and wait for the team's carry to join forces. A calm voice echoed from behind, asking if the group was waiting for him, making Harvey and Victor jump and turn around, as he had already cleared out the darkness monsters. Tsuyoshi emerged from the green water, his demeanor as relaxed as if taking a stroll, suggesting the group gather to prepare to enter the boss area directly ahead. He carried the blood mist saw blade on his shoulder, his entire body enveloped in death energy and lightning, with his combat power soaring to 14,500, as he coldly declared an end to this hard mode quest. Victor and the party members gaped in horror, unable to believe that a level 9 warrior could single-handedly clear out monsters with such overwhelming power. Harvey stared at their savior with fiery eyes, secretly vowing to recommend this monster in human skin to the guild leader as soon as the quest ended. Just then, the level 18 Swamp Watcher boss, in the form of a gigantic, blazing red skeleton, emerged, boasting double health and an overwhelming death aura that threatened the intruders. Tsuyoshi crouched down to observe the terrain, while Luke wondered why, despite being on hard mode, no boss gate had appeared before them. The vice captain rambled on, explaining that the appearance of a boss gate depended on the monster's power, not the overall difficulty of the quest. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, shuddering as memories of the giant eye in the Cardiolus darkness region flooded back, bringing with them an overwhelming sense of death. Luke confidently drew his sword, grinning slyly as he demanded to charge straight into the trigger point to seize victory right before their eyes. Tsuyoshi raised a hand to signal a halt, making Luke break so hard he nearly stumbled, then obediently asked for the temporary captain's opinion. He ordered Harvey to immediately call over the mages and agile members, making the bearded captain obediently comply. The party members quickly gathered around Tsuyoshi at Harvey's command, not daring to utter a word in the face of the strong one's authority. Victor's eyes lit up with excitement as he asked about the plan, while Tsuyoshi calmly instructed Harvey and Luke to charge in and tank the boss as they usually would. He requested the mages to deal maximum magical damage and distribute debuff items evenly among the speed group, leaving everyone bewildered by the unfamiliar strategy. Tsuyoshi smirked calculatingly, asserting that this boss had double health, so they needed to use debuff items to wear it down, while also ordering the speed group to surround and harass it. He turned back to instruct the mages to stand close to him to interrupt the boss's skills, requesting them to divide into groups and unleash skills in rotation to optimize cooldowns without any gaps. Harvey broke out in a cold sweat at the new captain's terrifyingly profound knowledge, while Luke grinned proudly, as if he had anticipated this overwhelming power. Tsuyoshi walked with the demeanor of leading an army, confidently declaring that he would send the boss to the scoreboard in a single strike. The blazing red spatial gate signaled that hard mode had been activated, swallowing the entire Big Goat party into the death zone, to the astonishment of the crowd outside. The deadly red of the hard mode gate stood out starkly among the regular gates, warning that anyone who dared activate it would not only lose their life, but also their honor if they failed. The jackal captain stood outside, cackling gleefully, mocking the foolish Big Goat party for being tricked by a human into a death trap when they couldn't even clear normal mode. He openly scorned a group of humans daring to run rampant in Beastman territory, vowing to utterly humiliate them when he saw them frantically fleeing the gate. Inside the dungeon, Harvey braced himself, raising his shield to fully block a 1,000-pound strike from the gigantic skeletal monster, initiating the battle of life and death. Tsuyoshi coldly dismissed the mage's intention to provide early support, ordering the entire party to hold their positions and await his command, as he already knew every breath of the monster. The Swamp Watcher boss delivered a devastating blow to Harvey's position, its overwhelming power making space itself seem to crack. The ground shook violently under the immense weight. Harvey and Luke had to strain themselves to withstand the blazing red monster's furious rampage. The monster continued to charge like a fleshy tank, its skull mocking death as it waited to devour the slow ones. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with deadly light at the golden moment, and he coldly ordered the second mage group to immediately unleash their spells. The mages unleashed Wind Pierce and Great Ripple with millimeter precision, instantly interrupting the monster's attack and freezing it in pain. The party members gaped in astonishment at Tsuyoshi's divine foresight, but didn't forget to charge forward for a full assault as ordered. Tsuyoshi walked proudly through the dust and brilliant purple aura, leaving behind the monster that was slowly dissolving in utter helplessness. After a mere 15 minutes, the victory notification appeared, confirming the death of the Swamp Watcher boss, marking an unbelievable record for hard mode. All the party members cheered, their shouts echoing as they celebrated their first victory in history with extreme excitement, as if they'd won the lottery. Harvey and Luke broke out in a cold sweat, filled with admiration. They immediately began plotting to introduce the monster Tsuyoshi to their guild leader, to elevate their guild's status to a new level. Tsuyoshi stood tall beside the boss's corpse, savoring the moment he reached level 10, his combat power soaring to a dreamlike 45,000. He clenched his fist, full of ambition after collecting all the experience points, confidently asserting that he was only 2 stages away from achieving his ultimate goal. The system suddenly chimed, announcing a hot reward, the exclusive black armor disguise, set for the owner of the Infinite Ring, celebrating his level up. Tsuyoshi grinned widely, seeing the great gift fall right into his lap. He eagerly pressed the equip button immediately to see how overpowered it was. A surge of dark energy enveloped his body, and the sound of a cloak tearing through the wind signaled an intense transformation about to unfold. Tsuyoshi revealed his true form in super cool black armor with a fiery purple eye, his combat power skyrocketing to an unbelievable 150,000, striking fear into anyone who saw it. He stood amidst the mesmerizing purple aura, feeling his body greatly enhanced and ready for the next destructive power tests. Tsuyoshi showed off his new armor, making the crowd's eyes widen as they wondered about this handsome guy's identity. He just smirked, replying that he merely changed clothes. Harvey and Luke gaped, regretting ever looking down on him. The captain quickly lowered his voice, asking Tsuyoshi for help in putting on a show. Tsuyoshi glanced with sharp, cold eyes full of presence, calmly asking what these guys wanted his help with. Outside the teleportation gate, the jackal captain and his subordinates were gossiping, ready to mock the big goat party, thinking they had failed miserably. The system notification board exploded with messages, confirming that the big goat party had cleared hard mode for the first time and set an unbelievable time record. The jackal captain's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him like rain, his mouth agape, unable to believe the shocking notifications that had just appeared. A black armored arm, enveloped in dark energy, tore through the blazing red energy screen and stepped out, exuding terrifying pressure. Tsuyoshi emerged like a god of war in pitch black armor, followed by Harvey and Luke, who played the role of incredibly cool guardians, making everyone look up in awe. The crowd buzzed, discussing the mysterious black-armored warrior, while Harvey whispered to Luke that all this glory was thanks to Tsuyoshi carrying the team, promising to recommend him immediately. Victor excitedly informed Tsuyoshi that he was the center of attention, while Tsuyoshi merely smirked, finding this situation a bit strange compared to his previous life. The jackal captain froze, sweat pouring down him like a river, as he heard Victor retort that the big goat party had just effortlessly broken the record right under his nose. The old dog tried to salvage some dignity by stammering that the big goat party only got lucky by stumbling upon a super-tier carry. Tsuyoshi cast his blazing blue eye, filled with killing intent, down at the defeated opponent, his voice icy as he retorted, "Who was just running their mouth, calling me useless trash?" The jackal captain did a screeching U-turn, profusely apologizing with clasped hands, then shamelessly invited Tsuyoshi to join his guild under any conditions he desired. This old fox's mind raced. He realized that if he could snatch this monster, his guild would possess an invaluable strategic weapon. The entire crowd of adventurers, like a horde of zombies, rushed to snatch Tsuyoshi, making the jackal captain yell to claim the first spot amidst the chaos. Tsuyoshi calmly recalled his previous life as a cleaner, watching others shine, deeply understanding the truth that the strong are sought after, like royalty, wherever they go. Harvey immediately acted as a bodyguard, using his guardian-like physique to clear a path and loudly declared ownership, stating that Tsuyoshi already belonged to his big goat party, to quell the crowd. The Beastman city of Northern stood majestically under the sun, a place where all sorts of people gathered, from the powerful to the poor commoners. Down the bustling streets, muscular orcs swaggered about, while the weak had to beg for every single coin. Tsuyoshi walked with an air of charisma in his spiked black armor, with Harvey escorting him like a loyal bodyguard, making everyone turn their heads. The Beastman crowd began to whisper and speculate, guessing that the person accompanying Harvey must be at least level 20 to be on par with the big goat captain. Arriving at the guild hall entrance, Tsuyoshi signaled for everyone to stop for a moment so he could take care of personal matters before getting to business. In his mind, there was only the image of Sakura and the promise of meeting, making him eager to see the fox girl immediately. Inside the tavern, the Cat Tribe Guild receptionist was coldly refusing the advances of two annoying orcs with a convincing excuse about being on a diet. The two thick-skinned orcs still wouldn't give up, trying to pressure her into drinking with them, clearly showing their persistent nature. Tsuyoshi unexpectedly cut in, walking coldly through the two bulky figures as if they were air, and demanded they move aside. The enraged orc grabbed his shoulder, intending to teach him a lesson, but suddenly froze, realizing the kid's face was strangely familiar. The two bulky orc adventurers stood in his way, accusing Tsuyoshi of stealing their quest, and sarcastically remarking that the fancy armor he was wearing must have been bought with all his savings just to show off to everyone. Tsuyoshi ignored the cheap taunts, stone-faced, and turned to ask them if they had seen Sakura, as he had an appointment to meet her there. The Cat Tribe Guild receptionist calmly took a long drag from her pipe, telling Tsuyoshi that she hadn't seen Sakura and complaining that, besides these two loudmouths, no one else stayed here for long. The two orcs were dumbfounded, their faces blank, then turned to look at each other in confusion, as they realized they were the two noisy guys the girl had just mentioned. The guild receptionist closed her eyes and exhaled a puff of white smoke, uttering a concise confirmation, "That would be you two," making the two orcs so embarrassed their faces turned purple. The orc adventurer roared in fury at the insult, swinging his hand, as big as a guardian deity's, intending to strike the girl who dared to disrespect him with a ferocious attitude. Tsuyoshi swiftly grabbed the orc's wrist, the system reporting ultimate physique activated, making his hand as hard as iron pliers, and coldly asked if the guy was blind not to see that she was uncomfortable. The orc sweated profusely, trying to pull his hand free but in vain against Tsuyoshi's overwhelming strength. He wondered in horror who this kid was, while Tsuyoshi only looked at him with a look of disdain reserved for fools. Knowing they couldn't cause trouble in a guarded establishment, the two orcs found an excuse to invite Tsuyoshi outside for a solo fight, to conveniently teach this insolent human kid a lesson he'd never forget. Ignoring the departing orc's angry threat to knock him out with one punch, Tsuyoshi politely turned back to apologize to the guild receptionist for the interruption, and guessed that Sakura was probably still busy and hadn't arrived yet. The guild receptionist frantically tried to stop him, warning Tsuyoshi not to be foolish enough to go outside or he'd be beaten to a pulp, advising him to hide inside under the guard's protection. Tsuyoshi turned his back with a cool demeanor, confidently stating, "I'll be fine," leaving the listener half believing, half doubting. The orc adventurer, stepping out the door, looked back defiantly, threatening with a strained voice that if he didn't want to be knocked out on the spot, he should come out for a solo fight. As soon as Tsuyoshi stepped outside, he met Harvey, Luke, and the entire team waiting. The giant Harvey respectfully bowed and inquired about the captain's situation. The two orcs froze on the spot, sweat pouring down like a waterfall when they heard the words captain from the giant tank's mouth. The guild receptionist secretly peeked through the crack in the door, her eyes wide with surprise, wondering who this mysterious human kid was to have such influence. Tsuyoshi calmly pointed at the two troublemakers, briefly reporting that they were the ones who started the fight, while Harvey exuded killing intent, crushing the opponents. Luke and his subordinates immediately became enraged, glaring at the two orcs with a fiery gaze and growling, demanding to know who dared to provoke their boss. The two orcs were scared out of their wits, running for their lives towards the horizon, screaming that it was all just a terrible misunderstanding. Ignoring the fleeing small fry, Tsuyoshi calmly ordered the Wind Archer captain and the entire team to continue moving to the Adventurers Guild, as if nothing had happened. Tsuyoshi subtly suggested that since the mission was over, he should drop the title of captain, but Harvey just chuckled, considering it a natural thing between men. In the guild meeting room, Harvey sat with two other leaders, proudly reporting their record-breaking dungeon clearing achievement. The Q's guildmaster, an elemental magician of level 24 with a dignified dog head, narrowed his eyes, suspicious of allowing a human warrior to participate in major quests. Harvey immediately spoke up to vouch, asserting that Tsuyoshi was an outstanding talent who had carried the team on his back, and must be invited to grind through difficult quests. Redum, a level 23 swordsman and also a founder, scoffed, deeming it illogical for a Beastman guild to have a human leader, even suspecting Tsuyoshi was a spy. Victor frowned uncomfortably upon hearing the scent of racism, while Tsuyoshi maintained a cold, indifferent expression, not bothering to argue with the small fries. Luke sweated profusely, trying to explain that the other three were the three founding pillars of the guild, and their words carried 1,000-pound weight, so he shouldn't be foolish enough to talk back. Victor couldn't hold back anymore, his face flushed with anger, as he accused Redum of always looking down on human personnel and blatantly favoring his fellow beastmen, regardless of their actual strength. Luke frantically rushed to cover Victor's mouth before his mouth harmed his body, while Tsuyoshi stood there like an ice statue amidst the chaos. The Q's guildmaster ignored the argument, acknowledging the reality that other guilds were grinding frantically, so they needed Tsuyoshi's overpowering analytical ability to optimize efficiency. Redum sneered with disdain, sarcastically remarking that Harvey's team didn't need a new leader because they were already a burden dragging the entire guild into the mud. Harvey slammed his hand on the table, arguing back, veins bulging, that even if their efficiency wasn't high, his team's loyalty and long-standing dedication were undeniable. The swordsman Redum maintained his superior attitude, warning that letting a human lead would turn the Beastman Guild into a laughingstock for all and lead to its collapse. Harvey turned to look at the Q's guildmaster with pleading eyes, hoping he would consider the guild's future and make a fair decision. The Q's guildmaster closed his eyes with a sigh, admitting that Harvey's sentiments were valuable, but he was forced to choose the safe solution, following Redum's opinion to preserve his reputation. He coldly delivered the final verdict that he would politely see them out, which meant flatly refusing Tsuyoshi's entry. Harvey froze in shock, stammering the guildmaster's name in utter astonishment at this unjust and cowardly decision. The bearded warrior bowed his head, gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger, and reluctantly accepted the order with a resigned expression. Tsuyoshi stood up with an arrogant demeanor, flatly declaring that he was only there out of respect for Harvey, so if he wasn't welcome, he would leave immediately. He gave Harvey a reassuring, masculine pat on the shoulder, reminding his old friend not to worry, because he still had trustworthy teammates like Luke standing behind him. The remaining members of the Big Goat team were rooted to the spot, their faces clearly showing resignation and helplessness at their superior's decision. Harvey watched the retreating back of his savior, who had just saved his entire team, his eyes heavy with regret and torment, unable to speak. Tsuyoshi gave a cool farewell wave, uttered a social promise, then turned and walked away directly, not bothering to look back at this rotten guild for another second. The swordsman Redum sat with his legs crossed on the chair, uttering sarcastic and disdainful farewell words, while the old guildmaster beside him remained silent like a wooden statue. Unable to contain his frustration, Harvey turned and yelled at Redum, asserting that his ignorance and prejudice had just kicked away the guild's only chance for a turnaround. In response to that anger was Redum's arrogant, mocking laugh. He tilted his head back, dismissing Tsuyoshi's achievements as a fluke, nothing more than dumb luck. The whole group grudgingly left the main hall, leaving behind a stern warning about the late regret they would surely experience. Stepping out onto the sun-drenched street, Tsuyoshi silently calculated his next leveling plan, and remembered that he had to apologize to Sakura for accidentally damaging the heartfelt shirt she sewed for him. As he walked, the jackal captain suddenly ran frantically to block his path, out of breath, as if he had just found a treasure, and bombarded him with questions. It turned out that this once arrogant guy had now changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, clasping his hands and begging Tsuyoshi for help with sickeningly fake sparkling eyes. Sensing an opportunity, Tsuyoshi immediately switched to merchant mode. He stroked his chin and directly asked about the reward and conditions, intending to monopolize this lucrative deal. The jackal captain hastily explained that this was an urgent mission to rescue the beloved daughter of a magnate, and urged him to meet the guildmaster immediately. The Beastman residents in the city stared wide-eyed at the strange sight of an arrogant captain leading a stranger with a submissive demeanor. Tsuyoshi walked and pondered, doubting whether this guild was capable enough to undertake such an important hostage rescue mission. The jackal captain explained that his pace guild also had a reputation, but due to financial pressure, they had to compete with the Adventurers Guild for these tough quests. Tsuyoshi mentally calculated based on his previous boss-slaying experience, and guessed that the reward would probably only be around 5 gold coins at most. But the actual figure was staggering when the Wind Archer captain revealed the reward was up to 500 gold coins, and promised to split half with him if successful. Hearing the figure of 250 gold coins, Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up like headlights, and he happily imagined Sakura's extreme joy swimming in this massive pile of money. The two quickly moved to the Pace Guild headquarters under the curious and scrutinizing gazes of the gatekeepers and other members. Inside the hall, the wealthy bull merchant was banging on the table and shouting loudly, threatening to demand 10 times the compensation and expel the guild from the city if his daughter wasn't found by tomorrow. Hugh, the vice guild master of Pace, was sweating profusely, trying to explain a new rescue plan to de-escalate the tense situation. The wealthy merchant puffed on his cigar, furiously yelling at his opponents because these good-for-nothings had failed too many times, making him lose all patience. The door opened, and the Wind Archer captain and Tsuyoshi entered, causing the atmosphere to tense. The merchant immediately wondered if this burly man was a client. Tsuyoshi glanced, assessing the opponent's wealth, while the captain hastily explained that they had dispatched troops to rescue the person immediately after accepting the quest. He argued that the treacherous mountainous terrain had prevented their 5-person, level 20 team, along with the vice guildmaster, from deploying their formation and reaching the target. As a result, the entire group was overwhelmed by traps and ambushes from the level 19 enemy mobs, led by the level 25 berserker. The captain desperately clung to Tsuyoshi, admitting that after 3 failed attempts, the enemy had become more vigilant than ever. His trembling hand clutched Tsuyoshi's shoulder armor like a last straw in a dire situation. The Wind Archer captain cried miserably, snot and tears streaming down his face, begging Tsuyoshi to save the guild's honor and finances from the risk of bankruptcy due to compensation. Tsuyoshi calmly reassured his teammates, then opened his status window showing a combat power of 150,000. He planned to change his sacrifice skill to optimize his strength for the upcoming battle. The bull merchant roared arrogantly, issuing an ultimatum, forcing the mercenaries to pay 10 times the compensation or disband the guild immediately if they failed. Tsuyoshi observed coldly, secretly despising the old man, as he realized his eyes were filled only with money, with no concern for his daughter in distress. Under the pressure to cough up 5,000 gold, the Wind Archer captain was sweating profusely, stammering explanations in despair, while the vice guildmaster standing beside him looked equally haggard. A sharp voice rang out, asserting that the girl could still be saved, startling the merchant who turned around, cutting short his torrent of curses. Tsuyoshi stepped out of the shadows with an overwhelming aura, confidently declaring that the old man's daughter would be brought back safely by tomorrow. The merchant suspiciously pointed at the loudmouth who had just appeared, turning to question the captain about who this human was to speak so boldly. As if grasping a lifeline, the Wind Archer captain hastily whispered into the old master's ear, introducing Tsuyoshi as the savior who had taken on this difficult quest to shift responsibility. The old bull squinted, assessing Tsuyoshi with disdain, unable to believe that a Beastman guild had to rely on an unfamiliar human. Although still suspicious, the merchant agreed to wait, but didn't forget to reiterate the 5,000 gold penalty hanging over their heads if tomorrow's mission failed. Tsuyoshi didn't flinch. Instead, he raised the stakes, making a counteroffer to old Wenton that if he rescued the girl, the reward should double to 1,000 gold. The bull merchant gritted his teeth in suspicion, thinking this stranger was either trying to scam him or was insane to speak so boldly. Tsuyoshi laid his cards on the table, coldly declaring he would bet 50,000 gold, 10 times the requested amount, to assert his status as a high roller. The colossal sum shocked the Wind Archer captain and vice guildmaster Hugh so much that they spat blood and nearly fainted on the spot. Smelling money, the merchant immediately sealed the deal, stipulating a double reward if successful, but Tsuyoshi would be 50,000 gold in debt if he failed. The contract was drafted quickly, and the arrogant bull forced the sweating Wind Archer captain to sign it immediately. The captain's hand trembled violently as he held the quill, utterly panicked at being suddenly dragged into this life or death gamble. With the agreement settled, Tsuyoshi turned and walked away proudly into the sunset, leaving the bewildered beastmen behind. Vice Guildmaster Hugh turned to desperately scold his superior, lamenting that the deed was done, and both of them trembled uncontrollably. The Wind Archer captain blocked Tsuyoshi's path, yelling that his guild had been pushed to the brink, but only received the indifferent attitude of the strong. Before the tension could subside, a frantic guard ran in to report that the president of the Mage Association had personally arrived, startling everyone. Doug appeared with an imposing aura, making the Pace Guild members hold their breath in anticipation. This old goat was Doug, the Blue Shaman and president of the Northern Mage Association, who had personally come to inquire about the health of the guild's leadership. Doug invited everyone to sit and offered to personally treat the crippled arm that the guild's incompetent priests had given up on. As he began treating Hugh's broken arm, Doug inquired about the failed mission, making the Vice Guildmaster sweat profusely in shame. Green healing light flared, and Doug immediately recognized this as a difficult quest involving old Wenton's daughter, which had pushed the guild into a corner. Tsuyoshi unexpectedly stepped out with boundless confidence, greeting his old acquaintance arrogantly, as if they were equals. Doug flinched, his eyes wide, nearly dropping his jaw, as he realized the person standing tall before him was Tsuyoshi. After calming down with a hot cup of tea, Doug quickly grasped the situation regarding the challenging request that Tsuyoshi had agreed to handle. The old goat mage casually asserted that Tsuyoshi was more than capable of handling this mission, while Tsuyoshi merely smirked a polite thank you. Hugh and the Wind Archer captain sat in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, terrified to learn that Tsuyoshi was such a formidable figure, acquainted even with big shots like Doug. Hugh cast aside his pride, offering to accompany and assist Tsuyoshi as Vice Guildmaster to oversee this operation. Tsuyoshi set his teacup down with a clink, curtly accepting the orc's tailing. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and left, declaring that the injury was fine, leaving Hugh bewildered and breathless as he tried to follow. Taking advantage of Tsuyoshi's absence, the two Pace Guild leaders finally dared to quietly ask Doug about the true identity of that monster. Doug began his lecture about his idol, revealing Tsuyoshi was the youngest and most talented white shaman he had ever encountered. Still reeling from shock, the old goat added the clincher that Tsuyoshi was the only warrior to solo the legendary Cardiolus Pass. Hearing this, both Hugh and the Wind Archer captain gaped, their faces drained of color at the young man's overwhelming power. Doug stroked his beard thoughtfully, asserting that Tsuyoshi's power far exceeded anything they could imagine. Out on the main road, Hugh ran after him, grumbling about the 50,000 gold debt Tsuyoshi had unilaterally agreed to, which gave him a massive headache. Ignoring the vice guildmaster who was fretting about supplies, Tsuyoshi coldly declared their next destination wasn't a shop, but the arena. Hugh's eyes widened, his mouth agape to his ears, upon hearing that Tsuyoshi wanted to visit the arena instead of attending to their main business. Ignoring the vice guildmaster who was hunched over carrying supplies and nagging about warriors having no place here, Tsuyoshi continued to walk coldly, like a god. Standing before the imposing arena gates, Tsuyoshi sternly reminded him of tomorrow's crucial deadline, leaving Hugh silent and resentful. As soon as they arrived, Hugh scurried off to ask if there were any exciting matches at the arena today for entertainment. Tsuyoshi immediately poured cold water on his enthusiasm, declaring he wanted to fight to the death in the arena. Not just watch, shocking Hugh so much he nearly dropped his jaw. He bluntly ordered Hugh to handle the registration and fees himself if he had any more questions, his firm attitude allowing no refusal. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed blue as he activated the system, planning to respec his stats to the assassin class to suit the upcoming stealth assassination mission. Inside the arena was a true cauldron of fire, with thousands of spectators wildly screaming, awaiting bloody massacres. On the arena floor appeared Naruto, a one-armed level 21 cat tribe assassin, whose aura was as sharp as a razor, weapon in hand, ready to take lives. The large beastman warrior opposite him was sweating profusely at Naruto's terrifying speed, while the black cat arrogantly uttered extremely provocative words. The ground shook violently as a powerful stomp landed, sending dirt and rocks flying into the air, creating a chaotic scene. The Roar warrior roared, activating heroic roar, enveloping his body in purple lightning to boost morale and assert that warriors don't need complicated tactics. In the pitch-black night, a sharp eye suddenly burst open, flashing the deadly gaze of a predator locking onto its target. The warrior swung his great axe, shattering all obstacles with terrifying power, attempting to crush the prey, desperately trying to escape. He was drenched in sweat from continuously unleashing skills, only to strike at empty air, frantically yelling that he couldn't even touch a single hair on his opponent. Naruto suddenly materialized from the shadows behind the enemy like a grim reaper, unleashing ambush attack to deliver a fatal blow to their blind spot. The cat assassin coldly sheathed his sword after a lightning-fast slash, leaving a purple energy trail cutting through space along with a sarcastic remark that even shadows could bite. The match ended swiftly as Naruto stood proudly over his unconscious opponent, forcing the referee to frantically call for a healing priest to save the man. The entire arena erupted in cheers and dazzling fireworks, celebrating the overwhelming and skillful performance of the one-armed assassin. The audience buzzed with discussions about the ambush attack skill and speculated with admiration about Naruto's mysterious Eastern origins. Tsuyoshi smirked, praising the assassin's recent skill, his eyes revealing a clear interest in this new, promising prey. Hugh, standing beside him, was drenched in sweat, trembling as he warned that Naruto was a monster dominating the lightweight arena with an undefeated streak for the past 3 months. Tsuyoshi casually asked if the Eastern assassins were truly as formidable as rumored, making the Vice Guildmaster look at him as if he were an alien. Hugh continued to explain about the mysterious Eastern Assassins Guild, where Naruto was once expelled and lost an arm, yet still retained his brutal assassin instincts. Tsuyoshi pondered, learning that the secret martial arts of that Assassin's Guild were inviolable and reserved only for internal members. The entire arena was shaken as the announcer introduced the next challenger, Tsuyoshi, a rookie with absolutely no real combat experience here. The Beastman crowd below laughed wildly, considering this human merely a weak clown coming to offer his life for their entertainment. Naruto stood proudly in the sunlight, disdainfully wondering what madman dared to bring an inexperienced corpse here to offer to his blade. Ignoring Hugh's fearful advice to give up, Tsuyoshi coldly brushed it aside and stepped directly into the arena with the demeanor of a superior being. He leaped into the arena, boldly declaring that experience was meaningless because the outcome of this match was beyond the predictions of mere small fry. Hugh stood in the stands, sweating profusely, secretly cursing Tsuyoshi's show-off tendencies, which would only make him cannon fodder. The entire arena held its breath before the mismatched confrontation. On one side, a veteran assassin. On the other, a rookie with a huge no-experience label over his head. Naruto haughtily raised his chin, acting like a senior, advising his opponent to surrender early to avoid pain, but concluded that if they fought, he wouldn't hold back. Tsuyoshi sneered, his blue eyes glowing with provocation, casually telling the black cat to go ahead and show what he's got. As soon as the signal ended, Naruto shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, determined to teach the rookie an unforgettable lesson in speed. The assassin drew his glowing red dagger, his eyes flashing with killing intent, claiming he didn't like bullying noobs but intending to send his opponent to the grave immediately. Naruto's speed was so fast it created dazzling yellow streaks, and the audience screamed wildly, demanding he finish off the weakling in a few seconds. Tsuyoshi remained still as a rock, his left eye beginning to activate blue lightning, calmly assessing the enemy's speed and preparing his familiar trump card. A series of system panels appeared, signaling that Ultimate Physique and Divine Eye were activated. Tsuyoshi scanned all of his opponent's stats, preparing to outplay him. Just as the Blade of Death was about to touch its target, Naruto suddenly froze, his pupils contracting as he realized something serious was right in front of him. Naruto braked sharply midair, creating a piercing screech and a long skid mark on the ground. He was forced to stop his attack, sensing an overwhelming aura of death. Tsuyoshi glanced over with his glowing blue eyes, full of innocent mischief, casually asking his opponent why he suddenly froze mid-action. The beastman crowd below looked at each other in confusion, mouths agape, not understanding why the bloodthirsty assassin stopped instead of finishing off the rookie. Naruto was drenched in sweat, his fur soaked. His instincts told him that the rookie before him had transformed from a lamb into a monster in an instant. A colossal dark aura erupted from Tsuyoshi, forming the illusion of a black war god looming over the entire arena, making Naruto tremble uncontrollably. Tsuyoshi smirked provocatively, pointing his thumb at himself, and boldly declaring that if the black cat had chickened out, he would make the first move. The assassin frantically retreated into a defensive stance. He was completely disoriented, unable to read his opponent's stats, and feeling suffocating pressure. The system panel unexpectedly displayed a notification that absolute duplication had evolved, allowing Tsuyoshi to copy skills mid-combat without cumbersome conditions. He breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the days when he had to grope the organs of disgusting orcs to copy their moves. Now the game was much easier. Tsuyoshi descended like a meteor, unleashing a preemptive strike carrying a brilliant purple energy flow to teach Naruto a lesson in true power. Naruto was drenched in sweat, his eyes flickering wildly as he wondered why the rookie was so excited instead of afraid. He told himself to be extremely cautious. Tsuyoshi activated Z movement step, his body gliding in an ethereal zigzag trajectory, making his opponent dizzy as his speed was maximally buffed. The ground trembled as Tsuyoshi moved at blinding speed, leaving purple energy streaks tearing through the air and closing in on his opponent. The black cat assassin yelled that his opponent was just bluffing, then unleashed ambush attack to end the match immediately. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly as he felt the attack aiming directly at his vital point, just as he had anticipated. A loud explosion echoed, accompanied by a blinding flash of light as the weapon collided with its target, creating a powerful shockwave. The sharp blade struck Tsuyoshi's neck directly, but sparked and was blocked by a layer of steel-hard blue energy shield. Naruto froze in shock, seeing his dagger powerless against the ultimate physique that had enhanced the hardness of his opponent's neck to a monstrous level. The beastmen crowd below gaped, their minds filled with questions, not understanding what on earth had just happened when the assassin's strike proved useless. The assassin trembled violently, sweating profusely as he began questioning his existence and wondering if the monster before him was the strongest here. Tsuyoshi activated absolute duplication, calmly standing in the middle of the battlefield, selecting skills from the system panel as if he were shopping. His eyes glowed with lightning as the system confirmed it had copied an upgraded ambush attack into thunderous ambush attack, thanks to the overpowering lightning attribute. The black cat assassin frantically retreated, drenched in sweat and screaming in despair because his useless dagger couldn't even leave a scratch. Tsuyoshi gave an arrogant smile, refused lengthy explanations, and declared it was his turn to counterattack, then charged like a storm. He swung his sword, enveloped in purple lightning, in a decisive arc accompanied by a powerful roar to finish off his opponent. In the moment of death's embrace, Naruto's eyes widened in horror as he realized the incoming skill was his very own signature move. The colossal purple energy surge named Thunderous Ambush Attack tore through space with unstoppable destructive power. The assassin was engulfed by the purple lightning, his body convulsing violently and instantly obliterated by the absolute overwhelming power. Tsuyoshi stood tall over his smoking opponent, satisfied that he had enough resources to go save someone, while the referee trembled as he declared him the winner. The entire arena erupted in fireworks and confetti, celebrating the monster rookie's terrifying display of power. Hugh's eyes widened at the fancy equipment. He couldn't help but admire and exclaim in astonishment at the extravagance of the big shot. Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, checking his flexibility, satisfied that his body felt as light as a true assassin, thanks to the divinely buffed speed stats. Under the sunset, Hugh anxiously and timidly asked if his boss was sure he wanted to go save someone at night when visibility was limited. Tsuyoshi activated his cool black armor, confidently asserting that he could see through the night and showing off his overpowering combat power of 15,000, which dominated all opponents. A flock of black crows scattered under the cold moonlight, their frantic wing beats signaling that a bloody night was about to begin in the deadly forest. The two moved silently under the dense canopy in the dark, approaching the fortress where the merchant's daughter was imprisoned. Tsuyoshi leaned against a tree, calculating the passing time, while Hugh nervously described the treacherous terrain and the history of previous failed rescue teams. The enemy fortress loomed majestically on the sheer cliff, a death trap with solid defenses and traps covering every path. Hugh was sweating profusely, his face ashen as he tremblingly wondered how just 2 people could handle this challenging map. Before he could finish, the Vice Guildmaster was stunned as Tsuyoshi vanished without a trace, leaving only a faint afterimage due to his incredible speed. The guards guffawed, mocking the Pace Guild for foolishly rushing to their deaths because of the intricate trap system that even the enemy faction was clueless about. Tsuyoshi stood on a high branch, activating his divine eye to scan the entire area, like a predator searching for an opening. A series of red circles appeared in his vision, revealing the locations of 9 large trigger traps and 6 automatic traps waiting to swallow any intruder. He was satisfied to realize that his divine eye had evolved, clearly displaying each trigger point, allowing him to map out the most perfect route. Tsuyoshi gave the signal to start, then plunged into the night, beginning his display of supreme skill. A dark shadow glided through the trees at terrifying speed, the soft rustling completely drowned out by the wind. He swooped down with glowing eyes, concentrating intensely to handle every variable along the way. The black armor automatically transformed his cloak into a cool face mask, making Tsuyoshi secretly praise the thoughtfulness of the divine selection system. Under the silver moonlight, Tsuyoshi leaped through the air, creating a picturesque assassin silhouette. He deftly dodged a falling wooden trap by a hair's breadth, then hid behind a tree, his cold gaze locking onto the guards ahead. Tsuyoshi raised a hand to adjust his mask, signaling for absolute silence to begin his hunt in the dark. Two guards flinched at the strange sound. The kobold guard immediately ordered his comrade to check for intruders. They carelessly assumed it was just a wild animal caught in a trap. The green-skinned orc with a mace eagerly jumped down to deal with the prey. The kobold guard stood above, smirking confidently, asserting that no madman would dare attack the fortress at this hour. The orc muttered, intending to kill the unlucky deer, completely unaware that death itself, Tsuyoshi, was perched on a branch directly above him, eyes glowing. Tsuyoshi opened his divine storage, drawing out the kunai that Hugh had given him, ready to unleash the assassin skill he had just copied. He appeared behind the orc like a ghost, making the burly guard's eyes widen in shock as he felt a chilling, killing intent. Tsuyoshi struck with lightning speed, closing in and subduing the target before he could even swing his crude mace. A decisive blow sent the orc's legs flying, his entire body slammed down in silence. Tsuyoshi coldly whispered, "Shh," activating his ultimate physique to boost his arm strength by 120% to deliver a fatal blow, piercing the enemy's heart and sending him to his demise instantly. Tsuyoshi coldly uttered a deadly. Next, his sharp eyes searching for new prey after dispatching the first target, he rappelled down into the abyss like a ghost, easily bypassing the falling rock trap that the system had just marked as safe. Tsuyoshi landed softly in the bushes with a faint rustle, his glowing eyes activating predator mode in the darkness. Above, the kobold guard was complaining to his orc comrade that the other guy hadn't returned yet, suspecting him of slacking off again. The annoyed kobold guard decided to go drag the lazy one back himself, leaving the orc to stand guard alone. He turned and walked away, muttering fearfully about being punished by his superior if the guards were found slacking, completely unaware that death was approaching. Humming a cheerful tune, the kobold guard suddenly flinched when he heard a strange sound coming from the bushes behind him. He froze, turning his head suspiciously with a bewildered expression, trying to figure out what that sound was. Looking at the deserted path with no one in sight, he scratched his head, reassuring himself that he must have misheard, as there was no one there. While the kobold guard was distracted, Tsuyoshi silently appeared and slit the throat of the remaining orc, coldly declaring, "One more," before the body even hit the ground. The kobold guard flinched, looking towards the strange light, sweat pouring down his face as he loudly called out to his comrades, thinking they were playing a prank. He tremblingly placed his hand on the trap lever, yelling threats that he would activate the area's devastating defense system if no one answered. A towering dark shadow wielding a weapon appeared from thin air, bringing with it terrifying pressure that sent shivers down the guard's spine, making him suspect a real intruder. Tsuyoshi lunged like a whirlwind, stopping the enemy's action, coldly declaring that he wouldn't get a chance to activate the traps before the other man could even let out a desperate scream. The thunderous ambush attack skill was unleashed. Tsuyoshi delivered a fatal blow from above, leaving the kobold guard to only widen his eyes in horror as he met his death. The system reported a series of incredible stats, from the ultimate physique, enhancing his right arm, to the critical damage dealt to the weak point on the back, dispatching the enemy with a single hit. Having dealt with the petty guards, Tsuyoshi stood proudly under the moonlight, using his divine eye to scan the area and detect 6 manual traps waiting at the entrance. Hugh climbed up and saw the scene, terrified by his comrade's overwhelming power, sweat pouring down as he reminded Tsuyoshi to be careful of the remaining traps. Tsuyoshi casually walked ahead as if strolling, instructing Hugh to weave through each trigger wire marked by his divine eye, making the archer behind him gape in wonder, asking how he knew. While he was at it, Tsuyoshi swung his weapon and smashed the trap control panel to be done with it, making Hugh, who stood beside him, jump in fright at his utter destructiveness. Hugh was sweating profusely at Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power, but quickly stopped when he heard the order to save some traps for the next phase. Tsuyoshi coldly ordered them to proceed directly to rescue the hostage, making the archer behind him, despite his aches, steel himself and follow. An unlucky guard was lured into a death trap, screaming as a giant spiked ball descended from the cave ceiling like a hammer. Tsuyoshi calmly stood as bait while Hugh continuously rained arrows from above, coordinating smoothly to send the enemy to their ancestors. The unfortunate guard couldn't even utter a last word, crushed and instantly obliterated by the terrifying damage of the trap. The objective was in sight, but guarding the door were 2 level 24 heavy armored warriors, as massive as boulders, making the situation tense. Hugh emotionally knelt, vowing to dedicate his life to repay the favor, but Tsuyoshi merely brushed him off and assigned him the task of distracting the guards. The archer was bewildered for a few seconds before understanding, then bowed in farewell and split off to perform his risky role as bait. Tsuyoshi watched his comrades retreating back, secretly thinking that this guy was truly foolish to believe he was being used as a mere pawn. Hugh suddenly realized Tsuyoshi's profound plan was to use the undestroyed traps themselves to clear out those tough monsters. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye to scan the map, pinpointing the entire enemy lineup of 24 individuals, from common soldiers to the final boss, entrenched within the fortress. He planned to herd the chickens into traps and take on the boss solo, moving Hugh to tears by the Vice Guildmaster's calculated concern. The 2 heavy armored warriors were wondering why it was so quiet tonight, when they were suddenly hit by a volley of arrows from the darkness. The arrows embedded themselves in the guard's back, but were no more than an itch against his tough armor. The damage dealt was almost 0. Hugh was both sweating profusely and yelling provocations, calling the monsters cowardly chickens to draw their aggro towards himself, exactly as planned. The guard recognized the sneak attacker as the archer from the other day. He snapped the arrows on his shoulder like toothpicks and truly began to rage. Both guardians' eyes blazed fiery red. They activated a series of berserker skills and charged forward like bulldozers, vowing to tear apart the audacious fool who dared to poke the tiger. Hugh's face went bloodless, his eyes wide and vacant as he realized he had just enraged 2 monsters far beyond his capacity to handle. The archer ran for his life through the forest, still trying to salvage a few curses while the monsters tore through every tree behind him. Tsuyoshi stood with his arms crossed, hidden behind a tree, observing the situation, coldly remarking that if Hugh got caught, he would be permanently logged out of the server. Tsuyoshi landed on the rooftop as light as a feather, activating stealth mode to approach the target without making any sound. He parted the curtain, his divine eye quickly scanning inside to confirm whether the hostage was truly being held there. The scene before him completely froze him as he saw the boss, Ida, affectionately reading the fairy tale Snow White to the little horned girl. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in astonishment. What the hell was going on? Was this a notorious criminal hideout or a kindergarten? The little horned girl wasn't afraid at all. She playfully punched the boss and teased that she would never eat strange food from a witch. Ida sharply sensed a stranger's killing intent. He gently covered the girl with a blanket before turning toward the door, his eyes burning with murderous aura. A devastating strike tore through the air, aimed straight at Tsuyoshi's face. He hurriedly raised his hand to block just in time against his opponent's terrifying speed. The boss's crushing sting attack skill created a horrific shockwave, blowing Tsuyoshi back and pulverizing a large section of the wall into dust. Ida stepped out of the dust cloud with the overwhelming presence of a level 25 berserker, growling to demand the identity of the fool who dared to interrupt story time. Tsuyoshi brushed the dust off his shoulder. Instead of answering, he wondered why a cold-blooded kidnapper was reading fairy tales to lull a hostage to sleep like a devoted nanny. Under the cold moonlight, Tsuyoshi in his black armor faced the boss. His status window displayed fake info, a level 10 assassin with 15,000 combat power, wielding the blood mist saw. He recalled the boss's strangely gentle expression from earlier and wondered why a child kidnapper would have such a benevolent look. Ida erupted with a crimson aura, nodding in praise of the intruder who had skillfully bypassed the traps and taken down the guards in silence. Tsuyoshi calmly declared he came on behalf of the Pace Guild to rescue Wenton's daughter, suggesting the boss hand her over to settle things peacefully like a business deal. Ida shouted a flat refusal and lunged forward with wind-splitting speed, not bothering with another word of negotiation. Tsuyoshi flipped to dodge just in time, silently noting that it was indeed a berserker's style, not much talk, just getting more bloodthirsty as the fight goes on. His eyes flashed with calculation, realizing he couldn't drag this out. If this guy's comrades returned, it would be a huge problem. The boss unleashed his crushing kick skill with terrifying power, aiming directly at his opponent's head. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye immediately, his blue eyes glowing brightly as they analyzed every movement of the deadly attack. An earth-shattering explosion rang out as Ida's attack landed, creating a deep crater and a thick cloud of dust that enveloped the entire area. Ida's eyes widened in shock as he saw his opponent glide past with unimaginable speed. Tsuyoshi unleashed his thunderous ambush attack skill, striking with a powerful bolt of lightning that left the boss dazed. He landed coolly with a resounding thud, gripping his greatsword firmly amidst the swirling smoke and dust. Tsuyoshi silently praised his opponent's reflexes. Even though he used the divine eye to time it perfectly, the leopard man still managed to dodge the fatal blow. Ida looked at the blood on his hand, admitting that this human assassin possessed perfect speed and strength, with a level not inferior to his own. The boss wondered why a professional assassin would use a bulky greatsword instead of the usual assassination daggers. Deciding to end it quickly, Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique to enhance his arms to their maximum limit. Ida roared a provocation, erupting with a crimson aura as he lunged in, determined to have a life-or-death struggle with his enemy. The tense atmosphere suddenly shattered when the little horned girl timidly stepped out, hesitantly calling for uncle with a worried face. The aggressive boss immediately deflated. He frantically waved his hands to shoo the girl back inside with a hilariously overprotective mother-hen attitude. Tsuyoshi froze completely, his mind racing as he witnessed a kidnapper cherishing a hostage like a fragile egg instead of torturing her. The previously fierce boss was now breaking into a cold sweat, hiding his bleeding arm and lying through his teeth that he just accidentally cut himself to soothe the girl. The horned girl spread her arms to shield the leopard man, tearfully scolding Tsuyoshi for being a bully, leaving him in a difficult dilemma. Tsuyoshi frantically waved his hands to explain, trying to salvage his image as a hero rescuing a damsel. But he failed miserably in front of the child. Looking at the girl's pouting eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness, remembering how his sister Karina used to look at him exactly like that when she was upset. The little hostage wailed, flatly refusing to be rescued because it was too much fun here, forcing the leopard boss to pat her head and promise not to kick her out. The murderous atmosphere vanished. Tsuyoshi lowered his weapon and demanded a clear explanation instead of continuing the pointless fighting. Ida picked the girl up like a model father, inviting his enemy inside to talk after he finished his duty of reading a bedtime story to the hostage. The candle burned quietly as time passed, the setting shifting from a bloody battlefield to a peaceful late-night storytelling mode. Waiting until the girl was fast asleep, Tsuyoshi leaned against the wall and questioned Ida about the true nature of this strangely affectionate kidnapping. While gently tucking the horned girl in, Ida casually admitted he was actually an undercover mercenary for the merchant Wenton himself. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in total shock, his brain working overtime because he couldn't understand why a biological father would hire someone to kidnap his own daughter. The leopard boss glared and briefly explained that the motive was money, using a fake kidnapping to extort massive compensation fees from other guilds. The image of the wealthy Wenton appeared in Tsuyoshi's mind. He bitterly realized his initial gut feeling was right. It was all an elaborately staged trap. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Ida blurted out the plan to hire heavy-duty thugs like him to turn the rescue mission into a grave for the unskilled. Tsuyoshi crossed his arms and leaned against a pillar, analyzing the situation. He realized Ida's fortification of the stronghold was just to buy time until the old man collected enough compensation. He narrowed his eyes and questioned the end-stage risks, because if the hostage returned home safely, Wenton's extortion scheme would surely be exposed. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind, causing Tsuyoshi's gaze to darken. He gasped in disbelief as he realized the sheer cruelty of the situation. Ida lowered his head and revealed the naked truth. The girl was just a stolen child, raised as a tool for fraud, and now she had become a useless asset. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth and concluded with fury that the beastly old man had planned to kill the child to silence her as soon as he finished extorting the money. Memories of the innocent newborn horned girl in the hands of a devil flooded back, causing the guilt in the leopard man's heart to pile up. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes, questioning the girl's dark future, and bluntly suggested that he should take the hostage and run far away immediately. Ida sorrowfully recounted his past as a starving homeless person saved by the wealthy Wenton, so he couldn't bring himself to be a treacherous ingrate. Tsuyoshi coldly asserted that the old man didn't care about the girl at all, and advised him to sever ties to become a real father. The beastman warrior looked at the sleeping child with affectionate eyes, his heart torn between blind loyalty and compassion. Tsuyoshi turned his back and walked toward the tent door, advising him that he had repaid his debt of gratitude over the years and should give himself a chance to start over. Ida broke into a cold sweat and protested in despair, fearing that Wenton would hire a legion of assassins to hunt them down if he dared to rebel. Images of the days spent caring for his sister Karina in the hospital flooded back, making Tsuyoshi feel deep empathy as he spoke to reassure the panicked man. The leopard man was stunned into silence, sweating profusely at the sight of his opponent's firm resolve and unexpected understanding. Tsuyoshi pulled back the tent flap and firmly declared that he would personally take care of that scum Wenton to ensure the safety of the two of them. Hugh ran over excitedly, boasting about his feat of leading the guards on a wild goose chase around the forest like a bunch of clowns. The half-orc shooter smugly rambled about his superior trap-dodging skills thanks to the trail markers, while Tsuyoshi just stood there listening silently with an expressionless face. The smile on Hugh's face vanished. He broke into a cold sweat, seeing Tsuyoshi alone, and panicked, thinking the hostage rescue mission had completely failed. Tsuyoshi calmly announced that the girl was safe, ordering his subordinate to return to the guild and report, while he personally went to settle the score with Wenton. Hearing the news of victory, Hugh was overjoyed. His eyes sparkled like stars as he bolted away to brag about the achievement to his older brother. Once he was alone, Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with a murderous blue light. He coldly declared that it was time to judge the one behind everything. At Wenton's luxurious mansion, the sparkling chandeliers illuminated the wealth built upon dirty money. The wealthy bull tribe man sat puffing on a cigar, shamelessly complaining about declining profits and plotting to expand the scale of his kidnapping and extortion ring. A deathly voice suddenly rang out, making Wenton jump. He dropped his cigar and frantically barked, demanding to know who dared to intrude. Tsuyoshi sat arrogantly perched on the window frame, gripping his massive greatsword as he coldly pronounced a death sentence upon the wicked merchant. Tsuyoshi's shadow descended like the Grim Reaper, sending the merchant Wenton flying from his chair, screaming desperately for help amidst the rubble. Tsuyoshi emerged from the smoke, his eyes glowing brightly, coldly declaring that he shouldn't waste his breath screaming, as he had already dealt with the minions while the old man was busy counting money. The magnificent lakeside villa was now enveloped in a deathly silence under the moonlight, completely isolated from the outside world. Wenton trembled uncontrollably as he witnessed the horrifying scene. All of his elite bodyguards lay scattered across the cold floor like broken puppets. Sweat poured down the bald magnate's forehead as he realized the intruder had single-handedly taken down his entire squad of level 15 warriors without expending any effort. Tsuyoshi calmly recounted how he had effortlessly slit the throats of each guard, while his status window displayed a combat power of 15,000, a number that completely overwhelmed his level 10 facade. His merchant nature resurfacing, Wenton hastily cursed his subordinates as useless, then pleaded, promising to use money to buy his life. Tsuyoshi approached, mentally overwhelming his opponent, subtly reminding him of the 5,000 gold debt to the guild, and chillingly informing him that his adopted daughter had been taken to a safe place. Tsuyoshi's blue eyes flashed sharply as he brought up rumors about the old man secretly raising children. The cold blade pressed against his throat drained all color from Wenton's face, while Tsuyoshi curiously asked if those children helped him earn a lot of money. The bald magnate Wenton trembled like a leaf, trying to bargain for his life by enticing Tsuyoshi to join a dark trade operation with a 50-50 split, if the plan succeeded. His beastly nature became apparent as he profusely sweated, admitting that harvesting organs from children was less risky and far more profitable than fake kidnappings for ransom. Tsuyoshi's blue eyes were as cold as ice beneath his mask, as he fully grasped the irredeemable rottenness of the man beneath his blade. Seeing his opponent's silence, Wenton panicked completely, ready to offer his entire colossal fortune for a peaceful life afterward, no longer caring about money. Tsuyoshi smirked beneath his mask, coldly declaring that he was feeling a bit greedy and still lacked one thing he hadn't taken from the old man. The merchant wailed in despair, promising to meet any demand within his power to save his dog's life, which hung by a thread. Tsuyoshi coldly uttered, "Your life," then immediately activated Thunderous Ambush Attack, unleashing a brutal finishing blow imbued with deadly dark purple energy. The next morning, the stunned Beastman crowd gathered, discussing the tragedy as the entire mansion was wiped clean in a single night, leaving no signs of struggle. Wenton's body was found sprawled on the bedroom floor, his hand limp, marking the end of the once powerful magnate's life. The crime scene indicated he had suffered a fatal blow straight through the heart from behind, proving the culprit acted decisively and harbored deep resentment. Beside Wenton's cold corpse was a lengthy confession letter, listing all sorts of crimes from fake kidnappings to smuggling, which he was forced to write in extreme panic before his death. Naruto pushed through the crowd to examine the body. He immediately recognized the fatal wound through the heart from behind as the work of a professional, not an amateur. The one-armed Catman broke into a sweat, realizing the wound bore the mark of the ambush attack skill, a specialty of the old Assassin's Guild he once served, but Wenton wasn't on the guild's blacklist. A flicker of suspicion sparked in Naruto's mind as he recalled the mysterious human warrior, the only one with enough guts and skill to pull off such an outrageous feat. Memories flooded back like a waterfall. Naruto remembered the moment Tsuyoshi delivered the finishing blow in the arena. That move was identical to the ambush attack skill. Even though he was known as a warrior, he asserted confidently that Tsuyoshi had stolen the Assassin's Guild skill, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him to atone and return to the guild by tattling. Without another second of hesitation, Naruto turned and left immediately, determined to report this incident to his superiors and use the Assassin's Guild to deal with the skill thief. In the Pace Guild's meeting room, the leaders gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their ears when they heard that the 5,000 gold had been fully recovered. Tsuyoshi stood proudly like a god, opening a dazzling chest of gold with one hand before Vice Guild Master Hugh and the Pace Guild Master, who were frozen in shock. The Pace Guild Master immediately showed his true colors, grinning obsequiously and boasting that he had trusted Tsuyoshi to succeed from the very first glance. Vice Guild Master Hugh and the Pace Guild Master buzzed about Wenton's death, believing that the old man's death still hadn't fully atoned for his numerous sins, even though the gold had been recovered. Tsuyoshi coldly declared that he didn't care about worldly affairs, as long as the mission was complete and his experience bar was rapidly filling up. His blue eyes glowed fiercely with killing intent. He secretly gloated as the system generously awarded him bonus experience after he thoroughly cleaned out Wenton's gang. Stepping over Ida's corpse and the leopard beasts, Tsuyoshi officially leveled up to level 11, his combat power soaring to 15,500, and acquiring the brand new Thunderous Ambush attack skill. The Pace Guild Master laughed gleefully, offering to split the 5,000 gold treasure to thank Tsuyoshi for saving the honor of their declining guild. Tsuyoshi pulled down his mask, revealing a dazzling fake smile. He scratched his head, refused the mountain of gold, and declared he would donate the surplus to homeless children. All three Pace Guild leaders froze completely, their faces blank like stunned geese, upon hearing the word donate, uttered by someone who had just massacred an entire gang. He lightly tossed the money bag, asserting confidently that countless unfortunate lives out there needed this money more than they did for their own shares. Keeping his word like a true man, Tsuyoshi only took his agreed-upon 250 gold fee and walked away with extreme coolness. Tsuyoshi's silhouette faded into the light of the doorway, leaving the beastmen behind to marvel at his golden heart and supreme skill. The order to donate the colossal amount of gold was immediately carried out, affirming the generous stature of the strong, who wouldn't bother keeping mere loose change. Tsuyoshi strode confidently in his cool black armor. He had just leveled up to 11 and was eager to show off his brand new interface to Sakura. Looking down from above, he intended to visit the Adventurers Guild, but was drawn by the bustling crowd below on the street. With a bewildered and curious expression, Tsuyoshi wondered what on earth was causing such a commotion on that street corner. A flamboyant, obese woman, claiming to be the noble beast wife, was screaming insults at Sakura, calling her a filthy beast seller for daring to touch her son. Clearly, that noble brat had run into Sakura while she was standing still, but now he was playing the victim and blaming her. The enraged, noble beast wife strained her neck to argue, spewing venomous racist remarks and adamantly refusing to believe the beast girl's explanation. The noble brat also sided with his mother, pointing his finger at others and brazenly slandering Sakura as a despicable liar. The corrupt city guard, instead of upholding justice, advised Sakura to swallow her pride, bow down, and apologize to the rich folks to end the matter and save her life. Blood rushed to her head. Sakura's face turned crimson as she adamantly refused to let her honor be trampled and loudly demanded witnesses from the indifferent crowd. The surrounding crowd fell silent as clams, turning their backs and ignoring the blatant injustice unfolding before their eyes. Sakura lowered her head, a bitter smile on her face as she realized no one dared to stand up for a lowly beastkin like her. The noble beast wife swung her hand, delivering a resounding slap to Sakura's face, verbally abusing her as filthy and threatening immediate imprisonment. The corrupt city guard sighed in exasperation, deeming the victim lying on the ground as stubborn and unreasonable, advising her to know her place. Despite her swollen cheek and soiled clothes, Sakura glared directly at her enemy, firmly declaring that she would absolutely never apologize. The enraged noble beast wife's eyes rolled back as she spat out threats to use her power to ensure Sakura would never see tomorrow's sun for daring to talk back. The noble brat stood with his arms crossed, swaggering, using his father's title as the company president to intimidate others and siding with his mother. The city guard, startled and sweating profusely, shrieked, demanding Sakura drop her weapon when he saw her intending to use jungle law to settle the dispute. Sakura's eyes blazed with a cold, murderous blue light, but her reason told her to endure for the greater good and her master's plan. Her hand trembled, gripping the sword hilt until her veins bulged, trying to suppress the rage, threatening to erupt so as not to ruin everything she had built. Tsuyoshi descended from the sky like a god of war, landing with a crash right between the arrogant noble beast wife and Sakura, making the ground shake violently. A terrifying impact distorted the noble beast wife's face with pain, and her formidable body was blown away in an instant. The noble brat gaped in horror, sweating profusely and screaming for his mother in extreme panic as he saw the old woman get beaten. Tsuyoshi stood towering like Mount Tai, radiating overwhelming killing intent that terrified the boy to his core, leaving him only able to look up in despair. Without another word, Tsuyoshi immediately unleashed a thunderous punch to the corrupt city guard's face, sending him flying like a torn sandbag. Sakura was still bewildered, not understanding what had happened, when she saw the arrogant city guard sent flying far away with a dumbfounded expression. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, his voice icy as he declared his brutal actions were because they dared to lay a hand on his companion. He stood in front of Sakura like an unyielding fortress, his status display showing a powerful 15,500, as he pronounced a death sentence on anyone who dared to cause trouble. The scene shifted to Naruto, the one-armed assassin, stealthily entering a dark, cold tunnel in broad daylight with extreme caution. After only a few steps, Naruto found two sharp blades pressed against his neck and chest. He calmly asked the attacker's purpose in this precarious situation. Naruto broke out in a cold sweat with the blade at his throat, hastily revealing his identity as a former member of the Assassin's Guild to beg for his meager life. The attacker was the level 30 Northern Branch leader, who looked down at Naruto with contempt and coldly denied any association with the expelled individual. He cruelly exposed Naruto's shameful past, from embezzling money to having his arm severed and being kicked out of the guild like worthless trash. Naruto trembled, denying this was a touching reunion, stating he was there to sell information about a warrior in the city who possessed the guild's exclusive skill. Hearing that a guild skill had been stolen, the branch leader's attitude immediately changed, his killing intent flaring as he demanded to hear the details of the incident at once. The one-armed feline confidently affirmed it, having personally experienced the warrior's power, and brazenly offered to exchange the information for a ticket back into the guild. The leader pondered for a moment, then nodded, accepting the tempting offer, promising to submit it to his superiors for consideration if Naruto's information proved true. He ordered Naruto to spill everything, and the dark transaction took place right there in the damp, insect-infested alley. Back at the scene, Sakura was still in shock, her face stained with wounds as she looked up at her master, who had just saved her, with utmost adoration. Tsuyoshi stood proudly against the light, looking incredibly cool, his status screen confirming a combat power of 15,500, and the successfully copied thunderous ambush attack skill. The city guard's face drained of color, and he trembled, pointing and shouting that Tsuyoshi had dared to touch the wife and son of the powerful merchant. The obese noble beastwife lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her crying noble brat, her mouth still wide open, threatening to kill both Tsuyoshi and Sakura for daring to defy her. She glared with bloodshot eyes, ordering the city guards to arrest them immediately if they didn't want her husband to cut off financial aid to the city. The two city guards broke into a sweat but had to obey under the pressure of money, pointing their spears at Tsuyoshi and demanding he submit to being tied up to avoid a beating. Tsuyoshi stood in front of Sakura, calmly retorting to the guards that this was clearly an act of legitimate self-defense, as the other party was the aggressor. The loud-mouthed old woman vehemently denied assaulting Sakura, insulted her as a filthy hybrid, and challenged that no one would dare testify for a mere beast. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with a cold, blue killing intent. He growled a warning that if she dared to utter another word of trash, he would smash all her teeth. Sakura anxiously clutched her master's arm, her voice trembling as she apologized for causing trouble and believed no one would stand with them in this situation. Tsuyoshi looked directly into his bodyguard's eyes with determination, ordering her never to give up or bow down to this scum. Sakura hung her head in despair as she saw the crowd turn their backs and ignore them, bitterly acknowledging that her lowly hybrid status couldn't contend with the president's wife's power. The noble beast wife laughed scornfully, loudly challenging any fool to dare defend a hybrid beast and a worthless human. Harvey, leading his comrades, suddenly appeared like saviors, their jaws dropping as they recognized boss Tsuyoshi amidst the chaotic encirclement. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, giving an innocent smile, humbly saying he only did a small favor and it was nothing major. The obese woman froze completely, her face blank with confusion, unable to understand why this guy, who looked like a beggar, was so respected. The adventurers clamored, confirming that Tsuyoshi had just donated a mountain of money to charity, proving he was a true secret tycoon, not just anyone. He turned to reassure a bewildered Sakura, while she slowly began to realize just how formidable her master's standing was in the adventurer world. The party members lined up, forming a steel wall, loudly declaring that messing with Tsuyoshi was declaring war on the most powerful guild in the region. The noble beastwife broke out in a sweat, soaking her makeup, trembling as she realized she had poked a hornet's nest without knowing her opponent's true identity. The city guard's face turned ashen, trying to salvage a shred of authority by demanding witnesses to determine who attacked first, according to the rules. A sea of adventurers roared in indignation, vying to testify, and threatening the guards who dared to touch the city's benefactor. The guild receptionist took a powerful puff from her pipe, then calmly stepped forward, declaring she would testify and confirm Sakura's gold badge rank. The noble beastwife collapsed to the ground, clutching her precious son, trembling as she futilely invoked her title as the president's wife against the pressure of public opinion. The entire Beastmen crowd unanimously spoke up, accusing the obese woman of thuggish behavior, asserting that she was indeed the initial aggressor. The two city guards broke into a sweat, quickly changing their attitude and demanding the noble beastwife accompany them to the station to resolve the matter immediately. Tsuyoshi delivered the final blow with a sharp gaze, coldly declaring that the old woman wouldn't be allowed to leave until she apologized to his companion. The Pace Guild members immediately joined in, radiating threatening killing intent, forcing the obese woman to comply with Tsuyoshi's demand if she didn't want to be ganged up on. The noble beastwife was terrified out of her wits and had no choice but to bow her head, profusely apologizing to Sakura in utter humiliation, hoping to save her life. The city guards quickly escorted the obese woman out of sight, ending the power-abusing charade with a humiliating conclusion for the arrogant individual. Hugh and Luke thumped their chests, pledging to protect Tsuyoshi to the end, asserting that any trouble he faced in this city was the Pace Guild's concern. Tsuyoshi smiled contentedly, then turned and walked away like a god, calling for a delighted Sakura to quickly follow her master and continue their journey. Tsuyoshi led Sakura away while the crowd waved their hands, profusely thanking him for the rescue. The two strolled into a deserted forest, Sakura softly remarking that her master looked so different, she almost didn't recognize him. Tsuyoshi gave a wry smile, fabricating a story that this cool black armor was special equipment that changed his appearance because his old clothes were torn during a mission. The feline girl nodded, completely convinced, and took the opportunity to lavish praise, saying his aura was now much more mature and dominant. As he walked, he explained about leveling up and earning a little extra, pulling out a heavy pouch of money and handing it to her to hold. Sakura's eyes widened, her jaw dropping in astonishment as she saw 250 shining gold coins inside the pouch. Tsuyoshi generously suggested they visit the next town to attend an auction and buy some fancy equipment for her. Hearing about an auction, Sakura was overjoyed. She excitedly boasted that the town was also home to the renowned genius shaman Kevin. The name Kevin made Tsuyoshi remember an important objective, his eyes becoming serious as he thought of the bloody battles he had just fought. He decided he had to find the shaman immediately to completely cure the blood stagnation caused by the side effects of his sacrifice skill. Tsuyoshi walked with a relaxed demeanor, enjoying the gentle breeze and falling leaves, completely unaware of the approaching killing intent. His battle instincts flared. He stopped instantly, his eyes sharp, as a wave of killing intent sliced through the air past his face. A barrage of hidden weapons disguised as leaves rained down at terrifying speed, aiming to turn the target into a sieve. A hand, quick as lightning, gripped the hilt of a sword, the clang of metal signaling the start of the battle. Sakura displayed incredibly sharp reflexes, dodging attacks while drawing her dagger, its blade flashing with cold light, cutting through the air in self-defense. The feline girl took a cautious stance, her eyes burning as she loudly demanded the rats reveal themselves immediately. A finger was raised to a mouth in an arrogant gesture for silence, the enemy sneering as he discovered there was another prey hiding. Tsuyoshi and Sakura immediately took defensive stances, their eyes tense as they scanned their surroundings to pinpoint the enemy who had just made a sound. The two assassins revealed themselves. The scarred branch leader declared a death sentence on Tsuyoshi for stealing a skill, while the long-haired tongue assassin below him leered with a sickeningly long tongue. The crows scattered in fright, flying wildly into the sky as Tsuyoshi coldly observed that his opponents did not seem to be members of the Assassin's Guild. The branch leader clasped his hands, feigning dignity, but then spat out a sharp accusation that Tsuyoshi was the one who stole their guild's secret skill. The tongue assassin licked his hand with his disgusting long tongue, disdainfully judging Tsuyoshi as weak, while uttering lewd and vulgar remarks about Sakura. Sakura immediately drew her sword, which was enveloped in a powerful purple aura, to protect her master from the lecherous gaze of the tongue assassin, standing high above. Tsuyoshi stood silent as a stone, surprised to feel an unprecedentedly dense killing intent emanating from his usually gentle bodyguard. Sakura frowned, warning her master to be extremely careful, as the two individuals before them possessed strength far superior to the small fry they had encountered before. She shivered, sensing the stench of blood from serial killers and confirming the terrifying identity of the people from the Assassin's Guild. It was a notorious underground organization, brutal in its practice of collecting victims' skulls or body parts as trophies, making even major guilds wary of them. Tsuyoshi recalled the one-armed beastman, Naruto, who had been expelled from that guild, but he still insisted he had no connection whatsoever to these people. A flash of lightning struck Tsuyoshi's mind, making him break out in a cold sweat as he suddenly realized the core of the problem lay in the skill he possessed. It turned out that the ambush attack skill he had copied was exclusive to the Assassin's Guild, unjustly making him a skill thief in their eyes. Sakura stared upwards in shock, her eyes full of vigilance as she detected the enemy's hiding spot. The branch leader stood arrogantly on a high branch, dividing the spoils. He offered Sakura to his perverted disciple, the tongue assassin, but didn't forget to warn him that she was quite skilled. He clasped his hands, forming a seal full of killing intent, declaring that he would personally take the skill thief's head and hands to report back to the organization without being questioned. The tongue assassin laughed maniacally, revealing his sharp teeth. He seemed extremely excited to face strong female prey. The two assassins simultaneously activated their combined skill, Absolute Darkness, creating a chilling purple barrier that enveloped the entire area for their hunt. Sakura hastily warned her master to maintain formation distance, knowing well the danger of this renowned vision-isolating skill. Tsuyoshi, however, was strangely calm. He dismissed the idea of defense and wanted to split up for a 1v1 solo fight to see the true skill level of these assassins. Immediately, twisting streams of dark energy poured down like a storm, forcing Sakura to curl up and brace herself against the immense pressure. The two assassins' heads emerged from the void with glowing eyes, sneering as they saw their prey still stubbornly standing there. Sharp blades of darkness sliced through the air, relentlessly attacking the two, making Sakura scream a warning in a perilous situation. The branch leader descended at terrifying speed, sneering that Tsuyoshi dared to steal the Assassin's Guild skills and still hoped to survive. He unleashed ambush attack, creating a sharp purple energy stream that tore through space, aiming to finish off his prey in an instant. Tsuyoshi parried the blow as lightly as a feather, sending sparks flying. He disdainfully commented on the poor skill of this level 30 assassin. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with a cold blue light. He bluntly stated that his opponent needed to grind more levels if he wanted to be skilled enough to defeat him. The branch leader broke out in a cold sweat from shock, unable to believe his signature ambush attack was blocked as easily as child's play. He was thrown far back by the recoil, his feet plowing through the ground, sliding a considerable distance before he could regain his balance. The assassin was utterly bewildered, yelling to ask why his opponent saw through his attack and knew his stats, while also demanding Tsuyoshi's true level. Tsuyoshi calmly revealed his system panel, clearly showing he was a level 11 warrior but possessed a terrifying combat power of 15,500. The branch leader gnashed his teeth, his face incredulous. He believed he was being insulted by a level 11 brat. Tsuyoshi didn't bother with further explanations. He swung his sword, unleashing a sharp wave of energy, and called his opponent a stubborn fool, telling him to believe it or not. The branch leader unleashed his Viper's footwork skill, moving erratically at soaring speed like a giant python to disorient his opponent's vision. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, his blue eyes glowing brightly, coldly admitting that without this eye, he would have been completely fooled by that cunning movement technique. The assassin continued to play his trump card, encirclement killing method, summoning numerous clones from the shadows to surround Tsuyoshi, confident that even his comrades would be helpless. Tsuyoshi didn't bother to dodge, standing still like a statue. The clang of metal echoed sharply as he directly blocked the attacks with his armored gauntlets. His ultimate physique skill activated, channeling all power into his upper body, transforming Tsuyoshi's body into an impenetrable fortress for a short period. The assassin's fatal slashes were like mere scratches, sparking fire on the invisible aura armor without leaving any marks on Tsuyoshi. The branch leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale with horror at this monstrous defense, and yelled, demanding his opponent's identity and true level. The system displayed a huge level 11 above Tsuyoshi's head, a stark truth like a slap in the face to the one boasting about level 30 power. Tsuyoshi looked at his enemy with sharp eyes, his voice icy as he reaffirmed that he was indeed only level 11. With just a gentle flick of his hand, accompanied by a stream of deep purple energy, Tsuyoshi sent the assassin flying far away like a tattered doll. The branch leader's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him as he couldn't believe the person who had just handed him such a beating was only level 11. He slid across the ground, plowing through the snow and ice to halt the terrifying momentum from the previous blow. He clutched his chest, gasping for breath, and hastily raised a hand to signal a temporary halt to the fight. As his wound throbbed with every beat, he mumbled, analyzing, concluding that if level 11 was real, then Tsuyoshi was the monstrous genius every major guild coveted. Changing his attitude 180 degrees, the branch leader shamelessly invited Tsuyoshi to join the Assassin's Guild, with his special protection and training. Tsuyoshi coldly brushed aside the offer, sneering that he wasn't free enough to trust someone who had just tried to kill him minutes ago. Knowing he couldn't persuade him, the branch leader stood up, sneered, and enveloped his entire body in a murderous blue aura. His right eye glowed blood red, and he declared boldly that he wouldn't be defeated so easily. He roared proudly, activating a secret ultimate skill he hadn't used in a long time, then shot forward with wind-ripping speed. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in analysis, noticing that his opponent was compressing all his killing intent and aura into his weapon for a decisive strike. Tsuyoshi was forced to activate his ultimate physique to block the attack, but the aftershocks of the impact still made him stagger before the enemy's power. He clutched his throbbing right arm, breaking out in a cold sweat as he realized his toughest defense had almost been pierced by that last blow. The branch leader revealed a triumphant expression, brandishing his sword and declaring this to be the ultimate skill used to finish off arrogant fools who didn't know their place. He raised his bloodshot eye contemptuously, asserting that the gap between level 30 and level 11 was a chasm that couldn't be bridged by ordinary skills. Killing intent filled the sky. He let out a deafening roar, then unleashed a decisive slash imbued with destructive power to send Tsuyoshi to his ancestors. Plunging from above like a meteor, the branch leader swore to crush his opponent's skull to avenge the earlier refusal. Tsuyoshi decisively recalled his ordinary weapon, his eyes blazing as he decided to go all in with his last trump card, as common items were no longer effective. Golden lightning bolts began to dance wildly on his arm, signaling an impending divine power. A dazzling aura violently erupted, making Tsuyoshi's face contort as he strained to endure the immense energy pressure. Tsuyoshi proudly summoned the Divine King's hammer in a fateful second, his combat power soaring to 15,500 to meet the attack. Much to his opponent's astonishment, a terrifying thunderous explosion ripped through the sky, signaling the appearance of a power beyond human comprehension. Tsuyoshi hovered in midair like a thunder god, his entire body enveloped by golden electric currents dancing wildly around his black armor. He gripped the hammer's handle tightly, coldly calculating that he had to seize the moment to unleash a decisive blow and send his opponent to the scoreboard immediately. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed with powerful golden light, showing absolute focus on the life or death moment about to unfold. The branch leader broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling and his voice trembling as he witnessed the terrifyingly powerful weapon in his opponent's hand. Tsuyoshi proudly raised the glowing Divine King's hammer, challenging his enemy to withstand this destructive attack. The branch leader let out a maniacal laugh to hide his fear, sneering that there was no way a level 11 warrior could threaten him. He yelled loudly, demanding his opponent prepare himself, while simultaneously unleashing a ferocious dark purple energy stream to counterattack. The evil killing intent crystal skill is activated to its maximum. The branch leader merges his killing intent into his weapon to unleash an unstoppable, lethal finishing blow. Tsuyoshi swings the King of Thunderhammer without hesitation, concentrating all his power into a single fateful second to crush the enemy. Standing at a distance, Sakura senses the familiar surge of energy. She smiles confidently, realizing her master has just played his overpowered trump card. She breathes a sigh of relief, thinking to herself that her worries were unnecessary since the outcome of this battle was decided from the very beginning. The collision of two forces creates a deafening explosion, but Tsuyoshi's golden lightning easily tears through the darkness, completely overwhelming the enemy's weak counterattack. During the exact second the King of Thunderhammer is active, Tsuyoshi delivers a direct lightning strike, leaving the branch leader no time to react, and shattering all defensive efforts. The earth-shattering strike creates a terrifying aftershock, sweeping away all obstacles and leaving a massive crater in the ground. Thick dust and smoke rise from the explosion site, a testament to the uncontrollable destructive power just unleashed by the divine weapon. The branch leader turns pale as a ghost, stammering in disbelief that someone labeled as level 11 could possess such monstrous strength. He clutches his bleeding face, bitterly realizing he is completely helpless and that death is looming right before his eyes. In a fit of desperation, he activates the death summon skill to release a messenger bat to alert his comrades. The bat darts away while the branch leader wheezes a threat. If he dies, Tsuyoshi will become prey hunted by the entire Assassin's Guild to the ends of the earth. The King of Thunderhammer's duration ends immediately. The overpowered weapon loses its radiance and returns to a dormant state, causing its power to drop significantly. Tsuyoshi pants heavily, his face drenched in sweat. He realizes the hammer's destructive force has increased tremendously in proportion to his current level. The system's red alert warns that his body is in a state of extreme overload. He is forced to chug a recovery potion immediately to avoid collapsing midway. A steady pair of arms catches his crumbling body just before he falls. Sakura's worried voice rings out to reassure her master. Sakura helps him lean against a tree and carefully administers the medicine, sadly noting that the price paid to send that one-eyed assassin to his grave in one hit was far too high. The terrible taste of the medicine makes Tsuyoshi grimace like a monkey eating a chili pepper. He complains about the disgusting flavor while Sakura can only laugh awkwardly. The beast woman kindly reminds her master to limit the use of this self-sacrificing move, but Tsuyoshi admits the opponent was too tough, so he had to go all out to finish it quickly. She recalls his old tall tale about a level 10 warrior taking on the whole map, asserting that with his current strength, Tsuyoshi has nothing left to fear. Tsuyoshi is surprised that his maid still remembers his random words from years ago, while Sakura smiles proudly, affirming her absolute loyalty. Tsuyoshi's gaze turns sharp as he calculates his return to the real world. He is determined to quickly clean up all the trouble here to save his sister, Karina, who is waiting anxiously. Tsuyoshi remembers his deep grudge against Mina and her boyfriend Billy, whose father is the vice boss of the Blue Snake Gang, vowing to settle the score fairly upon his return. Sakura cheers as she loots the assassin's belongings and finds 2 extremely rare grade A experience boost potions that every grinder craves. Tsuyoshi is overjoyed to hold the hot item that grants a 45% experience boost, calculating that he'll easily hit level 12 before reaching his destination. He declares that his condition is fully restored and orders Sakura to continue their leveling journey so he can see his sister Karina again soon. The two of them charge in, sweeping through a pack of level 10 fodder monsters, blocking their path like actual meat grinders. Sakura leaps to dodge an attack from a level 15 field boss with hideous tentacles flailing wildly. They happen to encounter a group of failed adventurers standing dazed in the sunset because they couldn't complete their monster hunting quest. Tsuyoshi jumps in to carry the team, unleashing a purple sword strike that finishes the level 12 monster in an instant, leaving the others wide-eyed in shock. He stands arrogantly on the boss's corpse, officially reaching level 12, with a combat power hitting the 16,000 mark, along with an overpowered skill set. As the sunset fades, it signals that the two are about to set foot in the town where the genius Kevin resides. Tsuyoshi decides to take a breather after days of grinding, and leads Sakura into an inn's courtyard to find a place to recover their stamina overnight. The elf innkeeper appears with a corporate smile, enthusiastically pitching a luxury room like a literal multi-level marketing NPC. Tsuyoshi brushes off the expensive offer, and requests 2 standard rooms, prioritizing budget savings over luxury. The innkeeper breaks the bad news that only 1 room is left because people are flocking here for Kevin's refining tournament in Carnio. Tsuyoshi asks blankly about this strange tournament, revealing his total ignorance of current events in the game, which causes the atmosphere to drop. The innkeeper looks at him with a judgmental gaze, breaking into a cold sweat because he can't believe an adventurer is so clueless about basic information. Sakura excitedly explains that this is a large-scale alchemy event organized by a famous shaman, where countless high-quality medicines are gathered. She had researched thoroughly and confirmed they arrived right on the opening day, making it very convenient to stroll around and buy the necessary potions for their journey. Tsuyoshi thinks this sounds like a good deal and decides to check it out later, while the impatient innkeeper urges them to quickly decide on the room before they lose their turn. He scratches his head in embarrassment and asks Sakura's opinion about sharing a room. She turns beet red, but still whispers her agreement to follow her master's arrangement. A fox beast man named Vincent appears with his hot mistress. He introduces himself as a level 15 blue shaman and arrogantly demands a premium room immediately. Seeing a VIP guest, the innkeeper's attitude flips 180 degrees. He bows subserviently and intends to hand over the room that was just settled to the newcomer. Tsuyoshi doesn't even spare a glance at the show-offs. He coldly orders the innkeeper to lead the way to the room as agreed. Seeing the fox try to cut in, Tsuyoshi casually reaches out to block him and reminds him about the culture of waiting in line. Vincent nhìn anh mua vút, do anh chủ quán và khẳng định căn phòng cuối cùng này chắc chắn phải thuộc về hắn vì cái danh hảo. The innkeeper nods frantically at Vincent, while Sakura gently but firmly reiterates that their side arrived first. The innkeeper breaks into a cold sweat, hurriedly explaining to Tsuyoshi that this man is the direct disciple of the legendary genius Kevin. He warns that even level 30 adventurers have to show Vincent some respect, advising Tsuyoshi not to be foolish enough to cause trouble. The purple-haired mistress takes advantage of the situation, clinging to Vincent and mocking the Tsuyoshi group's lack of knowledge. Tsuyoshi isn't swayed in the slightest. He bluntly declares the room is his and proceeds to physically suppress the insolent fox, leaving everyone stunned. Vincent sneers arrogantly, using his status as Kevin's disciple to intimidate them, and threatening to ban Tsuyoshi's group from this city forever. Tsuyoshi doesn't bother arguing. He grabs the loud-mouthed fox by the collar and growls out his previous warning again. Ignoring Vincent's shouting, Tsuyoshi yells, "So what?" and flings the noble shaman away like a bag of trash. Vincent falls pathetically on his backside, causing his purple-haired girlfriend to rush over in a panic to help him, while the innkeeper stands frozen at the sight of a VIP being assaulted. The fox screams in a rage, gnashing his teeth and vowing to make Tsuyoshi regret ever touching a hair on his body. Tsuyoshi completely ignores the loser barking behind him, coldly ordering the trembling innkeeper to lead them to their room immediately. Vincent glares at his enemy's back with spiteful eyes, bitterly swearing that he will make that insolent country bumpkin pay a heavy price. Sakura worriedly asks about his status as Kevin's disciple, but Tsuyoshi asserts that he only respects those who know their place and isn't afraid of anyone. Tsuyoshi's eyes burn with determination. He declares he doesn't give a damn who his master is because he's sick of having to bow his head and endure like in the past. Sakura gazes blankly at her master's back, silently wondering and feeling curious about the dark past he just accidentally mentioned. A silent night envelops the house under the bright, clear moonlight, signaling a rare moment of calm after the battles. Tsuyoshi, in his black armor, activates the Boundless Passage skill, his mind turning toward Karina with a firm promise that he will return soon. Space is torn apart by a brilliant golden energy vortex, pulling his body inside. He lands with a thud in his familiar, dusty tank top, softly announcing that he has returned home safely. Tsuyoshi breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Karina still sound asleep in the hospital bed, undisturbed by the recent noise. His little sister lay curled up under the blanket, deeply immersed in peaceful sleep under the dim light. Memories flooded back, piercing Tsuyoshi's heart as he recalled her resilient smile despite her disability and injuries, just so she wouldn't be a burden. His gaze fell on the broken iron crutch, heavily wrapped in tape, making him wonder if Karina had repaired this discarded item herself. Looking down at his sister's leg, he saw the support frame was also battered, but still carefully maintained, proving how hard she had tried to protect it. Tsuyoshi let out a heavy sigh, his emotions a mix of pity and suppressed frustration at the dire circumstances of his only family member. Tsuyoshi gently pulled the blanket over his sister, his eyes heavy with regret and sorrow, as he realized he had left Karina to bear so much suffering in his absence. Placing his rough hand on Karina's head, he silently swore to crush anyone who dared bully her, and vowed to heal her crippled legs to bring back her radiant smile from before. He stood up and activated his inventory, the system immediately displaying a notification that the black armor disguise set had been recalled into his divine consciousness space, preparing for his next schemes. Lying on the bed, Tsuyoshi was satisfied to see his formidable set neatly stored in a slot, feeling absolute peace of mind having his powerful gear with him, even at home. Under the cold moonlight covering the dilapidated apartment complex, he looked out the window with sharp eyes, determined to purge every single problem starting tonight. The next morning, the clatter of iron crutches echoed. Karina paused, looking down at her disabled legs and sensing an unusual atmosphere in the house. She spun around, her eyes wide with surprise, and exclaimed, asking her brother what had happened when she saw Tsuyoshi's brand new appearance. The siblings strolled across the sunny schoolyard. Karina couldn't hide her excitement, seeing her brother completely transform, as if he had become a different person overnight. Tsuyoshi wore a dashing suit, concealing his 16,000 combat power within. He smirked, fabricating a story about getting a haircut, and hitting the gym a bit to explain his current dominant aura. Ignoring the compliments about him being taller, he sternly warned Karina to be careful, not to wander around, and to dutifully wait in class after school so he could protect her. Karina broke out in a cold sweat, her face pale as memories of beatings from the school bullies flooded her mind, haunting her. Mina and Vivian, two notorious bullies, immediately sniffed out their familiar prey but were taken aback by the appearance of the unfamiliar guy accompanying her. Tsuyoshi maintained his poker face, walking calmly, while Karina cowered in fear from the invisible pressure. With just a sharp, powerful glance, he sent a silent warning that seemed to freeze the surrounding space. No killing intent was felt. Instead, the two bullies blushed furiously at his handsome appearance. Vivian even blurted out that he was super cool, making Mina grumble to hide her own stirred emotions. He turned to reassure his sister with a firm statement, asserting that from now on, no one would dare touch even a single strand of her hair. Karina blushed and nodded repeatedly, an intense admiration rising in her heart as she realized her once useless older brother had now transformed into a true guardian deity. Tsuyoshi coldly led his sister past the small fry, treating their presence as less than roadside weeds, leaving behind bewildered stares. She looked back with extreme curiosity, wondering why the usual bullies were as silent as clams today, not pouncing to torment her. Mina gnashed her teeth in humiliation, swearing to use Billy's family to make the siblings beg for mercy, while Vivian stood behind her, utterly pale. Tsuyoshi coldly led Karina away under the setting sun, leaving behind the curious gazes of the other students, his back exuding a resolute determination to protect his sister. In the classroom, the lackeys trembled as they advised their boss, Rayleigh, not to foolishly get involved with Tsuyoshi again, as rumors about him were spreading like wildfire. Rayleigh roared furiously, cursing his subordinates as useless trash and insisting that he only lost due to a blunder, never fearing someone who used to run errands for him. He still sat with his legs crossed, stubbornly clinging to the absurd reason that the ambush failed due to bad luck, refusing to acknowledge his opponent's true strength. The fat lackey frantically pointed at the door, signaling the arrival of the menace, making Rayleigh jump and spin around, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Tsuyoshi entered the classroom with a relaxed demeanor and a completely transformed appearance, ignoring all the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates. The lackey broke out in a cold sweat, while Rayleigh gaped in astonishment, witnessing firsthand the vastly different aura of the person he once disdained. Miss Lily wrote Future Star on the board, and asked who dared to sign up for the upcoming tournament, kicking off a new bloody arena. Miss Lily enthusiastically announced an upcoming inter-school event to liven up the atmosphere, but the students seemed rather unenthusiastic. Rayleigh immediately poured cold water on their spirits, declaring that this Future Star tournament was only for hero class students, and commoners participating would only waste their efforts. The spiky-haired lackey chimed in with his boss, recalling last year's humiliation when Rayleigh hadn't even run halfway through the marathon before the hero class students had already finished. The students in the class became disheartened upon hearing this, complaining that no one wanted to participate just to be a backdrop for others to shine and suffer a humiliating defeat. Lily quickly threw out a huge bait to salvage the situation, revealing that this year's prize was so tempting even the teachers were drooling. The entire class began to buzz, their eyes lighting up at the mention of the 10 million yen prize money and the chance to catch the eye of the Hero Association to change their lives. Tsuyoshi quickly calculated in his head. This amount was more than enough to pay off the exorbitant 600,000 yen debt to the Blue Snake Gang and move Karina to a fancy apartment with an elevator. He flashed a calculating smile, determined to win the entire 10 million yen prize, as money in this world held more practical value than piles of gold in the other world. While Tsuyoshi was mentally geared up to hunt for the prize money, Rayleigh still sprawled on his desk, continuing to spread the defeatist idea that commoners stood no chance against geniuses. His classmates clamored to back out, firmly asserting that participating in this tournament would only make them cannon fodder for the hero class students, with no chance of winning. Amidst the atmosphere reeking of defeat and dejection, a hand suddenly shot up, interrupting the negative thoughts of the entire group. Tsuyoshi stood up with a cold expression, concisely declaring that he would participate, making the nearby lackey jump in surprise. Rayleigh laughed triumphantly, sarcastically remarking that Tsuyoshi was still delusional about his strength and shouldn't think that one lucky win was enough to contend with professionals. He continued to belittle Tsuyoshi in front of the whole class, asking if he had lost his mind to dream so wildly of competing against other schools. Miss Lily couldn't hide the worry on her face, having to ask again to confirm if her cherished student was truly serious. Tsuyoshi calmly twirled a pen in his hand, confirming his registration, ignoring the whispers and gossip of the lackeys that he would soon regret it. His eyes glowed golden with intense pressure. Tsuyoshi turned to directly challenge Rayleigh, stating that if he lost, the bully could do whatever he wanted, but if he won, they all had to shut their mouths and drop that arrogant attitude, leaving Rayleigh's group speechless and sweating profusely under his overwhelming aura. Rayleigh slammed his hand on the desk, accepting the bet, boasting loudly that the entire class would witness Tsuyoshi's self-destruction. Tsuyoshi turned his back and walked away proudly, leaving a sarcastic remark that made his opponent furious. Miss Lily immediately restored order, finalized the registrations, and announced the mandatory ability test for this afternoon. Tsuyoshi paused for a beat when he heard about the test, but maintained a calm demeanor as he accepted the task. He stopped by the classroom to tell Karina to wait for him as he would be late. While his little sister cheerfully cheered her brother on with all her might, the female students around them quickly changed their tune, blushing and gossiping about Tsuyoshi's handsome appearance and unexpectedly cool aura. Tsuyoshi waved goodbye in a stylish manner, leaving his sister waving at his steady back. Immediately, her female friends crowded around Karina to extract personal information about her perfect older brother. In the corner of the classroom, Mina and Vivian watched the scene with envious eyes. Mina quickly tattled about this to her boyfriend, Billy, to prepare for a confrontation. Billy messaged back, full of resentment. He boasted that his father had wide connections and would call hero class students from other schools to teach Tsuyoshi a lesson he'd never forget. Mina groaned with delight as she read the message, a malicious smile spreading across her lips, and a sharp glint in her eyes as she imagined her enemy being utterly crushed. The Wickish woman and Vivian turned to threaten Karina, declaring that after they dealt with her brother, the disabled sister shouldn't expect to live in peace for the rest of her days. In his office, the cunning principal was rambling on about the importance of the Future Star event, which was essentially a display of power to secure sponsorship money. He set an ambitious goal of having at least one student make it into the top 5 to ensure the school's funding wouldn't be cut, considering this a vital mission. The principal finalized the regulations with the vice headmaster, mandating the participation of the entire hero class while allowing regular students to register voluntarily, as he had no expectations. The vice headmaster sighed in relief, believing that the weak regular students knew their place, and none would dare to risk registering for the competition just to be a laughingstock. While the principal reminded them to prepare thoroughly for the arrival of the association's representatives, the vice headmaster suddenly broke out in a cold sweat upon discovering an unexpected variable. The vice headmaster tremblingly looked at the list and stammered that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro from the regular class had boldly registered to participate, causing the atmosphere to become tense. In the preparation area, the hero class students were warming up and buzzing with discussion about a regular class student daring to participate in this exam. The buzz-cut student in the group looked disdainful, claiming this was the private playground of the semi-heroes and the outsider's presence only brought shame to the school. Upon seeing the target, the buzz-cut student maintained his arrogant attitude, but the pink-haired girl next to him immediately changed her tune and praised his good looks. Tsuyoshi appeared with a cold demeanor in his tight-fitting suit, ignoring the whispers that he was nothing compared to the hero class. The test overseer holding the roster also sighed in exasperation, considering a regular student's participation a waste of the organizing committee's time. Even as Tsuyoshi casually stretched his neck to warm up, the hero class students behind him kept pointing and laughing like a bunch of clowns. The scene shifted to the second-floor observation room, where powerful figures began to gather in the shadows to watch the upcoming performance. The principal obsequiously introduced his favorite students to Suzuki, the chairman of the school's hero association, with a calculating and fawning expression. The principal sweated profusely, guaranteeing the quality of the students, while Suzuki coldly waited for the results to appear on the large screen. Not wanting to hear any more empty words, Suzuki ordered the test to begin immediately, causing the principal to hastily comply. The test overseer received a directive message from the vice headmaster, with a dejected expression, as if he had to work unpaid overtime. He cleared his throat and ordered the test to begin, instructing the students to form teams as planned and enter the simulation machines immediately. He pointed at the 3 machines, casually explaining that this was a D-rank test simulating a low-level dungeon, enough for these small fry to pass if they scored 60 points. Tsuyoshi calmly raised his hand amidst the crowd, casually reporting that he knew nothing about forming teams, only that it was time for the test. The test overseer scratched his head in exasperation, considering Tsuyoshi useless, and bluntly told him to take the test last and alone, so he wouldn't get in anyone else's way. Tsuyoshi smirked and accepted the challenge, his eyes sharp and cold, as he was already too used to single-handedly tearing through the other world. The hero class students took the opportunity to mock, betting on how long this regular student would last, against a difficulty that even semi-heroes had to sweat over. Each group of examinees successively entered the blue capsules, their bodies gradually synchronized to enter the virtual world. Suzuki stood observing from above, asserting that this was a race for the Hero Association to snatch up potential talents before other guilds could catch wind of them. Inside the simulated world, the arrogant students began to marvel at the realism of the forest, completely unaware of who was about to steal the show. Tsuyoshi picked up the notification board, smirking when he saw that the system allowed basic equipment selection for this trashy F-rank dungeon. A nervous rookie in shoddy iron armor had just loaded into the map and was trembling, calling out to his teammates to be careful every step of the way to earn enough 60 points to pass. A while later, the students emerged from the capsules, staggering like zombies, looking pathetically exhausted after the trivial test. The scoreboard showed a score of 72 points for the 5-person team after a full 24 minutes. Yet the team leader still sighed in relief as if he had just achieved a glorious feat. Suzuki looked at the scoreboard with a dejected look, secretly judging them all as mediocre, as no one had surpassed the 90 point mark. He recalled true geniuses who had scored 93 points in the much harder E rank, while this batch of semi-heroes was truly a huge disappointment. The chairman of the Hero Association sighed, wondering if he was searching for a needle in a haystack, looking for a team-carrying talent in this school full of amateurs. Though inwardly disgusted, Suzuki still offered a polite smile and praised the principal, then asked if this farce was over so he could leave. The chubby vice headmaster sweated profusely, his face pale, and stammered a report that there was still one fearless regular class student preparing to take the test. Suzuki showed interest upon hearing this, deciding to stay and watch the performance of this audacious one, though he was sure in his mind that he would fail quickly. The test overseer urged him on with a disdainful expression, telling him that if he was scared stiff, he should just give up from the start to save everyone's time. Tsuyoshi only replied with a brief sentence, then casually stretched his wrists, ignoring the crowd laughing behind his back. The hero class students huddled together, roaring with laughter, betting on how long this rookie would last before crying and crawling out, terrified of the darkness. The system announced the difficulty was merely a trashy F-rank dungeon, requiring the user to select equipment to begin this childish stroll. Tsuyoshi didn't bother with elaborate choices as he already had enough toys. The status board displayed a formidable combat power of 16,000, hidden behind a level 12 facade. A gust of wind shrieked, tearing through space as he began to move at a speed that ordinary eyes could not follow. 2 level 1 dark rabbits charged to attack, but in Tsuyoshi's eyes, they were just slow stuffed animals from a test for kindergartners. He swung his purple energy sword, creating sharp slashes, deciding to clear this trash in an instant so he could go back to his sister Karina. The simulation room shook violently as his overwhelming attack exploded, blowing everything in its path to dust. Before the dust could settle, Tsuyoshi stood tall amidst the empty battlefield, his eyes cold, as if he had just taken a stroll without breaking a sweat. Tsuyoshi stood tall before the corpse of the level 3 dark rabbit boss, whom he had just sent to the afterlife, secretly complaining that this 6-minute warm-up was too easy and boring. The system reported an error because his power exceeded the standard, automatically activating the D-rank simulation test, making Tsuyoshi sigh in exasperation, as he just wanted to pass and be done with it. The screen glowed red, announcing that the D-rank dungeon was ready to welcome this arrogant challenger to begin a new round of testing. Tsuyoshi stepped into the glowing red teleportation gate with a calm demeanor, asserting that at his current level, F-rank or D-rank were equally trash. Outside, the hero class students roared with laughter, vying to guess if this rookie had already peed his pants in fear or died stuck inside. The test overseer sweated profusely as he saw the clock hit 12 minutes, worried that something had gone wrong because a regular student couldn't last that long. The principal and Suzuki exchanged polite remarks, intending to praise Tsuyoshi's brave spirit, thinking he was struggling to survive inside. The simulation chamber door began to open with a heavy mechanical sound, signaling the curtain call. A massive plume of white smoke erupted like a bomb, blowing back hair and extinguishing the mocking smiles of the curious students outside. Tsuyoshi stepped out of the smoke like a god with a perfect score of 100, confirming he had cleared both F and D ranks in a mere 12 minutes. The hero class students gaped, their faces dumbfounded like geese, as the dazzling light dissipated, revealing the one who had just performed a miracle. Tsuyoshi stood there with a cold expression, casually asking about the results as if clearing a dungeon was just a walk in the park. Suzuki and the school leader's eyes were wide, sweating profusely, when they realized this regular student was no ordinary person. The supervising teacher trembled as he looked at the dazzling 100 point display, stammering, unable to believe his eyes because this was unbelievable. The buzz-cut hero class student shouted in extreme bitterness, pointing and asserting that there was no way an unknown person could solo a D-class challenge. Tsuyoshi didn't bother with the score or the noisy crowd. He adjusted his sleeve and turned to leave to make it in time to pick up his sister. A call stopped Tsuyoshi in his tracks. He turned his head with a cold, questioning expression, wondering who dared to bother him. Suzuki tried to suppress his astonishment, forced a smile, and asked for confirmation if it was true that he had just cleared both test ranks, and received a nonchalant nod. The leaders whispered amongst themselves, their faces pale, extremely bewildered because the system had automatically activated a harder difficulty. Yet this young man had still crushed it in 12 minutes. Suzuki narrowed his eyes, full of doubt, deciding to ask a final question to verify credibility. Tsuyoshi, can you tell me what the final boss of the D-rank test was? Tsuyoshi casually replied that the boss was just a weak level 6 dark wolf boss that would disappear after a few slashes, then asked to leave quickly to pick up his sister. The test overseer sweated profusely, his voice trembling as he asked again if Tsuyoshi was just bragging about that fictional achievement. Suzuki interrupted the doubt, signaling Tsuyoshi to leave to fulfill his duty as an exemplary older brother. Tsuyoshi uttered a brief thank you with a cold expression, then turned and walked away without hesitation. The test overseer was extremely bewildered, turning to ask Suzuki if there was any problem with the test results that he would let the person go so easily. Suzuki ordered his subordinates to enter Tsuyoshi's name into the upcoming tournament, and to seal all information about today's record. Suzuki monologued, affirming that Tsuyoshi was the real deal, because he knew the exact identity of the boss, recognizing him as a monster who broke all records. While Suzuki plotted to recruit this genius into the Hero Association, Tsuyoshi walked with an imposing aura, his combat power display shining brightly at 16,000. Time skipped to the opening day of the Future Star Tournament, and the school was bustling with banners and slogans everywhere. The top school students appeared with arrogant expressions, making the surrounding small fry fearful, believing that the top 5 spots were already decided for these strong individuals. The blaring loudspeaker urged the contestants to quickly complete their registration procedures before entering the deadly arena. Tsuyoshi calmly registered as a regular class student, dumbfounding the registration staff, while his status board silently displayed a terrifying combat power of 16,000. The registration staff looked at Tsuyoshi with pity, offering empty advice not to push himself too hard and end up dead, as the hero class students were no joke. The magnificent stadium appeared under a shower of confetti, about to become the stage where the strong would display their power and the weak would be eliminated. The chubby vice headmaster broke out in a sweat, hastily informing the principal that the influential Suzuki had personally arrived. Suzuki walked with the air of a superior, not bothering with the meager reception, only focusing on asking if enough regular class students had registered. Hearing the vice headmaster meekly report that everything was done, Suzuki merely smirked, satisfied that his delicious prey was within his sights. Suzuki watched the students warming up in the distance, calculating in his mind, determined to monopolize the genius Tsuyoshi before the major guilds caught wind of him. The principal tried to maintain a calm expression, ordered the opening ceremony to begin, and reminded his subordinates not to make any ceremonial mistakes. The vice headmaster whispered bad news into his ear. The 2 rival schools had unleashed their strongest monsters this year, making the principal turn pale upon hearing it. The principal broke out in a sweat, bitterly admitting that his school always came in last every year, and this year there would likely be no miracle to salvage their honor. The test overseer sighed in resignation, giving up with a defeatist mindset that simply trying their best, in the way of the weak, was enough. The loudspeaker announced that the practical combat test had officially begun, inviting contestants to proceed to the area where the state-of-the-art power measuring machine was located. The trainees in black bodysuits lined up, waiting, as a tense atmosphere enveloped those about to step onto the testing platform. Tsuyoshi frowned in annoyance, wondering why they weren't just fighting in the tournament directly, instead of wasting time with these tedious tests. The system explained the rules, requiring optimal movements to generate the greatest destructive force, while asserting that machines would never lie. A Sawahira student stepped out with an arrogant expression, confident that he would crush this power measuring machine to intimidate the other schools. He tensed his body, concentrating intensely, pouring all his strength into his fist, sweat beading on his forehead as he prepared to unleash his decisive blow. The student delivered a powerful punch to the sensor pad, creating a whistling gust of wind that drew the spectators' attention to his force. The scoreboard immediately displayed 72 for physique and 74 for strength. A decent result, but not enough to be called a true monster. The Sawahira student let out a satisfied breath, basking in the glory of his impressive punch. The trainees buzzed with discussion about the harsh scoring system, asserting that only monsters scoring above 80 points were skilled enough to contend for a top 3 spot. Tsuyoshi stood among the crowd with a cold expression, silently evaluating his opponent's immature force control technique. The electronic scoreboard continuously updated, revealing the disparity in skill as Seishin School was far behind its rivals on the power rankings. A Seishin contestant threw his strongest punch but only received a pathetic score of 56, making the entire crowd laugh scornfully at his uselessness. The hero class students from other schools seized the opportunity, gleefully mocking Seishin, asking if they had run out of talent to send a regular class student to make a fool of themselves. The recruiters in the stands shook their heads in dismay, immediately crossing Seishin off their lists and focusing solely on praising Kurozu and Sawahira. The principal covered his face in shame, not daring to look at anyone, while Suzuki frowned in disappointment, muttering, hoping for Tsuyoshi to salvage their honor. Rayleigh guffawed in the stands as if it were harvest season, seeing his school humiliated. Ignoring his lackeys who were peering around, searching for Tsuyoshi's figure, Karina sat lost amidst the noisy crowd, her anxious gaze directed towards the arena as she softly called her brother's name. Mina sneered maliciously, confidently asserting to Karina that her brother Tsuyoshi would only be a burden, bringing shame to the entire school before the formidable rivals. Despite the gossip, Karina resolutely stood up and shouted loudly that she absolutely trusted her incredible brother. Mina's eyes flared in anger, veins bulging on her forehead as she cursed, saying both siblings were fools who didn't know their place. Suzuki stood with his arms crossed, observing with a serious expression, noting that none of the small fry had surpassed 80 points yet, and the true ace had yet to appear. President Suzuki broke out in a sweat, wondering if his ace, Tsuyoshi, was skilled enough to contend with the monsters from Kurozu and Sawahira schools. A giant strode forward like a tank, shoving aside the small fry in his way, leaving that student to silently swallow his anger. Vince, Sawahira school's level 4 monster with a combat power of 580, appeared arrogantly like a god, making those around him look up in fear. The trainees trembled as they realized this was Vince, Sawahira's ace, and the #1 seed for the prestigious championship title. He casually dropped the metal orb with a disdainful attitude, preparing to unleash his skill without needing a run-up or elaborate preparation. Vince roared, a earth-shattering sound, pouring all his bulging muscular strength into the strike to display the overwhelming power of a D-rank hero. Vince's devastating punch slammed directly onto the measuring machine, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the entire hall. The display board immediately flashed wildly, settling on body stats of 86 and strength of 90, a terrifying achievement that affirmed Sawahira School's position. The trainees gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that with just a slight movement, this monster could generate such terrifying destructive power. A recruiter nodded in satisfaction, breaking out in a sweat as he admitted Sawahira was indeed a cradle of monsters, and planned to approach Vince right after the tournament. Before they could recover, the crowd stirred again as Kurozu School's ace strode onto the stage with an intimidating aura. Boniface, Kurozu's purple-haired ace, walked with a sneer, insulting the trash below 80 points to shut up and watch the real deal perform. He held the metal orb in his hand, juggling it lightly as if it were a child's toy, with an utterly disdainful attitude. Instead of tensing up for a run-up like the others, Boniface merely flicked his hand casually, throwing the orb indifferently. Crash! The seemingly effortless throw created a terrifying impact, and the scoreboard displayed 89 and 92, directly kicking Vince's achievement down to second place. The crowd went wild, witnessing a completely superior level of skill, certain that this year's championship title was firmly in the hands of Kurozu School's monster. The blonde recruiter nodded in satisfaction at Boniface's overwhelming potential, sealing the deal to absolutely recruit this Kurozu School monster to his team right after the tournament. Boniface swept past Vince with a sharp gaze, leaving the former champion rooted to the spot. Bitter at being dethroned so humiliatingly, Boniface smirked, pointing his thumb at his chest, asserting that Vince was the only worthy opponent, but the championship seat already had his name carved on it. He cast an arrogant glance, offering a fake apology that Vince's era had ended, and now it was his time to perform solo on this stage. Tsuyoshi strode forward amidst the contemptuous whispers of the crowd. They couldn't believe a regular class student dared to stand alongside the monster Boniface. Ignoring the clamoring shouts like a flock of ducks, Tsuyoshi calmly held the orb, his mind focused solely on calculating how to use minimum force to create maximum impact. Lily stood with her arms crossed, observing with sharp eyes, secretly hoping her favorite student wouldn't freeze up under the pressure in this place. Karina stood below on crutches, drenched in sweat from worry, but still poured all her heart into shouting encouragement for her brother to give his all. A recruiter sneered disdainfully upon seeing a regular class student enter the fray, while the principal behind him could only cover his face, awaiting a humiliating disaster. Tsuyoshi let out a soft breath of relief, releasing the orb to fall freely, beginning his performance to slap the world in the face. Tsuyoshi decided to cheat a little by activating his ultimate physique and divine system, channeling all his power into a single finger. With just a gentle flick of his finger, buffed to 600% power, he created a terrifying kinetic explosion at the point of contact. A blue energy surge exploded like an atomic bomb, creating immense wind pressure that blew away the curious crowd standing nearby. From Boniface, Vince, and Miss Lily to the recruiters, everyone's mouths hung open, eyes wide, faces distorted by the immense shock. The electronic scoreboard wildly flashed numbers, immediately hitting the maximum threshold of 100 points for both physical stats and strength. The poor machine couldn't handle the heat, exploding into pieces and displaying 2 question marks, unable to measure the overwhelming power of this monster. Tsuyoshi stood looking at his smoking finger, sweating profusely as he realized he had accidentally overdone the destruction compared to his plan. The unfortunate sphere was kicked straight into the atmosphere, while the culprit only worried about his wallet disappearing due to compensation for damages. The unidentified flying object landed on the grass, smoking profusely, completely deformed as if a meteorite had just fallen to Earth. The recruiters were in extreme panic, disbelieving their eyes and starting to shout, suspecting a broken machine or blatant cheating. The recruiters in the stands were in an uproar, their faces drained of color, constantly screaming suspicions that Tsuyoshi had cheated, unable to believe a student could possess such fictional power. A staff member was sweating profusely, calling the school to report the situation, while Tsuyoshi stood there nonchalantly, as if destroying public property was an everyday occurrence. Boniface and Vince stood with their arms crossed, faces filled with extreme bitterness, trying to reassure themselves by blaming faulty machinery or the opponent using banned items to hack the game. The test overseer hastily instructed the crowd to spread out so the maintenance crew in protective gear could rush to the scene to inspect the measuring machine that had just been flicked away. Suzuki approached with a serious expression, asking Tsuyoshi to open his hand to check for any hidden weapons or cheating devices, while the young man could only scratch his head and force a smile. Instead of finding a cheating device, Suzuki was stunned to see a rough hand, full of calluses and battle scars, proving this was genuine, hardened by training. The president couldn't hide his curiosity, asking directly why a high school student possessed such battered hands, as if he had toiled on battlefields for decades. Tsuyoshi nonchalantly fabricated a highly convincing reason, claiming he had been working as a porter and doing manual labor for the past 10 years to make ends meet. Suzuki froze for a moment, his face full of question marks, his brain temporarily stalled by the monster's incredibly mundane answer. A maintenance crew member concluded bluntly that the machine was perfectly normal, and the data had been restored with a perfect score of 100/100, making the test overseer's blood pressure drop upon hearing it. The test overseer was sweating profusely, trying to explain under public pressure that this machine-destroying power was definitely cheating or a setup by the school. While the overseer was trembling like a leaf, Suzuki stepped forward with the demeanor of a leader, ready to silence all the ignorant chatter from the crowd. Suzuki boldly declared, staking the honor of the Hero Association, that Tsuyoshi was completely innocent and had officially achieved a perfect score of 100 inches, both categories. Tsuyoshi stood proudly with a cool and aloof expression, as if achieving maximum scores in both strength and physique was just a trivial daily matter for him. The two loudmouths, Vince and Boniface, gaped, eyes wide, upon hearing the shocking news of the unbelievable score from the opponent they had just scorned. Boniface broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the person Billy had asked him to deal with was none other than this monster, currently ranked Heishon on the server. He began to question his life choices regarding this tough match. Despite being scared stiff, out of fear of Billy's father's underworld influence, Boniface gritted his teeth, determined to play dirty with Tsuyoshi in the next match to fulfill the agreement. The crowd of contestants made a sharp U-turn, shifting from doubt to absolute belief as soon as they saw Suzuki vouch for the results, beginning to buzz about Tsuyoshi's Heishon position. The giant electronic board displayed Tsuyoshi's face along with the dazzling 100 points for both stats, officially slapping all those who had just scorned him as a good-for-nothing. The recruiters buzzed like a disturbed beehive, shouting excitedly, unable to believe their eyes at the unprecedented record a regular school student had just set. Karina shrieked with excitement, praising her precious older brother to the heavens, while her friend Haru next to her also applauded enthusiastically. The classmates in the stands were still wide-eyed and stunned, while Karina took the opportunity to stick out her tongue provocatively, smug that her brother was so overwhelmingly powerful. Mina gritted her teeth, her face darkening and sweating profusely with resentment at seeing the thorn in her side shine so brightly and receive such favoritism. A message from Billy appeared on Mina's phone with a string of angry emojis. He reassured her that his best friend, the ace of Kurozu School, would take care of Tsuyoshi. Suzuki stood proudly, boldly announcing the brutal scoring rules for the top three, asserting that the upcoming competition would be extremely intense for the other schools. The entire vast stadium appeared under the sunlight, where the second round of the competition, a team-based format allowing free group formation, was about to take place. The large screen displayed the round's content. A destruction race in a simulated E-rank dungeon, where teams had to compete to slaughter dark monsters for 10 minutes. The registration staff coldly announced that Tsuyoshi was disqualified from this round for not gathering the required 3 team members, and he calmly accepted. Tsuyoshi looked at the scoreboard, showing Seishin School in first place with 10 points. He seemed quite chill and confident that his position was still safe. Boniface broke out in a cold sweat, his dream shattered. He bitterly realized his plan to teach Tsuyoshi a lesson in this round had officially failed because his opponent wasn't participating. Boniface puffed out his chest with excessive confidence, asserting that Kurozu School's lineup had already crushed this scenario and would definitely secure the top spot. Vince refused to be outdone, straining his neck to declare that Sawahira School possessed equal strength and was ready to kick away anyone who stood in their path. The inexperienced representatives of Seishin School trembled like leaves, knowing their own low skill level, so they only dared to aim for the top 10 to salvage some honor. The signal sounded, and the entire stadium buzzed with excitement as the teams successively entered the simulation booths to begin the death race. Rayleigh and the spiky-haired lackey guffawed in the stands, gleefully pointing at Tsuyoshi, who stood alone because no one bothered to team up with him. Ignoring the whispers of doubt about his seemingly unreal score, Tsuyoshi maintained a poker face while the person standing next to him was sweating profusely from the pressure. Mina and Vivian joined in malicious laughter, uttering sarcastic remarks about Tsuyoshi's solitude to provoke his younger sister sitting nearby. Karina's cheeks puffed out and her eyes widened in anger. She was furious to see these mere mortals dare to disrespect her brother's overwhelming power. Tsuyoshi observed calmly. He had meticulously calculated skipping this round to fully focus on hunting for the MVP title and claiming the entire 10 million yen in the individual round. Inside the simulated world, a fierce battle erupted as teams unleashed skills chaotically, slaughtering monsters to vie for every single point. The students from other schools showed their inexperience, only managing to eliminate a few scattered monsters. Seeing the score of 18 points disheartened the warriors. Vince of Sawahira School proved his genuine class by sweeping through enemy formations with his weapon, raising his kill count to 48 inches an instant. Boniface of Kurozu School refused to be outdone. He smirked arrogantly as he danced with his blade, sending the monsters to their demise and setting a record of 62 points. The entire stand seemed about to explode at the breathtaking score chase between the two top schools. Everyone nodded in approval of their seamless coordination. The blonde-haired recruiter stroked his beard regretfully, thinking that no matter how overwhelmingly powerful Tsuyoshi was, he would be helpless against the harsh reality of the team competition. Seishin team was kicked out by the system with disastrous results. The 2 remaining members had long faces as their monster kill count stopped at a humiliating 33. The brown-haired captain screamed bitterly, blaming all the faults on his useless teammates who had fainted early, causing the entire team to lose their chance to reach the top. Looking at the scoreboard, showing the gap to the 10th-ranked team was only 8 monsters. The 2 young men were so furious they almost spat blood over their wasted efforts. He tried to beg the test overseer to let them continue with 2 people, but was met with a cold refusal, as the rules stipulated that a team must have 3 members to compete. When the going got tough, the tough got going. The captain was overjoyed, pointing directly at Tsuyoshi, who was leaning against the wall, seeing him as their last lifeline. The captain hastily pulled Tsuyoshi into the team to salvage their score, and our protagonist nodded quickly to get it over with. The registration staff clicked their tongue and let them pass since they now had 3 members, ignoring the mere 3 minutes remaining. As soon as they entered, the 2 teammates, disguised in bulky iron armor, hastily urged each other to get 10 more monster kills to make it into the top. The captain turned to look at Tsuyoshi with a gaze full of doubt, but still had to ask for help, as there was no other way. A swarm of minor monsters rained down from the sky, causing the 2 young men to quickly assume their battle stances. Tsuyoshi suddenly ordered the 2 others to close their eyes, leaving the captain bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He summoned the pitch-black cold light blade amidst a stream of deep purple energy, casually stating it was better for their eyes. The two teammates, despite being utterly confused and anxious about the time, obediently covered their eyes as instructed. Tsuyoshi exploded with power, his stats reaching a terrifying 16,000 combat power, coldly declaring he would take on all this trash. A single stomp shook the ground, creating a horrific explosion that wiped out everything in sight in an instant. Tsuyoshi charged straight into the heart of the monster storm with burning momentum, loudly proclaiming he would sweep away the trash blocking his path. He activated his ultimate physique to buff his strength to the limit, swinging his greatsword to tear through space, making the surrounding monsters tremble. The Thunder Chain Fall skill was unleashed. The kill count on the system board jumped frantically from dozens straight to 330 inches a single breath. The massive greatsword slammed into the ground, creating a terrifying aftershock. Tsuyoshi let out a sigh of relief after the strike of destructive power. He slung the sword over his shoulder arrogantly amidst the hazy purple smoke, confidently asserting that this was more than enough to wrap up the performance. Two teammates in knight armor stood agape, stammering in disbelief as they saw over 300 monsters vanish after just one move. Tsuyoshi walked leisurely across the spiderweb cracked ground, leaving behind his two teammates who were still dazed and bewildered by this irrational power. Time ran out, and the scoreboard displayed an absolute overwhelming victory, as Seishin Academy took the top spot with 330 points, leaving the two formidable rivals far behind. Tsuyoshi emerged from the simulated combat state, his face cold and calm, as if he had just taken a stroll rather than caused an earthquake. He stood tall in the arena with his brilliant record behind him, while the captain behind him looked at him with eyes of extreme worship mixed with fear. The blonde recruiter gaped in disbelief at the 300 monsters killed, while the Seishin captain stammered, explaining that Tsuyoshi had ordered them to close their eyes. The two teammates, sweating profusely, confessed they only saw flashes of light and felt violent tremors, after which Tsuyoshi cleared the map in a heartbeat while they were completely uninvolved. The ponytail recruiter swallowed hard, realizing Tsuyoshi was a genius-level monster and determined to snatch this high-tier talent before anyone else could. The entire stands erupted like a chaotic market. The jealous crowd roared for justice, refusing to believe a three-person team could achieve such an irrational miracle without hacking. A group of judges from the school alliance stepped out with grim faces, demanding a data review due to suspicions of blatant cheating in the results. The principal laughed nervously in a panic, sweat pouring down like a stream, but he tried to remain firm, inviting them to check freely to prove their innocence. The crowd below gloated, waiting for the show, certain that Tsuyoshi had played tricks and hoping for a shocking scandal to bring down the one who had just shined. Mina flashed her familiar wicked smile, turning to taunt Karina, saying her precious older brother must have cheated to get that score. Karina puffed her cheeks and glared, angrily shouting back at the loudmouths to defend her brother's honor, asserting he would never do something so cowardly. The air was as tense as a bowstring as the judges began reviewing the data, while the blonde recruiter impatiently asked for the results from the official named Ukata. The judges scrutinized the data as carefully as if searching for mines, finally having to click their tongues and admit there were no signs of hacking. Every skyrocketing stat was the real deal. The principal was overjoyed to hear Tsuyoshi was cleared. He looked up at the sky and laughed heartily, boasting loudly that Seishin Academy had always played fair and square. Ignoring the public's whispers about the impossible record, Tsuyoshi walked out with a cold aura, leaving behind his two teammates who were sweating from the pressure of public opinion. Tsuyoshi smirked and threw out an arrogant challenge, declaring that if he didn't sweep first place in all the following rounds, they could go ahead and consider him a cheater. The principal almost had a heart attack hearing that. He hurriedly tried to restrain his precious student's arrogance, fearing the stakes were too high. Boniface and Vince jumped in to mock him. Relying on their status as D-rank heroes, they looked down on Tsuyoshi, thinking he was just a loudmouth with no substance. Boniface acted disappointed at being overshadowed, sneering that he loved tormenting overconfident people like Tsuyoshi to show them the harsh reality of life. The judge saw a golden opportunity and closed the deal immediately, threatening that if Tsuyoshi failed to take first place in any subject, he would be permanently branded a cheater. Tsuyoshi raised his hand in a decisive gesture of agreement, his sharp gaze showing no hesitation, as if victory was already in his grasp. While Boniface performed a long jump with ease, Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique to strengthen his legs, stomping hard on the ground to create a terrifying tremor. Tsuyoshi landed with an earth-shattering impact that blew his opponents away, easily taking first place in the long jump with an unstoppable, domineering style. Moving to the sprint, he hit godlike speed with glowing eyes, leaving the small fry behind in his dust as he continued to assert his absolute dominance. In the discus throw, Tsuyoshi activated his ultimate physique, causing his veins to bulge as he channeled all his destructive power into his right arm. He unleashed a powerful spinning throw, the incredible centrifugal force tearing through the air and creating sharp wind trails around him. The disc flew straight into the sky and vanished, leaving the judges stunned, their mouths agape as they confirmed a new record had been set in an unbelievable manner. In the stands, Karina cheered happily for her monster brother, while the surrounding students began to panic at his continuous winning streak. Rayleigh and his spiky-haired lackey broke into a cold sweat, their faces turning pale as they realized the person they once bullied was now a true monster. At the entrance of a dark hallway, Billy's sullen figure appeared, observing the situation with a resentful and calculating expression. Billy furiously read a distress message from Boniface, realizing the plan to discredit Tsuyoshi was falling apart and deciding he couldn't sit idly by while he caused more chaos. On the field, the two D-rank hero prides, Boniface and Vince, were out of breath, desperately admitting the terrifyingly overwhelming power of the Seishin monster. The loser's hand trembled as he gripped his phone, drenched in sweat because all their dirty schemes were on the brink of failure. Billy gnashed his teeth, sweating profusely, as he realized he was forced to intervene violently to stop Tsuyoshi's unstoppable winning streak. While Boniface was exhausted and wanted to give up, Vince still tried to persist, deluding himself into thinking he could win fairly in the final round. Billy revealed his trashy nature by pulling out a banned item from the black market, a high-end mental interference device provided by his gangster boss father. He cradled the dirty toy in his hand, reassuring his rotten conscience that he would only use 10% power so it wouldn't be lethal. The system displayed a red warning about the danger of the banned device, while the loudspeaker began introducing the decisive event, the human lift tug-of-war. The rules were simple but brutal, requiring pure muscle power to pull a female student up to a height of 30 meters and ring the bell to claim victory. The organizing staff bowed and pleaded with Tsuyoshi to continue carrying the team to regain some of the school's remaining honor. Tsuyoshi scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had encountered a fatal technical error. He had no female partner because his sister Karina's legs prevented her from participating. The panicked staff member made calls everywhere and announced over the loudspeaker, searching for any female student brave enough to pair with the monster to save the situation. While the crowd was still whispering, a shy female student wanted to help, but was too afraid to stand up due to public pressure. Karina, despite her paralyzed legs, shouted that she wanted to participate, but Haru immediately held her back in a panic, saying it was too dangerous. Vivian sat nonchalantly, sucking on a lollipop, indifferent to the world, believing the school would just pick some unlucky person to fill the spot. Mina suddenly came up with a dark idea. Her sharp eyes filled with calculation as she saw a golden opportunity. She declared she would participate to intentionally sabotage the game, making Tsuyoshi fail miserably due to a teammate's uselessness, so that no one could blame her. Mina walked down from the stands with a fake expression, deciding to handle the matter herself instead of relying on the useless Billy. Tsuyoshi was warming up and stretching when he heard the staff announce they had found a female student willing to volunteer. He turned around to greet his new teammate politely, without the slightest suspicion. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened to their limit, his pupils shrinking as he recognized the identity of the person who had just walked up. Mina stood there posing with a fake smile, sweetly offering to help the person she hated most in the world. The supervising official shouted for the contestants to quickly discuss their tactics, so he could perform a final check of the field. Tsuyoshi looked at her with a sharp, suspicious gaze, asking her directly what dirty trick she was plotting here. Mina acted with an innocent air, claiming she came to help because no one else wanted to be on his team, so he should show some gratitude. The signal sounded, and the contestants began to brace themselves, gripping the ropes tightly in preparation for the grueling human lift tug-of-war. The entire stadium was filled with towering pillars equipped with pulley systems, ready for a fierce display of raw strength. Mina stood on the elevated platform, feigning a supportive smile, encouraging Tsuyoshi to pull her to the top to claim first place like an exemplary teammate. Tsuyoshi didn't utter a single word, coldly tightening his gloves on the rough rope, ignoring her incessant chatter. Being completely ignored, Mina immediately changed her demeanor, clicking her tongue in annoyance when her friendly act had no effect on him. Vince flexed his bulging muscles, shouting confidently with a combat power of 580, befitting a reputable D-rank hero. Boniface, with his charming purple hair, leaned against the rope arrogantly, showing off his superior combat power of 620 compared to his opponent. Boniface gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, vowing not to let Tsuyoshi win this match. Two burly assistants gave a thumbs up, signaling that all preparations for the grueling challenge were perfectly complete. The sound of gloves rubbing against ropes echoed as the contestants exerted all their strength, gripping tightly, ready for a bloody battle. While the Seishin captain and Seishin vice-captain were sweating profusely from tension, Tsuyoshi maintained a cold, impassive expression like an iceberg. As soon as the starting signal ended, the other two youths screamed and pulled the ropes like mad bulls, while Tsuyoshi began to exert his strength calmly. Tsuyoshi secretly assessed the weight as light as a feather, thanks to his ultimate physique, but decided to feign slowness to avoid scrutiny. The stands erupted in wild cheers for seeded teams like Kirizu and Sawahira. Boniface flashed a sinister smile, declaring that he would abandon his dignity and the first-place title just to focus on obstructing Tsuyoshi. He tightened his grip on the rope, but his mind was focused on another dark scheme to eliminate his opponent. This scoundrel secretly activated the forbidden P2P mental interference device hidden behind his back to wickedly attack the opponent's brain. The roar of the crowd was so deafening that even the crows in the sky panicked and flew scattered in midair. The Seishin captain and Seishin vice-captain gritted their teeth, their faces flushed red as they used all their might to pull the rope, but it seemed too much for them. Vince pulled the rope with one hand while laughing heartily, looking up at the sky and disdainfully mocking the weak opponents around him. Mina perched precariously on the iron cage being pulled high, feigning encouragement for her teammate while her mind was plotting. Tsuyoshi secretly activated his ultimate physique, pumping power into his hands, causing his veins to bulge beneath his gloves. He maintained a poker face, planning to keep a steady pace to overtake everyone at the decisive moment. Mina looked down with sharp eyes, trying to suppress her annoyance to maintain her facade of a sweet, innocent girl. Unable to keep up the act any longer, her face darkened with a ruthless gaze, deciding to play her hand. The crazy girl furiously stomped on the floor of the iron cage, creating vibrations to exert pressure, while shouting Tsuyoshi's name defiantly. Tsuyoshi flinched, feeling the rope slip violently in his hands due to his opponent's dirty trick. Tsuyoshi tightened his grip on the rope, his golden eyes glowing brightly as he realized his opponent was still not content. The assistant on the ground frantically waved his hands and shouted, warning the troublemaker above to immediately stop the dangerous act. Billy sat in the stands, laughing gleefully, openly encouraging his girlfriend to stomp harder to sabotage their opponent. Mina leaned out of the iron cage with a triumphant smile, sneering smugly, thinking she had dragged her enemy into the mud. The smile on her lips vanished, her face turning pale with horror, as she felt a chilling surge of killing intent approaching. Looking down from above, she saw Tsuyoshi's small figure, yet he exuded a deadly pressure, staring intently at her. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed brightly amidst his darkened face, his gaze sharp enough to pierce the enemy's heart. He unleashed a radiant purple aura in the shape of a demon, engulfing the entire space, and coldly asked a question that froze his opponent. Mina trembled, sweating profusely as she realized the guy below truly intended to send her to the scoreboard if she dared to utter another word. Despite the intense drama that had just unfolded, the crowd of contestants on the field continued to pull the ropes towards the finish line in the final sprint. Boniface gritted his teeth, pulling the rope, drenched in sweat, but his eyes gleamed with the triumphant look of someone holding the upper hand in this game. He flashed a sinister grin from ear to ear, whispering that the best act was about to begin in the decisive phase. While Tsuyoshi calmly pulled the rope with an unhurried demeanor, Boniface in the distance glared resentfully at his opponent, silently cursing his arrogance. The purple-haired scoundrel secretly pulled out a small device pre-programmed to target Tsuyoshi, eager to see his enemy writhe in pain. His finger pressed hard on the activation button with a click, starting the P2P mental interference device, a highly toxic forbidden item specifically designed to attack the brain. An invisible psychic shockwave immediately erupted and spread throughout the surrounding space like deadly ripples. Boniface suddenly let out a pathetic scream, as he himself was caught in a pounding headache that made his limbs weak, almost causing him to let go of the rope. He clutched his head, utterly panicked as he realized the item Billy's father sent was a dud, causing widespread damage instead of targeting just one person. Tsuyoshi turned his head with a look of suspicion as he sensed the abnormality occurring, causing everyone around him to clutch their heads in pain. The psychic wave attacked Tsuyoshi, but was immediately blocked by the system, with a notification activating the highly reliable mental protection mode. The two burly assistants were immediately knocked down by the psychic shockwave, falling to the ground like broken puppets, causing the ropes to slip from their hands. The iron cage, losing its support, began to freefall, causing the victim girl inside to panic and scream for help in despair in midair. The entire stands became chaotic as they realized the critical situation, the crowd shouting warnings that the girls would surely die if they fell from that height. A desperate staff member rushed forward, screaming in helplessness as he realized the distance was too great to salvage the precarious situation. The victim girl squeezed her eyes shut, clutching her head and screaming piercingly as her body plummeted into the abyss, preparing to meet a painful death. Suddenly, Tsuyoshi's gloved hand clamped tightly onto the thick rope, his veins bulging as he brutally halted the fall. The iron cage, falling at a deadly speed, abruptly stopped in midair, leaving the girl inside bewildered, not yet seeing herself shattered. The victim girl broke out in a cold sweat, peeking open one eye with extreme shock, stammering in disbelief that she had just escaped the scythe of death. Haru clung tightly to the railing, looking down with a pale face, wondering what kind of monster had just performed such an unbelievable rescue. Tsuyoshi stood there with an arrogant posture, one hand firmly holding the lifeline for everyone, his sharp eyes asserting the dominance of the strongest. Tsuyoshi glared with golden eyes full of killing intent, gritting his teeth, determined to intervene because he couldn't just stand by and watch the victim girls die unjustly. He activated his ultimate physique, channeling all his explosive strength into his legs, causing the surrounding ground to crack under the pressure. Tsuyoshi plunged into the abyss at tearing speed, using inertia to create the most stable pincer grip, preparing to absorb the impact. With divine reflexes, he swung his arms, grabbing all the ropes at once, and arrogantly declared that he would not leave anyone behind. The staff member and Haru in the stands screamed piercingly, their faces drained of color, as they realized the crazy person performing the impossible feat was Tsuyoshi. The weight of numerous iron cages stretched Tsuyoshi's body to its limit, but he stood firm like a god, stopping the tragedy. A shocking scene unfolded as Tsuyoshi single-handedly held up the sky, gripping the bundle of ropes, saving all the victims suspended in midair. The system announced that he had transferred all his strength from his legs to his arms, accepting immense pressure on his legs to maintain a death grip. Tsuyoshi was drenched in sweat from the immense weight. He roared, urging himself to try his absolute best and not let go. Lily stood frozen above. She trembled as she called Tsuyoshi's name, witnessing her student single-handedly bearing the lives of everyone. The recruiters and Haru were startled, calculating the half-ton weight pressing down on Tsuyoshi, only able to shout encouragement for him to hold on. Tsuyoshi let out a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes blazing as all his muscles tensed to resist the terrifying weight that threatened to crush him. His tattered gloves rubbed against the smoking ropes. Every fiber of muscle in his hands felt like it would explode from the overwhelming physical pressure. Suzuki stood frozen, sweating profusely as he realized Tsuyoshi was a legendary talent who absolutely had to be recruited into the elite team. The maintenance crew finally came to their senses, shouting to each other as they rushed onto the arena to help shoulder the chaotic mess. Tsuyoshi collapsed, panting, while the staff members hastily divided up, grabbing each rope to relieve him of the weight. The maintenance crew put all their strength into pulling the ropes taut, trying to stabilize the suspended iron cages in Tsuyoshi's place. A dark figure suddenly sprang up. Tsuyoshi snatched the rope from the staff member's hand and declared he would hold it himself. The maintenance worker stared in astonishment, trembling as he asked if Tsuyoshi was crazy for refusing to rest after such a life-or-death performance. Tsuyoshi clenched his hands, his gaze firm as he asserted that the race wasn't over and he was determined to claim the top spot in every category. Lily stood on the railing, looking down with a dazed expression, sweat pouring as she wondered if he intended to continue competing with that battered body. The teacher's eyes widened in astonishment, her face flushing as she had to admit that this student's fighting spirit was truly extraordinary. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, enduring the flesh-tearing pain as the system warned his muscles had reached their limit. But he refused to let go, aiming for first place. Haru clasped her hands in prayer and cheered her brother on with all her might, ignoring the men in suits around her who were stunned into silence. the entire arena erupted with resounding cheers, chanting Tsuyoshi's name in unison and urging him towards victory. He gasped for heavy breaths, sweat pouring down him as his body strained under physical pressure beyond human endurance. Tsuyoshi poured his last remaining strength into his hands, pulling the rope down with a decisive and powerful motion to conclude the performance. A clear bell rang out, marking the moment his insane effort successfully reached its goal. The spectators stirred, pointing towards the arena, realizing that now they only had to wait for that girl to lower the flag for the match to officially conclude. Billy's face was drained of color as he frantically screamed at Mina to stay put, fearing their team would completely lose the #1 spot to someone else. Mina stood rooted in the suspended iron cage, her eyes dazed as she looked down at the chaotic crowd below. She broke out in a cold sweat, her purple eyes flickering intensely as she struggled between obeying orders and following her conscience. Tsuyoshi activated his maximum power, his golden eyes blazing, gritting his teeth as he pulled the rope taut with an iron will. Mina pressed her lips together, her gaze becoming resolute as she decided to cast aside her fear. She reached out and yanked the bell rope, officially activating the mechanism to end this breathtaking match. Billy let out a desperate scream, his face drained of color as he saw his pawn dare to betray him. Tsuyoshi offered a relieved smile on his sweat-drenched face as he felt victory was firmly in his grasp. The latch sprang open with a click, releasing the hidden reward inside. A giant banner bearing the name of Seishin School unfurled brilliantly amidst a shower of confetti. The entire arena erupted in frenzied cheers, proclaiming Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro as the absolute #1 champion. The loudspeakers blasted through the arena, announcing that Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro of Seishin School had officially claimed the absolute championship. The recruiters gaped, their faces drained of color as they witnessed an unbelievable result unfold before their eyes. A female spectator stood frozen, exclaiming in utter shock at this incredibly fictional and overwhelming comeback. Karina burst into tears of joy, calling out her brother's name, unable to contain her immense pride. The VIP stands were in an uproar as various factions scrambled to call their headquarters, determined to hunt for information and recruit this genius at any cost. In the Green Snake Gang's area, a minion broke out in a cold sweat, reporting to his boss that Tsuyoshi was the one who had obstructed their young master. The Green Snake Gang boss covered his face in exasperation, realizing his precious son had just poked a genius-level hornet's nest that they shouldn't get involved with. He turned and walked away in annoyance, declaring he had to go home and discipline his troublesome son for stirring up trouble everywhere. In the main hall, congratulatory handshakes were exchanged, accompanied by praises for the school having produced a true monster. The principal and Suzuki were chatting happily when a staff member interrupted them, rushing in breathlessly to report an urgent situation. A maintenance worker rushed over to present the evidence they had just collected, confirming that someone had secretly used a mental interference device during the competition. The high-tech gadget was now just a pile of scrap metal, but it was enough to prove that a despicable plot had been modified into a dangerous weapon to eliminate opponents. Suzuki and the principal gasped in horror as they realized the gravity of the issue, fearing the school's reputation would be tarnished by this dirty trick. It turned out the mastermind was Boniface, the ace of the rival Kurozu school, who now hung his head in shame, sweating profusely as security dragged him away like a criminal. The principal wiped sweat from his brow, sighing in relief that his school's students were innocent, while Suzuki pledged to directly work with Kurozu school to handle the matter. Tsuyoshi calmly chugged a bottle of energy drink to recover his stamina, casually questioning the two leaders as if he had just returned from a stroll, not having single-handedly carried the team. The two bigwigs hastily rushed to today's brightest star, their attitude shifting 180 degrees from worry to flattery, eager to win over the genius. The principal grinned from ear to ear, shaking the boy's hand and promising everything from comprehensive support to completely free living expenses for both siblings. Tsuyoshi waved his hand, refusing the excessive pampering. He frankly thanked them for covering the expenses, but firmly declared he didn't need any special treatment. Suzuki didn't miss a beat, immediately delivering the decisive blow with an invitation to join the elite hero team, along with a prime luxury apartment and a massive bonus. Tsuyoshi stood bewildered, holding his water bottle as he listened to the principal paint a picture of a luxurious villa right before his eyes. The principal broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Chairman Suzuki's clever move, understanding that acquiring this genius was a monumental achievement. Mina trudged onto the stands with a dazed expression, alone amidst the empty seats after witnessing the spectacular comeback on the arena floor. Billy's rough hand suddenly grabbed the girl's collar and yanked it violently, accompanied by a piercing shout. That scoundrel Billy dragged his girlfriend down the hallway, ignoring her desperate cries of pain and weak resistance. He roared like a mad beast, demanding why she had surrendered and allowed his sworn enemy, Tsuyoshi, to win. Billy cornered Mina against the wall, frantically recalling the humiliating grudge and cursing the uselessness of both her and that good-for-nothing Boniface. Despite the threats, Mina still trembled as she retorted that Tsuyoshi was the one who had saved her and others from the brink of death. That good-for-nothing Billy flew into a rage at having his glory stolen, spewing the most vile insults about his girlfriend's appearance to satisfy his jealous fury. Mina stood frozen with empty eyes, utterly speechless and despairing at the utter depravity of her terrible boyfriend. That scoundrel Billy roared, declaring their relationship over, then swung his hand, intending to give his girlfriend a beating she'd never forget right then and there. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed crimson with anger, pouring all his strength into his arm to unleash his fury on the weaker party. The formidable hand sliced through the air, descending at dizzying speed accompanied by a piercing whistle, determined to show no mercy to the girl. Mina squeezed her eyes shut, resigned to her fate. She challenged the wretched man to go ahead and strike, forbidding him from ever coming near her again. Smack. A hand, hard as cold steel, suddenly appeared, blocking the heaven-shattering slap right in front of the girl, making the space seem to freeze. Tsuyoshi stepped out of the shadows with a cold, domineering aura, declaring that he had found the one behind everything. Billy was sweating profusely, his face drained of color, as he realized the one who had just blocked his attack with one hand was his sworn enemy, Tsuyoshi. Mina's tear-filled eyes were wide, her cheeks flushed, as she looked at her savior, who appeared just in time like a guardian deity. Tsuyoshi, without a word, twisted the bully's arm, making him tumble to the floor and cry out in agony. Tsuyoshi stepped on the defeated foe, his golden eyes blazing, teaching the pampered brat a lesson about the line between a joke and life or death. Billy lay flattened on the floor, sweating profusely, but still tried to threaten his opponent by invoking his father, the boss of the Green Snake Gang. Tsuyoshi uttered a chilling remark about incurable stupidity, then swung his hand, delivering a thunderous slap that seemed to tear the surrounding space apart. The destructive slap sent Billy flying straight into the wall, creating a loud impact that shook the entire arena. Mina stood rooted to the spot, her mouth agape in utter astonishment at the overwhelming power and brutality of the person who had just saved her life. The pampered brat clutched his face, groaning miserably from his broken teeth. His earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced only by agonizing humiliation. Billy, clutching his head, fled for his life like a dog with its tail between its legs, while looking back and uttering empty threats, as Tsuyoshi calmly challenged him to return any time. Vivian rushed into the scene, looking for her friend, shouting questions about the situation and reporting that Billy was frantically looking for someone. The blonde girl froze, her face drained of color and sweating profusely, when she saw the god of slaughter Tsuyoshi also looming there. Tsuyoshi shot a cold glare back, declaring bluntly that even if she surrendered, he would never forgive them for what they had done to his sister, Karina. Tsuyoshi's retreating figure faded away, leaving the two girls standing frozen, trembling with fear and a heavy sense of guilt weighing on their shoulders. Tsuyoshi stopped midway when he heard a desperate cry echoing from behind him. He turned his head, eyes sharp as razors, coldly asking if these defeated foes had anything else to settle. Mina, scared out of her wits, immediately prostrated herself on the ground, bowing her head repeatedly to apologize for tormenting Karina, ignoring Vivian, who was still bewildered and didn't understand the situation. Mina's face was deathly pale. She frantically screamed apologies while Vivian innocently asked why they had to do that. Tsuyoshi stood tall like the Grim Reaper, responding to the two bullies' belated act of repentance with deadly silence. Mina hastily pushed her best friend's head to the ground, forcing her to kneel and bow as well. Both trembled like leaves, swearing to mend their ways in hopes of forgiveness. He turned his back and walked away without hesitation, splashing cold water on their faces with the declaration that their apology was meaningless compared to Karina's pain. Tsuyoshi uttered a philosophical threat, asking directly if a knife wound could heal simply with an empty apology. The two bullies could only kneel in silent, utter humiliation and fear, not daring to utter another word before his overwhelming aura. Tsuyoshi's footsteps decisively faded away, leaving a chilling silence for those who had just narrowly escaped death. Tsuyoshi coldly ordered the small fry to stand up, as he had heard enough of their empty apologies. He entered the changing room, revealing his scarred, bulging muscles, and just wanted to quickly change and go home to Karina. While putting on his shirt, Tsuyoshi calculated the prize money and dreamed of a villa with an elevator for Karina to move around more easily. The locker door slammed shut decisively, ending all preparations to return to normal life. Rayleigh's lackeys lay scattered on the floor, their eyes dazed, looking at the one they once bullied, who had now transformed into a monster. While pulling his t-shirt over his head, Tsuyoshi casually asked if these defeated foes had any more tricks up their sleeves. Rayleigh and his group, scared out of their wits, immediately prostrated themselves on the floor, screaming apologies for the years they had treated Tsuyoshi as a mere errand boy. Tsuyoshi sweated profusely in exasperation, feeling that everywhere he went today, he encountered cowards kneeling before him as if he were a living god. As soon as he exited the school gate, Tsuyoshi was surrounded by classmates cheering about his divine long jump, which only annoyed him, making him want to escape. Karina, standing with Haru on crutches, smiled teasingly as she saw her formidable older brother suddenly become as famous as a superstar. Vivian and another female student rushed over, screaming the news that the madman Billy was bringing his entire gang for revenge. Before they could finish speaking, Billy lunged forward, mercilessly kicking Mina away, cursing her as a wretched obstacle. The pampered brat frantically attacked both Mina and Vivian indiscriminately, screaming that he was more than capable of dealing with everyone without relying on his gangster boss father. Rayleigh's face drained of color when he realized Billy was the son of the Green Snake Gang boss, and trembling, asked Tsuyoshi if he knew he had just poked a hornet's nest. Though scared out of his wits, Rayleigh still puffed out his chest to show off, declaring he would protect big brother Tsuyoshi to prove his new loyalty. Tsuyoshi casually adjusted his tie, ordering Rayleigh's group to step back and simply focus on ensuring Karina's safety. He cracked his neck, warming up, his cold eyes declaring that after today, he would no longer need to hide his hero identity. Tsuyoshi's eyes blazed with a murderous purple light, ready to teach the small fry before him an unforgettable lesson about the disparity in power levels. Tsuyoshi activated his true power, donning his spiky dark goblin armor, enveloped in purple lightning, displaying an utterly overwhelming combat power of 16,000. Billy's lackeys were terrified when they saw the hero's aura, while the panicked young master screamed, promising to double their wages to force his subordinates to rush to their deaths. The minions charged in with fiery determination like moths to a flame, swinging their clubs, intending to gang up on the enemy as soon as they met to make a name for themselves. A powerful blow landed directly on the target, but the sound it made was as sharp as hitting a rock face, not human flesh. Tsuyoshi glided like a ghost with blazing purple eyes, creating an invisible pressure that sent the obstructing trash flying to both sides. Billy, standing behind, sweating profusely, screamed orders at his useless subordinates, not to just stand there, but to attack simultaneously. The mohawk-haired thug poured all his strength into his arm, raised the iron bar high, and roared ferociously to intimidate his stubborn opponent. Tsuyoshi coldly activated his ultimate physique, his sharp eyes looking at the enemy as if at an ant struggling in vain. The iron bar descended with terrifying speed, creating a loud clang, making the thug certain he had crushed his arrogant target. He was overjoyed, screaming and boasting of his achievement, thinking he had just scored a major victory by defeating the monster before him. His joy was short-lived as he watched in utter horror as the iron bar in his hand was bent and twisted like a noodle after colliding with the diamond-hard body. Tsuyoshi closed in, enveloped in a dark, murderous aura, uttering a sarcastic remark that made the enemy realize the absolute disparity in power. Tsuyoshi delivered a powerful, purple, energy-infused punch to the enemy's face, shouting, "Take this!" The impact created terrifying shockwaves, sending both the minions and the curious classmates flying as screams echoed through the air. Ah! He glided through the dust cloud, his purple eyes blazing with murderous intent, easily dodging and counterattacking, leaving the small fry no time to react. Rayleigh and his lackey stood outside, mouths agape in awe. Amazing. Tsuyoshi is truly our big brother. At this rate, he might even unite all the schools, Karina exclaimed in astonishment. Big brother, it's like you've become a different person. While Haru, blushing furiously, was captivated. Karina, your brother is so cool. What kind of girls does he like? Tsuyoshi charged into the encirclement like a tiger descending from the mountains, sending numerous burly thugs flying into the air, making them fall like ripe figs. One thug tried to ambush him with an iron pipe, but Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power crushed the weapon, sending fragments scattering. Tsuyoshi stood tall in his imposing black armor, holding the twisted iron bar, coldly glancing at the trembling remnants of the gang. Still, so many of you? He activated a stream of purple electricity that ran along the iron bar in his hand, declaring with chilling arrogance, "I'll clear them all out in one go." A colossal pillar of purple lightning erupted from Tsuyoshi, illuminating the entire area, terrifying the thugs out of their wits before his absolutely overwhelming power. On the rooftop of the tall building, two powerful shadowy figures stood with their arms crossed, observing the sea of purple lightning sweeping below with amusement. Sandor, the one hidden in spiky armor, lavished praise on the terrifying precision and power of Tsuyoshi's skills, calling them a cut above the rest. Two bosses appear. Dane Guild, master of Final Glory, and Sandor, leader of Angry Dragon, begin to growl and fight over this lucrative prey. Sandor narrows his eyes suspiciously under his hood, asserting that Tsuyoshi was the culprit behind the regional power outage during the previous awakening test. The old man Dane sneers, listing a series of Tsuyoshi's achievements from winning the Morningstar tournament to preventing disasters, proving he is the real deal. Dane emphasizes that the Supernova tournament is approaching, and a monster like Tsuyoshi is the perfect piece that every guild is frantically hunting for. The battle for talent this year will be fiercer than ever, because the tournament rankings will directly determine the distribution of lucrative resources. Dane leans back and laughs triumphantly, believing that the goal of testing Tsuyoshi's abilities has been perfectly achieved, and now it's time to reap the rewards. Suddenly, a loud noise rings out, and the walls shake violently, signaling that the verbal negotiations between the two S-rank bosses have ended. Sandor's aura explodes as he curses the cunning old Dane, while fresh blood splatters from his shoulder after a sudden ambush he couldn't block in time. Tsuyoshi dives down from above with glowing red wings, bringing a lightning storm ready to crush the ground where the thugs are standing. He shouts a warning for everyone to get down and then activates Thunder Chain Fall, dyeing the entire space purple with wide-range destructive power. The Blue Snake Gang minions scream in agony as the purple current sweeps through, tossing them aside like tattered dolls. Billy collapses to the ground, his face turning pale, as he witnesses the world of difference in power between an ordinary person and a true hero. Tsuyoshi stands tall amidst the rubble and the defeated, radiating an overwhelming aura that leaves Billy looking up in utter despair. He swings the iron bar in his hand with wind-tearing speed, delivering a warning blow aimed straight at the trembling ringleader's head. The iron bar stops right at Billy's nose, making him break into a cold sweat as he feels the Reaper's scythe graze his face by a hair's breadth. Billy lets out a frustrated roar and punches the ground, completely broken and disillusioned by his opponent's irresistible strength. Tsuyoshi coldly orders him to get lost, making Billy tremble and stammer in obedience, losing all the arrogance he had as a bully earlier. The cowardly Billy runs for his life, while Tsuyoshi remains in a victorious pose as people gather around to check on him. Mina blushes furiously and runs over to thank him profusely for the earlier warning, but Tsuyoshi only dismisses it as a trivial matter. Rayleigh and the other nobodies immediately swarm him with flattery, demanding to form a team to ride his coattails and asking for a management position under the boss. Tsuyoshi looks at this annoying crowd with weary eyes, breaking into a cold sweat before kicking them all out to get some peace. Sunset blankets the school, closing a turbulent day where the old order was shattered by absolute power. Tsuyoshi helps Karina home, explaining to her that excessive power is a double-edged sword that attracts trouble and jealousy. He casually announces the shocking news that the chairman of the Hero Association has given him a 10 million yen bonus and a luxury apartment. Karina is shocked to her core, her eyes wide and mouth agape as she screams in disbelief at such a massive fortune. Tsuyoshi smiles and explains that the new apartment has an elevator, so she won't have to struggle with the stairs every day anymore. Karina's eyes well up with tears of emotion, realizing her overpowered brother did everything just out of concern for her legs. Tsuyoshi silently accepts the thanks with a slight smile, his gaze fixed firmly on the future he has secured for his family. Tsuyoshi lightly taps Karina's forehead, asserting that taking care of his sister is his responsibility as a brother, so she shouldn't be so formal. As the siblings are walking home, Suzuki blocks their path and calls his name with a serious expression, as if he's about to collect a debt. This mustachioed old man suggests taking some time to discuss the upcoming supernova tournament. Tsuyoshi invites the guest into their cramped rented room, calmly pouring tea for the chairman. Suzuki accepts the cup of green tea and offers polite thanks, but his eyes are still observing the siblings' poor living conditions. Tsuyoshi confirms their difficult situation and asks directly about the most important issue, whether the bonus villa has an elevator for Karina. Suzuki gets overly enthusiastic and demands they move immediately, but Tsuyoshi's blunt refusal leaves the old man embarrassed and sweating. The atmosphere grows heavy as Suzuki looks at Karina and curiously asks about the cause of her leg condition. Tsuyoshi recalls the horrific past when their parents were killed, and Karina's legs were crushed by the darkness, destroying 98% of her nerve cells. After hearing the tragic story, Suzuki shows clear sorrow and offers a sincere apology for reopening the family's wounds. Suzuki drops a bombshell about the regeneration elixir going up for auction next month, the only chance for Karina's legs to fully recover. Tsuyoshi is shocked to hear about the miracle medicine, but the old man quickly pours cold water on him, saying that to participate, he must meet 2 extremely harsh conditions. This item is a top-tier drop from an A-rank darkness dungeon monster, a liquid gold substance with divine body reconstructing capabilities. Suzuki holds up a finger to state the first condition. He must hold a C-rank hero title just to get a ticket through the door. Before the shock fades, the old man delivers the final blow that leaves the listener stunned. He must have at least 1 billion yen in capital to prove his financial standing. Tsuyoshi's face darkens, and cold sweat pours down as he hears the unimaginable figure of 1 billion yen for a student. To reach C-rank, he must place in the top 3 of the supernova tournament, the only path to squeeze into the elite high society at the auction. Suzuki opens a briefcase of money, but helplessly admits that no matter how much power he has, he cannot manage to provide 1 billion yen in support. Tsuyoshi looks at the stack of cash in his hand with a sharp gaze, his brain working at full capacity to find a way to earn 1 billion within a short month. A flash of inspiration hits him, as he remembers the bitter medicine he once drank with Sakura, and comes up with a crazy idea to manufacture capsules to make a fortune. Tsuyoshi's mind works fast, calculating the packaging of otherworldly pharmaceuticals into modern capsules to earn the full 1 billion yen in 1 month. He turns sharply to press Suzuki, confirming that placing in the top 3 of the supernova tournament is the pass to C-rank. Suzuki explains that this tournament is a high-stakes arena where major guilds field their most promising fighters to compete for status. He emphasizes that performance will determine power and dungeon resources, things more important than life itself, to the hunter world. With the drive to get rich flooding his brain, Tsuyoshi grabs Suzuki's shoulders and demands to join the fight immediately, regardless of any tedious procedures. Suzuki breaks into a cold sweat, trying to warn him that this is a true life-and-death battlefield, not a game for students. Ignoring all warnings, Tsuyoshi takes off like a rocket, only stopping to ask for the registration location before vanishing in an instant. Suzuki is left in a cloud of dust, only able to shout in despair that he will arrange a car to take him to the headquarters. The aftershock of his brother's terrifying acceleration makes the curtains in Karina's room flutter, leaving her bewildered as to what just happened. At the bustling Hero Alliance headquarters, Tsuyoshi and Suzuki have arrived, where he begins questioning the old man about the real reason he chose him. Suzuki scratches his head and sighs in the elevator about the pressure for results and how talented kids all run to other factions for better benefits. He explains that rookies hate the association's rigid rules and prefer the freedom of the guilds. Tsuyoshi nods, understanding the issue. Tsuyoshi delivers a highly reliable closing statement, saying he will do his best not to disappoint him, his sharp eyes filled with determination. As soon as they reach the counter, the registration officer bluntly cuts Tsuyoshi off, saying he doesn't meet the requirements for the supernova tournament. Suzuki is startled, thinking there were still reserve spots, but the registration officer coldly confirms there are spots, but the problem lies elsewhere. She pushes up her bright red glasses, scrutinizing the file, and declaring flatly that Tsuyoshi has 0 achievements in the system to qualify for the fight. She points to the screen and explains the rules. He must place in the top 3 inches at least 2 public dungeons, while Tsuyoshi's record is blank, except for a trivial test. Suzuki is in utter panic because the tournament is only a week away, making grinding in a few days an impossible task, but Tsuyoshi remains calm and tells him to relax. While Suzuki was despairingly thinking that this match was over, Tsuyoshi innocently asked what public dungeons were, and why they were so important. Suzuki had no choice but to explain about the 6 public dungeons, ranging from D rank to B rank, emphasizing that only teams placing in the top 3 inches, any 2 of them would advance. The race was heating up by the hour, with dozens of formidable opponents vying for a spot, while there was less than a week left to form a team. Tsuyoshi turned and walked away proudly, boldly declaring that he would secure a top 3 position in at least 2 public dungeons before the tournament began. Suzuki and the registration officer stared at each other, mouths agape, as if they had just heard a fantasy story. The chairman broke out in a cold sweat, while the woman sarcastically called him a boastful fool. He adjusted his tie and walked out the door with the air of a superior, telling them to hold on to that last seat because he would soon prove who the real fool was here. As soon as he was out of sight, Tsuyoshi immediately activated the endless path, his eyes glowing with excitement as the perfect time to slip into the other world had arrived. He plunged into the spatial vortex with the clear intention of plundering crafting recipes and grinding to level 15 before returning to slap those people in the face. A colossal surge of energy swirled and swallowed him, opening a gateway between 2 worlds. The light dissipated, revealing the majestic landscape of Carnio, the city belonging to the alchemy genius Kevin, in the other world. Standing before the massive mansion, Tsuyoshi set the insane goal of single-handedly clearing all 6 dungeons to reach level 15. The system unexpectedly flashed a red error, warning of a 3-day limit due to a debug error, making Tsuyoshi click his tongue in annoyance, but he still accepted this difficult challenge despite the extremely high risk of being permanently stuck. The next morning, bright sunlight shone down on the base in the other world, signaling the start of a busy day of grinding. Sakura stretched, greeting the new day in a charming two-piece nightgown, her voice sweetly addressing her master. Tsuyoshi was already decked out in his cool, full black armor, and he uttered a greeting full of hidden meaning about their time apart, leaving her bewildered. Without letting her question him, he immediately ordered her to prepare their gear, as a major situation needed to be dealt with right away. Sakura's attitude changed in an instant. She saluted militarily with full vigor, ready to set off and serve her master. The two walked down the street, Tsuyoshi glancing at the bustling crowd and commenting on the characteristic vibrancy of the city under Kevin's rule. Sakura explained as they walked that Master Kevin was holding a refining tournament with enormous rewards to attract talented individuals and valuable medicinal ingredients. Catching a whiff of benefits, Tsuyoshi immediately inquired about the prize structure to see if it was worth his effort. She excitedly listed a series of impressive rewards, from basic alchemy recipes to rare level-up potion recipes for the champion and his direct disciples. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up as he calculated the terrifying value of those recipes, realizing this was a goldmine to earn back 10 billion yen upon returning to the real world. Sakura listed the prizes: 1 basic potion recipe and 2 level-up recipes, making the money addict's eyes gleam instantly. Tsuyoshi sealed the deal in an instant, declaring he would snatch first prize, leaving Sakura bewildered because it deviated from their planned meeting with Kevin. He grabbed her hand and dragged her along, spouting rhetoric that he had to win fair and square, not through backroom deals and begging. Sakura sighed helplessly, knowing her master's greedy nature all too well, and resigned herself to the plan being delayed yet again. Fulin suddenly jumped out to block their path with a disdainful expression, scoffing at Tsuyoshi for being a weakling daring to show up at her master's tournament. Tsuyoshi put on a dumbfounded face and asked who she was, delivering a powerful mental blow that made Sakura, standing behind him, unable to hold back her laughter. Fulin was furious, yelling that she was the one who sat next to him in the previous exam and was bitterly made to lose first prize by him. He nonchalantly said he remembered and dismissed the matter, then directly asked where the competition registration was, as if she were a guide NPC. She crossed her arms, putting on a superior air, warning that her senior brother, Blue Shaman Vincent, was also participating and advised him to give up early to avoid humiliation. Tsuyoshi completely ignored the threats and walked straight past, leaving Fulin screaming and a mysterious shadow observing from afar with an annoyed expression. Tsuyoshi flashed his signature innocent smile, treating the surrounding threats as mere whispers in the wind. A cunning-faced fox beastman jumped out, with the nameplate Blue Shaman Vincent, level 15 appearing above his head, displaying an extremely arrogant attitude. Vincent pointed directly at Tsuyoshi, insulting him as a weak human daring to act superior, making Fulin turn pale with fear and quickly hide behind him. The old fox gnashed his teeth bitterly, smugly declaring that Tsuyoshi had walked right into a trap after being expelled from Karnyo. He shouted loudly for his subordinates, and immediately 2 large henchmen appeared from behind, forming a pincer movement to threaten their prey. Fulin frantically tried to stop her senior brother, attempting to explain that Tsuyoshi, though weak, was not a bad person, to avoid a brawl. Vincent roared at her to shut up, furiously accusing her of shaming their master's sect and threatening to deal with both of these adulterous scoundrels. Tsuyoshi calmly stepped forward to shield the catgirl, coldly declaring that his next actions would only be in legitimate self-defense. Right in front of the registration office, Tsuyoshi signaled Sakura to stay out of it, not wanting her to dirty her hands with the surrounding trash. Fulin anxiously asked if he intended to take them all on, while Tsuyoshi's hand was already accumulating golden lightning, his actual combat power display reaching 16,000. The orc lackey holding a dagger sneered contemptuously, mocking Tsuyoshi as a coward hiding behind a woman's skirts and warning him not to underestimate him. A bulging, muscular arm swept aside all obstacles, and a booming voice rang out, demanding everyone make way for him to show off. Bloodshot eyes full of killing intent glared from beneath the iron helmet, and the large brute declared that Big Brother Vincent's enemy was also his mortal foe. It was Gillette, a level 18 berserker of the Boar clan. He brandished a baseball bat covered in sharp spikes, ready to crush his opponent. Vincent scoffed, deeming a human participating in the tournament a joke, and ordered Gillette to swiftly deal with the useless fellow. Fulin turned back and glared at them with sharp eyes. She couldn't believe the shamelessness and depravity of these corrupted fellow disciples. The old fox, Vincent, revealed his lecherous nature, disparaging Fulin's mixed blood, but craving to have some fun with her body. Fulin flushed crimson with disgust. She screamed at him, calling him a pervert, and threatened to tell Master Kevin about his depraved behavior. Vincent maintained a terrifyingly calm demeanor, reassuring his henchmen to act freely without worrying about the consequences. The old fox's face twisted into a cruel expression, his golden eyes glowing as he declared he would personally deal with his own master if necessary. Fulin gnashed her teeth in anger, accusing the wretched senior brother of always finding excuses to bully her just because of his cheap title. Gillette swung the spiked bat with a lecherous grin, declaring he would finish off the human trash and then turn her into his plaything tonight. Tsuyoshi coldly stepped forward to shield Fulin, his steady back radiating an overwhelming aura as he reassured her not to worry. Tsuyoshi's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. He growled, calling the idiotic boar and that beastly senior brother animals to their faces. A terrifying surge of pressure erupted from Tsuyoshi, forming a shockwave that swept through the area, and he coldly declared that no one would escape. The wild boar Gillette's eyes widened in horror, sweat pouring off him as he perceived the tangible killing intent rushing directly towards him. Crash! A terrifying explosion of icy energy blew away everything around, sending the small fry flying like ragdolls. Tsuyoshi used his bare hand to block the full-force strike of the spiked bat, causing Gillette to panic utterly at this absurd physical strength. His blue eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. Tsuyoshi looked down at his enemy as if at a mere insect and ordered the monster to retreat. The system announced the activation of Ultimate Physique, enhancing his hands. Tsuyoshi crushed his opponent's morale with overwhelming absolute power. Purple lightning violently erupted from the impact. Tsuyoshi easily crushed the power of his opponent's attack with overwhelming strength. Two orc lackeys trembled, clutching their daggers, stammering in horror as they witnessed the towering shadow of death before them. Fulin covered her mouth in shock, while Sakura looked at her master with utmost adoration, exclaiming that his power surpassed imagination. A beastman in the beastman crowd gaped, unable to believe that the high-level Gillette couldn't even touch a human. Gillette gnashed his teeth, sweat pouring down as he tried to gather all his strength to salvage his last shred of honor. The boar's eyes glowed with a crazed red light, and he roared, charging forward with an all-or-nothing mindset. Boom! Tsuyoshi activated his maximum lightning aura, creating a green energy explosion that swept away all fighting will in the surroundings. Vincent was utterly panicked, screaming orders for Gillette to rush to his death and cowardly promising protection. A blinding flash of light tore through space as Tsuyoshi's counterattack struck, crushing all enemy resistance. As the dust settled, Tsuyoshi emerged, looking incredibly cool with the black cold light blade in hand, his glowing blue eyes leaving a cold trail of light in the air. Tsuyoshi stood tall like a god of death. Behind him, a massive purple-black energy explosion ripped through space, asserting his superior power. The boar, Gillette, realized in horror that he had been trapped in an isolated space, a high-level magic that only true monsters could create. He looked up at the deep purple sky with wide, bulging eyes, cold sweat streaming down as he felt the scythe of death at his throat. Brilliant purple lightning bolts streaked across the sky, accompanied by a piercing crackle, signaling the moment of judgment for the weak. Tsuyoshi activated Thunderous Ambush, descending from above at light speed, his body enveloped in lightning, ready to crush his opponent. Gillette was completely paralyzed, only despair remaining in his mind as he realized he had no chance left to block or counterattack. A brilliant blue sword energy was unleashed, tearing through the wind with destructive power enough to flatten any obstacle in its path. The slash collided powerfully with the spatial barrier, creating electric sparks that flew everywhere, and breaking the structure of the isolated area. Tsuyoshi's eyes suddenly widened in surprise, as if some unexpected variable had occurred, causing his attack to go off course or be interfered with. The ground shattered into large, smoking green chunks, and Gillette trembled as he stared at the deathly chasm the sword had carved right next to his feet. Tsuyoshi was stunned when his ultimate attack was completely neutralized by a mysterious blue flame. He shivered, sensing a terrifying energy that had just intervened in the battle. A powerful voice from above demanded a halt, leaving Gillette standing dumbfounded, still reeling from his narrow escape from death. Vincent froze when he heard his name called, realizing that big trouble had just arrived right at the entrance to the tournament. Kevin appeared proudly with a blue flame in his hand, the legendary genius shaman bluntly scolding his disciples for defiling the honor of the shaman world. The old fox, Vincent, immediately revealed his true cowardly nature, sweating profusely and bowing apologetically to his master. Kevin glared with powerful, glowing eyes, questioning why his foolish disciples were causing trouble here instead of preparing for the important tournament. Fulin seized the opportunity, feigning pitiful tears, rushing to her master to complain about being bullied by Vincent, while Sakura observed from behind. Sakura narrowed her eyes vigilantly, immediately recognizing the extraordinary aura of the legendary shaman who had just appeared. Tsuyoshi stared at the newcomer, quickly deducing that this person was the one who had unleashed the blue flame to stop his attack. Vincent trembled uncontrollably, trying to fabricate a lie-filled excuse that he was merely teaching the rude human and Fulin on behalf of his master. Kevin narrowed his eyes imperiously, questioning what right this troublesome disciple had to teach others in his stead, right in front of everyone. Vincent was scared out of his wits, sweating profusely, stammering denials, not daring to show off before his master's wrath. With just a cold dismissal, Kevin made the orc lackeys turn pale with fear, cowering on the ground and trembling uncontrollably under the master's pressure. The small fry quickly apologized profusely, then tucked their tails and ran for their lives, not daring to linger for another second to save their meager lives. After clearing out the trash, Kevin turned to ask his precious disciple Fulin why she was still loitering around this place after failing the exam. Fulin switched to Oscar-winning mode, feigning distress as she explained that she was merely guiding the human expert who had defeated her to this place. Kevin was startled to hear that the one who had defeated his beloved disciple dared to come and participate in this harsh refining tournament. Tsuyoshi stepped forward with a dignified demeanor, presenting a letter of recommendation from Chairman Doug, and greeting Kevin proudly, as if they were equals. The name Doug immediately made Kevin take a second look. He seemed surprised to see a rookie with such a credible endorsement from that senior. After reading the letter and understanding Tsuyoshi's physical condition, Kevin immediately changed his attitude, agreeing to lead him inside, and leaving Vincent to sulk in a corner. Kevin instructed his disciple Vincent to prepare the ingredients for the tournament, warning him to do it well and not to disgrace his master. Tsuyoshi turned back, bewildered, asking where Sakura had disappeared to, while Kevin continued to walk silently, leading the way inside. The old man began to scrutinize the contents of the letter, suspecting Tsuyoshi used forbidden drugs or dark magic to survive while his body was being eroded by darkness. Tsuyoshi calmly requested to be called by his name, recounting his feat of venturing alone into the darkness with his abnormally tough body, completely unharmed. Kevin's steps halted immediately, freezing for a few seconds upon hearing that this young man dared to solo the dead zone. The old man spun around, his eyes wide with disbelief that a human kid dared to venture alone into that deadly place. Tsuyoshi scratched his cheek, admitting that he was originally a warrior, but because of Chairman Doug's arrangement, he decided to try his hand at being a shaman for fun. Kevin broke out in a cold sweat when he learned this kid had casually defeated Fulin, hastily interrogating him about which master had taught him such formidable alchemy. Tsuyoshi gave a faint smile and declared bluntly that he had no master, relying solely on his wild survival instincts. Old Kevin was completely shocked, trembling as he wondered if he was facing a genius monster far beyond his own level. Kevin did a 180-degree turn in attitude, nodding in acknowledgement of his impression and gesturing for Tsuyoshi to follow him. Both entered the dark passage. But in Kevin's mind, a fierce struggle was raging. His enormous ego refused to accept the existence of a genius who surpassed him. Standing before a wall carved with ancient script, Kevin began to boast about his own power, reiterating that Doug had introduced the young man here because he held the laws of earth and wind. The old man confidently asserted that the medicine he refined contained the power of the laws that could purify darkness, while Tsuyoshi chuckled along to humor him. A rough wooden door appeared before their eyes, strictly sealed by a series of emerald green magic circles. Kevin pushed the door open, solemnly introducing it as his private alchemy sanctuary, where he created masterpieces. Inside was a massive library with floating herbs, where Kevin proudly declared himself the master of medicinal knowledge and more passionate about research than anyone else. Tsuyoshi looked at the stone crafting table filled with fancy tools, pretending to be amazed and asking if it increased the effectiveness of alchemy to flatter the old man. Having his ego stroked, Kevin tilted his head with feigned modesty, saying the table was just decent, but his self-satisfaction had already gone through the roof. Kevin secretly underestimated Tsuyoshi, as incompetent for not recognizing the value of the high-grade herbs, thinking he was just a clueless novice, not worth bothering with. The old man continued his self-praise, thumping his chest and asserting his unrivaled status in the field of alchemy, especially now that he held the laws of earth and wind. He requested a drop of blood to check his physical condition, and Tsuyoshi obediently offered his hand, agreeing instantly like an exemplary student. The sharp blade made a decisive cut on his finger. The fresh drop of blood fell into the porcelain bowl with a soft plink. Kevin began to cast his magic. A surge of green energy flared around him, his eyes glowing with power. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes, observing the strange green wind, secretly comparing it to the blue flame from before to analyze if this was the effect of the laws. The entire space around them trembled as the energy swirled like a tempest, engulfing the old shaman who was concentrating intensely. The dark red drop of blood touched the surface of the liquid, spreading eerily, as if signaling an impending ill omen. Kevin's face changed drastically in horror, as he clearly recognized the traces of darkness, the smug smile on his lips instantly vanishing. Old Kevin broke out in a cold sweat, seeing Tsuyoshi still standing tall like a monument, secretly thinking that if it were anyone else infected with such dense dark energy, they would have gone mad ages ago. Tsuyoshi continued his innocent act, scratching his head and asking a naive question about whether his health seemed quite dire. Realizing ordinary medicine was useless for this difficult case, Kevin decided to go big by using the power of the law to purify, ordering him to turn his back. Young Tsuyoshi obediently turned around, a polite smile on his face as he apologized for bothering the old man. But inwardly, he was surely calculating his next moves. Kevin's wrinkled hand began to gather energy, a powerful surge of jade green energy erupting, signaling a high-level skill about to be unleashed. A complex magic circle appeared in midair, combining the power of the laws of earth and wind, swirling violently as if to crush everything in its path. The old shaman poured all his strength into pressing his hand, filled with law energy, through the magic formation, striking directly at Tsuyoshi's sturdy back. Tsuyoshi frowned, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead as he felt a searing heat coursing through his body, a pain like being roasted from within. Realizing this darkness was more stubborn than expected, Kevin gritted his teeth and poured more mana into the magic formation, determined to purge the remnants of darkness at all costs. Kevin warned that the energy within Tsuyoshi was too stubborn, so he would inject more power, telling him to endure the pain because it would soon be excruciating. The old shaman showed no mercy, unleashing an extremely powerful strike that made the magic circle explode with dazzling blue light, sweeping across the entire room. Tsuyoshi stood firm as bedrock at the center of the energy storm, darkness spewing wildly from his body, resisting the old man's purification. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, feigning agony, but inwardly he sneered, for this level of pain was nothing compared to the hell he had endured. Kevin smugly boasted that even he had to take a stimulant to endure it. Then, with an air of superiority, advised him to consider this pain a lesson in cultivation. Not wanting to prolong the act, Tsuyoshi secretly activated his ultimate physique, establishing an internal defense to completely block the pain. The effect was immediate. Tsuyoshi's face relaxed completely, and he sighed in relief, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted, which struck observers as odd. Kevin was startled and terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat as he felt a bizarre power brazenly resisting his law. The old man's eyes turned cold and calculating. He judged this human kid to be a seed of disaster and decided immediate precautions were necessary. The cunning old man Kevin took the opportunity during the treatment to secretly implant a secret seal into his opponent. This deadly magic would activate and send the victim to their death whenever he wished. His wrinkled hand retracted the blue energy, signaling that the purification process and the trap setting had been successfully completed. Kevin clasped his hands behind his back and turned away with a nonchalant expression, as if he had done nothing suspicious, then asked about his prey's condition after thoroughly erasing the traces of darkness. Tsuyoshi checked his body, secretly admiring the power of the 12th law of earth and wind that the old man had just unleashed, while curiosity about the ultimate power of the first law began to spark in his mind. He quickly put his mask of obedience back on, bowed profusely in thanks, and offered gold coins as a reward for the senior's healing efforts. Kevin immediately waved his hand, refusing out of respect for Chairman Doug, then changed the subject to the upcoming potion crafting tournament and probed whether the kid still dared to participate. Tsuyoshi nodded without hesitation, confirming his participation, and since he had ranked first in the selection exam, Kevin granted him special permission to join the tournament, which was about to begin, without any further preparation. The old man's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he growled a warning that there would be no favoritism here. Even his beloved disciple Vincent would have to fend for himself like everyone else. Tsuyoshi humbly replied that merely participating was an honor, while Kevin turned his back and walked away with an arrogant smile, secretly appreciating the audacity of the one who had once defeated Fulin. Kevin led the way towards the dazzling light, ordering his prey to shine brightly and display all his talents in the upcoming tournament. Both entered the vast main arena, where the roar of the crowd echoed like thunder, signaling that a slaughter was about to begin. Fulin appeared with an arrogant attitude, crossing her arms and declaring that her master had entrusted her with supervising him, so he'd better listen. The dark-furred cat girl cast a suspicious glance, taunting him by asking if the beast woman who accompanied him had abandoned him and fled. The moment Tsuyoshi mentioned Fulin's name, she bristled and flushed crimson, yelling that a pathetic mortal had no right to call her by her given name. Tsuyoshi gave a fake laugh and then concluded with "Understood, Fulin," as if to deliberately provoke her sky-high pride. Fulin walked ahead, leading the way, her mouth incessantly disparaging him, saying he stood no chance against the senior blue shamans. But Tsuyoshi merely calmly asked if she would be participating. She lowered her face, bitterly admitting that because she hadn't won first place in the recent exam, she had been stripped of her right to participate, yielding the stage to her senior brothers. Tsuyoshi feigned an apology out of politeness, but Fulin brushed it off. She acted gentlemanly, accepting her defeat, and admitting that he was indeed a formidable opponent. Tsuyoshi looked up at the sky with sharp eyes and an unusually calm expression, completely unconcerned by the surrounding pressure. The entire vast arena appeared, with towering stone pillars and neatly arranged crafting stations awaiting the contestants' performances. Fulin gestured with her chin towards the crafting table, warning him that she had prepared it, so he'd better take care of it and clean up thoroughly after use, like a janitor. She continued to act superior, reminding him not to embarrass her, as this was a knockout round that would send half of the weaklings home. The beastmen crowd below began to whisper and gossip, looking down on the presence of a human and speculating that he had bribed his way into participation. Fulin stood beside Tsuyoshi with her arms crossed, coldly telling him not to bother with the small fry, as they considered a human's presence here an anomaly. Tsuyoshi unexpectedly leaned close to Fulin's ear, making her flush crimson. He advised her to carefully observe the blue shamans to learn from the enemy. He gave a confident smirk, and then concluded by thanking Fulin, continuing to provoke the proud cat girl's sky-high ego. The announcement blared throughout the arena, officially commencing the competition with the first round being a test of herbal medicine knowledge. The announcer declared the first round a herb selection challenge, causing the beastmen participants below to clamor confidently that this was their specialty field. Drax, a level 17 blue shaman with a fierce appearance, stood with his arms crossed, looking down on everyone, and openly disdained the difficulty of this beginner-level task. This burly man quickly realized this wasn't a simple herb-gathering contest, but a high-level judgment test for a grand shaman. Drax scanned the situation and determined that only Vincent, the true disciple of the genius Kevin, was the only worthy opponent to stand in his way in this race. He smirked arrogantly, confidently asserting that the remaining white shamans were merely trash, not on his level, and not worth his concern. While he was lost in his delusions of grandeur, someone slammed into him from behind with a thunderous blow, making his entire body tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat from the shock. Drax whirled around, his face flushed with anger, and roared, cursing whoever dared to walk without looking and bump into him in the middle of this huge stadium. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and chuckled innocently. He profusely apologized for being so preoccupied looking for a seat that he accidentally bumped into the moving block of meat standing in his way. Realizing the one who bumped into him was the human from the rumors, Drax looked at Tsuyoshi's warrior armor with contempt and sarcastically told him to go get a consolation prize and leave. Vincent also appeared and added fuel to the fire. He scoffed that Tsuyoshi was merely someone relying on his connection with Master Kevin and should be content being a monster-slaying punching bag instead of making a fool of himself here. Drax stood with hands on hips, insulting Tsuyoshi as an incompetent good-for-nothing who only relied on connections, and advised him not to bring his empty head into this intellectual game. Tsuyoshi coldly stared at the burly man in front of him, thinking that if it weren't for the competition rules, he would have sent this guy's jaw flying with a single punch. Vincent intervened with a hypocritical expression, warning Tsuyoshi to watch his mouth if he didn't want to be disqualified immediately. Tsuyoshi turned his back and walked away arrogantly, throwing back a chilling remark, telling them to thank the rules for saving their pathetic lives, and to just wait and see. The alluring elf announcer with her captivating figure appeared, stirring up the atmosphere, and declared the first round officially open. She held up a board with a sample, explaining the rules. Quickly identify the potion ingredients and collect enough materials within the time limit. A line of mysterious veiled assistants carrying baskets of ingredients entered the arena, preparing for the fierce competition about to unfold. The test, personally crafted by the genius Kevin, required contestants not only to be quick and sharp-eyed, but also to appraise the quality of the ingredients with extreme precision. Fulin stood, leaning against the wall, observing with a worried expression. She feared the weakling Tsuyoshi would be devoured by the formidable blue shamans in this round. In the VIP stands, Kante was prattling on, flattering Kevin and boasting about his beloved disciple, while the old fox Kevin modestly replied with a hint of hidden meaning. Kante, a powerful level 33 red shaman, began to probe Kevin about his favorite disciple, Vincent, to see if he was truly as formidable as rumored. The old fox, Kevin, while enjoying a glass of red wine, skillfully steered the conversation to Drax, praising him as a promising rookie to flatter his opponent's ego. Kante was surprised to hear that a human was participating in the competition, and Kevin immediately confirmed it was Tsuyoshi, the one personally sponsored by Chairman Doug. Kevin smirked, revealing the shocking truth that this unorthodox warrior had once defeated his female disciple to claim first place, leaving everyone stunned. The shocking news almost made Kante fall off his chair. He couldn't believe that someone who had never trained as a shaman could achieve such an absurd feat. After a moment of bewilderment, Kante regained his composure and declared that if it were true, then even he would have to be wary of this bizarre human. Down in the arena, Tsuyoshi stood proudly at the crafting table, exuding a cold and detached aura, completely separate from the highly stressed beastman crowd. He glanced at the meager baskets of ingredients in the assistant's hands and immediately recognized the deadly trap of this round. The quantity was only enough for half of the participants. In Tsuyoshi's mind, a survival strategy quickly formed, because the upcoming chaotic scramble for ingredients would eliminate those who were slow or ended up with trash. Instead of panicking like the clueless rookies around him, Tsuyoshi smirked and activated his divine eye, ready to use his hack to sweep up the best items in extreme excitement. The alluring elf announcer loudly announced the first test was to create a beginner cooling potion, making the entire stadium hold its breath. Immediately, the Beastman participants charged at each other like hungry beasts, creating a chaotic scene of trampling each other to survive and snatch resources. Tsuyoshi froze for a few seconds. He was genuinely surprised by the frantic reaction speed and thorough preparation of these orthodox mages. But a hacker didn't need to rush. He calmly activated his divine eye, his eyes flashing with powerful blue lightning to scan for information. The system immediately analyzed the problem and spat out the precise answer, consisting of 3 necessary ingredients: fire spirit grass, wood core, and dried vine. With the answer firmly in hand, Tsuyoshi pushed off the ground and shot forward like an arrow, leaving hesitation behind to plunge into the battle for survival. However, when he arrived, he only saw a chaotic mess of contestants punching and kicking wildly, trampling over each other to snatch the last branches. An arrogant fox-headed beastman had quickly snatched up some ingredients and was now swaggering, boasting that he could complete this test with his eyes closed. Tsuyoshi glanced at the ingredients in his opponent's hand, secretly admitting that these blue shamans did have some real skill, not just empty boasts. Nevertheless, defeat was not in his vocabulary. Tsuyoshi tightened his gloves, his sharp eyes asserting that he would turn the tables at all costs. Tsuyoshi flexed his muscles, his eyes burning with determination as he declared it was time to show these bookworms the true power of a warrior. He transformed into a phantom of speed, activated thunderous ambush attack, and shot forward, his main target being the green-skinned orc holding ingredients at the front. Vincent was gleefully holding his ingredients when he suddenly flinched, utterly bewildered by the insane shockwave the human had just created. From above, Kevin and the old guild elder also flinched in surprise, not understanding how this madman intended to use warrior skills for the test. Kevin narrowed his experienced eyes, his expression filled with doubt and calculation as he witnessed Tsuyoshi's unconventional move. The green-skinned orc was bewildered when he suddenly saw the sky darken, cold sweat breaking out as he felt a giant shadow engulfing him. He turned around and almost had a heart attack when he saw Tsuyoshi looming right behind him, his eyes glowing brightly amidst a cloud of dark, murderous aura. The orc let out a pathetic scream, clutching his face in terror, as if he had just seen death itself come for him. In the instant of impact, Tsuyoshi coldly canceled his thunderous ambush attack skill, breaking gracefully right in front of his prey. Simply using his overwhelming presence to make his opponent tremble in fear was enough. Tsuyoshi stood towering like a mountain, crushing the poor orc's will. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, scanning directly for the finest fire spirit grass in the basket of the blushing female assistant. He politely thanked her, then turned and walked away with great poise, leaving the orc and the other trembling small fry behind. In the highest stands, Kante and the guild elder chortled with delight, appreciating his trick of using warrior skills to intimidate and then canceling the attack. A beastman broke out in a cold sweat when he realized Tsuyoshi was not only fast but also snatched up top-grade goods, wondering if he was hacking or just incredibly lucky. Tsuyoshi stood towering like a war god. In his hand was the premium wood core he had just acquired, and at his feet was the werewolf, too terrified to even breathe. He reached out and brushed past the petrified werewolf's face to pick up the dried vine, completing his collection at lightning speed. The alluring elf announcer announced the end of the competition time, signaling for the team of appraisers to enter the stage. The veiled appraisers glided forward like reapers, ready to inspect the 3 mandatory ingredients: fire, spirit grass, wood core, and dried vine. A foolish boar man was immediately kicked off the stage for bringing only random fruits instead of medicinal herbs. Truly a good-for-nothing. Announcements of disqualifications rang out continuously, as the incompetent beastmen were successively eliminated in utter humiliation. Drax was called, confirming he had chosen the correct ingredients, his face puffed up with pride as he awaited the final appraisal result. The dazzling score of 84 out of 100 appeared in the arena, an excellent result affirming the caliber of this battle mage. He smirked smugly, considering this sky-high score to be self-evident, beyond dispute. In the VIP stands, Kante and the guild elder nodded in satisfaction, sparing no praise for the speed and accuracy of his beloved disciple. It was Vincent's turn to step up. This old fox immediately caused a stir with a record-breaking score of 94 out of 100, his top-tier selection far surpassing the small fry. Even Kevin had to widen his eyes in surprise, uttering words of praise that his genius disciple had truly brought honor to his master. Vincent leisurely raised his glass to celebrate his victory, confidently asserting that the top spot in the first round was already in his pocket, bragging prematurely. Fulin stood below, breaking into a cold sweat. While her mouth criticized humans as weak, Her eyes were filled with anxiety as she urged him to perform well. Tsuyoshi stepped forward with the cold aura of a destroyer, presenting a set of shimmering materials that caught everyone's attention. The shrouded appraiser took the items, clicking his tongue in doubt about the true quality of this human magician, despite him choosing the right materials. The material stone emitted a deep purple glow, its energy fluctuating so violently that the surrounding space trembled, signaling a top-tier item. The appraiser was terrified, drenched in sweat as he feared the measuring device would short-circuit from that overwhelming energy source. Kevin lost all patience. The old man stood up and roared, demanding the lackeys stop stalling and announce the damn results immediately. The appraiser trembled like a leaf, stammering out Tsuyoshi's name amidst the arena's tension-filled atmosphere. The premium item exploded with a brilliant purple lightning aura, asserting a level of quality far superior to the previous trash. A dazzling score of 100 points appeared like a resounding slap to the faces of those who looked down on him, confirming absolute, flawless quality. Both Kevin and Conte stood agape, their eyes bulging and faces paling at the human's unbelievable turnaround. Vincent stood frozen in the stands, unable to believe that he and Drax were being humiliated and left in the dust by a mere mortal. Fulin's face turned beet red, her hands covering her mouth in shock as she witnessed the unbelievable performance of the teammate she once called weak. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly, completely satisfied with the Divine Eye's analytical power, and ready to crush every upcoming challenge. The test staff clutched their heads and screamed in panic, unable to believe someone achieved a perfect score amid such chaos. The appraiser held up the scoring device, tremblingly confirming a perfect 100 without a single minor error. Even the red shaman Conte broke into a cold sweat, admitting this kid possessed a talent for selecting materials on a cosmic level. Kevin stood up with a stern expression, casting aside his usual mocking smile to re-evaluate the monster he had just discovered. The old man's eyes flickered with curiosity, eagerly anticipating how much more hidden power this kid was concealing. The hot elf announcer held up the board, officially commencing round 2 with the task of refining an intermediate invisibility potion. Just as Tsuyoshi placed his hands on the table to prepare, a familiar voice called out, startling the rookie. Fulin crossed her arms, trying to act like a cool senior to praise him, but her blushing cheeks betrayed her true feelings. Tsuyoshi smirked confidently, showing he had grasped the core of the exam, while the catgirl standing beside him acted like his protector. Fulin's eyes suddenly widened as she shouted furiously, realizing this madman intended to fight empty-handed without even pulling out a magic staff. Tsuyoshi scratched his head and laughed it off, nonchalantly admitting to the catgirl beside him that he had completely forgotten to bring a magic staff. He broke into a cold sweat, remembering the crappy staff Doug once lent him. He was in trouble now because his stats were all muscle, while his mana was dirt poor. Fulin stood agape and screamed, unable to believe her teammate would attend a shaman exam empty-handed like a total amateur. The catgirl's face turned beet red from a mix of anger and embarrassment, yet her hands began gathering brilliant gold mana to save the fool's skin. Fulin shoved her high-quality magic staff into Tsuyoshi's hands, calling him an idiot, while shyly asserting he was lucky to have her protection. Tsuyoshi gripped the staff, feeling the surge of power, and sincerely thanked the tsundere girl for her timely assistance. With a powerful weapon in hand and the refining pedestal ready, Tsuyoshi regained his cool composure, confidently declaring victory was within his grasp. Fulin turned away and crossed her arms to hide her blushing face, threatening him to make sure he won this match to make her proud. The female assistants brought out trays of materials, announcing the life or death rules. Crush and refine immediately, with only 1 life, and a 30-minute limit. The crowd of participants began to panic, as the intermediate invisibility potion was a difficult challenge meant only for blue shamans, where a single mistake meant total failure. Kevin sat regally on his high throne like a king, coldly declaring that these harsh conditions were a filter to weed out the weak. The old man narrowed his eyes calculatingly, wanting to verify if Tsuyoshi was a once-in-a-millennium genius or just a lucky fraud about to be unmasked. The veiled assistants quickly placed the material trays on the tables. A heavy tension filled the arena as 0 hour arrived. Drax stood tall, with his arms crossed and an arrogant expression, overly conceited about his level 17 status and blue shaman title. The old fox Vincent also tilted his chin up defiantly, acting like he was top tier despite only being level 15 with unverified skills. Tsuyoshi was the complete opposite of those empty vessels. He calmly thanked the assistant upon receiving his items, exuding the aura of a grandmaster. The masked assistant's face turned bright red, and she waved her hands in embarrassment, having never seen a participant so gallant and handsome. The elf announcer raised her hand and shouted energetically, officially starting the 30-minute countdown for the life or death alchemy battle. Kevin maintained a serious face with glowing eyes, asserting that this crushing psychological pressure would cause the weak-willed to self-destruct immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, a noob participant panicked and pumped in too much mana, blowing up his materials and being bitterly eliminated right at the start. A trash participant began screaming at the female assistant, blaming her for ruining the materials instead of admitting his own pathetic skill level. Drax sneered contemptuously, holding a glowing potion bottle and preaching that this refining profession was far too sacred for such fools. Vincent joined in with a cunning, smug look. While controlling a stream of azure mana, he seemed to enjoy the chaos of the small fry. Both empty vessels began flaunting their skills, as Drax and Vincent simultaneously activated brilliant mana auras to intimidate the entire arena. Drax exerted himself to crush the materials into fine powder, using only mana pressure, proving he had some actual skill, rather than just knowing how to brag. Vincent entered the most critical fusion stage. His status window displayed 1,060 mana, a fairly impressive number for level 15. Drax broke into a cold sweat, his smile vanishing as he realized that Old Fox's mana was even higher than his own 880, despite the lower level. Conte sat on his high throne and turned to Kevin, appearing impressed to discover that this old man's disciple had been hiding his skills all along. The Red Shaman highly evaluated Vincent's potential, asserting that with this much mana and skill, he was on the verge of ranking up. Kevin only gave a cold, arrogant snort. He admitted Vincent had innate talent, but his combat mindset was still far too naive and green. The two grandmasters, Kevin and Conte, sitting on the high platform, began to wonder why they couldn't see the protagonist or feel any aura from him. It turned out Tsuyoshi was still standing there like a wooden statue in the middle of the arena, leaving Fulin beside him bewildered as to what he was planning. Conte frowned and warned with a serious tone that if he didn't make a move right now, he would definitely be late, and it would be game over. Kevin looked on with doubt. Even this old fox couldn't sense any mana fluctuations from him, as if he were a powerless person just stalling for time. The Divine Eye scanned the opponent's stats. Drax was struggling with a grade D invisibility potion, while Vincent showed superior class with 1060 mana and steady progress. Tsuyoshi admitted his measly 510 mana was just a grain of sand compared to those shamans. He predicted Drax would only produce grade C trash, while Vincent might reach grade B. Fulin couldn't stand the sluggish attitude anymore and went wild, her face turning beet red as she screamed at her dazed teammate that only 20 minutes remained. Being shaken until he was dizzy, Tsuyoshi remained calm as a cucumber, scratching his head and telling her not to distract him at this critical moment. Finally, the monster awakened. Tsuyoshi activated a dark purple aura around himself, admitting warrior mana wasn't enough, but he had his own overpowered way of playing. A massive purple energy pillar shot straight into the sky, tearing through space and making the gloating Vincent and Drax jump in terror at the horrifying pressure. Drax sneered contemptuously, evaluating his opponent's mana flow as merely insignificant, on par with a mediocre white shaman. The old fox Vincent chimed in with a villainous face, declaring that the other guy's dominant performance in the previous round was nothing more than a lucky fluke. Conti laughed mockingly with pity, asserting that Tsuyoshi's mana hadn't reached 600, and regretting the wasted talent for choosing ingredients in the hands of an incompetent person. Kevin sighed in relief, thinking he had worried for nothing. He judged Tsuyoshi wasn't skilled enough to be concerned about, but grudgingly praised his boldness for daring to compete. Fulin broke out in a cold sweat, her face filled with extreme bewilderment. She couldn't believe her eyes, as this teammate was clearly much more formidable during the assessment test. Drax cast aside his disdain, his sharp eyes declaring it was time to unleash the signature technique his master had secretly taught him for this tournament. He gritted his teeth and bit his tongue hard, causing fresh blood to splatter as he performed the painful sacrifice ritual. Drax accepted losing half his HP to activate advanced mana amplification, frantically pushing his mana stat to an astonishing 1,180. The crazed mage turned to challenge Vincent, asserting that he had now surpassed that fox and would no longer create C-grade trash products. With a surging, fiery red power, Drax raised his magic staff high and roared the command fusion to begin the ambitious refinement process. The crowd gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes as a genuine B-grade intermediate invisibility potion had just been produced. The finished potion emitted a dazzling, spotlight-like aura, confirming its top-grade quality and blinding everyone. Drax puffed out his chest and laughed loudly with arrogance, confidently challenging everyone to step forward and compare their skills with his nearly perfect masterpiece. Conti looked down at Kevin with a disdainful gaze confidently asserting that victory in this tournament was already secured for his favorite disciple. Kevin maintained his composure, secretly assessing his opponent's blood sacrifice for mana skill as a risky but formidable move. The Mage Grandmaster sneered, deeming that B-grade potion mere naive child's play, insufficient to intimidate him. Kevin's eyes were as sharp as razors, mocking Conti as a fool for daring to underestimate his meticulous preparations. From above, Kevin decisively waved his hand, igniting his disciple Vincent to begin his destructive performance against the opponent. Vincent appeared with an air of excessive confidence, carefully holding a vial of sparkling blue liquid in his hand. The old fox flashed a sinister grin that stretched to his ears, his eyes glinting with the look of someone holding a deadly trump card. Vincent stepped out with an air of superiority, a haughty smirk on his face as if to declare this stage his own. A brilliant blue flame erupted in the old fox's hand, emanating terrifying pressure from the law of the earth phoenix, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Conti gasped, sweat pouring down him as he realized the formidable item his opponent had just unleashed far exceeded his expectations. He trembled, unable to believe his eyes, stammering as he recognized it as a rare flame purely extracted from the laws of earth and wind. Vincent smirked, revealing this was a gift his master Kevin had bestowed upon him for his free use, a power that took 7 arduous days to extract. He activated the flame immediately during the fusion stage, as taught by his master, causing his mana to surge to a formidable 1,530. The entire arena shook violently at this supernatural phenomenon. The crowd, utterly bewildered, thinking another B-grade potion had appeared. Vincent laughed wildly, raising his finished A-grade intermediate invisibility potion high and challenging anyone to surpass this masterpiece. Tsuyoshi calmly observed, realizing both opponents were going all out to force the potion's grade higher, and he knew he couldn't hide his true skills any longer if he wanted to win. System warning, insufficient mana. Tsuyoshi decided to activate his ultimate physique to enhance his mana limit, preparing for a classic comeback. Tsuyoshi decided to go big, activating his ultimate physique to push his mana reservoir to its absolute limit, aiming to crush all opponents. A violent pillar of purple light erupted, accompanied by a sky-shattering roar, signaling successful skill activation and an immediate increase in mana capacity. The displayed number surged to 9,660 mana, causing the entire arena to tremble under the terrifying energy pressure emanating from him. He proudly raised his magic staff, creating a third consecutive supernatural phenomenon, many times more intense than the previous two. Fulin broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe that the weakling in her eyes was now emitting such terrifying mana waves. His figure stood tall amidst the lightning storm, leaving everyone utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what kind of terrifying secret art could hack mana like this. Vincent was also stunned, admitting that even the laws of earth and wind he was so proud of couldn't create such a formidable effect. The priest, commander of the orc tribe, trembled as he looked up at the sky, wondering if such an absurd supernatural phenomenon truly existed in this world. The purple lightning energy condensed into the form of a giant dragon, roaring menacingly with immense power in the sky. Kevin, and Conti simultaneously gasped, realizing this was the legendary S-grade supernatural phenomenon that would bring divine punishment. Tsuyoshi stood firm in the eye of the lightning storm, the system signaling that mana calibration was complete, preparing to unleash skills to crush the ingredients. The ingredients were perfectly crushed, 100% in an instant. Magical dust exploding everywhere, demonstrating absolute control over force. He shouted, "Begin fusion," summoning a giant lightning dragon that descended from the sky with immense power, causing space to crack. The priest commander's face went pale, and he shrieked about the appearance of the divine lightning punishment that could blow away anyone unprepared. Kevin broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes as this madman dared to face the S-grade potion crafting challenge barehanded, without using protective potions. The system displayed a cheat game notification, asking Tsuyoshi if he wanted to use the Divine King's Hammer to absorb all the incoming lightning damage. Tsuyoshi smirked triumphantly, realizing he didn't need to use his ultimate physique to endure the attack, but could leisurely hack the game with top-tier equipment. He summoned the Divine King's Hammer, asserting that lightning was mere child's play for this legendary weapon, posing no threat whatsoever. Tsuyoshi raised the gigantic glowing hammer high, taking the full brunt of the destructive lightning and formidably transforming it into his own energy. Conte and the Guild Elder stood frozen, trembling as they wondered what terrifying pressure was suffocating the surrounding space. Purple-black lightning surged wildly in the air, signaling a destructive power compressed to its limit with a frightening growl. Tsuyoshi stood proudly like a god, using the Divine King's Hammer to fully block the divine lightning punishment descending upon him, without flinching. The greedy hammer devoured all the lightning energy into its core before Tsuyoshi commanded to recall this heavy weapon into storage. He activated his skill with cold, glowing eyes, decisively and powerfully commanding the energy fusion process to begin. Tsuyoshi controlled the stream of golden energy, pouring it directly into the potion bottle, creating immense pressure that made the surrounding space shriek. A blinding explosion of light erupted from the center of the arena, sweeping across the entire crowd, forcing everyone to cover their eyes from the terrifying power. The dust cleared, revealing Tsuyoshi standing proudly with his back turned, the system confirming he had just finished crafting a top-grade S-grade intermediate invisibility potion. Kevin was stunned, speechless, sweat pouring down him as he realized this kid had just created a masterpiece that he himself could only achieve by using all the laws of earth and wind. Conti lost his composure, yelling at Kevin that human must have used a hack tool, unable to accept this harsh truth. Conti furiously leapt down into the arena, insisting on dragging Kevin along to immediately reevaluate this absurd result. Conte and Kevin activated magic flight, soaring straight down into the arena. Conte roared in denial that an insignificant white shaman could ever craft an S-grade item. Vincent also jumped up as if scalded, vehemently accusing Tsuyoshi of cheating because even his master couldn't do this so easily. The Beastmen crowd below, emboldened, started to act up. A loud-mouthed orc adventurer demanded that this human's limbs be severed and he be permanently banned for daring to surpass them. Fulin suddenly stood up amidst the chaos, crossing her arms resolutely and loudly defending Tsuyoshi, stating she could vouch for his true strength from the previous exam. The elf announcer broke out in a cold sweat at the tense situation, hastily passing the buck to Kevin for the old man to make his own judgment. Tsuyoshi stood proudly amidst the encirclement, holding the ultimate potion in his hand, his face cold as he challenged the judges to go ahead and check whatever they wanted. Conti landed and pointed directly at Tsuyoshi, exposing that he and Kevin had observed his mana reservoir was barely at 600, making it utterly illogical to create an S-grade potion. Conti raised his magic staff, which was accumulating energy, forcing Tsuyoshi to accept an on-the-spot mana measurement test to prove his innocence. Before Tsuyoshi could react, Conte shouted loudly and immediately activated the mana measurement spell. A green light from his staff began sweeping rapidly towards his opponent. Tsuyoshi maintained a cold expression outwardly, but inwardly, His mind was racing with calculations, knowing that if he couldn't maintain his mana disguise, his trash label would be exposed instantly. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly, bluntly declaring to the old man opposite him that he saw no reason whatsoever to hide his power. Kante slammed his magic staff onto the floor with a loud thud, grumbling as he ordered the brat to do it immediately so he wouldn't have to listen to any more irritating platitudes. The old shaman's eyes widened defiantly, his hand gripping the glowing staff tightly, determined to use his magic to expose what he believed to be his opponent's worthless abilities. Tsuyoshi began activating his internal reactor, his sharp eyes glinting with a blue light, as surging mana began to leak out, accompanied by a piercing hum. Kante roared like a madman, his face contorted with excitement, forcing Tsuyoshi to unleash all his mana so he could show the whole world his pathetic level. Amidst the rising blue light, Tsuyoshi maintained a dangerous half-smile, subtly reminding the old man to open his eyes wide and measure accurately. Boom! A fierce surge of blue energy erupted from Tsuyoshi's body, creating immense pressure that swept away all surrounding doubt. The entire arena trembled before the colossal pillar of light engulfing the stage, dazzling the spectators below and leaving them gaping in astonishment at the magnificent sight. Kante frantically raised a hand to cover his face, sweat pouring off him as he realized the mana reading wasn't gradually increasing, but shot straight to maximum in an instant, shocking him to his core. Tsuyoshi now resembled a pure entity of dazzling light, calmly declaring that this was 100% of the power he had unleashed. The magic staff in Kante's hand vibrated violently, emitting a groaning sound as if it were about to shatter under the overloaded energy flow. A piercing crack echoed as the gem on the staff's head split open, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure from the monster's mana. A colossal pillar of blue light shot straight up into the sky, piercing the atmosphere and submerging the entire arena in a dazzling aura. Kante's face was drained of all color, sweat pouring off him as he mournfully lamented his treasure shattering right before his eyes, his voice trembling. The old man's eyes widened in horror, his pupils contracting as he realized the power he had just provoked belonged to a true monster. Tsuyoshi turned his back with a superior air, coldly asking if his recent performance was enough to satisfy the old man. He stood proudly in his black armor, his sharp eyes full of confidence, asserting his superior class without needing to exert much effort. Kante stared intently at the remnants of the energy explosion, forced to utter words of admiration despite trembling with fear internally. The old man changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, hastily humbling himself to apologize and justify that his previous doubts were simply because he had never seen anyone so overwhelmingly powerful. Kante flatteringly placed a hand on Tsuyoshi's shoulder, praising him to the heavens as a once-in-a-millennium genius, while Tsuyoshi merely responded with feigned humility. Tsuyoshi held the potion in his hand with sharp eyes, pressuring old man Kante to immediately acknowledge his superior class. Kante broke out in a cold sweat as he held the S-grade potion in his hand, stammering to confirm its authenticity to save his old life from the terrifying pressure. The red shaman raised the potion high into the air, loudly challenging the crowd to see if anyone dared to step forward and protest. Drax and Vincent's faces were drained of all color, hastily bowing in defeat, knowing they had just encountered an unbeatable monster. Kante gripped the potion tightly in his hand, decisively concluding the match to prevent any further complications. The old man loudly declared Tsuyoshi the champion, while Tsuyoshi stood behind him, exuding the overwhelming aura of the one who dominated the game. Fulin covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with admiration, and her face flushed as she saw him truly accomplish the impossible. Tsuyoshi flashed an arrogant half-smile, his eyes gleaming with the confidence of one who had just crushed all opponents. He raised his hand in a victory sign and turned to thank Fulin, his charming demeanor leaving her completely stunned. The catgirl's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding and legs trembling, completely smitten by his overwhelming power and deadly charm. Fulin's face turned beet red, her green eyes wide open due to extreme embarrassment from her crush's gratitude. The mischievous catgirl struck a V-sign pose, playfully sticking out her tongue and adorably taking all the credit for herself. Tsuyoshi stood arrogantly with his arms crossed in his black armor, facing the calculating, scrutinizing gaze of old fox Kevin. Kevin couldn't deny his innate talent, secretly marveling at a young human who possessed such supreme shamanic skill. He stared intently at the S-grade invisibility potion in his hand, bitterly admitting that he, a legend, had been utterly defeated by a mere kid. The old man's silhouette gradually faded into the light, his mind still pondering the boundless growth potential of this young monster. The red shaman's true nature was revealed with a crimson killing intent. He secretly swore to mobilize all forces to make Tsuyoshi vanish from this city. Fulin gleefully brought out a sparkling treasure chest, declaring it a reward so valuable it was worth risking one's life for. The chest sprang open, revealing 3 rare potion recipe scrolls: a circulatory stimulant, a nutrient potion, and a high-grade mana potion. Tsuyoshi smirked triumphantly, quickly calculating in his head that these secret recipes were more than enough to earn him the 1 billion yen entrance fee for the auction. Tsuyoshi seriously questioned Fulin about her decision to refuse to become Kevin's disciple, as he well knew her shamanic potential and mana reserves were formidable. He smiled masculinely and gently patted the young girl's head, asserting that he was a warrior, so she didn't need to worry too much. Fulin's face turned beet red from her crush's head pat, her eyes resolute, as she declared she'd rather find her own path that suited her better. The girl looked a little sad, hesitantly asking for confirmation if he was really planning to leave right now. Tsuyoshi outlined his overwhelming itinerary: recover, meet Sakura, return to the old world to grind for 1 billion yen, and then come back here to continue the game. As soon as Sakura's name was mentioned, Fulin immediately puffed out her cheeks in jealousy, fiercely interrogating him about who that girl truly was to him. He smirked confidently, firmly stating that Sakura was just a friend and comrade, believing she would soon return to reunite with them. Hearing the reassuring answer, the cat girl blushed shyly, instructing him to definitely stop by and see her before he left to receive a secret gift. The clueless Tsuyoshi scratched his head, wondering why he couldn't get the gift right there, causing Fulin to frantically shriek in protest at his lack of tact. The girl spun around to hide her flushed face, not forgetting to playfully scold that idiot before promising to see him again later. Tsuyoshi stood, scratching his head, bewildered as to why Fulin had stormed off with such a huge fit of pique. Truly a young man single by his own merits. Back in his room, he lay down on the bed and began to carefully examine the infinite ring, a hot item he hadn't had time to check the stats for. The system unexpectedly displayed a severe nerf notification, warning of a debug error that limited him to a maximum of 3 days in the other world, and required a corresponding cooldown in the real world. Instead of panicking, he smirked and recalculated his grinding plan, briefly wondering about the debug error, but quickly setting it aside to focus on his main objective. He neatly stored the wooden box in his consciousness storage, his demeanor utterly calm, as if these new rules were nothing but a trifle. Tsuyoshi activated the infinite path with an excited smile, ready to bring his goods back to the real world and change his life. Within the shifting light, his sole objective was to bring back the 3 recipes and effortlessly rake in 1 billion yen. As soon as he returned to the real world, Chairman Suzuki immediately showed off a towering skyscraper, introducing it as the temporary room he had prepared for this family. Karina's eyes widened, her mouth agape at the luxuriousness of their new residence, speechless before the unimaginable opulence. Tsuyoshi, looking dapper in a suit, pushed his sister's wheelchair, both of them overwhelmed by boss Suzuki's enthusiasm. As they moved into their dream apartment, Suzuki affirmed the Hero Alliance's lavish spending power, declaring Tsuyoshi a worthy investment and ready to provide him with everything he needed. Tsuyoshi scratched his head with a wry smile, but his eyes were full of calculation as he requested one bedroom be converted into a laboratory for him to showcase his potion-making skills right at home. Suzuki broke out in a cold sweat from surprise, unable to believe that a wet behind-the-ears rookie intended to venture into the field of potion-making, which demanded specialized knowledge. The boss nodded instantly, promising to set up all the necessary equipment that very afternoon, making Tsuyoshi push his sister's wheelchair with a jubilant heart, as his plan was going too smoothly. Tsuyoshi smirked confidently, sealing the deal to start raking in billions tonight. He strode confidently through the streets, his shoes stepping on the shadows of ants carrying their prey, signaling the start of a new hunt. 2 guards blocked his path with insolent attitudes, threateningly asking if this brat knew what kind of hornet's nest he had stumbled into. Tsuyoshi stood tall, adjusting his tie, and flatly declared that he had come to the Blue Snake hideout to settle a debt of grievances fairly. The guards sneered at his arrogant attitude, warning him to be careful not to lose his life, then gestured for his identity, daring to bring himself here. He coldly stated his name, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro, his eyes as sharp as razors, ready to flatten this trashy gang. Tsuyoshi's footsteps echoed powerfully on the floor, each decisive beat signaling the arrival of a hunter, not prey. The minor guards were swept aside like trash by a powerful hand, clearing the way for the protagonist to enter. The minion wearing a gold chain bowed deeply in welcome with a fake smile, smoothly saying that the boss was waiting. Tsuyoshi glanced at the minion's face and immediately recognized him as the scum who had beaten innocent people in his memories. He smirked disdainfully at the sudden respectful attitude of the gangsters, wondering what despicable scheme they were hatching behind that polite facade. The minion led the way subserviently, guiding Tsuyoshi, who carried a briefcase full of money, deeper into the corridor leading to the boss's room. The big boss's room door swung open, and the minion gleefully announced that the VIP debtor had delivered himself. The Blue Snake Gang boss sat grandly in his chair, his stats showing him as a level 24 warrior with over 14,000 combat power, much better than the lackeys. Tsuyoshi stood proudly in the enemy's lair, making a sarcastic remark about the noisy, chaotic atmosphere of this motley crew. The silver briefcase was opened, revealing stacks of crisp new bills that he tossed onto the table to settle the 600,000 yen debt, principal and interest, fairly. Tsuyoshi waved his hand, saying there was no need for formalities. He intended to introduce a new character, while the minion was still dazzled by the money just thrown out. The tense face of the Blue Snake underboss appeared on the stats screen, a paltry, level 10 tank with 2,300 combat power, sweating profusely. Next was the crazy wolf leader with his gleaming gold tooth, level 21 and 11,200 combat power. He tried to force a welcoming smile, but sweat poured down him like rain from the invisible pressure. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, scanning them once, then smirked, judging the numbers 2,300, 11,200, and 14,100 to be decent enough compared to ordinary trash. He coldly cut to the chase, asking what this gangster roundtable meeting was ultimately trying to pull, his face devoid of any fear. The Blue Snake Gang boss suddenly stood up, making the underboss jump nervously. The atmosphere in the room became tense as a taut string at the unexpected move. The boss broke out in a cold sweat, realizing Tsuyoshi had seen through the true strength of all 3 of them with just a glance. He was utterly bewildered, and considered this kid a mysterious monster. The boss tried to compose himself, gestured invitingly, and declared he would get straight to the point instead of beating around the bush with such a dangerous individual. He turned his back. His tone completely changed as he admitted that both the Blue Snake Gang and the Crazy Wolf owed Tsuyoshi a great favor. He clasped his hands together with the most serious expression he could muster, humbling himself to propose burying old grudges and wanting to befriend someone he knew he couldn't touch right now. Tsuyoshi was slightly surprised by the 2 notorious underworld bosses' quick change of face, faster than flipping a rice paper pancake. The Blue Snake Gang boss sat grandly but spoke apologetically for his foolish son, Billy. He affirmed that he had sent his troublesome son to another city for self-improvement, ensuring he would no longer have a chance to cross Tsuyoshi's path. The crazy wolf leader, standing beside him, also broke out in a cold sweat, hastily taking responsibility for the insolence of his subordinates. Tsuyoshi narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. He began to piece together the recent events with a look of deep suspicion. He held up his space ring and realized he had been careless not to detect the tracking spell embedded within the mage's ring. Tsuyoshi coldly declared that his debts with Billy and the crazy wolf had already been settled fairly with violence and blood, so no apologies were needed. The boss chuckled with relief, pushing the money back towards Tsuyoshi to show his goodwill in wanting to erase their animosity. Tsuyoshi kept a cool head. He insisted on settling the debt fairly, and questioned the real reason behind this sudden friendly charade. The boss reluctantly confessed that Tsuyoshi's reputation and strength had spread so far that even Suzuki had taken notice, making the entire underworld wary and eager to curry favor. The two underworld magnates did a 180-degree turn in attitude, shaking hands and smiling, claiming camaraderie with Tsuyoshi because they didn't want to get involved with a protected genius. Tsuyoshi broke out in a cold sweat at this unexpected fame but was secretly glad he wouldn't have to lift another finger against the small fry. As he turned and walked away, the tough-looking gangsters immediately bowed 90 degrees, seeing him off like a VIP, inviting him to return and visit like family. With the annoying business concluded, Tsuyoshi summoned a briefcase from his space ring and prepared to return to his main task, potion crafting to level up. He moved to a bustling commercial district under the scorching sun, heading straight for his next target. Inside the pharmacy, the bespectacled shopkeeper was sprawled out, reviewing ledgers, muttering about hoarding rare herbs for profit. Tsuyoshi entered with a refined demeanor. He politely inquired about purchasing some potion ingredients, but his eyes remained vigilant. The shopkeeper didn't even bother to look up, waving his hand to dismiss the customer to the discounted section and treating Tsuyoshi as an annoying brat disturbing his nap. Tsuyoshi wasn't having it. He pulled out a list and put the shopkeeper in his place, by subtly reminding him of the reputation of the region's largest store to force him to serve. He presented a request to buy all 15 types of ingredients on the list, making the shopkeeper's eyes widen in extreme surprise at the VIP customer's willingness to spend. The shopkeeper broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes bulging as he stared at the long list, stammering repeatedly if this kid was messing with him. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly, his sharp eyes confirming that he was completely serious and had no time to joke around with small fry. His hand slammed against the wall with pressure, forcing his opponent into a position where they had to obey the commands of the one in control. He opened the briefcase containing 9 million sparkling yen in cash, dispelling all doubts and offering a long-term partnership that dazzled anyone who saw it. The shopkeeper looked up at the towering medicine cabinet, his head spinning as he realized this kid intended to clear out the entire stock of 15 of the most precious ingredients. The glare of the money hit the shopkeeper's face, dazzling him. His disdainful attitude vanished, replaced by the greed of someone who had just landed a VIP customer. Tsuyoshi stood there with an imposing aura. He had meticulously calculated with his divine eye that even after paying off the gangsters, the remaining money was more than enough for him to manipulate the market. The shopkeeper immediately changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper pancake, subserviently inviting Tsuyoshi to sit in the honored guest chair and urging his staff to provide impeccable service. The bespectacled assistant received the order form, her face drained of color, sweating profusely from the enormous workload that needed to be handled immediately. The shopkeeper tremblingly brought a hot cup of tea, his voice still reeling as he reconfirmed that Tsuyoshi wanted to monopolize all ingredients for the entire coming month. The bespectacled shopkeeper scrutinizingly asked about the payment method, while Tsuyoshi remained seated with the calm demeanor of a true magnate. He coldly asked directly about the main issue, the total cost for today's batch of ingredients, without bothering to beat around the bush. Hearing the quoted price of 6.6 million yen, Tsuyoshi slammed the briefcase containing 9 million onto the table, shutting down any doubts with the massive deposit. He presented an exclusive contract, forcing the shopkeeper to supply goods, only to him at a fixed price, for the entire coming month, strictly prohibiting sales to anyone else. The shopkeeper's hands trembled with joy as he held the stack of money, nodding vigorously at the terms, thinking he had stumbled upon a bargain from the extravagant young master. Tsuyoshi smirked triumphantly. He knew full well that ingredient prices were about to skyrocket, so he quickly secured his insurance with this devilish contract to begin crafting tonight. Sunset descended upon the tall buildings, signaling the start of a long, busy night filled with the insane calculations of the one who held the future. He entered the newly acquired luxury apartment, contentedly surveying the high-spec laboratory, perfectly equipped to begin his leveling grind with stimulants. Karina looked bewildered, not understanding where her brother had learned potion crafting skills, and also mentioned President Suzuki's excessive generosity in covering all these costs. Tsuyoshi knelt to reassure his sister, his eyes resolute, as he promised to repay this debt of gratitude to Suzuki 100-fold with his overwhelming power. Karina opened her innocent eyes wide, still not understanding why her brother had turned their home into a potion brewery for some mysterious reason. Tsuyoshi's gaze was cold, yet filled with determination. He asserted that all this elaborate preparation was merely to fulfill an important oath from his past. Memories flooded back, contrasting sharply with the harsh reality of her iron-braced legs, and he vowed to bring back the radiant smile his poor sister once had. Karina blushed in confusion and asked him to repeat himself, as she seemed to have missed her big brother's affectionate words while lost in her own thoughts. Tsuyoshi gave a confident smile and turned to walk away, telling his sister to sit tight and wait for the miracle he was about to create. Ignoring Karina's pampered calls, he slammed the door shut to avoid being disturbed, declaring he needed absolute space to focus on his grinding. Left alone in the lab, the smile on Tsuyoshi's lips grew more arrogant because the performance was over. Now, it was time for the real work. Snap! With a stylish flick of his fingers, He activated the system, pulling out piles of high-grade materials from his divine consciousness storage and spatial ring like a true mage. As the test tubes bubbled over a blue flame, he began calculating the formula for the circulatory stimulant with absolute precision. Sitting regally in his chair, Tsuyoshi silently marveled at the divine eye's broken power, as it automatically analyzed and guided the refining process like high-end game hack software. The divine eye activated, and Tsuyoshi's golden eye flashed, scanning all hidden data to begin the super analysis process. He sat prominently before the lab table, holding a tattered recipe in both hands that contained priceless knowledge regarding the golden ratio between antgrass and green vines. With hands as steady as a surgeon's, Tsuyoshi poured the two solutions together with millimeter precision at a 1:3 ratio, his tongue licking his lips in excitement. He shoved the beaker into a crappy heater, muttering disdainfully that even with crude tools, a master could still produce a masterpiece. Tsuyoshi stood up and adjusted his collar, smirking as he explained that the commoners of this world only knew how to heat things up and pray for the potion to succeed. A flash of arrogance appeared in his cold eyes, for the chosen one never accepts the risk of failure inherent in ordinary chemical reactions. He pulled a basic wooden staff from his divine consciousness storage. A piece of trash in the eyes of others was a master key in his hands at this moment. He swung the staff to perform an exclusive fusion technique, integrating mage magic into the chemical process, causing the entire room to glow with mysterious purple energy. The progress bar jumped wildly from 30 to 90%, and the temperature hit a peak of 100 degrees Celsius, proving the overwhelming fusion speed between science and magic. The furnace signaled completion amidst a cloud of white smoke, and Tsuyoshi excitedly announced that the first batch of potions was ready to have its divine effects verified. Tsuyoshi held up the test tube containing the golden liquid, deciding to use himself as a guinea pig to test the hot new product. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and downed the bubbling potion with the cold face of a science madman. The effects were instantaneous. The system confirmed absolute purity, along with recovery and damage reduction stats that were absurdly high. He clenched his fist in excitement, firmly stating that the trashy pills of this world could never hope to compete with an otherworld formula. However, the taste was so foul, it made him break into a cold sweat. He immediately decided he had to compress this liquid into capsules to make it easier to swallow. Ambition flashed in his eyes as he watched the machine begin the packaging process, opening a path to inescapable wealth between the two worlds. Tsuyoshi unleashed his power, using magic to manipulate a series of test tubes to mass-produce the basic circulatory stimulants. The next day, at the entrance of a C-rank dungeon, a group of rookie adventurers were complaining about the lack of good potions and the strength needed to grind. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Tsuyoshi equipped his masking cloak, a toy that helped him hide his identity and face from the prying crowd. In the mysterious guise of a black market merchant, he pushed his cart straight into the busiest hub to begin his campaign of fleecing the adventurers. As soon as Tsuyoshi set up his stall, the narrow-minded adventurers swarmed around to mock him, viewing him as a delusional wandering merchant for daring to hawk potions on the street. The winged helm adventurer sneered with utter contempt, asserting firmly that this market was the exclusive playground of 3 major corporations and that street goods were just trash. Ignoring the gossip, Tsuyoshi calmly held up a pill, beckoning the crowd with the confident tone of someone holding hot goods in his hand. The crowd began to whisper and gossip. Though the winged helm adventurer was skeptical, he still loudly claimed he knew exactly what quality goods looked like. With a challenging look, the winged helm adventurer stepped closer, questioning whether this product of unknown origin could even stand a chance against the products of the 3 giants. Tsuyoshi calmly introduced the broken features of the circulatory stimulant. It restored health, restored energy, and even reduced damage when attacked. An incredible combo deal. The moment the price of 24,000 yen for 6 pills was uttered, the winged helm adventurer's eyes bulged in shock, screaming that this price was even more extortionate than brand-name goods. 20,000 yen for 10 pills. The winged helm adventurer slammed his hand on the table with a bang, shouting at the top of his lungs to kick out the dishonest merchant for daring to sell something unverified at such an absurd price. The entire crowd behind him joined in, cursing it as the scam of the century, and threatening that someone hot-tempered would flip the stall if he didn't disappear. Flashing an arrogant half-smile, Tsuyoshi threw down his trump card, a free trial right on the spot. And if the goods were fake, they could wreck his shop as they pleased. Tsuyoshi held the pill in his hand with a mysterious expression, setting the condition that if they were impressed, they had to buy the whole box. He wouldn't sell them individually. The winged helm adventurer broke into a cold sweat but still stubbornly accepted the challenge, not forgetting to threaten to finish off the merchant if the quality was poor. Without needing many redundant words, Tsuyoshi decisively flicked the pill through the air with his finger. The crowd of watching adventurers began to laugh, mocking that betting on this street medicine was truly a farce for people with too much money. The winged helm adventurer opened his mouth and caught the pill perfectly, swallowing it with a gulp and widening his eyes to wait for any negative bodily reactions. He was so stunned he froze as a burst of energy exploded around him, displaying a notification that recovery speed increased by 45% and damage reduction by 12% for 10 minutes. Tsuyoshi wore an arrogant half-smile under his hood, coldly asking if this broken effect was worth the price he had set. The winged helm adventurer glowed brightly as if he had just received a divine power buff, leaving his companion standing next to him agape in shock. He muttered an analysis in his head, realizing that market goods only restored 10%, while this was several times stronger and even reduced damage, far surpassing the level of the 3 giants. His attitude flipped faster than a pancake. The winged helm adventurer held out his phone, begging to buy 10 boxes, immediately, using his hero certification. The payment machine let out a crisp beep, and 240,000 yen evaporated from the customer's card in exchange for 10 fresh boxes of medicine. The winged helm adventurer radiated a brilliant aura, turning to ask about tomorrow's sales schedule with the satisfied face of a true addict. He stood tall amidst the crowd, the golden light from his body shining onto the faces that were staring in shock. The entire crowd exploded like a disturbed beehive, scrambling forward to demand a chance to test the medicine while threatening to get violent if it was fake. Only 5 sample pills remained on the plate, turning the area into a life-or-death arena for those with the fastest hands. A red bandana adventurer and a buzz-cut adventurer quickly seized the opportunity, shoving the pills into their mouths with a high-risk, high-reward expression. The red bandana adventurer swallowed with a gulp, sweat pouring down his face like rain during the moment he waited for the medicine to take effect. The buzz-cut adventurer also squeezed his eyes shut, swallowing the golden capsule whole with his nerves stretched tight like a bowstring. The violent explosion of energy made all 3 test subjects shine as bright as headlights. Tsuyoshi smirked and asked if their eyes were finally open. The shopping frenzy officially triggered as a series of hands holding hero cards reached out, screaming to buy a dozen boxes regardless of the price. The crowd went wild, rushing in like hungry zombies, screaming to buy the goods, while Tsuyoshi stood there as composed as a god. He smirked with a calculating grin under his hood, playing a psychological game by limiting each person to a maximum of 10 boxes to stimulate demand. The entire area turned into a chaotic market as adventurers made frantic phone calls, urging their comrades to bring money to hoard the goods for speculation and profit. Tsuyoshi's golden eyes shimmered with sharpness. He understood perfectly that this retail sale was just the first stepping stone in his plan to earn 1 billion yen for his tuition. His true goal was to use this craze to lure the 3 biggest sharks in the pharmaceutical industry into knocking on his door themselves. An endless line of people formed, and as money and goods were exchanged continuously, Tsuyoshi's pockets swelled at a dizzying speed amidst the joy of his customers. At the magnificent headquarters of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the 3 pharmaceutical giants, the atmosphere was becoming suffocating and extremely tense. In the strategy meeting room, the manager pointed at the plummeting sales chart, bitterly admitting that the market was being manipulated by that mysterious black medicine. The bespectacled man and the researcher broke out in a sweat, confirming that this formidable product did not belong to any of their competitors. They stared at the briefcase containing the recently collected samples, bewildered as to how such tiny pills could have such a devastating impact on the market. The researcher trembled as he held the report, admitting that these pills were high-tech masterpieces, to the point where it was hard to believe they were called unbranded goods. The executives breathed a sigh of relief, fortunate that this wasn't a competitor's product. Otherwise, they would have been kicked out of the market long ago. Even with the most advanced machinery, they couldn't analyze the ingredients. The managers were completely clueless about the identity of the genius behind this medicine. The door burst open, and a cold voice declared that if this was black market goods, then the products of the 3 giants were nothing but failed trash. The managers were scared stiff, quickly standing up and bowing deeply to greet the powerful president, who had just appeared, with utmost subservience. Misa, the powerful president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, sat cross-legged with an air of authority next to her butler, Tommy, sternly declaring that they could not afford to fall behind. She bitterly admitted that the drug seller changed locations constantly like a ghost, making it incredibly difficult to track their whereabouts. Misa's fiery red eyes were sharp as knives. She brushed aside all slow excuses and emphasized that the company was on the brink of danger. Unable to sit idly by and wait for death, the president coldly ordered her butler, Tommy, to prepare the car immediately so she could personally resolve the issue. At the dungeon gate, the crowd of adventurers was going wild, scrambling to bid 20, 30 times the price just to get their hands on the last boxes of medicine. The adventurers were frantic over the miraculous effectiveness of the new medicine, ready to pay 30 times the original price to acquire the hot commodity. A week passed, and Tsuyoshi sat in the shadows, collecting money until his hands ached. Everything was going smoothly, exactly as he had planned. He smirked calculatingly under his hood, certain that the fat prey was about to deliver itself to him. The medicine craze reached its peak when a burly man shouted a bid of 100 times the price just to compete for a purchase slot with the chaotic crowd. Misa appeared with an air of authority beside her luxury car with her butler, Tommy, flatly declaring that she would pay that exorbitant price just for 10 minutes of conversation. Tsuyoshi's golden eyes flashed with triumph. He knew the big fish had finally taken the bait. The sleek black limousine pulled to a stop, and the security guard stood watch strictly, preparing for the $1 million negotiation. Misa sat elegantly cross-legged in the car, holding a glass of red wine, confidently introducing herself as the president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals. Tsuyoshi sat opposite her with an unnervingly calm demeanor, coldly responding to the pharmaceutical magnate's greeting. He narrowed his eyes, assessing his opponent, quite surprised that the head of one of the 3 major pharmaceutical companies was a young woman. Misa narrowed her eyes, assessing the opponent's youthful voice, then went straight to the main point. She wanted to buy out the formulas for all 3 types of medicine. Tsuyoshi coldly extended his hand towards his partner, casually demanding an exorbitant price of 10 billion yen without hesitation. Misa paused for a moment, her sharp eyes widening in disbelief that this young man dared to demand such an outrageous sum. The pharmaceutical magnate placed her wine glass on the table with a clink, trying to regain the upper hand by calling the price expensive and asking if he needed to consult with his associates. She crossed her legs proudly, countering with a price drop to 3 billion yen and asserting that this was already an enormous sum for those formulas. Misa narrowed her eyes, calculating with a sharp gaze, secretly thinking that this person was just putting on a show to inflate the price, and doubting his true role in the organization. Tsuyoshi brushed aside all bargaining, firmly stating that 10 billion was the final price and revealing that he personally created everything without any associates. The golden eye under his hood flashed with a penetrating gaze, He pressed his opponent with a critical question about the crisis Red Tier Corporation was facing. Misa broke out in a cold sweat as she realized she was facing a lone pharmaceutical genius. Her initial confidence completely crumbled under his psychological attack. Tsuyoshi held up his phone to directly show the market chart, exposing the brutal truth that Red Tier's market share was plummeting due to its inferior products compared to competitors. Misa broke out in a cold sweat as she realized this mysterious young man had anticipated every move and completely grasped the corporation's weaknesses. Tsuyoshi delivered another critical blow by threatening to sell the exclusive formulas to formidable competitors if Misa didn't close the deal immediately. The pharmaceutical magnate drained her glass of red wine to calm her fiercely wavering spirit under the suffocating pressure from her opponent. Admitting that the man before her was a monstrous genius, Misa gritted her teeth and accepted the 10 billion yen price, but demanded to know her partner's true identity. Tsuyoshi agreed to reveal himself on the condition that she keep this secret absolutely confidential to avoid unnecessary trouble. He pulled down his hood, revealing a youthful face with a bandage on his cheek, confidently introducing himself as Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. Misa froze completely, unable to believe her eyes that the person who had just cornered a corporate president was merely a snot-nosed kid. She stammered as she awkwardly shook his hand, her initial arrogance completely replaced by a mix of horror and admiration. Butler Tommy respectfully presented the powerful black card containing 10 billion yen, which had been directly linked to Tsuyoshi's information. Tsuyoshi casually took the money and turned to leave, leaving Misa and her butler to bow in absolute awe as they bid him farewell. Tsuyoshi coldly pushed his card away, leaving behind a question filled with doubt about the bitter 10 billion yen price. Misa regained her magnate's demeanor, firmly asserting that that youthful face was the guarantee for the most profitable investment in the corporation's history. The old butler, Tommy, nodded in agreement, placing his absolute trust in his mistress's keen eye for people. He spared no praise for her decisiveness and wisdom, a regal aura fully inherited from her late father. Misa smiled proudly, gently signaling the old butler to stop his flattery and focus on the important matter at hand. The magnate stepped into the luxury car, immediately ordering the entire board of directors to be summoned to launch a full-scale counterattack to sweep away all competitors in the market. At a luxurious cafe, a piercing scream echoed, making even the sign outside seem to tremble. Suzuki's jaw dropped, and he broke out in a sweat when he heard that the kid in front of him had gathered 10 billion yen for the entry fee in just one short week. Tsuyoshi gave a calm, wry smile, putting a finger to his lips to signal the chairman to quiet down before revealing all the secrets. The crowd in the cafe began to whisper and gossip, their curious eyes drawn to the young man whose name had just been mentioned, along with the insane sum of 10 billion. Tsuyoshi lightly tossed the black card containing 10 billion yen onto the table, as if it were loose change, to secure a spot in the auction. Suzuki broke out in a cold sweat at the kid's extravagance, insisting on following him to learn from his next business ventures out of sheer curiosity. Tsuyoshi held up 2 fingers, finalizing his second condition. He wanted to climb to rank C by placing in the top 3 of the New Star tournament. The chairman sighed, explaining the complicated process. To compete, one had to grind public dungeons at least twice to achieve a record. Suzuki poured cold water on the idea, announcing that the registration deadline was tomorrow, asserting that no one could grind levels in such a short time. Tsuyoshi took a sip of tea with an overbearing demeanor, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he declared that one day was more than enough for him to conquer the virtual world. Night fell upon Tsuyoshi's luxurious apartment building, where he prepared for his next insane schemes. Karina hugged her pillow, her eyes crinkling with joy over the soft bed, and obediently wished her brother good night with a radiant, happy face. Tsuyoshi stood silently by the door, looking at his sister with a rare gentle gaze before closing off this peaceful space. He walked into the darkness with iron resolve, preparing to grind the public dungeon tomorrow morning to increase his strength. Tsuyoshi sat on his bed and activated the endless path, determined to escape being stuck at level 12 to prepare for the big game. He clutched the ring in his hand, vowing to bring the golden rebirth potion back for Karina, even though the system warned he only had 3 days to dominate this map. A surge of teleportation energy enveloped Tsuyoshi, his face hardening with a firm promise to help his sister stand up once more. A peaceful medieval townscape appeared, where Tsuyoshi had just arrived to execute his rapid leveling plan. Tsuyoshi was fully equipped with formidable spiked dark armor, boasting a combat power of 16,000, but he paused, unable to find his assistant Sakura to plan with. He mused, admitting a harsh truth. In this world, without Sakura handling logistics, he was like a snake without a head. Tsuyoshi stood by the window, gazing out at the night, reassuring himself that she would surely return by morning once she heard he had won the prize. He looked up at the star-filled night sky, and began to wonder if Sakura was out partying with any friends nearby. A flock of black crows with blood-red eyes suddenly appeared, signaling impending trouble. The black crow swooped down at dizzying speed, its bloodshot eyes seemingly monitoring Tsuyoshi's every move. The black crow plunged down like an arrow of death, its bloodthirsty red eyes aimed directly at its target. Tsuyoshi gasped in alarm as he felt a deadly killing intent bearing down directly on him. A terrifying explosion ripped through the ground with a resounding roar, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Tsuyoshi parried the attack, gritting his teeth in vigilance against the sudden magical ambush from the hidden assailant. As the smoke cleared, a winged silhouette was revealed, descending with a look of disappointment at failing to one-shot its prey. The Nightbird magician revealed herself, boasting a terrifying combat power of 51,000, and admitted that capturing him would be tougher than expected. Tsuyoshi tightened his grip on his hammer, causing lightning to crackle, and wondered what the hell was going on. He stood firm amidst the rubble, suspecting that the tenacious northern assassins had come seeking revenge once more. The female villain flirtatiously complimented Tsuyoshi's eyes before signaling her accomplice to act. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened as a human assassin with a combat power of 30,500 suddenly lunged from his blind spot to gang up on him. Clang! Sparks flew as the enemy's razor-sharp dagger was blocked by godlike reflexes in the nick of time. The system blared a red alert as Tsuyoshi activated Ultimate Physique to boost his reaction speed. He was horrified to realize this assassin was level 30, with a combat power of 30,500. Tsuyoshi's golden eyes narrowed in tension. He admitted that without the buff from Ultimate Physique, his life would have been forfeit. The human assassin revealed himself with a grotesque jawbone mask, his eyes radiating a crazed bloodlust as his sneak attack failed. The Nightbird magician hovered in midair, letting out a surprised gasp upon seeing her prey still standing after the assassin's treacherous blow. Realizing the cramped terrain was too disadvantageous for fighting two high-level monsters at once, Tsuyoshi immediately retreated to widen the distance between himself and the enemies. He landed with a crash, shattering bricks and stones, while simultaneously activating Ultimate Physique, channeling all explosive power into his legs to prepare for the next engagement. The assassin duo took the high ground. The magician spread her black wings, while the assassin clutched a venom-coated, sickly green dagger, poised to strike. Tsuyoshi looked up with sharp eyes, quickly analyzing the situation, and determining that he couldn't escape these persistent hounds, forcing him to fight to the death. He pointed his massive, black, cold light blade directly at the enemies and coldly declared, "I don't recall ever offending you." The Nightbird magician stood there with a superior expression, casually stating that this was merely a hired job, and the unlucky boy just had to take it. The masked assassin began to question his life choices. He couldn't understand how a level 12 warrior could dodge his infallible sneak attacks. The sorceress covered her mouth, sneering contemptuously, believing that his dodging of magic was mere luck, and confident she would soon capture her prey. A whoosh tore through the air as Tsuyoshi shattered the rooftop for a tactical reposition, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere. The assassin unleashed a treacherous snake hit, but Tsuyoshi was out of his league. He immediately retaliated with a hammerquake, sending the magician reeling in the air. The magic circle shattered under the overwhelming power. The Nightbird magician cried out in horror as her attack was easily blocked like child's play. The assassin stared wide-eyed, sweat pouring down as he realized his target continued to dodge attacks like a slippery eel, completely beyond his expectations. Tsuyoshi emerged from the smoke, his blue eye glowing brightly, and coldly retorted, asking if those amateurs thought he would meekly surrender. He raised his sword high, summoning the skill Thunder Chain Fall, filling the surrounding space with deadly voltage, ready to sweep everything away. The two enemies panicked, hastily retreating to evade the destructive lightning stream, descending upon them with a terrifying explosion. Tsuyoshi unleashed lightning, but the Nightbird magician managed to erect an energy shield to block the attack. She sneered, claiming that if his level were just a bit higher, she wouldn't have escaped unscathed. The jawbone-masked assassin lunged with his glowing green dagger, scoffing that Tsuyoshi was merely a level 12 brat, and his struggles were only adding to his futile pain. He unleashed the Raystorm skill from above, creating countless wind-slicing slashes to shred his prey into 100 pieces. Yet Tsuyoshi stubbornly resisted. The magician wasn't idle either. She launched a barrage of deadly pink energy beams, accompanied by a saccharine reminder not to forget her presence. Tsuyoshi moved at dizzying speed to dodge the projectile rain. He flinched as a beam of light grazed past him, the situation becoming extremely perilous. Blood trickled from the corner of Tsuyoshi's mouth. He gritted his teeth, wondering if taking on two superior-level enemies at once was truly an impossible task. The two enemies relentlessly pressed their attack, making Tsuyoshi struggle to defend himself. The magician tempted him, saying his survival until now was a miracle, and advising him to meekly drop his weapons and surrender. Tsuyoshi's eyes blazed with murderous blue lightning. He coldly retorted, asking who would bother listening to them, then decided to gamble his life to summon the Divine King's Hammer. The system blared a red alert as the Divine King's Hammer was summoned. The terrifying energy pressure emanating from it made both the magician and the assassin recoil in horror, covering their faces. A fierce golden lightning bolt erupted, throwing everything into disarray. Tsuyoshi hovered in the eye of the energy storm, making his enemies realize he had been hiding a monstrous power all along. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in utter astonishment as he recognized a familiar voice echoing across the fierce battlefield. Kevin suddenly descended from above like a god, unleashing secret grand magic with an aura that overwhelmed all heroes. A surge of green energy pierced his defenses, making Tsuyoshi cough up blood. His body violently convulsed from the fatal blow delivered by the most unexpected person. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, enduring the sky-piercing pain. His eyes still burned with determination, but were mixed with utter bewilderment. He screamed his master Kevin's name in shock, realizing that the one who had just dealt such a cruel blow was the respected teacher he had always trusted. Under the cold moonlight, the aftershocks of the attack tore through the town's peaceful night sky, signaling a tragedy that had just begun. Kevin looked down with cold, scrutinizing eyes, revealing that implanting the secret into Tsuyoshi was precisely to verify the origin of that monstrous power. Tsuyoshi clutched his chest in pain, his heart shattering as he realized all his master's previous care and teachings were nothing but a deceitful act. Old man Kevin revealed his cruel, cunning true colors, sneering at Tsuyoshi's naive foolishness for daring to trust anyone in this brutal continent. The Nightbird magician also trembled in fear at Kevin's appearance, while the old man declared that Tsuyoshi had no escape with his battered body. It turned out the human assassin and the Nightbird magician had conspired beforehand to trade for a rare limit-breaking potion, preparing for this dirty scheme. Kevin stood tall and arrogant like a tower, sneering as he revealed that he had planted a trap in Tsuyoshi's chest back when the boy was a powerless nobody. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth, filled with resentment, his eyes still disbelieving as he asked the old man what he had done wrong to deserve such cruel betrayal. The cunning old man leaned close to his former disciple with a sinister smile, completely dismissing the boy's innocence with a condescending and contemptuous attitude. Kevin's true face revealed his despicable jealousy. He declared that Tsuyoshi's superior refining talent was a threat, leading to his death because he was too weak to protect himself. Instead of fearfully begging, Tsuyoshi lowered his head and burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest story in the world about the old man's reason for murder. His eyes sharp as razors, Tsuyoshi openly insulted the renowned Grandmaster Kevin, declaring him nothing more than a coward afraid of being surpassed by a junior. The words struck a nerve, darkening Kevin's face. The old man was speechless, unable to utter a sound before the arrogance of the one currently in his grasp. Enraged by shame, Kevin roared furiously and unleashed a green lightning strike with extreme killing intent, aiming to crush the insolent brat's brain. Tsuyoshi clutched his bleeding chest, his eyes still resolute as he faced death, showing no intention of giving up against the fatal blow. Fulin, disregarding the danger, rushed straight into the eye of the energy storm, shouting loudly, begging her master to stop and spare the enemy's life. Kevin paused for a moment, the old man's eyes flashing with surprise, mixed with annoyance upon seeing his favorite student dare to venture onto this battlefield. Fulin trembled, clasping her hands in supplication, belittling Tsuyoshi as a harmless shrimp to evoke some pity from the old man. Kevin narrowed his eyes in contempt, scoffing at Fulin's foolish and naive compassion for a worthless human. Fulin broke out in a cold sweat, her eyes wide with fear as she heard the chilling warning and threat of punishment from her own master. Without holding back, Kevin swung his staff, creating an immense pressure wave that blew his troublesome disciple out of the combat zone. The old man furiously activated his ultimate skill, Annihilation, vowing to crush the enemy's brain into dust today, regardless of anyone's intervention. Fulin helplessly reached forward, crying out Tsuyoshi's name in despair as she saw the deadly light descending upon him. The human assassin and the nightbird magician clicked their tongues in praise of Kevin's ruthlessness, asserting that anyone who angered the old man would only die in agony. Amidst the deadly energy storm, Tsuyoshi calmly raised his head, his eyes sharp, and uttered a defiant challenge. Is that so? Old man Kevin's eyes bulged as he realized the destructive energy from his staff was being blocked and devoured by an invisible force. The divine selection system blared a red alert, announcing that the update progress had reached 10% and began siphoning all surrounding energy to mend Tsuyoshi's life. Instead of being crushed, Tsuyoshi converted his opponent's attack into energy to nourish himself, creating an explosion that sent old man Kevin flying far away. The old fox Kevin flew freely through the air like a kite with a broken string, due to the terrifying recoil from his own technique. He gnashed his teeth, broke out in a cold sweat, and screamed in panic, unable to understand why all his magic power had been drained in the blink of an eye. The nightbird magician and the human assassin below gaped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes when they saw the target still alive and well after the assassination blow. Fulin stared blankly into the dust cloud, her eyes wide open, stammering Tsuyoshi's name in utter bewilderment. Tsuyoshi stood up, his chest glowing green, admitting that it was thanks to Fulin's precious stalling that he managed to activate his survival mechanism in time. The moment the secret in his chest exploded, the system issued a life-threatening alert and forced a version update to repair the damage immediately. He explained that the update process required continuous energy absorption, and if interrupted, he would revert to his previous state of a lightning-struck, charred corpse. Cornered, Tsuyoshi decided to play his trump card, activating the summoning of the Divine King's Hammer for a fight to the death. A colossal thunder dragon materialized behind him, Tsuyoshi screaming wildly, accepting his body being torn apart by energy in exchange for destructive power. He reached out and firmly grasped the dazzling light converging in the air, boldly declaring that he would send all these bastards to meet their ancestors immediately. The Divine King's Hammer officially descended with a shocking crash, emanating an overwhelming pressure that made the surrounding space feel as if it would shatter into pieces. The system blared warnings about his insufficient level to wield such a powerful item, and Tsuyoshi's muscles entered a hellish loop, constantly exploding and regenerating in agony. Kevin's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't believe the kid in front of him was still standing firm and recovering at an astonishing speed while his body was being torn apart. The old fox began to tremble as he sensed the unstable yet absurdly powerful aura emanating from the hammer, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The disciples hastily shouted warnings to their master. Both the nightbird magician and the human assassin had to brace themselves, preparing to combine their strength to fend off the monster. Tsuyoshi smirked arrogantly within his shadowy form, wildly enjoying turning disaster into opportunity as the system continuously repaired his crumbling body. Without another second of hesitation, he swung the colossal hammer with sky-high killing intent, roaring to crush everything into dust. Kevin and the nightbird magician hastily poured all their strength into erecting an energy shield to block the destructive attack. The human assassin laughed arrogantly, confidently asserting that this double layer of defense was impenetrable. But his smile vanished as the Divine King's hammer descended, crushing the fragile energy shield like a crumpled piece of paper. All three, master and disciples, turned pale, watching in utter horror as their absolute defense was blown away in an instant. Tsuyoshi emerged from the purple-black lightning storm like a malevolent deity, growling as he reiterated his promise to tear them apart. The scene shifts to another forest, where someone's blood-soaked footsteps crushed the dry leaves on the ground. The gloomy and cold forest scene signaled a brutal purge silently taking place. The cat assassin strode powerfully in her green attire, closing in on her trembling prey. A level 58 beastman warrior knelt on the ground, weeping and begging for his life in utter cowardice. She coldly looked down at her enemy, asking him in return if he had ever spared her father in the past. The beastman warrior turned pale, sweating profusely as he tried to explain that he was merely a pawn, not the mastermind. Sakura officially revealed herself with the prowess of a level 72 warrior, her entire body radiating a lightning aura and killing intent that terrified her enemy. She raised her death ledger, her eyes blazing, coldly asserting that the names of all accomplices who harmed her father were fully recorded within it. The coward knelt on the ground, pleading desperately, blaming the current Beast King's father entirely for forcing him to commit evil deeds. Sakura sighed in exasperation, her hand on her sword hilt, promising to soon send all his accomplices to the underworld to reunite for good. Knowing his life was at its end, the Beastman warrior roared in despair, drawing his sword and charging forward for one last desperate fight, despite his old wounds not yet healed. A sharp swish echoed. Sakura unsheathed her sword mid-air, beginning her deadly performance as energy petals bloomed. She darted like a purple flash, unleashing her ultimate skill, Flower Storm, sweeping across the battlefield at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Sakura sheathed her sword with a cold expression, disdainfully saying that the way he called her young lady made her feel nauseous and gave her goosebumps. The warrior collapsed upon recognizing the inherited ultimate skill, Flower Storm, while Sakura calmly crossed his name off the ledger and prepared to hunt her next target. The cat assassin coldly collected the items dropped from her enemy's corpse, muttering a vow not to let any traitor escape. Her face changed color, her pupils contracting as she sensed a terrifying pressure that had just erupted nearby. A colossal purple lightning pillar tore through the sky and ground, completely destroying the fortress's architecture with widespread destructive power. Fierce energy beams bombarded the ground, signaling the critical condition of the power's wielder at the heart of the storm. The surrounding space was distorted by raging purple electrical currents, the booming explosions sounding as if they would tear apart the eardrums of anyone nearby. Tsuyoshi let out a pained scream as the Divine King's hammer's power ravaged his body, the bone-piercing agony making him feel as if his soul was being incinerated. The system blared, red alerts continuously as his body's damage level reached 60%, his bones constantly shattering and regenerating in a hellish loop. The Nightbird magician and the masked assassin broke out in a cold sweat, trembling as they wondered how a level 12 individual could exude such terrifying pressure. Kevin roared at his panicking subordinates, asserting that it was merely a life-sacrificing skill and ordering them to pursue and finish off the enemy. Tsuyoshi swung the golden Divine King's hammer, tearing through the air to create sharp green wind blades accompanied by a piercing zaza sound. He lunged at the human assassin like a nightmare, growling that he would crush the man's throat in an instant and told him not to hold a grudge. A blue lightning bolt erupted with a tearing shoe sound as the attack was unleashed at an invisible speed. The assassin's face contorted in horror within the crimson space. He stiffened, realizing he couldn't move even a single finger. The system warned of the divine weapon's absolute paralysis effect, as Tsuyoshi swung his hammer down on the enemy's head, coldly asking if the man was tired of living to dare approach him. The colossal hammer, carrying immense weight and destructive lightning, struck its target directly with an earth-shattering explosion. A brilliant golden pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. The level 30 human assassin with over 30,000 combat power dropped to a perfect 0, confirming the enemy was completely annihilated. Tsuyoshi agreed to absorb energy from the defeated foe to upgrade the system to 48%, ignoring the warning that his body was on the verge of collapse with 66% damage. Looking down from above at the death pit where Tsuyoshi was radiating a dense purple killing intent, Kevin shouted frantically, ordering the remaining group to absolutely avoid close-quarters combat. Drax broke out in a cold sweat seeing the level 30 human assassin vanish in an instant, while the Nightbird magician was scared witless, hastily screamed for surrender to Kevin to save her pathetic life. Tsuyoshi appeared like a fiend with a savage grin, mocking the idea of surrender while his body was shattering. With the damage warning reaching 70%, a colossal, brilliant golden pillar of light shot straight up into the sky. Tsuyoshi coldly declared that begging for mercy now was utterly meaningless for one already destined for death. The Nightbird magician was utterly horrified. Realizing her death sentence had been pronounced, she desperately flapped her wings, trying to escape the destructive energy surge closing in. Reflected in her fear-widened pupils was Tsuyoshi bringing down the Divine King's hammer with lightning speed, leaving her no time to react. An earth-shattering explosion echoed as the attack struck its target directly, incinerating the magician in a sea of purple flames and lightning. The Nightbird magician's corpse fell freely like a bird with broken wings, while the system announced the upgrade process had reached 63% by absorbing energy from the defeated foe. Tsuyoshi landed heavily amidst the rubble with a loud thud, his body screaming in agony as the damage level had skyrocketed to a deadly 76%. Kevin gritted his teeth, cursing the useless minions who had ruined his stalling plan. He realized that Madman Tsuyoshi wanted to use that destructive power to drag him to hell with him. Kevin cackled wildly, his emerald eyes flashing with utter disdain at his enemy's attempt to drag him down with him. The old shaman flew into the air, activating a colossal earth, wind, and lightning law matrix, arrogantly declaring that a genius like him would never be dragged into the mud. Tsuyoshi stood frozen before a brilliant green magical wall, where the ancient destructive power of the law of annihilation was being powerfully recreated. Looking down from above, Kevin uttered a condescending compliment, remarking that the ant below had forced him to unleash the ultimate power of the laws. The law of earth and wind roared, forming a terrifying energy storm, tearing through space and devouring everything in its path. The green vortex violently swept through the buildings, crushing all obstacles into dust with a terrifying roar. Tsuyoshi madly charged straight into the eye of the storm to take the full brunt of the attack. The system blared red alerts continuously, as his body's damage level reached a deadly 86%. He laughed arrogantly on the brink of life and death, directly feeling the power known as law tearing at every fiber of his flesh. Tsuyoshi decided to go all in, sacrificing his life to forcibly unleash 30% of the Divine King's hammer's power, pushing his body to a 93% damage limit. and leaving him with only 30 seconds before complete annihilation.